I got money, Alice. I socked mine away in a bank. You know what the bank account is now? It's going up, up. We got $75 laying around there. That's what we got.
Testing, hot outbound car, 1, 2, 3, 4.
You want to hear? Are you ready?
Make the approach. Plant your feet firmly in the ground. Head down. Eyes on the ball. Relax. That's it. Get your left arm straight. Your right arm straight. Relax. Lower your right shoulder. Go!
The Honeymooners Podcast. The only podcast that is all about the greatest show of all time. With the stars, Joe Conti and Louis Fatz.
Welcome, fellow raccoons and members of the Women's Auxiliary. What's happening, all you Hurricanes, Bensonhurst Bombers, and all you little Jack Littles of the world?
A little rusty there.
Yeah, it's a little rusty on that hole. You're listening to the Honeymooners Podcast with me, Joe Conti, and my pal, Louis Fatz.
Man, what's this bit about the magazines? I'm Wallace. I came by to pick up angel cake.
This ain't no bakery. The only comedy-based... Yeah, it's the only comedy... You know what? I'm done with saying it. It's the only podcast all about the greatest show of all time. We record in the Non-Productive Studios at 328 Chauncey Street in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn.
Sure.
Bensonhurst. Very important for the show.
Remember that.
Remember that. Subscribe to the show wherever you get your podcasts. And if you're on iTunes, give us a 5-star rating and leave a positive review because we'll read them. Our home base, if you want to listen to right on your computer, non-productive.com/honeymooners. And don't forget to like our Honeymooners Podcast Facebook page. And we also have a Twitter account, which I have some guys following us on Twitter. Mm-hmm. And if you want to leave us a voicemail, you want to call us, leave us a voicemail, it's 240-442-2635. And don't forget, if you want to email us, it's
bangzoom1956 at Gmail. And I may read them. I have a thing I forget to read the email. I'm so busy.
Yes. So what's going on, Lou?
Joe, 75.
Yes.
This is our, I believe they call it platinum anniversary.
Oh, is that what they call it?
The 70? Yeah, it's why it's 25 silver, 50 is gold. 75 is platinum. Yeah, platinum. Okay.
And 100 is BS.
Yeah, really. If you make it to 100.
Yeah. Exactly.
Really.
So,
75.
Yes.
We got some good 75s.
Ooh, I know one you're going to do.
Okay, got Joe Green.
Mean Joe Green. Absolutely.
Deacon Jones.
Howie
Long.
Oh, yeah, Howie Long.
Forrest Gregg. I don't know if you remember him from the old Green Bay Packers.
I do. I remember seeing him on.
We have a jet for you.
A jet?
Winston Hill. Maybe Winston Hill was here.
Maybe old Winnie was here.
Now, I have a Winston Hill story for you.
Oh, okay.
I was a little kid, about 12 years old as I hold up 4 fingers. I was 12 years old. And at our
12 years old he was.
How 12 years old he was. We have, at our church, we had a sports night. And my father took me, and typical Catholic school gym with the stage and the basketball court.
Correct.
So they were up on stage. They all talked. There was 4 jets, and after that we went up and got autographs. So it was Sam DeLuca.
I don't remember him.
You remember he did radio broadcasts for the Jets.
Oh,
years
really?
Ago. Sam DeLuca, Winston Hill. I knew it was Winston Hill because he had fancy gloves on. He was smoking expensive cigars. Clyde Washington. And I can't remember the 4th.
Okay.
And I cannot find the autographs.
Oh, really?
They would probably be disintegrated because I remember this.
What'd you get them on?
It was a piece of paper that they gave us. It looked like a paper towel.
Oh, wow. Okay. Was that the original terrible towels?
Yeah, they're terrible towels. It was like a paper towel, and I remember folding it in quarters, and I have it somewhere, but I can't find it.
Oh, wow.
So that's my Winston Hills. And there's also another 75, Gino Marchetti, who was famous for opening the Geno's franchises. Remember the Geno's hamburger franchises?
No.
Or that's it before your time? Okay. Gino Marchetti had these hamburger franchises. There was like 359 of them or something, all corporate owned by him, his corporation. It was a 20%. I invested $20 in it. I got a 20% percentage in the corporation. So anyway, Geno's was bought out by Marriott and converted to Roy Rogers.
Really?
Now up here,
Now, was he a football player?
yeah, Gino Marchetti with the Baltimore Colts, defensive end, I believe, or tackle.
Okay.
75. Gino Marchetti, and up here in the north, you couldn't get. The only place you can get KFC at the time, it was called Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Correct.
Until fried became a bad word.
Right, right.
So the only place you can get KFC was at a Geno's up here in the north. So,
Okay.
And that's it. And I remember my girlfriend said she worked for Geno's when she was a kid.
I never heard.
Yeah, Gino
and
Marchetti.
Geno's ended up turning into Roy Rogers.
Roy Rogers. Marriott bought from Gino, Gino Marchetti, and they turned him into Roy Rogers.
Wow.
there
Look
you
at
go.
me.
So-
Look at me. Now, I'm learning something today.
You're learning something. You're
And-
never
and-
too old to learn something.
Never.
And today, you learned something.
All right. Well, listen.
This is a whole month worth of information I've been
yeah.
storing.
Yes. Well, what can we do first? First, we have to thank our one and only sponsor, Silk City Hot Sauce. Go to silkcityhotsauce.com, all right? It's our pal, Jeff Kingfish Levinsky.
Yeah.
He's a raccoon. He makes great homemade hot sauce.
Can't harm you, pal.
Can't harm you, pal. And when you go there, I mean, there are some great hot sauces. Mine, I love Slurp, which is a peach flavored.
The new ones he said, they're really good.
Really, really
They're good.
Yes. Then what you do is you go to Silk City Hot Sauce, buy yourself some great homemade hot sauce. Then when you go to pay, you put RX in the coupon code in the corner when you get to the checkout, and you get 15% off of your order.
15% percentage.
15% percentage, and you get a free bottle of cherry sriracha. And that helps us.
Yes, it does.
All right, it helps us. Lets them
Helps
know
the
that
Kingfish.
Yeah, it helps. It helps the Kingfish. It helps us.
Yep.
It helps everybody.
It helps everybody.
And it helps you,
You
with eating hot
sauce and your regularity. Yeah.
Exactly. So, we have listen. It's been a couple of weeks since we did a show. All right, we have a lot to get caught up and get acclimated quickly. First off, I was away. I spent one glorious week at Fred's Landing.
Oh, God.
Beautiful Fred's Landing, or as we call it, Key West. It was beautiful. It was great. And Louis, we were going to do, I was back last week.
Yeah.
We were going to do a show, but I said, you know what, let me see what's Louis doing. And Louis, he was a little banged up.
Yeah, really banged up.
What was going on with you?
Only one thing I could say, Joe.
Louis, he banged his back up a little
hurt
bit.
my back, real bad.
Let me tell you something. The nuts out there were great.
Yeah.
They all, and let me tell you, they were all like, "Hey, hope Louis doing well."
Yes.
And then the great references.
Then the line started coming,
The
and
line
you can't
started coming
beat that.
in. You can't.
I'll forfeit my pain for a good line any day.
The best was, I can't. You know what? I'm ashamed. I can't think of who made it. Who made the picture of you? Oh, that was Brother Bibbs.
Brother Bibbs did, yes.
Brother
Yes.
Bibbs made a picture of you with Ralph trying to, hey, does this look
Looks natural, yeah.
with your face on it? But it was, but we said, you know what? I just got back from vacation.
Yeah.
We said, you know what? Take another week.
Yeah.
We'll come back. We'll come back fresh.
Yep.
And recoup a little bit. It's been a couple of weeks. And thank you guys. We've been selling T-shirts.
T-shirts, yeah.
Yes.
It's been going.
Exactly. I didn't have to go all the way
Like
up to the
hotcakes.
Bronx
Yeah, I know.
and get them, you know. Have to get them from Herman
warehouse.
Fat Rack. But we appreciate. Thank you. We're actually out of double X's.
We
We have
are.
no more double X's
Oh, my
left.
God.
Yep. But go to the website. Go to Honeymooners and our non-productive website, and you can buy T-shirts, small, medium, large, or extra large right now.
Okay.
$20.
There it is.
Yep.
You get it all for $20.
For $20, you get a 20%.
20% percentage of a T-shirt.
So now a little. This was during the last 2 weeks, right? When Louis was going to get a haircut.
Yes.
So, go ahead, tell him.
All right. I go to get a haircut, walk into the barbershop,
Right.
and everybody say, "Hey, Louis, how you doing?" Blah 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 blah. I'm telling him I hurt my back and all this. So who's sitting next to me in a chair, shave, no haircut, just a shave. One of our listeners, JP, who was at Joe's Comedy.
He was at the show, took pictures with us. Him and his dad came to the show, and we all hung out.
Yep.
He met Louie, he met me, we met him, and he was the one that went to the show the night before.
Yes.
It was a Saturday night show, July 31st, and he sends me a message at like 8:15 on Friday, and it was something to the effect of, hey, and he did it in some sort of Honeymooners reference. Did you ever go to a show and you were supposed to be there on a Saturday and you go there on a Friday? I'm like, what? He went there the day early.
Yeah.
Sat down, waited for something, and nothing happened. And he did that on Saturday, and nothing happened. So, but Louie went to the barbershop.
And who's sitting in the chair next to me? JP.
And we actually have a sound of that.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we do.
We'll
You're right. Who's next? That's me, pal. Haircut? No, just a shave. What's the matter with you? Don't you realize that this is this man's place of business? How would you like him to come down to the sewer where you're working? Help himself to anything down there? Help himself to what? Sit down and read a magazine. Hey, Ralph. Esquire. Will you sit down?
And JP, I have to be ashamed to say the way you behaved in a barbershop.
Yeah.
All right.
And of course, me and him were throwing those lines back and forth in the barber chair.
Oh my goodness!
It was great.
So funny.
It was unbelievable.
Just great. Yeah. So we're back. We're just kind of getting acclimated back to doing the show, but we're doing episode number 75.
Horrible as usual.
Yes, it'll be the usual nonsense. Yes. But you know what? And I was telling Louie this. Seems like every week we get some a new guy or a new chick or whatever, a new nut.
Yeah, new nut,
full grown nut who will send me a message on Facebook or Twitter and say, "Hey, I just started listening to the show. I love the show." Because there are a lot of us out there, you know. Of course,
yes,
it's the greatest sitcom of all time. There's a lot of us out there, but they're fighting. It's dribs and drabs, you know. But they're all saying, "Hey, I'm up to episode 20, and I love it, and all that." And because we're all on the same page, we all love the show, and in turn, this show is almost like a representation of the show.
Yep.
So it's almost like if you love the Honeymooners, you should like this podcast.
Yes, you should. We hope.
So, interesting thing, a guy on Twitter, a new friend, new pal named David Joseph. He brand new. Just found out about the show, loved it. Oh, I'm at episode 20. It's great. And he sends me a message on Twitter. And he says, I know we all hate the sound of our own voices because I said something before about my voice. I don't like my voice. He goes, but you sound great. And Louie is a dead ringer for Kevin Nealon. Sounds just like him to me. So we're like, really? Kevin Nealon?
Kevin Nealon? Really?
And we all know Kevin Nealon. Used to be on SNL.
That's who I know him from, SNL.
Big-time comedian. Big-time actor. He's been in so many movies, serious role, mostly funny roles.
Right.
He's got a dry sense of humor. So we're like, So we wanted to play a little clip of Kevin. It's just from his stand-up. It's a quick joke. It's a funny joke.
Good stuff, too.
Yeah, really funny. And we just want to hear if it sounds like Louie. So we're going to play it real quick. Here we go.
I got to tell you, I'm very excited to be here. I've had a great week. I just got an electric car. Sweet. It is sweet. It's in the shop now. We're having a gas engine put in it, but I love it. Oh, it is the best. It's so unique, you know? I just missed gassing up my car.
So, that's Kevin Nealon. So what do you guys think?
Can we have a few bars of Swanee River?
I didn't tell Louie.
I didn't know that was coming.
I didn't tell Louie I was going to play that.
No, that was coming.
And now, weekend update.
Can we have a few bars of Swanee River?
But I think I understand what he's saying.
Yeah.
It's because you have a good comedic voice.
See, now, they say I don't hear myself, so I don't, even though I do hear myself when I listen to the podcast, I don't hear myself.
Hard. Yeah, it's really hard.
Yeah, you just kind of like black, you're black yourself out.
Listen, I hate my voice. And I know
and people like your voice. My friends like your voice.
My wife loves my voice.
My friends even tell me, Joe's got a great voice on the podcast.
I hate it.
Oh, no.
But I hear it. It's a little different when I hear it in my ear than when I hear it on the podcast.
Right.
But it's still, when I'm listening on a podcast, I'm like, oh, Joe, shut up. Let Louie talk.
Let Kevin Nealon take over. But that'll never happen because I don't know how to work the board.
That's the only reason. That is the only reason, all right? Let's just call it the way it is. But so I thought that was an interesting little take.
Interesting. Yeah, it is.
And the last quick thing before we get into the meat of the show.
Yeah.
Another new, I think he's a new listener, named Alan Crete. It's Crete, Kreit. And he sent us a message right before I went on vacation. Hey, guys, I love the podcast. I'm a little behind up to number 48 and enjoying every moment. Question for Louie is night all, which you say at the end of every episode, and then sometimes you say pluribus unum, pluribus raccoonum.
Yeah, before that. Actually, night all is the last thing I say. I say
That's
pluribus raccoonum, night all.
Night all, right. Is good night all, an homage to Stan Bergstein from the old Saturday Night Racing from Yonkers show? He would always say that, RX. And your answer is?
Yes, it is.
Louie.
I was amazed when Joe read that to me.
I just read it to him today.
I'm like, who the heck knows Stan Bergstein from the old Racing from Yonkers show?
Signing what was that on?
It was on Channel 9, like 11 o'clock a night.
Is this 80s or 90s?
80s.
Really?
80s, late 70s,
they
80s.
played?
They played Racing from Yonkers. They show a couple of races during the OTB days, and OTB sponsored it, the off-track betting, and that was it. And you'd watch it at night, Friday nights, and it was funny.
That's how he
with Stan Bergstein and Spencer Ross.
Louis couldn't believe it. He was like,
I couldn't believe it.
Because you never did it. Because I never knew what it was from.
Yeah. This is harness racing, in case anybody doesn't know. This is standard breads. The people go with, the ones with the cart? Yeah, the ones with the cart. Yeah.
The ones with the cart.
Right. Yeah.
But when I saw the thing and I sent it to you, and I just read it to you.
You just read it to me before, yeah.
And you went, yeah. And you were shocked.
I was shocked.
Because you never say, you never say it like, night all. Are you guys getting where I'm getting? You just did it.
And I try to say it like him, try to do my imitations, as horrible as I am, but that's why Stan Bergstein used to say it, night all.
And I never knew it was from anything except just you just saying night all.
Yep.
And Alan Crete.
Alan, this is for you. I'm going to do my best Jack Ely, who was the race caller at Yonkers. And now back to Stan Bergstein and Spencer Ross.
Too bad nobody knows who these people are.
Alan knows.
Louis a great impressionist from Alan. But, a little bit of updates. But that is so cool.
That's funny.
That somebody actually recognized it. Yep. He guessed it, and he guessed it right. He sure did. Nice job.
Wow.
Nice job, Alan.
Way to go, Alan.
All right. Before we get into the real crux,
I'm almost ready to say night all.
I know, we're 40 minutes in. I know. What are we at here? Oh, my goodness. We're almost at 20 minutes. We haven't done anything yet. So, first thing before we get to the crux.
If anybody's still listening.
If anybody is
outside of Alan.
Yeah, Alan's like, oh, my goodness, I can't believe it. We talked about the Flintstones, and we've discussed bits and pieces of the Flintstones, and I discussed how I love the Flintstones and especially the early episodes of the Flintstones and how I thought it was just hilarious. And I was in my 20s when I rediscovered the Flintstones and how great it was. And then I find out from doing this show that Leonard Stern and I think Sid Zelinka, at least those two, maybe some other guys, for the first year or two, wrote some episodes from the Flintstones. Which just makes that whole connection, because we all know.
We knew it.
Everybody
knows it.
Everybody knows that.
Until they got into the Gazoo and stupid stuff like that.
But everybody knows that the Flintstones was whatever you want to say, rip-off, offshoot, whatever it was. This is common knowledge.
Yep.
But I never knew that, and it makes sense because those first couple of seasons, mostly the first two, is when it was really funny.
Yeah.
And it was a cartoon, like you said, at night.
At night, it was. Remember, I was a little kid watching it when it was first on. It went on at 7:30 at night.
Prime time.
So it's an like most cartoons back in the day were. They were adult cartoons.
Exactly.
So that's where you really get that Honeymooners crossover.
And then they, from what I understand, they kind of let them go because they said they were too wordy.
Yeah.
They were being too wordy. In other words, they were writing.
They're writing. They're writing basically a sitcom with cartoon characters.
Yeah. And so then you notice the drop off because then it became more for kids. Because it became more, and look, I understand the prehistoric stuff with the bird on the record and you know the elephant being, and Ethel, with the gas, and they were cute. But those first couple of the first season or two, it was really, really Honeymooners-esque, and
Joe,
you couldn't get any more.
One season actually had a laugh track. I don't know what season it was. They had a laugh track behind it.
I think it might have been the first season.
Could have been the first season.
Yeah.
So there it is again. A laugh track.
Right.
Which is a sitcom.
All it did
was a sitcom. Right. When you had laugh tracks.
Yeah.
The sitcom.
When I was a kid, I used to think that they played it in a theater and then they recorded the laughing.
And people were laughing.
People of laughing. Yeah, that's how stupid I was. But I'm much smarter now.
Much smarter now.
So that's kind of that, more of the tie-ins.
Yeah.
Like, wow, no wonder there are so many tie-ins.
Because
the
writers.
Even the writers. So, okay. So now what we're going to do is, first...
We're going to talk about the Honeymooners.
We're going to talk about the show called the Honeymooners.
Podcast.
And what we're going to do is, the first bit we want to do is... you know what? We're calling it this because we just want to hear this anyway.
I haven't heard this in a month.
Because we're not sure if it's exactly if it's this.
Well, it's open for discussion.
It's open for discussion. So. And, of course, it's this.
Oh, God.
I know this. I've heard this.
And now, the Honeymooners Podcast presents...
It's not in the top hand drawer!
The Flub of the Week.
The first time I heard it.
Thank you, Joe Fernandez. Who I went on vacation with.
That's right, you were on vacation.
I went on vacation with the great Joe Fernandez, who's a great comedian pal of ours.
That's right.
So,
some men are going to do some drinking.
Yes. So now, Flub of the Week. We don't really... We're not sure about this.
We're not sure.
But we just figured, we have these things called intros.
We
that
like
play
to
a
use
song,
them.
and we just wanted to play
them.
And this is...
Best pan draw in there.
Yes.
In case all else fails in the show, we got that.
So now this is from A Matter of Record.
Yeah.
Ralph comes in with the two tickets.
Yep.
Tells Alice we're going to go to the Hong Kong Gardens, the floor show, all that.
The whole night of it.
And then Alice can't go because of this.
Well, look, go in and get dressed. And right after the show, we'll go to the Hong Kong Gardens. We'll make a whole night of the thing.
Ralph, you mean the tickets are for tonight?
Yeah.
My mother's coming tonight. She'll be here any minute. I can't go. It's impossible.
You're not going to stand there and tell me, Alice, that you're going to spoil my evening and your evening and both of our chances to see a Broadway show because your mother is coming. You're not going to tell me that, are you, Alice?
Ralph, I don't want to spoil your evening, but I don't want to disappoint my mother. She's coming all the way from Bensonhurst.
That's a big deal. Where's Bensonhurst, in New Zealand or something?
Okay.
All right, there it is. So
All right,
now,
Lou, go ahead.
this is the enigma here.
Yeah.
We don't know. When we pop, I don't know, we're maybe stretching this a little bit, but that's okay. That's what we do here.
Yeah.
Alice says coming all the way from Bensonhurst.
All the way.
All the way.
Right.
Joe, where do the Cramdens live?
Bensonhurst.
There you go.
So now we're thinking, because it doesn't really enhance the joke, because it almost throws people off when you say you're coming all the way, because if they said, hey, they're coming all the way from Bedford-Stuy or something like that.
Canarsie. Like the famous all the way from Canarsie.
Canarsie sounds funnier anyway.
It does.
But I guess the only thing I'm thinking is that maybe nobody really knew how far away these places were to get the joke.
Right.
But it's not really it's not that important.
No,
the important part is him saying, what is that, New Zealand
or something? Yeah.
Right, and then you just go from there. But why would she say she's coming from Bensonhurst?
All the way from
Bensonhurst.
Now, we did our research, and we know how we've done this a long time ago. We know how far we're now in this episode. Let me go back here. This is episode 15, okay? Now, Matter of Record.
Mm-hmm.
She's living on Kosciuszko Street, okay? Which is, we don't know how the neighborhoods were divided back then. Was it Bensonhurst? Was it north of Bensonhurst, which would be like Crown Heights or something like that? We don't know.
Right.
Actually, 20th Street isn't in Bensonhurst. It's in Bushwick. So we don't know. So now, 2 episodes later, in The Babysitter, she's moved out to Queens. Astoria.
Right.
So now, coming all the way from, is Kosciuszko Street in Bensonhurst? We don't know. But still, it just doesn't sound right.
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
Like, look, I understand if you're trying to get a joke that, it's like, look, we're in Clifton, New Jersey, right?
Right.
The next town over is Patterson,
Right.
one way. If you're like, Louis, what took you so long? It took me 5 hours. I came all the way from Patterson. It's funny.
Yeah.
But if you go, hey, you coming all the way from Clifton?
Yeah.
We're in Clifton.
We're in Clifton, yeah.
This isn't Texas.
Yes.
And it's like one part of Texas to another where it takes 14 hours to drive.
Right.
It's a town.
In the same county. Like,
Yes, exactly.
But we just never got that. Now, is that in the script, or did Alice just screw up by saying Bensonhurst because the word Bensonhurst is used several times?
Maybe.
We don't know.
Because that's it. Because we all know that Alice was probably the best at her
line,
doing her work,
knowing her line and everybody else's line.
Yeah.
So that's why we find it hard, but we had to put it in anyway because that's what we do.
Right. We want to make it a 35-minute podcast.
Without talking about Geno's. KFC.
So it's like, was it a flub, or was it just them just saying
they just wrote it? Yeah, this
they didn't care because they were so. You know what it is? The writers were so good at the jokes and the setups to the jokes that the filler in between. Not that it didn't matter, but it didn't really hold that much water because the characters, the acting, and the jokes were so good.
Right.
That kind of stuff. Who cares?
Who cares? Because remember, too, who really knows what street is in what Brooklyn neighborhood outside of you're a Brooklynite? And I'm sure a lot of the Brooklynites don't know where other streets are if you're not familiar with them.
Right.
Especially
back then.
Back then, nobody knew.
People, you didn't have Google Maps.
Google Maps and stuff like that. So if you lived in, say, Canarsie,
right,
you're not going to know that Chauncey Street is in Bensonhurst or Bushwick where it actually is.
Right.
You're not going to know that.
Correct.
So why do they have to be so, I don't know, so on point? I would think that they could have named anything else but Bensonhurst.
Yeah, anything in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
It could have been anything. Bushwick, whatever. Canarsie.
They use Canarsie. And Canarsie
is a funny name.
Funny name, and it's been used. And there's that expression all the way from Canarsie.
Yes.
It's an expression used by Brooklynites. Because it's the farthest point west, I believe. East. Okay. East in Brooklyn before you get into Queens. Down that way.
Probably by JFK.
Yeah, down that way. So, JFK's in Queens, so it's Canarsie's out there.
Okay.
And it's like where the dumps were and all that.
Right. And then plus, of course, when he reacts, where he goes...
Ira was in Canarsie's. he'll set us straight about this one.
I'm sure he will.
Yeah, I hope he does. Ira, really, email me. Let me know what's going on with the Canarsie and the neighborhoods.
Right.
These are neighborhoods, not boroughs. Brooklyn's the borough. These are just neighborhoods.
Correct.
In Brooklyn.
Right. It's almost like in Jersey you have towns and then you have a county.
Yeah.
Morris County has towns in it. Mm-hmm. Brooklyn is the county, and the other ones are towns. That's how I
Brooklyn is a county and a borough together.
Right.
It's the weirdest. New York has like the weirdest setup. It's one city with 5 counties and 5 boroughs.
Yeah.
So that's it. And then they're just broken up. These are just neighborhoods.
Correct.
That are just. You can't say like they're definite. It's just one of them things. It's just a neighborhood thing. They do have their borders, but it's not like a strict border.
Correct.
Right. But it's a border. So it's an identification thing.
Yep.
In a big borough as Brooklyn.
Yeah. So it's just we were just like
this
because as soon as he goes, what is that New Zealand? What is that New Zealand or something? That was the joke.
Yeah.
They giggled at that, and then this episode, as a matter of record, is so. It just pummels you.
Yeah,
it pummels you. And then, of course, it has the blabbermouth scene and everything. The 2 tickets. And, there's so much to it.
Yep.
That, wait a minute.
The alarm clock. And it's just got, and then making the record.
Yeah.
And it's got so much
Dr. Folsom. I mean, it's
this is a phenomenal episode.
And it just was perplexing.
Yeah, just
like
her saying Bensonhurst. I just did that didn't never resonated with me.
Like,
and
like I said, we're not nitpicking like a word. She said that instead of that.
Yeah.
We're just saying, like, why would you say she's coming all the way from
all
Bensonhurst?
the way? That's the whole thing. She's coming all the way from Benson. Then it sets up his response. Where is Bensonhurst? In New Zealand or something?
Right.
I think somebody had said there is a Bensonhurst in New Zealand. I looked it up and I couldn't find it. And you know me, I'm like really good with the computer.
Yeah.
So if I can't find it.
Right. Yeah. Can. He's like, yeah, listen, as soon as I'm done telling the time with my sundial, I'm going to look up on the computer. But yeah, so that was our thing.
That was our thing.
Could have been a flub.
I don't know.
mean, it wouldn't actually be a flub. It was just she said the wrong
word.
word.
Was it written
and
in?
it wasn't like it was like, a funny flub.
Yeah.
It was like
or a written in mistake that they just didn't care about. They said,
Maybe.
let's say use Bensonhurst again because
why not?
Most people don't know.
Yeah, exactly. So
anyway,
but that was our thing.
Was it. That was it.
And
we got to play Swanee
and
River.
Yeah, exactly. We got to play Swanee River, and we got to hear Top Hand Draft
Top Hand Draft Fan Dog.
So
whatever you think, write us in. Just write us. Let us know. Let us know. It's just open. It's out there. We don't know. Nothing's definitive on this show.
Of course.
Me and Joe are two idiots, but
And nothing's definitive on the show unless we tell you it's definitive. Then it's going to be definitive. So, all right. So, we're going to go to. I think this is something that we touched on, but we never touched on it in this way. And it's one of Louis' classic things that we talk about, and I'm trying to find the clip because, I do this all the time.
And I'll entertain you with my Kevin Nealon invitation while we're doing this.
Your Kevin Nealon invitation. And
Arnold, you use Xaralto too? Yes. When I was alive, I did.
Here we go. Sorry.
And now, from the observation deck overlooking the Johnson Building at 328 Chauncey Street, the Honeymooners podcast presents Louis' Observations.
All right, Louis' Observations. My pal Joey Image doing that intro.
Joey Image, great
There
job.
we go. So, it's from Man's Pride.
Man's Pride, yes.
Correct.
Yes.
And should I just play the clip and
Yeah,
then
play
we'll
the
go,
clip.
right?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
We haven't done this in so long.
No, we forgot how we
this
do
works.
it. We forgot how we screw up.
All right, here we go.
Who was the guy that waved to you in the lobby out there?
Oh, that guy. That was Bill Davis. I never did like that guy, ever since I know him. I haven't seen him since we were kids.
You don't like him, huh?
No, I don't like him.
Well, you sure gave him a fast brush.
Well, he's one of those loudmouths, you know. Always telling how good he's doing. If he's doing great, he never lets you hear the end of it. And 10 to 1, if he's doing good, he'd get the news to Alice.
Alice?
Yeah, when we were kids, the both of us courted Alice at the same time.
Oh,
Well, come on, will you? It's getting late. I want to get home.
All right. I just want to go in and see Slugger Simpson. I mean, after all, he was nice enough to give us the tickets to the fight. How would he feel if I didn't go in there and congratulate him?
Congratulate him? How can you congratulate a guy that got knocked out in the first round?
We just played that.
We had to play it because we had to.
It's a good joke.
Great
and all
joke.
that. So,
As Norton walks into Madison Square Garden.
yeah. No security.
No security. Just walking off the street. Open the door.
Didn't have to take his shoes off or anything.
No. No mask, nothing. He just walked right in. Anyway. All right, go ahead, Joe. Start it off.
Okay. So, Louis' observation is, well, first of all, I want to say when he goes, how long did he say? Yeah, I love when he goes, hey, you don't like him? No, I don't.
No, I don't.
I just
that's
love
great.
that. I do love that. But first, before Louis gets into his part, I just want to say, I love how Ralph says he's a loudmouth. All right, who always has to brag on how good he's doing. That's exactly who Ralph is.
Yeah,
it's exactly who Ralph is. It's that quintessential what you see in somebody else, and you find that fault.
Yeah,
a lot of the time
it's repulsive.
It's you.
You're looking at yourself. You're looking in the mirror.
Yes, but then he says how he doesn't like him because he's always been. We haven't seen when he says kids. I understand they mean high school.
High school,
because you're hey, I've known him since we were kids, but he hasn't seen him since they were kids. And he's always bragging and how good he is. And 10 to 1, he'll get back to Alice. Here's Louis' observation.
basically what Joe just said. I haven't seen him since we were kids. So now we're saying kids. We're talking before the show, setting this up.
High school.
So figure he hasn't seen him since high school. So 18. We'll give them 18 when they graduate,
18.
if they graduated. You know, a lot of people left school early. Rowland, he didn't even graduate high school.
No, I don't think so.
So I figure they left school at 16, like my father did, to go to work at 16. So 16 years old. Now they're 40 now, right? We've deducted that Ralph is 40.
Right. Yep.
40-ish.
Yep.
Okay, so now this is all those years.
22 years.
22 years, and you see Bill Davis in the crowd at Madison Square Garden, and he sees you.
Yes.
Like,
he's not one to blend in with the crowd.
Yeah,
blend in with the crowd.
Oh, maybe 100. But and the thing is the line. He always tells you how good he's doing.
Right.
Like, you were kids. How good was he doing? Did he sell more lemonade than you? How good was he doing?
Yeah.
And then he says, if he's 10-1, he's doing good. He'd get the news to Alice. How?
He doesn't know where you guys live.
You don't have a telephone.
Yeah, he's not Googling you guys.
Although he probably had better luck with Google than me.
Yes,
but
of course. 10-1, he'll get the news back to Alice.
Get the news back to how?
Yeah, it's just
and it's just all of it.
Just
We haven't seen him since we were kids.
Right.
He's always going to tell you how good he's doing.
Yeah, like what? Yeah, like I mean, what is he like?
I figure they know each other maybe since they were little kids. Grammar school, went to grammar school, through high school.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he had more crayons than Ralph. Hey, Ralph, I got more crayons than you do. Hey, Alice, I got 10 crayons. Ralph only has 6.
And I got the one that's got the sharpener right in the box.
Right on the box.
Right in the box there, Alice.
So, we're talking like, where does this come in? Where does this come in?
Yeah,
I haven't seen him since we were kids.
Yeah, like how much of a bragger could you be as a kid?
As a kid,
besides just like, yeah, I was up till 11 o'clock last night watching TV.
Especially in Brooklyn, they had nothing.
Yeah, none of them.
They grew up with nothing. So I don't know. I got more bottle caps than you. I don't know.
Yeah, I got a Game Boy.
Yeah,
like what? What's a Game Boy? It's just and look, like we say, and like we always say, it's just a show.
It's a show.
And we understand it's the setup, but we love when we hear these things.
Now, all right, Joe, I'm going to say this. If me and you are in the audience watching this show live, do we catch that?
No. Absolutely not.
Right over our head.
Right over your head. Absolutely not. There's no way. Dude, before I started doing this podcast, I never thought of that.
Me neither.
Never thought of it.
Me neither. We saw these things. We knew the lines, but we never thought. We're repeating lines, but we're not thinking about what the heck these lines are saying.
Right. Exactly.
Because now we're doing this, like you said, with the podcast. Yeah. Now we're discovering these lines.
Yeah, because now it's work.
It's work now. Yeah, we got to do something. Got to do something to sell hot sauce.
But there's, and I think that just shows you. And think about it, with all the people that that love this show, that know every single line because there was only 39 of the original.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So you get to. It's almost like after the 500th time you've seen it, you're like, wait a minute.
It's like a wait a minute moment.
Right.
Like,
this isn't like you're seeing something for the first time. You're like, hey, time out.
Yeah.
You're so engrossed in it.
Yep.
And you're so into it because it is that good.
Yep.
That first of all, you didn't notice.
Right.
And maybe subconsciously we noticed, we didn't care.
We didn't care.
It brought you so much joy.
Yeah.
It brought you so much joy. You're not going to, you know what I mean? It's like nitpicking with a friend of yours who's been your best friend forever.
Since you were a kid.
Never liked him. No, I didn't.
Well, you sure gave him the brush.
It's because his hair was messy. He was in a wind tunnel. But, yeah, so that's what it is. And it's just funny because you're like, wait a minute.
We noticed, Joe, as we're watching the show, like for the 500th time before this podcast.
Right.
What are we doing? We're waiting for the funny line. So you're not even listening to something in between. We're just waiting. I'm waiting for Ralph to say you couldn't go to the board of nuts. Not exactly. My funny line to me, not to nobody else. The audience doesn't.
Right.
I'm waiting for that. You couldn't go to the board of nuts. So I'm totally dismissing.
Of course.
Everything up to that point.
Of course.
And that's what it is. So
now you're in autopilot.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like when they say when you drive to work every day.
You autopilot. Yeah.
You autopilot. Sometimes you'll have those days where you pull into work and you're going, I don't even remember passing the
anything.
Wawa.
Yeah. Or you're not going to work and you start driving to work. I've done that many times.
Have you really?
Yes.
Have you really?
Yeah.
You started driving
towards work,
That's so funny.
And I made the right on Route 10 instead of making a left. And like, why am I I want to go west. Why am I going east? Because I'm driving to work. So
but yeah.
When I was working.
So there's something to that.
Yeah.
And it just shows you. It's just like anything else. Like if you love your wife, don't get me wrong, some big things are really going to bother you, but you're not going to nitpick on little things because
you know better.
Well, yeah, that's true too. Thank you. I don't even know why was I bringing this up?
Yeah, I was ready to shoot you.
Yeah, but I don't care. My wife doesn't listen to this. It doesn't matter. I could play this episode. She would fall asleep, so it wouldn't matter. But yeah, in other words,
right after Stan Bergstein bit, she would have been out on the couch.
She's like, really?
Horses?
Bergstein?
Who the hell's Stan Bergstein?
Stan Bergstein?
And Spencer Ross.
But yeah, so that's what it is. You're just so loving it. It brings you so much joy. Mm-hmm. And then it's almost like the anticipation. Yeah. Like when you know the joke's coming.
Yeah, you can't wait for it.
You can't wait for it.
I always say I do with the Three Stooges. I wait for the hit. I know it's coming, and I laugh before the hit. It's because you know it. Because I know it's
the
anticipation.
It's
the anticipation.
It's the anticipation.
Wow. So that's it.
It's great. I love it.
And too, Joe, our listeners are now not. I'm not going to take. We're not going to take credit for this.
Yes, we will.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Our listeners are watching it differently too because we get a lot of good observations from people
I got
all the
like
time.
4 or 5. Some of these guys, Brother Bibbs and Mark, believe me, we're going to get to
good
these.
observations from a lot of people
and funny
observations. Yeah.
Funny, because they're funny guys.
And they're appreciating what we're doing because now we're all looking at it the same way.
Yes,
trying to keep it, as we always say,
keep
fresh.
Trying
to keep this fresh.
Exactly. All right. Well, we did nothing, and we're at 40 minutes.
That's okay. When this trivia question goes, we're going to be over 60.
Oh, goodness. Oh, my God. All right. Well, let's get going here with the where is it?
Oh, don't let me do my...
Sorry.
Kevin Nealon.
Kevin Nealon.
Now, Tom, who is our first guest, please?
Herp.
Our first guest, ready to leap the first hurdle on his way to the $99,000 answer, is our
courier from Parsippany, New Jersey, Joe Conti.
Thank you. I'll let go of your hand now. All right. Thank you. All right. What do we got?
All right, this is a good one because I've only had a month to prepare this, so I'm totally unprepared. Okay. So this is actually for me and Joe because I'm not sure
the answer.
Well, anyway, so Professor Walter Newman has prepared a good one for us.
Okay, all right.
Because I'm a little off on one of these things.
So you were really good at getting the question, but not really good at the answer.
Yeah,
okay.
And I have the answers written down. Okay. A lot of times we see them sitting down at the table to eat, but we never see Ralph eat.
Correct.
Alice eats, Norton eats. Ralph is usually rambling on about something, and they basically never eat. But there's a few times that Ralph has eaten on the show. How many times, and what were they? I'm telling you right now. I have 5.5.
You have 5.5?
Yeah, and that's why I want to make sure. That's why I'm doing this with you because I'm not sure.
Oh my God. Okay.
So,
blueberry pie.
Okay.
All right. That's right up there.
Okay. Blueberry pie. That one we own. That was the first one I ever thought of.
Okay. I already know what your half is.
Okay.
I know the half.
What's the half?
Marshmallow.
You got it. That's the half.
That's a half.
That's the half because he's technically eating, but it's a rubber marshmallow.
But it's a rubber marshmallow.
So he did put something in his mouth, thinking it was food. So okay, we got the marshmallow. That's the half.
Okay. My goodness, did he eat in TV or not TV when he put out all the food?
That's the one I have with the question mark.
Because I don't think he actually
I thought he goes in and eats a cracker. Because remember he explodes the popcorn and he opens up and he's doing the thing with the hands.
Yeah, which is
everything's
very
like
funny,
within reach.
Subtle, yeah, very
But I thought he went in and grabbed a cracker because out of the crackers were in that square box.
Okay.
I thought he went in and ate it. So now the problem with that one was I can't get TV or not TV on the internet, so I couldn't check it out. That's why I wanted to do. So I figured, okay, let's throw this out there, and if you can, if people know, or if you can get it.
This is great because we can. You know what? We can just. We'll try to think of it for a couple of minutes, and then let's just leave it for the maniacs.
No, maniacs. I can't see it, so I don't know. If I
so
tried,
you have 5.
I have
5.5.
5.5. So now we got
Did you
3.
count? Did you count? You counted TV or not TV?
I counted that as 1.
Okay.
So that's
you got
the
that,
mystery
you got blueberry
one.
pie.
Blueberry pie. We have the marshmallow. There's 3 more.
I have another one.
Go ahead, go.
Peanut butter sandwich.
You got it. The crunchy kind.
The crunchy guy. He did take a bite.
Yes, because he's talking with it, and
talking
of
with
course
it
now
in
you
his
get peanut butter mouth, and it's like really. So he's probably really eating this peanut butter because he gets peanut butter mouth. He can't.
Absolutely. Yep.
Can't
absolutely.
talk.
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm trying to think of. I'm trying to think of the Raccoon Lodge, but I think he was just drinking there when they were the bachelor
beer.
party.
Yeah, they drank the beer.
I'm just going to look at some of the titles so I can think of the episodes. Let me just.
Now there could be more. This is all I thought of. This is off the top of my head, so you know how that always works in the past.
What about Dial J? Did he ever eat the roast beef?
No, I don't think he did. Cut it.
He cut it, but he never got to eat it.
Never ate it.
Right.
He cut it, put it in the dish, but never ate it.
Right. Oh. Salad. With poor old pizza, did he ever take
I don't think he ever took a bite out of that
He's
salad.
killing me. This skinny guy. Never eaten. Better Living Through Television? I don't think so.
And there's another one that I'm a little.
So right now I got 3.
We got 4. We have the
4.
We have the TV, snacks of TV. We have the blueberry pie, the rubber marshmallow, and the peanut butter sandwich. So we have 4. I got 2 more on the list.
2 more on the list.
There could be more. I don't know.
Right.
This is just from me. Like, if there's anybody out there who knows?
Celery. Please leave the premises. Does he ever eat the celery?
I know.
I think he took a bite of the celery because he broke it into 3.
That's a good one. I didn't even think of celery.
I think he took a bite because and I think he took such a tiny bite because celery is all stringy and stuff, and he didn't want to mess up his lines or whatever.
That's another one. I don't know. That's an iffy. I don't know. Because we know Norton bites it and says, "I'm thinking I'm eating steak."
Absolutely, yeah. We could do a whole episode on when Norton eats.
Oh God, it's like every episode. So we put celery on the list. We don't know.
He not in Man's Pride either because they show them already finished eating.
Right. Yeah, because he's just putting down his napkin, I think.
Correct.
He's got the napkin or he's putting something down.
Absolutely.
And they're coming around with the coffee.
I'll just have a black coffee.
So a cup of black coffee.
All
right.
All
right, here we go.
Go ahead.
Cookie at Bert's.
Does he
take a bite?
If he does, he just took a tiny little bite, or he was just being the professional and pretending
he's taking a bite. Well, even if he's pretending, we're going to call that eating because he makes the attempt to eat.
Right.
Because he is holding the tray of cookies.
Right. And and I think you see him take a little bite. Right. Okay.
Okay, now here we go. Got this one.
Oh boy.
The mystery appetizer.
On the cracker. That's right. How do I forget that?
Oh, they're easy to forget. I mean, 39
So
episodes.
now that's
what we got so far. We have
Okay.
the snacks from the TV. We don't know. I think he does. You say you may not. He may not have. We have mystery appetizer. We know. Blueberry pie. We know.
Absolutely.
Fake marshmallow. We
Absolutely.
know. Peanut butter sandwich. We know.
Absolutely.
Cookie at Bert.
Not sure.
If he goes to his mouth with the cookie, we're going to count that as taking a bite.
Right.
And the celery one.
And the celery.
We have to find out about celery.
Yeah. So
because he doesn't take a bite of the pizza. He just gets it on his hands.
Right. And then finds a note.
Finds it.
And I don't think that was the thing. I thought he ate a piece of the salad. But it's all good for you.
It's all good for you.
But I don't think he does. This is a great question.
It's a great question. So
for everyone.
Everybody.
All right, maniacs.
However
you want to do it.
Go to work, guys. Go to work.
Get to it, all right?
All right.
All right.
If you agree with us, disagree with us. If you find something else that we left out, fine.
So right now you're at 6.
I got, I think 7. Hold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 with celery.
Right. So
Because I didn't think of celery. You thought of celery.
okay.
So I had 6 on my list.
And
with
the
celery,
7, you're
obese.
including marshmallow too.
Marshmallow's
As
in
one.
there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because
I know the joke half, but
Yeah.
All right. That was great. That was fantastic.
So.
All right. So that's it. We thank you guys for being patient with us. We're glad to be back. So who could we thank? First, we got to thank Silk City Hot Sauce for being our sponsor. Go to silkcityhotsauce.com. Get yourself some great homemade hot sauce. Go to the checkout counter. Put RX in the coupon code. Get yourself 15% off of your order and a free bottle of cherry sriracha. And also, thank you, all you guys who listen, all you maniacs who email us, comment on Facebook, and some of you special pals. We already mentioned some of your guys' names. You know who you are. Don't forget, try to share some either episodes or some of the quick videos.
That helps us.
Share it on Facebook.
Yeah.
We're really trying to build this thing into something really big because, you know what? Not because of us.
No.
Because you guys tell us it's great.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
If you stop telling us it's great, we won't tell you to keep sharing with your friends. All right? How about that? Also, the great Facebook group, the Honeymooners Raccoon Lodge with Joy and Brother Norton. And my comedy CD from 2011, my first comedy DVD called Happiness. You can download it anywhere you get music or comedy. If you want to support me, you can listen to it for free or just buy it. But it's good. It's an hour. As one of our pals said, it's not what you hear on the podcast. So that's it. Episode number 75 in the books. For me, Joe Conti, and my pal Louis Fats, we say we'll see you next time.
E pluribus raccoonum, and to Stan Bergstein, night all.
RX.
Good night.
Good
Thank
night.
you. Good night.
We'll have to do this again real soon.
How about tomorrow night?
This has been a non-productive media presentation. Executive producer Frank Hablawi. This program and many others like it on the Non-Productive Network is distributed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives license. Please share it, but ask before trying to change it or sell it. For more information, visit non-productive.com.
Testing, hot out, brown cow. 1, 2, 3, 4. You want to hear?
Are you ready?
Make the approach. Plant your feet firmly in the ground. Head down. Eyes on the ball. Relax. That's it. Get your left arm straight. Your right arm straight. Relax. Lower your right shoulder. Go!
The Honeymooners Podcast, the only podcast that is all about the greatest show of all time. With the stars, Joe Conti and Louis Fats.
Welcome, fellow raccoons and members of the Women's Auxiliary. What's happening, all you hurricanes, Bensonhurst bombers, and all you Mr. Harpers of the world? You're listening to the Honeymooners Podcast with me, Joe Conti, and my pal Louis Fats.
Oh, yeah. Now, look, her husband is busy on Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays. You know, just make sure you call before 6. Here you are.
Fridays.
Good old Fridays.
Yeah.
Oh, Sid Raymond.
Baby Huey.
The best Baby Huey out there.
The only podcast all about the greatest show of all time. We record in the Non-Productive Studios at 328 Chauncey Street in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn, a.k.a. Clifton, New Jersey. Subscribe to the show wherever you get your podcast. I don't know why I just sound like a radio guy.
Yeah, really.
Subscribe to the show wherever you get your podcast. And if you're on iTunes, give us a 5-star rating and leave a positive review. Our home base is non-productive.com/honeymooners. That's where you can go and listen to any of the episodes if you're just on your computer. And on Facebook, don't forget to like our Honeymooners page and follow us on Twitter at Honeymooner1. And also, if you want to support us through Patreon, you could do that And if you just go to our non-productive.com/honeymooners, go to any of the pages, and you'll be able to find a thing for Patreon, and you can help us out.
Help us out there.
Okay?
Okay, good.
And if you want to leave us a voicemail, call 240-442-2635. And you leave us a voicemail, we'll play it on the air. Or if you just you want to ask us something instead of typing it out or leaving an email, which is the other way. And if you want to email us, it's
bangzoom1956 at Gmail.
What's going on, Lou?
Joe, we're 84.
Yes.
Got a couple 84s, but I'm going to concentrate on one.
Fred Baxter, right?
Yes,
the tight end from the New York Jets.
You got it.
Freddie Boom Boom Baxter,
Boom,
we used to
Baxter,
call him.
yeah.
Nothing, huh? Nothing on Freddie.
No, nothing.
Okay. It's worth a shot.
Gene Washington. Now, this is the first Gene Washington. There were two.
Gene Washington.
Remember, there were two. Baltimore, San Francisco, the 49ers. It was a Gene Washington.
I don't remember.
Okay, and then before that, there was a Minnesota Viking, Gene Washington. And he played from 67 to 73.
And were they both receivers?
Yes, both wide receivers.
Because I know back then there were some guys on defense.
These guys, these were straight wide receivers.
Okay.
And I remember Gene Washington because he played with Bubba Smith at Michigan State. And they were both in that famous, if you go look it up on YouTube or look it up somewhere, the famous 1965 Michigan State Notre Dame game. Unbelievable game.
Really?
Unbelievable game. And Bubba Smith was a teammate of Gene Washington.
Oh, okay.
And
of
Gene
course,
went
Bubba
on,
Smith, yeah.
Gene went on to play with the Minnesota Vikings. Nice
Very
career.
nice.
67 to 73.
Are they both Hall of Famers?
Bubba is. I don't believe Gene Washington is.
Okay.
Yeah. Gene isn't. But Gene Washington. And I remember 1965 watching that game on TV. I was
You
10,
remember watching
yes,
that
I
kid
do.
as a
10
kid?
years old.
Wow.
I remember it.
Now, why were you was your dad like a Notre Dame fan or anything?
Not really, but we were just watching.
But
this
it was like a national game.
It was a game that, and they had. Just read about it. You'll be scratching your head.
Really?
Of what they did back in the day, putting games on TV. They didn't even want to put it on TV. And this is like the number 1 and 2 team ranked in the country.
Really?
Because of the TV garbage, with regional and blackouts and
Okay.
the way things were back then. But anyway, that's it. 84,
Wow.
Gene Washington.
Very nice.
Yeah, there you go.
Very nice.
All right, enough of that.
Enough of that.
Enough of our sports podcast. Now we get into the Honeymooners.
Exactly. All right. Well, first we have to. Well, you know what? Before we get started, obviously we want to talk about our wonderful sponsor.
Yes.
Silk City Hot Sauce.
Hot sauce.
What you do is you're looking for some great hot sauce. Are you looking for something that'll be good for you that maybe won't, be something that you're afraid to eat?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because
because go ahead. Go ahead.
Because especially, it's really good.
There you are. Roll that around your mouth.
It's
How can this harm you? It's homemade, pal.
of course.
Delay.
It's great. And the thing is, though, it's very healthy for you, especially if you.
I've been putting on a little weight lately.
Yes. So what you do is you go to silkcityhotsauce.com. Get yourself some great hot sauce. I love the Slurp, which is a peach flavored. And the Chipotle. The classic Chipotle.
As it's known on this show.
Yes. Mango Madness.
Chipotle around the country.
Yeah,
around the rest of the
everybody
world.
else. Yeah, the rest of the world. The rest of the civilized world, it's called Chipotle, but I call it Chipotle. Louis loves the Aztec.
Aztec Attack.
Badass
Jew I like.
Yep.
And I actually finished up my Billy Boggs. That's the Chipotle.
Oh.
It's a
Oh,
Chipotle.
really?
Yeah, I just finished it up this weekend.
Oh.
Billy Boggs. It's
You know
good.
what? I just realized this. Badass Jew.
Yeah.
I just worked with him.
Oh,
last
you did?
night.
What's his name? Alan Berg?
Aaron Berg.
Aaron Berg.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I met him once a long time ago, worked with him, and then last night was the first time we actually hang out. And he is a
one
very,
badass Jew.
Oh, yeah. He's not one to just get pushed around. Oof, what a hilarious, vile human being he was. Oh, my God. But anyway, great guy, and that's the hot sauce.
That's the hot
And
sauce.
we're supposedly going to be getting a hot sauce named after our show.
Our very own.
Yep, because our Jeff Kingfish Levinsky, the owner, is he does all different things with the different shows that he sponsors.
Yes.
And he's also a raccoon like us.
And he's a raccoon.
So Go to SoakCityHotSauce.com. Get yourself some great, healthy hot sauce.
That's right.
And then when you go to the coupon code, when you go to checkout, you put RX in the coupon code, and it'll give you 15% percentage off of your order, and get yourself
cherry sriracha.
I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't think of the word.
It just never gets old. I mean, to us, it never gets
No,
old.
to us, it never gets. People out there like, here it comes, and they're gonna start laughing like two idiots, like they never heard it or said it before.
Never heard this before. Yes, but anyway, go get yourself some great homemade hot sauce,
Can't hurt
and it helps us out.
Yes, it does.
Along with the Patreon.
Yes,
so
it
if
does,
you want to
Patreon.
join in and just give us a small donation or something, we would really appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right. So let's get going here first.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody I think knows exactly what we're going to start with, and we know. And here it is.
Verily, the Honeymooners podcast knights the full-grown nut of the week. Aren't you lucky?
All right.
Great song.
Of course. It is
Pomp and Circumstance.
Full-grown nut of the week, which we'll be doing this for, I would think, a very long time. You know why?
There's a lot of full-grown nuts around this house.
That's why. There's a lot of full-grown nuts.
There's a lot of full-grown nuts around this house.
That's exactly why. All right. So,
people are out there saying, please.
Don't be me.
Don't let it be me.
I know. Bibbs already texted me. He said, I'm never talking to either one of you again.
And then there's other people who want to be full-grown nut of the week.
Yeah, I guess.
They find it as being an honor.
Yeah.
Not who they are.
Yeah, we don't know who
who that person is.
Yeah, but we'll figure out who it is. So, our weekly full-grown nut of the week.
Yes, full-grown nut of the week.
Is none other than it's we had to confer, obviously.
Yes.
We had to confer with the
You know what we do. Everybody knows the protocol.
Right.
Me and Joe, all we do, even though this is our show, we can only suggest, and then it has to go to the Board of Nuts.
The Board of Nuts. Right, exactly.
So,
and and sometimes we ask and they're like,
yeah.
I don't know why.
You always look like some kind of nut to me.
So we were like, you know what? We brought it to them, and they thought about that, and I'm like, all right,
they were discussing it, and they were throwing it around. And so the thing is, we're not allowed in the room.
No.
Now, how do we get these people, discuss? Well, we do what any civilized human being would do. We hit a dictaphone in the room.
I forgot to get that.
That's what we did.
Dictaphone
in the room. So that's how we got the full-grown nuts discussing our selection.
Yes, and we were just, and he was probably thinking, because everybody's equal. All the just like,
Must be one of those nuts.
Yeah, must be one of those
must
nuts.
be one of those nuts.
And
so again,
it was funny. We got an email from Ira, and he thought it was him again. And he
me.
No, Ira, we already did you. You were already full-grown nut of the week already.
We're only allowed one.
Yes. And then we had Brother Bibbs.
Is this the man who gets the award?
And they're out of it.
Yeah,
they're out of the running.
They're out of the running
because they already you only give your name once.
Yep.
So Joe,
yes,
this week's full-grown nut of the week is
Mark.
There we go.
Mark S. I don't know if we should say his last name.
No, we'll just leave it at Mark S.
Yeah, I don't know if we should. It doesn't matter. He's on Facebook.
Yeah.
Mark, how do you say it?
Strouch.
Strouch, I think it is.
Yeah, I think it pronounces it Strouch.
Mark, absolutely. You know why?
Yeah, now you're a full-grown nut.
Exactly. You are worthy. And you are now.
Yeah, now you're a full-grown nut.
Mark is great. Mark is always chiming in on Facebook.
Yes.
Emailing us.
Oh, he's like a daily email.
Oh, my God. It's almost like I forgot to invite him over for dinner.
Yeah,
it's like, Mark, were you supposed to come over the other night? I apologize. I didn't have enough for you. You know,
like I'll sign on. I'll see like 3 emails because I'm like bad with checking emails.
Right.
I don't check them every day.
Right.
I should.
Yeah.
And I'll see like I'll see Mark.
One of them is 6 o'clock, right on the button. Yeah. Like, no, I didn't invite you over, Mark. But Mark is a big help. He's always chiming in with his opinion.
Yes.
Will sometimes give us ideas.
Good suggestions.
I think it was the $99,000 answer last week.
Yeah.
I sent a thing out. Mark kind of gave us that push for the $99,000 answer for the whatever happened to. And so Mark.
He put the nutty idea in our head.
Yes. The nutty ideas in your head. So, Mark, I know what you're thinking.
You know, I wonder, am I worthy of such an honor?
But you are. Mark
You are.
is full-grown nut of the week, and we do appreciate you.
Yeah,
we do. All the joking aside and the clips and all that,
yeah,
we
do.
appreciate you and all the other guys. And we'll eventually, as long as we keep doing this show, we will eventually get to you.
We'll come up with a few.
But thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
Full-grown nut of the
Full-grown
week.
nut of the week.
We really, really appreciate it.
Loyal raccoon.
Yes.
A loyal raccoon.
Extremely loyal.
Loyal raccoon.
Absolutely.
All right.
So
his braiding gets turned to platinum. All his gold braids.
So now Louis told me something, and some really cool little tidbits.
Yeah.
So we started talking about for some reason. It's almost like there's a sub plot to this podcast. The last few episodes is Car 54.
Yes.
So it's like Car 54 seems to be getting brought up a lot, and only because, first of all, it's kind of similar in a sense where it's only 2 seasons.
Yeah.
So they didn't have a ton of episodes. It's not nearly as popular as Honeymooners.
No, not at all. Not at all.
But very, and we've discussed on why we really, and I don't even know a lot of the episodes, but the couple episodes I've seen, funny, the diversity that they had in
it was
the
great.
early 60s.
Very New York. Very new. The thing is, it was filmed in New York, in the Bronx, and it was very New York.
Yep.
It was very New York.
Yep. Had, like you said, a very Jewish comedy.
Yes, very, the genius of Nat Hiken. The genius of Nat Hiken. And it's unbelievable. So now I'm getting into this Car 54 where not approaching honeymoon status yet. I haven't seen each episode 3,000 times, but I'm like up there like 3, 4, and I'm getting lines, starting to remember things and seeing the development of the characters.
Right.
So last night,
you'll see why
you'll see why we're going
to
the
correlation with this.
So last night, I'm on the Fire Stick, and Car 54. Let me watch Car 54. So there's a episode called, if you guys want to watch it, it's called Punch and Judy. That's the name of the episode. Joe, there's what? 2 seasons, right?
2 seasons.
2 seasons. So it's easy to find. It's easy to find. Punch and Judy. And I'm looking at the thing, and all of a sudden, I see this guy appear on the screen. I'm like, wait a minute. That guy's from the Honeymooners. So sure enough, who is it? I first thought it was Jim McKeever. But it turned out to be the conductor. Gentlemen, this train is going the opposite direction to Norfolk, Virginia. The conductor, okay? It's him. His name is Humphrey Davis. So I waited for the
credits.
I waited for the credits to roll, and sure enough, Humphrey Davis. Now, in this episode, it's about boxing because Rocky Graziano's in there, not playing himself. He's playing a character. Shari Lewis is in there. Playing his girlfriend.
Who's the sock puppet.
The sock puppet, Lamb Chop.
Lamb Chop, right.
Shari Lewis, who I used to watch when I was a little kid, loved her. And Sugar Ray Robinson is playing himself. So now at the end, again, they're rolling the credits, and I'm looking for Humphrey Davis. Now, under Humphrey Davis's name is Frank Gioseffi. I'm like, wait a minute. That name sounds familiar. He's an actual boxer. He is one of the guys that's on the poster outside of Madison Square Garden in the Bill Davis episode.
And in A Man's Pride.
His name is on the marquee, and he's fighting a guy named Malanga. So now I did some Bibbs research on this.
That means mentally ill research. Yes.
So now I go back and I look up this Frank Gioseffi in his boxing, some kind of boxing site. And sure enough, I get a card where he's fighting the guy named Malanga, who's on this poster behind Ralph.
So it's not only two guys that actually did box at one time. They actually fought each other. And it's on this poster.
And this is the poster, because if you look, I'm going to see if Joe could maybe put this on the page. I'll send to, and you could put this on the page, because above their name, there's two boxers that are like
blurred
out, maybe because of some kind of thing with rights and whatever. We don't know how things work.
Copywriting.
Anyway, the guy's name, you can read it, you can make it out. It's Joey Giambra, and the other guy's name is Herring. They were actually on that card that night together.
I don't know, that boxing match seems a little fishy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Herring,
yes.
This is what I do to my wife all the time.
And
all these terrible jokes.
I'm sure she just loves it. So this is an actual poster, but the poster's from 1953.
You said, right.
December 4th, 1953. So these are actual people, actual boxing, and I figured this all out just by watching Car 54. So I want everybody to watch that. It's called Punch and Judy. Because Sherry Lewis's character's name is Judy.
Gotcha.
Not Connors, also, just Judy.
And think about that. Think of the correlation, too, with the name. Punching Judy. And you're going to be Judy.
There you go.
It's a Honeymooners, Honeymooners punchline.
Yep.
No, pun intended, obviously. Yep. But yeah, like that's wild.
This is all happened last night.
Like, what they just did they? What do you think? They just found this thing, or do you think they? I don't know. I mean, who knows? We always talk about props. Right. Like, what props would we love to have? Yeah. Where did what made them find that? Was it just in the studio, and maybe it was in a big trunk filled with stuff, and they just found it?
Because it's from 3 years prior to the show.
Yeah.
It's from 50. So I believe that episode was 56. Yeah, because it was at the end, right?
Yeah. So it's 56. So it's 3 years early.
It's 3 years earlier. And then I'm not even done yet.
Oh,
because
boy. Here we go.
After that, now I'm like Mr. Grade B horror fan. I love my Grade B 1950s black and white horror movies. So I go find one with Bela Lugosi in it, which is from the 30s. And
thanks a lot, sister.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's not Bela Lugosi. Sorry.
Looks like him.
Well, sure does.
And sure enough, in this, I can't even remember the name of the movie. At the end, there's a part in the movie I taped and I showed Joe that he says, "Do you care if I smoke?" This is Bela Lugosi's line. "Do you care if I smoke?" Saying this to the detective, and of course the detective answers him,
"I don't care if you burn."
Right there.
Yeah.
Right there. This is like 1931, I believe this movie was.
Yeah. And I think most people listening to the show and most of the fans that are on any of the pages, they know that as classic of a line it was, it wasn't an original line.
No, it's a standard line. It probably came out of vaudeville.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Because you figure if this movie's like 1931, vaudeville's prior to that. It's in the 20s. And
correct.
And it had to be a comedic vaudeville one.
Right. And you know what it is? It's like you get when you are Gleason and you are this show, you get a little bit of rite of passage to just go, yeah, you know what? I'm taking that one joke.
I'm going to use it. We're going to use it. It's a standard. But I guess, too, Joe, being that it's a standard, it's acceptable. Like I said, it's vaudevillian. We're standards, using all over the country, same jokes.
But it's also, like, very few, like, everything else about the show is so original.
Yes.
That, you know what? We're going to let one slip.
Yeah.
You know, some of the greats, like I was saying before, you go see your favorite rock band, and they'll play covers. Mm-hmm. Not that they'll do it, but they'll play a cover song here and there. They've earned that right.
They earned their right to do that.
You know what I mean?
They earned their right to do it.
Gleason earned his right to take that joke.
And if
absolutely.
And if it's a vaudeville standard, it's out there for the taking.
Absolutely.
Anybody could use it.
Yeah. And it's not like that was the whole show.
No.
Because, believe me, somebody who does comedy, eventually, if you're nothing but a fraud, people will find out. Mm-hmm. That's just one little thing they threw in there.
Yep. And a great line. People reacted well. And it's a line that everybody knows.
And you know what? He delivers it so perfectly.
Oh, the way he says it's perfect.
I don't care if you burn. You burn. Of course. Who's shocked that Gleason delivered the line perfectly.
So.
But yeah, the Car 54 correlating Dusty out in that hall. I apologize. And but what a great correlation tie-in with and I'm going to start watching Car 54.
Oh, you got to watch Car 54.
Is it on Hulu?
I get it on the Fire Stick. It may come up on Hulu or IMDb.
Okay.
One of those. When I get it on, like I say, get on the fire. Whatever comes up is. You know, I have it.
Yeah, because
I think it's IMDb. I'm pretty sure it's IMDb TV. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Cool.
But you'll find it. You'll find it. It's great. It's worth it. As a secondary to the Honeymooners.
Yeah.
It's just great.
60. I just looked it up. They did 60 episodes.
60. Wow, they did that many.
So
Cool,
I guess 2 seasons.
Yeah,
that
2
sounds
seasons,
about
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
You know,
Back then,
but
yeah.
still 2 seasons. You know, most TV shows, if they're somewhat successful, you know, they keep going until until nobody wants to watch the show anymore. You know, and then they add a kid, and then they add a dog, and then they add a cousin Oliver. You know, they keep doing it because they, they did. I don't know if it was canceled because of ratings or whatever, but 2 seasons.
Yeah,
to me, 5 seasons is a perfect amount of time.
Yeah,
for
because then you stop. That's when you basically start running, like you're talking, not getting into those things that you're add-ons and they're really
because then
stupid.
you're trying too hard.
Yeah, you're cheapening your product.
Yep, exactly.
And one thing too about Car 50, you will see so many famous people young.
Yeah,
like last night, Charles Nelson Riley was on one of
that.
them.
I gotta see.
Hal Linden was on one night.
Gotta see
oh
that.
My God,
Gotta
Catherine
see that.
Hellman. Gene, what's her name? Gene Stapleton.
Gene Stapleton.
Yeah, she was in it. She was actually in the same one. And you see these people together in these shows.
Yeah, very iconic.
It's a great show. It's a great show. I wish everybody out there start getting into it. Like a little break from not a break. Never breaking from the Honeymooners.
Just an
something
add-on.
else. Just an add-on.
Just a cousin Oliver to the Brady Bunch.
Yes,
to
exactly.
throw it on there.
Like, yeah, like like Ernie on the My Three Sons.
Yeah. All right. So what we want to do is we are going to go into something that we've done a lot, and it's a lot of fun to do, and you're going to know what it is.
And now, the Honeymooners podcast presents
It's not in the top hand drawer.
the flub of the week.
Oh, God.
All right. Now, this possible flub, came from Twitter. And for all of you people, Twitter is this thing. It's like Facebook, but it's a little different, because I know a lot of you guys don't go on Twitter. But it's from...
I'll have to check that out. Something new.
Something
new different.
Yes. It's Titan on Twitter sent us a possible flub.
Yeah.
So I think we're just going to play it.
Yeah, let everybody listen.
And then let
everybody
them
listen.
let me see if I got it here. Battle. Did I do this right? Yes. Okay. Here we go. It's almost a minute, but tell us if you think you can hear the flub. All right. It's from Please
Leave the Premises. Yes, please
Yep.
leave the premises.
Here we go.
Pins and needles, needles and pins. It's a happy man that grins.
Look, see, boy, it's working like a charm. Look at a nice spot. How nice it's good.
Now, what am I mad about?
They raised the rent 15%.
Pins and needles, needles and pins. It's a happy man that grins.
In that house, Mr. Johnson, there's a perfect example how this pins and needles things work. He fought a battle with himself, he fought this battle, and he won the battle. Now he's going to go in there for a few seconds, and he'll think it over, get calm, cool, and collected, and then in a couple of seconds he's going to come out here, refreshed, with a new look out on life. Now, what do you see now? 1, 2...
You are not going to get a dime.
Okay.
Great.
All right.
Great scene.
Yeah, I don't care. I know it's a little long, but it's just so great. And but
better listen to them than listen to us.
yeah, exactly. Clips over us
any day.
Work overtime. So I'm going to read you the tweet that I got from Titan.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It says, not sure if you guys noticed or remember or have used this minor flub by Art Carney, but please leave the premises. He says about Ralph as he's in the bedroom steaming, he fought about him with himself. So we're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
So what we know, he goes, so he goes in there, he fought the battle with himself, and he won the battle, right? But when you listen, he kind of says he fought about it with himself. So it's kind of a flub.
It is.
Right? Let's see if you can hear it again.
Do it again. Listen up.
All right, here we go.
Happy man that grins.
In that house, Mr. Johnson, there's a perfect example how this pins and needles things work. He fought a battle with himself, He fought this battle and he won the battle.
See, it sounds like when you first hear it, you're like, well, he's saying he fought the battle with himself, but I don't think he says battle. Fought about it with himself.
It's like he's saying he thought about it himself.
Right.
Then he fought the battle and won the battle.
And won the battle,
So he was
right.
like stumbling over battle and thought.
Yeah, so maybe because it says he fought about him with himself.
Yeah.
And so it's like, to me, what a great catch.
A good catch.
That's a
Excellent
great catch by Titan.
Yeah, Titan.
I would say his name, but I
can't.
I don't know if I can.
No, I can't.
You probably can. It's fine. But it's like it's one that you do not notice.
No,
I never thought.
No, I didn't mean either.
So I think he says instead of he fought the battle with himself. I think that's what he meant to say.
He fought the battle and he fought
it's
him.
So close that and obviously 65 years later, lunatics like him
like
and
Titan.
us like Titan on Twitter. But yeah, I think it's a great little catch.
Great catch.
Just
I think
a smidge.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
But that's all it is. That's all it takes for a flub is a smidge.
That's all it is.
A stumble is flub and a he, she, hit, you, me.
But now we're going to continue.
Continue it.
We're going to continue because it's something that Louis says we touched on a while ago.
We may have touched on this. We don't know.
And it's a kind of a doubly flub.
Doubly flub.
And here we go.
Now he's going to go in there for a few seconds, and he'll think it over, get calm, cool, and collected, and in a couple of seconds he's going to come out here, refreshed, with a new look out on life. Now, what do you see now? 1, 2.
You are not going to get a dime.
A new lookout on life.
So
it should be
outlook on life.
Not lookout on life. Now maybe it's a new look on life, but I don't think so.
It's the new outlook. That's the way you would say
That's
it.
the way you
A
would
new
say it.
outlook.
Now Louis seems to remember us discussing this.
I think we did discuss that once before as the flub. But herein we missed the flub right prior to it.
A very tough one to find.
Tough to find.
But Titan found it. And we appreciate it. But so kind of we got a little doubly flu.
Yeah, double flu right
little
there.
double flu over there. So, but yeah, so that's our little flub of the week. And hey, listen, we always said we're going to run out of flubs, but they're still coming in dribs and drabs.
Come dribs and drabs. We're getting them. We're getting them.
We'll take them.
We'll get them.
Absolutely.
Take anything. We don't want to run out of flubs. Think about it. There's 39 shows and 84 episodes of this. Doing pretty good. I think we're still still going well.
All right. So, what we want to do, Louis, I don't even think this comes up it's just a conversation piece.
Yeah.
That Louis observed. I won't call it a Louis observation, but whatever.
Yeah. Well, the whole show's an observation.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. The Honeymooners observation. So Louis says to me, he says, there are 2 times that he can think of.
Off the top of my head.
Off the top of his head, and that was easy for me to say, where Ralph unnecessarily isn't as mad as Norton as he should be. Where most of the time, a.k.a. pal of mine, he's over the top, ridiculously mad at Norton for no reason. Or very smidge
reason.
And of course, because it's the Honeymooners and it's the character, he's over the top.
Right.
But there are 2 instances where he should be more mad at him.
Yeah.
And he's not. And let's see. We got that's here. Here we go. The first one is from Bensonhurst Bomber. Okay. And we all know he gets him all in all sorts of trouble with Harvey, right? Mm-hmm. And we all know, why'd you go start a fight with that big guy for? Right? We all know. It was him. I didn't say I was going to twist you in a pretzel. He did. Yeah. So it's the whole thing, and everybody knows, all Ed Norton.
It's all Ed. Because Ralph was saying at the time, you were watching that, and Ralph's going, shut up. Shut up.
Absolutely.
And give that little
because once he saw Harvey, Ralph was diffused.
Yes, that was it.
And he was like, "Oh, I'm cowering to this guy. This guy's bigger than me." But Norton, no, he has to instigate and make this end up being a fight.
Right.
So now you guys all know that. But now, if you listen to where now the next scene, Ed comes in, and Ralph is upset.
Right.
He's worried about the fight.
Now you're talking about in the apartment.
In the apartment.
Just right before that, we're saying that he's not mad enough as he should be. he does throw Norton out of the pool room.
Correct.
He does do that.
Right.
But we're
this
talking
is
about
this is such an egregious thing.
Yes, this should
be almost friendship ending.
Yes.
You're getting me almost killed.
It should be like almost you are a menace to me, you're a menace to society, and you are a stupid head. Now get out. That's what this should be, but it's not.
No.
So go ahead, Joe.
Here we go. And
roll him.
We started We started with the great Ed Norton knock.
Yeah.
Which,
we couldn't leave this out. This is just great.
So funny.
The ad lib knock.
The ad lib knock.
Who is it?
It's me, Ralph. It's Norton. Let me in there.
Oh, hiya, Norton.
You stay there, Offie boy. How do you do, folks? This is Smiling Ed Norton talking to you direct from the training quarters of the Bensonhurst Bomber. Would you like to say a few words to your fans out there, Bomber?
Oh, shut up.
Okay, so before he says, "Oh, shut up," because he's annoying him, but when Ralph opens the door, he's like, "Oh, hi, Norton."
hi, Norton.
Like he's all sullen,
Yeah.
and he's sad because of what's going on. Where he should be instantly, like seeing his face, should be infuriating.
It should be the get out. Get out.
Get
and
out.
then Get out.
Yeah.
They menaced me, menaced society, and you were a stupid head. This is like the prime time for that, but he's so civil to him.
Yeah. Now he gets a little frustrated.
He gets a little bit,
but you know,
it don't take much for Ralph to get frustrated over Norton.
Right,
I mean, he got more pissed off, Joe, last week when you said about the worms. When you said he went from 0 to 60 throw out because of worms.
Because of worms in a bag.
And worms in a bag, yeah.
In my icebox.
And he went nuts.
But he's going to have to fight a giant because of Ed. And he's like, "Oh, hi, Norton."
Yeah, hi, Norton. And then you go on. It says something about, "Oh, how's everybody in your neighborhood?" No, I know. You're the blabbermouth.
Yeah,
and that's
exactly.
basically, he should be fuming at him.
Beyond. But instead, he very nicely is. Well, no, actually, he doesn't even ask Ed for help.
No.
Because, with the other one about the pretending to be the doctor,
Yeah.
he asked him,
Yeah.
I got to find somebody I can trust.
Trust.
This was him just going, "I don't know." And he goes, "What if you could
Yeah.
get out of the fight without
yeah.
getting out of the fight?" Or
Right,
however
right.
it is. So it's not even like he's asking him for help.
No.
But he's just like...
he's just too civil towards
Yeah,
you. He
he's
should be a maniac.
Yeah.
It's Norton's fault that you're fighting Harvey.
Yes, it's all Norton's fault.
Norton's fault.
It would have been done.
100% Norton.
He was just going to walk away, let them fight,
He was
let
going
them
to let the pool play.
pool.
Let's move to another table.
Yeah.
That would have been it.
Done
deal.
But no.
No.
I just want to
Norton.
say, what my friend said is true. He's got a new
Suit
suit
on.
on. He'll fight you
anywhere.
anytime. Like, oh my
He'll be there.
He'll be there.
So, shut up, Norton. He's giving him the shut up, Norton.
Yeah, of course.
So this is Norton's fault. This whole fight,
100%.
And Ralph is just being too civil towards
Yeah,
him.
exactly.
We think. So
I believe it.
Instance number one.
Absolutely.
All right, Joe.
All right.
Number two.
And let me see if I can find
Find
number
it.
two. Let's see. Number two. Here we go.
Okay, here we go.
And here we go.
Instance number two.
Excuse me. Going out to play a little golf? Nothing like a good golf game. Are you interested in golf? Oh, certainly I'm interested in golf. Oh, sure. Say that is a nice bag of clubs you got there.
Well, thanks, Mr.
Cramden is the name.
Oh, yes, Cramden. Well, what kind of a game do you play, Cramden?
Oh, well, I play like...
Don't be modest, Ralph. Mr. Harper, you put a golf club in this lad's hand and he's dynamite. I'm telling you, he could be a champion. Only he ain't got no connections. Well, so you're in the championship class. Where do you play, Cramden?
Where? All around.
All around.
All around.
All right.
Where do you play?
Silver Oaks.
Oh, Silver Oaks. Oh, yes. Very nice over there. I play there lots of times.
Well, maybe I'll run into you there one day. We can shoot a few holes together.
Yeah, that'd be nice. If I ever run into you over there, we'll shoot a few.
Why don't you make it definite? How about Sunday? Oh, well, I'm sorry. I'm booked up Sunday.
Oh, you are? That's a shame. Sure would have liked to play with you Sunday.
About a week from Sunday.
Right,
no, Sundays are out. I play with my regular partner on Sunday.
Mr. Douglas.
Well, I guess it looks like we're never going to get together to play.
Well, what do you say about Saturdays? Ralph doesn't work on Saturdays.
Well, now, that's an idea. Let's see. How about 4 weeks from this Saturday? All right with you, Ralph?
Perfect.
Okay, it's a date. Always a pleasure to play with a good golfer. I'll see you on the golf course. We tee off at 10 o'clock. Of course, I'll see you around before then.
Bye.
What's the matter with you?
By the way, one of my favorite hits.
That is one of the
And
best.
It's timing because it's not only how he hits him, but when he says, "What's the matter with you?" he hits him right when he said, "What's." It's great.
Perfect
Anyway,
hit.
that's the
Perfect
physical
hit.
thing. But we all know this is all. Now, granted, getting him into this predicament is obviously Norton's, persistence.
Yes.
Afterwards, you think, well, it actually turned out to be a good idea because in 4 weeks you make up an excuse. And obviously everything went to pot.
Your plan's gone to pot.
But again, he's got him in this situation where he has to now dress up in crazy clothes and has to learn golf in 3 days?
3 days, uphill shots, downhill shots. But here's the thing. It's Norton getting him in this situation, and Ralph is not pissed off at him enough.
Exactly. Not. Like he's... Again,
because he said, "I know how to you can get out of it," but you still work there. You're working with me. How many times are you going to get out of this? Because Mr. Harper's probably going to come to you and say, "Hey, Ralph,
when are we going to ever play?
Going to play that game of golf?"
That's true. What is 6 months from now? Hey, when are we going to play? My guy can't make it. He's going away on vacation. Why don't you come with me? Yeah, eventually it's going to. But you know what it is? Oh well, he's got an. It's Ralph's Ed's plan,
right?
But it's your fault that he's in this.
There, you see.
So you better have some way to figure this out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he's making it like, oh, no. When we're thinking about it, like, well, Norton has a great plan for him. Yeah. Well, it's your fault he's in this.
Yeah. It's all your fault.
Right.
It's
So
all Norton. And again,
comes in.
Our point being, we think Ralph is just too easy on Ed. He should be a nut. Like, look what you just did to me.
Yes. Yeah. Like cause, not like, stepping on my foot or, sliding on, rock candy, but just, this is causing me an issue. I have an issue now because of you.
With the vice president, wherever heck Parker is, Harper.
Right.
Harper is.
Yeah. So, Now, the question for everybody is, can you name any other time in the original 39?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, where Ralph, because we always talk about how he's irrational with his being mad at him.
Yes.
Pal of mine with the ring.
Yep.
But were there any other ones? And look, we didn't go digging through. Louis just thought of two.
Just thought of two off the top of my head.
If anybody could come up with any other situation where he got, he was unnecessary, he was underwhelming.
Yeah, like Norton got off a little light.
He should, yes.
Norton,
Ed got off a little bit
light.
light.
Yeah.
Yep. So if anybody comes up, I'm going to pose the question on the Facebook after the episode comes out. And if anybody comes up with any, we'd love to know.
We'd love to know.
We actually do. We do enjoy the, you guys chiming in.
Oh, we love it.
Actually do.
Oh, we love it.
I believe most big shows and YouTube channels don't care about anybody's opinion, but we do.
We do.
We actually do. So anybody comes up with any, please
you just help
let
us.
us.
You're helping us out too. Less thinking for us.
Exactly. All right. Well, we're gonna try something. I've done it once, and we're gonna try it again, and I'm gonna see if I can get Louis on this. All right. And here is the little intro for it.
The Honeymooners podcast presents
A strange sound, foreign sound.
What's that sound?
Sounded like feeding time at the zoo.
It's a good intro.
Oh,
all right.
Great intro. Great.
Yes.
Great swine.
So this is the What's That Sound?
Yeah, what's that sound?
And it's basically me trying to get Louis with a quick sound from the show and see if Louis can guess the context of the sound.
Either I stay perfect or my batting average drops 500 points in one at
I
bat.
know, we've only done one,
We've only
right?
done one. One for one.
Here we go. It's quick.
All right.
Here we go.
Oh, that's when he's
Hold on, I'll play it again.
Okay.
And a half.
That's when he's adding up the bills.
You got it.
Hand in the hay. $186.32.
Yeah.
Ham and a hay.
I think I'm just doing this just to make you feel better.
Whew, still batting it down.
Yeah. So, if anybody's got any good clips for me to get to Lou, you can send it to me. Don't do it to Bang Zoom because that's Lou's email address.
I'll note it.
You know what? Just send a message on the Honeymooners Facebook page because Louis doesn't read those.
No, I don't read those. I don't know how to read them.
He doesn't know how to get on Facebook. He just okay. All right. Well then, listen. We are coming to Louis' favorite part of the show.
The end.
And now, Tom, who is our first guest, please? Our first guest, ready to leap the first hurdle on his way to the $99,000 answer, is our
courier from Parsippany, New Jersey, Joe Conti.
Thank you.
I want to see the expression on your face when you miss it.
Harsh.
I tell you, I don't think the audience is with me on this one.
I'm going to say one thing, Joe. Before we had an email from Dave from Ottawa.
Oh yes, that's right.
He commented on our herb.
Yes, that's
he says
right.
Sometimes we're like a half a second off, and it
it
bothers
him, and he loves the fact that when we do
herb, when we're a half second off, it really bugs him.
Yeah, so he says, "Please, can you get?" I think we're pretty good today.
This week, I think we were really good. I think we were both our herbs were all on.
We were right on with the herb.
Freddie Mullers.
Yeah,
so we were all there. The three of us were all on there. Herb. All right. So so now here we go.
Okay.
Trivia.
Here we go.
Of course, prepared by
Professor Walter Newman.
Yes, like every question is. All right. Now, this is from Joe on stage.
Okay.
On stage.
Okay.
Remember when Mr. Fabersham asked him if he had any experience acting, and Ralph said, not really. But he said, well, it was one time I appeared in the Bus Driver Frolics. What year was the Bus Driver Frolics?
1949.
You got it. Without even a tick-tick-tock in there.
I know, I didn't even tick-tock. And that's just because I'm an idiot when it comes to, I'm a savant when it comes to dates.
You're a date guy. That's
I'm
right.
a date guy,
Right.
So, hold on.
Just to make it sound good.
1949.
There you go.
That's a good question.
No, the Bus Driver Frolics
from 1949. And that, what did he say? The ballerina dress?
Yeah, you came out in that ballerina dress, and didn't hurt you or something like that. You ever laugh? I didn't even do nothing yet.
You know what's funny when he says that?
Yeah, he says I played all the comedy
parts.
Right, yeah.
And then when Norton says, well, the what did he say?
The ballerina
dress
didn't hurt. It's hurt you or something like that.
Right. Basically saying, I had the dress on, which got you a lot of laughs.
That's what you're laughing at.
And if you look at Ralph, he kind of just goes, you know what I mean? He wasn't it wasn't like he thought it was a dig at him or anything. He thought it was actually it was truthful. It was very truthful. So, well, what can we do? First of all, before we start thanking everybody, we want to just again thank Mark.
Yes, congratulate
Mark for being full-grown nut of the week. We appreciate Mark.
Mm-hmm.
He's a pal.
Yes.
Confidant.
Bosom buddy. Play punchball together.
Yeah, sometimes we bowl in our, we go to our lanes.
Yeah, our lanes.
And, and pick our lane and play with Mark. So thank you, Mark, man. We really appreciate you and all you other nuts. And who else can we thank? Silk City Hot Sauce, our sponsor. Go to silkcityhotsauce.com. Get yourself some great homemade hot sauce. And then when you go to purchase your hot sauce, in the coupon code, you put RX and get yourself 15% percentage off of your order. And you also get a free bottle of cherry sriracha. And all you guys who listen, email, comment on Facebook, and now Twitter. We got guys on Twitter now really starting to come around.
Titan.
You know who you are, man. Thank you so much. And you know what? Share with your friends some of the episodes. Maybe it was one of your favorite episodes when you were mentioned, or like Mark should be sharing this one because this is all about Mark today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but any of our videos,
he'll be getting a certificate in the mail, or actually in the email, with Ira's name and Bibbs' name crossed out, and his name written in.
It'll just say, you too. You too.
We're on a very strict budget.
Very strict diet here. But yeah.
And Joe, T-shirts.
That's right. We just sold 2 more T-shirts this week.
Let me tell you something, people. These are going to be collector's items one day because we are never doing this again. I think Ralph made more money from his handy housewife helper.
Yeah. So if you want a T-shirt, a Honeymooners T-shirt, Honeymooners podcast T-shirt, go to non-productive.com /honeymooners. Click on any of the episodes and just scroll down and you'll see a thing for the T-shirts. And there's no 2X's left.
Yeah,
so,
no 2X. No 2X.
Go on a keto diet or something, drop a few pounds, and then get yourself an extra large. Yeah.
Or gain some weight and go the other way.
Yeah, I'm lucky. I took one of the last 2X's. I went from a large 3X, now I'm down to a 2X, so that's why I took it. I apologize. But share with on your social media some of our videos. And if you want to subscribe to my YouTube channel, which I put all our YouTube videos on there, just look for Joe Conti Comedian or Honeymooners Podcast. I put that up there.
Right.
And subscribe to the YouTube channel. And if you want to check out my 1-hour comedy album, it's called Happiness. It's from 2011. It's a long time ago, but you can download it anywhere you get your music or comedy. I think you can get it free. If you want to spend the $6 and support me, that's great too. And
good humor is timeless, Joe.
That's true.
It's like, mind if I smoke?
Don't care if you burn. All right. Well, that's it, folks.
That survived 90 years.
Can we mention real quick about our email that we got?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Which one?
Howie.
Oh, yes. Oh,
How
my
cool
God.
is that?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of you people aren't aware, but, me and Joe are Met fans here in the New York area, obviously. And one of our listeners is the Mets play-by-play guy on radio, Howie Rose. I believe he still does the Islander games, too. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
And he actually we sent him a T-shirt.
He was recovering.
He was recovering from an issue,
procedure,
some kind of procedure. So he was recovering. We sent him a T-shirt, and he responded to us with a thank you.
Yeah,
and good luck. And he's going to try to. He said he's going to try to listen to our podcast.
Absolutely,
and he wishes us all the best
because he's a huge Honeymooners.
Honeymooner fan.
Like even Lou knows that.
Oh yeah, because he'll give his little Honeymooner lines even when he's broadcasting a game.
Yeah,
and you got to catch him, and it's great. It's great. And Howie's a good guy. And he responded, and we're glad he got the T-shirt.
Absolutely.
Howie, we hope you're recovering. And
yeah, especially if he's listening.
Yeah, hope he's listening.
Yeah, get us some box seats, will you? Really. Yeah. Got your T-shirt for Pete's sake.
Even trade-off. $300 box seat.
All right.
Citi Field.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Episode 84 in the books. And for me and Louie, we say, we'll see you next time.
E pluribus raccoonum, night all.
RX.
Good night. Good night.
you.
Good night. We'll have to do this again real soon.
How about tomorrow night?
This has been a non-productive media presentation. Executive producer Frank Hablawi. This program and many others like it on the Non-Productive Network is distributed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives license. Please share it, but ask before trying to change it or sell it. For more information, visit non-productive.com.
Testing, hot outbound call, 1, 2, 3, 4. You want to hear?
Are you ready?
Make the approach. Plant your feet firmly in the ground. Head down. Eyes on the ball. Relax. That's it. Get your left arm straight. Your right arm straight. Relax. Lower your right shoulder. Go!
The Honeymooners Podcast, the only podcast that is all about the greatest show of all time. With the stars, Joe Conti and Louis Fatz.
Welcome, fellow raccoons and members of the Women's Auxiliary. What's happening, all you Hurricanes, Bensonhurst Bombers, and all you Shirleys of the world? You are listening, Ralph's friend Shirley, by the way. You're listening to the Honeymooners
or Mr.
Podcast.
Gersh's secretary.
Yeah, that one too. You're listening to the Honeymooners Podcast with me, Joe Conti, and my pal Louis Fats.
Well, I want to try it on someone else. Miss Evans, please tell Mr. Peck I'd like to see him in here for a moment. Mr. Tebbets, too. Had to go back to Mr. Marshall.
You had to go back to Bishop. You went back to the gravy, didn't you?
I had to.
Yeah.
Two consecutive weeks of Mr. Johnson. I had to go back to it.
The only discussion-based podcast all about the greatest show of all time. We record at the Non-Productive Studios at 328 Chauncey Street in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Subscribe to the show wherever you get your podcasts, and if you're on iTunes, give us a 5-star rating and leave a positive review because we will read them.
Yeah, we do.
Our home base, where if you want to just listen to all the shows, if you don't do the podcast thing, just go to non-productive.com/honeymooners to listen. Don't forget to like our Honeymooners Podcast Facebook page, and you can follow us on Twitter. And if you want to leave a voicemail, and we're going to play one today from our pal Bruce, call 240-442-2635. That is the personal voicemail for this show and my other show, but it will be for me, and I will listen to it, and we'll play it on the air. And don't forget, if you want to contact us and you want to do it the old-fashioned way, email.
Bangzoom1956 at Gmail.
All right. And
or you can write us a letter.
Yeah.
To our P.O. Box.
Yes. 33 Kosciuszko Street. What's happening, Lou?
Joe, number 68.
Yes, number 68.
We have a hockey player. I'm telling you, start last hockey player. Even when we get to 99, we know who 99 is going to be.
Well, yeah, that's probably the only hockey player I know.
He ain't going to be mentioned. You know who 99 is. There's only one.
Mark Gastineau.
You got it. We have Jaromir Jagr.
Oh.
Played for 9 teams in the NHL.
Did he really?
Listen to this. This is funny. He was the first Czech to be drafted without having to defect from Czechoslovakia. 1990, that was.
Really?
Yes, 1990.
So he just, they just said?
They drafted him because it was okay. Everything was opened up. It was okay. Everything was okay after 90. So they usually had to defect to play in the NHL. But he was actually open to the draft in 90.
Very nice.
First guy. First Czech.
I love his alcohol, by the way.
Yeah.
His Jager bombs.
Yeah.
So stupid.
It's high school with some Silk City hot sauce in it.
Yes. So,
we also have an honorable mention, too. L.C. Greenwood.
L.C. Greenwood?
Yeah.
68?
Steelers, yeah.
Steelers?
Yeah.
What was he, a defensive lineman?
A defensive end.
That's right, because back then they would use
he was
the
steel
60s.
Curtain. Yeah, he was a steel curtain.
Steel curtain.
Yeah,
L.C. Greenwood, yeah.
4-time Super Bowl champ, 6-time Pro Bowler. That's for our guy out there who keeps on writing us on our Steelers. Like, if we ever, feels hurt if we haven't mentioned the Steeler. Like, hey, you didn't mention Joe Schlabotnik. He was on the Steelers taxi squad. He wore number 75.
Yes. Yes.
You know where Joe Schlabotnik is from?
Joe Schlabotnik?
Schlabotnik, Charlie Brown's favorite baseball player.
Really?
Yes.
How come I don't remember that? Because I read all the Charlie Brown books as a
Joe
kid.
Schlabotnik.
Joe Schlabotnik.
He's a fictitious player.
I used to read all the Charlie Brown books. I had such low self-esteem. I used to think I was Charlie Brown, and I ended up marrying a redhead.
And then you moved on to Ziggy, and you felt better.
Yeah. Once I got into the corporate self-hatred world. All right. Well, listen. Before we get started, we have to first of all mention our great sponsor, Silk City Hot Sauce. Go to silkcityhotsauce.com. Get yourself some really, really great homemade hot sauce.
Can't harm me, pal.
From our pal Jeff Kingfish Levinsky. So what you do is go to Silk City Hot Sauce. Get yourself some great hot sauce. Like I love the Taco Fiesta. Lou loves a couple. What is your favorite?
Badass Jew.
Badass Jew.
Yeah, like Aztec Attack, Smoking.
Yep.
All of them.
And get yourself some great homemade hot sauce. And then when you go to check out, there'll be a little coupon code, and you put RX in the coupon code, and that gives you 15% off your order, and you'll get a free bottle of cherry sriracha. And what it does, it lets them know that you bought it because of us.
Right. Helps us.
And it helps us out a little bit. especially because we're going to be. I'm going to talk to Lou after the show about getting the T-shirts going.
Yeah, okay.
I'm really hot for the T-shirts now. So
having logistics problems with that, right?
yeah. Just trying to figure out what sizes we should get and how much.
Joe, how are we going to get it to them?
Yeah, I know.
Back and forth to the post
I know.
office.
I don't know. I'm not sure about that. But anyway, let's get going with the show. First of all, yes,
we have a lot today, Joe.
We got a lot of stuff to do.
Good stuff. Too.
First off, we're gonna play a voicemail from our pal Bruce, and Bruce is he actually helped us with one of our new promos, our little one and done thing.
Yeah,
so
intro.
Yes. And so Bruce left a voicemail, and he gets his wife involved a little bit. He's doing bits. It's kind of funny, so here we go.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Joey, buddy, old pal. What's the good word, Louie?
Bruce, what are you doing? I need your help.
Will you keep it down? I'm over here talking to Joe and Louie.
Okay, Bruce, but someday you're going to ask me to do something for you.
I'm asking you right now, leave the premises. She's a yappity yap. She's gone. Hey, I just wanted to let you guys know you guys are doing a great job. I'm enjoying the show every week. Every time you do a new show, it's pretty badass. Also, watch the lost episodes, review the lost episodes. That's so much content right there. Conti. So much content. You guys are going to, I'm telling you, have lots to talk about. I watch it all the time, so I'm telling you right now, it's a lot of good stuff. If you guys like the 39 episodes, the lost episodes is just as good. Anyways, enjoy yourselves. Have a great show, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Take it easy.
Thank you, Bruce.
All right, Bruce.
Our pal Bruce.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes,
Yeah, he said he's got because I don't know if you ever seen him, but he's got like long hair.
I saw him on,
he looks like he's like a rock star
Yeah.
from like the 90s, and he's got this bruiser voice. You know, where he just looks like he just collects money for certain type of people. Yeah.
And it's not the government.
Yeah. No, absolutely not. Yes. So, let's see. What were we going to do? Foist, we were going to do. Yes.
We're going to.
What?
No, good.
Nope. We are going to start with our. We've done it a couple of times, but we have our new intro.
Yeah, an intro
for our newer bit, and it is. I hate this.
It's
I
coming
can
up.
never find it. Oh, wait a minute. Is it under O?
Mm-hmm.
Is it? Oh, there it is.
Hey.
Under A.
Under A.
And here we go.
Hear ye, verily hear ye. The Honeymooners podcast now presents Ad Lib or Not an Ad Lib. That is the question.
All right, that is my pal from Copenhagen in Europe, my pal Dave Ingram, who's like a rock star out in Europe. He's like a big deal out there, and he's my pal, and he sends me dumb jokes, and we just text back and forth. And but thank you, our pal. And our ad lib or not ad lib is look, this one is easy, but we're gonna play it anyway.
Yeah.
And it's from The Man from Space, and it's after Ralph comes out in his crazy costume, crazy costume, and this is a double ad lib.
Double ad lib, yeah.
Here we go.
Well, what do you think?
I think you're nuts.
None of your funny stuff, Alice. What do you think of the costume?
Well, I gotta admit, it certainly is original, Ralph. But there's one question I'd like to ask you.
Whoops.
You're losing it already.
Let me have that. That's my denaturizer.
While we're on the subject, what are you supposed to be?
What am I supposed to be? The man from space.
All right. So now, obviously, while he was showing off his costume, a little thing falls off, And she goes, "You're losing it already." And she didn't even know what it was yet.
Yeah.
And he said, "That's my denaturizer,"
Naturizer.
which obviously is an ad lib.
That's 100%.
100%.
There's no gray area on that one.
There's nobody is going to argue that and lose. Yeah, there's no way.
No way.
Because it falls off.
Yeah. And she ad-libbed before that.
Right.
You're losing it already.
You're losing it already.
That's not a line. So there's a
absolutely,
double. Everybody knows of the denaturizer.
Yes.
Everybody knew that was an ad-lib.
Absolutely.
But everybody forgets that she ad-libbed before that.
Yeah.
So we have a
absolutely.
double ad-lib.
Double ad-lib.
And it's
obvious.
100% lock, stock, and barrel. There's no way that was written.
Yes, exactly. There's no way you could bring all of your best attorneys. There's no way you're going to win this argument.
You can bring Sam Wiggum if you want.
Yeah.
Any attorney.
You could bring one of your wives to try to argue with us.
Yeah.
And I'll probably bring my wife. She'll probably convince me that it wasn't an ad lib for a TV show that she doesn't watch. But so that is our basically our official first start of ad lib or not to ad lib
With an intro.
with a great intro. So now we are going to go into, and this isn't a Louis observation or anything. We just want to have a little fun.
Just discuss a scene.
Discuss a scene, and this is from On Stage.
Right.
Obviously, the great On Stage. Yes.
Yeah.
And first,
Yes.
part of it is a classic.
Classic.
Where how did you describe it, Lou? We're going to the vault.
The vault. We're going back to the.
We're going to go back into the
flub
flub vault. Right.
Now we just got to get a nice creaky door. Joe's going to get that set up. We're going to go into the flub vault.
The flub vault. Yes. Maybe we'll have a special flub intro for the flub vault.
Yeah.
Yes.
With the creaky door.
Yep.
You know, because
and we'll
we're not very imaginative.
No. But we're not imaginative, but we're still going to get a cheap laugh by playing this.
Of course.
Of course.
And now, the Honeymooners podcast presents
It's not in the top hand drawer.
the flub of the week.
From the flub vault.
From the flub vault. Yes. The reflub of the week. All right. So this is this was one of Louis' flubs that when he found, and I was like, this is, and it's so subtle.
Because
but
there's no stumble. He's stumbling
right
prior to this, but there is no stumble. There's no spoonerism.
Correct.
And and that's what it is. Basically, it's that smooth flub that if you're really not listening, you don't know it's a flub.
Yep. And here is the flub. Classic from On Stage.
I'm afraid you're wasting your time. Ralph is never going to change his mind about the lodge putting on a play.
Mrs. Cramton, I have every confidence that the lodge will make money. And in fact, I've thought of a way of convincing Ralph not only of becoming part of the lodge and not only of okaying the play, but being in it himself.
We forgot there's a double flub to that.
Yes.
Where he, the first part of it where he says, I just heard it.
You just heard it. The confidence. Is that the
Yes.
one you're talking about?
Yeah.
I have every confidence.
I have.
Yeah, I don't know if
Is that a phrase?
I have
all the confidence.
I have all the confidence. I have every confidence.
Maybe it is.
Maybe it is.
But
We don't talk like that anymore.
No. I got all the freaking But it's a great little flub where he says, not only have I convinced Ralph to
be a member of the lodge.
Being a member of the lodge.
Which he already is.
Yeah, which he already is. But he's probably about to get thrown out from his buddies and his pals and his friends. But, yeah, from the flub vault, the great Mr. Fabersham. And you know what? Yeah. Before we continue, we were talking about this. Did they make up the name Fabersham?
Yeah, we were Joe mentioned this before the show we went on, and we're getting our things together.
Yeah.
Which it doesn't take long because,
as you can tell.
As you can tell by the production of the show. And Joe's saying, I've never heard this name Fabersham.
I've never heard the name Fabersham. Yeah. Like, there are certain names like McGillicuddy that you don't hear anymore.
I mean,
but
I think Lucy was the last one.
Yeah, Lucy was when I think of McGillicuddy, I think of Lucy. Fabersham.
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah,
what kind of name is that? And I was just saying that it might be just the writers and Gleason coming up with a funny sounding, weird almost.
Weird,
like,
but elitist type name,
Mr.
Fabersham.
And it ends up being where they're imitate, and he's doing basically his John Barrymore.
John Barrymore comes
and doing his and then
and Norton comes in doing James Cagney.
James Cagney, right? And I just think they figured out that that's just a funny, perfect sounding name. Fabersham. Sham.
So it
like,
works.
think of it. Sham means baloney.
Yeah.
It's a sham.
Yeah.
Maybe that's where it came. Maybe they made up the name. It's Fabersham.
Whoever came up with that, it's a perfect name, and it works. Now we're so used to it that nothing else could be substituted for that name.
No. It's almost like we've been indoctrinated with some of these sounds. I always say, like, certain athletes, you'll hear like a weird name from an athlete. Like, I'm a Jet fan, right? And I hear Keyshawn. Like, I was like, what is Keyshawn when I first heard it?
Yeah.
But now it's like hearing the word Joseph.
Yeah.
Because you hear it so much. Fabersham, it's like Smith to me.
Yeah.
It's Smith.
Perfect. It's perfect.
It's just perfect.
Yeah. So that fits.
So that is our little thing on Mr. Fabersham. But now we want to get into on stage, and Louis wanted me to get basically a little part of when they're rehearsing, and we're gonna play around with it. Louis will tell me when to stop.
Yeah.
But here we go. This is when Ed comes in when they find out that Joe Hannigan
got the flu.
Got the flu. All right, here we go.
Hey, Ralph, did you hear the news? Joe Hannigan's got the flu. He can't be in a play tonight.
He's not going to be in a play.
No.
That's impossible. He's got a big speech in the last act.
Well, what are we going to do? Who's going to take his place?
Edward Norton, thespian, to the rescue.
Are you crazy? You don't fit Hannigan's part.
Maybe not, but I fit Hannigan's costume.
I will not go on tonight.
My favorite.
Oh, Ralph, what are you talking about?
Look, how do they expect me to give a finished performance when they throw inexperienced actors in at the last minute? How dare Hannigan get the flu? How can he do this to me?
To me.
Ralph, look, I've been studying the script and the speech, and I know it pretty good by now. And if you just give me a chance there, I promise I'll do my very best.
Of course you will, Ed, and you'll be just fine. Look, we can rehearse the scene right now.
Okay, well,
we can stop it.
want to pause for a second.
Pause there. We can go back if we want. We got so many things to talk about
here. Yeah. First, when Norton comes in, I think we touched on this once.
We did, I think.
For a second.
Yeah.
When he is like, Hannigan got the flu.
Hannigan gets the flu. Joe Hannigan.
Yeah, Joe Hannigan.
Joe Hannigan.
My pal.
From last week.
And so they just decide right there.
Right then and there on the
at
spot.
328 Chauncey Street. I wish I knew what their apartment number was. Anybody ever
nobody
try to guess?
No, we
whatever?
kind of try to figure out the floor at that time. He's at least the second floor because Judy Connors lives downstairs.
Like 2B or 2C or
Ed's
something.
upstairs 3.
3, maybe.
The real Chauncey Street building in the pictures is only like 3 stories.
Yeah.
So we don't know. We don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
But
he's not on the ground floor. That we know.
He's not on the ground floor. But I just love it because Norton comes in, I guess because he's got the phone, and he finds out. And he's like, yeah, I can do the part. And he's basically asking for permission from Ralph if he can have I could do the part.
Yeah.
It's like, you don't want to ask Fabersham,
at least run it by Freddie Muller.
Running past Freddie Muller.
He's the entertainment chairman.
Exactly.
Had absolutely no input on this thing whatsoever.
Apparently, Norton wasn't good enough for any of the other parts.
The upstairs maid.
The upstairs maid didn't have nicer knees. And so he's like, I'll do it. And, of course, he says you don't fit the part, but I fit Hannigan's costume.
Okay.
Which is a great joke.
Great joke, yeah.
So now we'll...
and it's a way to get Norton, obviously... to get Norton involved.
Of course.
That's what the show is. It's
yes.
Ralph and Norton.
Yes.
I mean, I don't think any of us want to see Joe Hannigan. Really, where's Norton?
Exactly. It's like, wait a minute, we wanted Curly. Why are you bringing her shrimp?
Yeah, we don't want... don't want to see Frank Marth coming in as Joe Hannigan saying Peloponnese. It just wouldn't work.
All right, we'll continue.
Ed, do you understand the situation?
Let me see. Now, Ralph is a self-made, rich man who can get anything in the world he wants, except in you. I am Hamilton Douglas, a young, devil-may-care fellow without a cent or a worry in the world. and you turn Ralph down to go away with me.
Why?
Now, how are we going to get an audience to believe that?
Ralph, it's perfectly all right. At the end of the play, I come back to you.
Well, they'll believe that.
Okay.
Now-
Louis makes a great point about that.
He says at the end that when he says, how are we going to get audience to believe that?
Which gets a great laugh.
Great laugh.
Because it's hilarious.
He says, and in the end, you come back to me about, well, they'll believe that. Now, I think the line would have been, I'm not telling Gleason what to do, but I think the line would have been better. Well, that they'll believe.
Right.
I just think it would
a little more
sounded,
accentuate on the word that.
Yeah.
And whether it would have been like, now that they'll believe, which I think actually, because it's all encompassing with how he feels he's so, so fancy or regal at this point. And, or at the very least, you'd be like, well, they'll believe that. Like it was just, well, they'll believe that.
Yeah, he didn't say it. I just
it could have got an extra oomph with the laugh.
With the laugh, yeah.
Because it is a funny, it's a funny premise,
it is.
obviously.
Oh, God.
Yes. All right.
So we got that.
Here we go. Let's continue.
Look, we don't have to go through the whole scene. Let's just do where you propose to me again just before Hamilton's entrance. All right?
Yeah.
Here, Ralph.
Yeah, I'll hold the script, too.
I'll hold the script, too.
Yeah. Are you ready, Ralph?
I never noticed.
That line, I'm like, where does this line come in? And I'll hold the script, too. All right.
Yeah, you could do that or put it on the table,
paper,
whatever you want to do.
You know the lines, you shouldn't be reading it.
Yeah, well, if you put the paper down, you could probably go in the fridge and get yourself some fried chicken. I'll hold the script, too. I never.
Yeah, I know. Where does that line come in?
This is coming to you very live.
Not on film.
Rachel, won't you reconsider?
Frederick, you're being unfair. When I said that I would come over, you promised me that you would not ask that question again.
I don't understand you, Rachel. You can have everything you ever dreamed of.
So fantastic.
I built this magnificent home with just you in mind. All these furnishings, all these works, I collected from castles and palaces in Europe.
Please, Frederick.
Come here, my dear. Look out there, Rachel. Say yes, and all that is yours.
Now, what are you laughing at? What does Rachel want with a Chinese restaurant and a pizzeria? I quit!
Okay. Now, I just want to say one thing.
Joe, go.
When he first sings, look at all these furnishings, all these things, the audience is getting it.
They understand.
He's pointing to this
apartment.
hovel.
Yeah,
this,
of nothing.
This hovel. And so they're getting the lift. They're getting the gist of it, just the idea that he's pointing. Yeah, obviously, he's acting.
Yes.
But he's pointing to this hovel. And he's like, this will be yours. And it actually goes to another level when he tells her to look outside. She actually looks out the window. And then Norton says,
obviously, this huge estate.
Right. A villa.
We have a villa.
And then I think we even said when we talked about this, we said, in 1955, I would have been okay with a Chinese restaurant or a pizzeria.
Yeah.
It's not a bad business.
Yeah, really, in the neighborhood, whole neighborhood.
And now we get to the one of the bigger parts here.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Come on, Ralph. Come back here. We'll start right from where we left off. Come on, we have to rehearse the scene. Come on. Now do it right.
Do it
Frederick,
right.
You're a wonderful man, and I'm very fond of you. But I love Hamilton.
Are you sure?
Yes.
All right. Call him in.
No fighting, please.
I'm a fighter, Rachel. But I'm also humble and a good loser.
Hamilton, come in. Frederick,
fake
understand.
open door.
Yeah. Hamilton, you're a lucky man. You've got the greatest woman in the world. Be good to her.
Oh, if I didn't think I could make her happy, I would never have told her that I love her. After all, love and happiness is all I have to offer her. I don't possess a mansion, a villa in France, a yacht, Oh, a string of Peloponnese. I'm glad to hear. A string of Peloponnese? Where do you see that?
Right there, a string of Peloponnese.
That's a string of polo ponies! That's all.
Oh, it isn't my fault. They put the right one together.
Dusty on that hall. Okay. No, it's a classic moment
scene,
of
and everybody knows the Peloponnese.
Peloponnese.
It's just classic.
Louis makes a great little point about that.
Yeah. Okay, well, we're going to go through, but the point about the Peloponnese. Now, here's the deal. We're going to start from the beginning here. They should be rehearsed. The show's going on that night.
Yes.
Alice obviously is the only one who knows her lines. Ralph don't know what the hell he's doing.
You know what it is? It almost sounds like art imitating life.
Yes. Yeah.
It's almost like that is what rehearsal would have looked like if Gleason was rehearsing.
Yeah, because now it's convenient because for him, he's reading off the thing. You know some of his lines.
Right.
But there's things he looks back, and Norton's reading right off the paper. So he has no clue. He's got to be ready for it that night.
Right. Like, how is he going to rehearse this in 2 hours?
Yeah,
and do this full-on play.
Do this full-on play. Now, he says there's a couple of things here, Joe, we were mentioned before, that he says he's got, this line goes, he's got a big speech in the last act. Like, Joe Hannigan's got this big speech in the last act. Well,
hear ye.
Joe Hannigan I'm Joe Hannigan.
4 scores.
First of all, where has he been the rest of the play?
It's supposed to be a love triangle.
It's a love triangle. Yeah, so you should be there the whole scene.
Yeah. So what is it? Just a picture of Hannigan in the room, and then he comes in at the end and makes his speech.
Makes his speech. Oh, how I love her. You know, I was like, so where were you this whole time? You're not in the play,
right? And we even said that. We said it almost doesn't make sense because it's not for a comedic purpose. It's not a joke.
No, it's not.
He could have said, "How could he do this to me? He's one of the lead roles."
Exactly. So that would have covered the whole play.
Right.
He says he's got a big speech in the last act.
Right.
Well, obviously he should have been there the whole time.
Yes.
He is part of the love triangle.
Yeah, he's one of the
main characters.
Of
the three. There's how many? What you got? We got Alice. You got Rachel.
You
have Frederick, and you have Hamilton.
And
the maid. The upstairs
maid. Right. And we don't know who else is.
We know it wasn't Trixie who played the upstairs maid. We have
no
idea.
No.
We have no idea.
I don't think she would have been good in
maybe
the play.
Helen Hurdle. I don't know. Maybe somebody.
Helen Davis.
Yeah, Helen Davis.
Some Helen.
Yeah. No, Millie Davis.
Millie Davis. That's right. I'm sorry. Yeah.
So it could have been one of them. We don't know. So we don't know how many people are in this play. We don't know where this play came from.
Right.
Now, we could think this way, Joe. Maybe this is because they say in the beginning that Fabersham does this for small organizations and then he makes money. That's what Norton said. Now, is this a standard play that Fabersham carries around with him?
Almost like a Death of a Salesman.
Like Our Town, Death of a Salesman, small, these we saw like a very quaint. Nothing extravagant on stage, like a table and 2 chairs and
right,
something like that, which it would be.
Especially with plays, it's not about the. It's usually not about the appearance; it's about the dialogue and the acting.
Exactly, it's like a PBS show from England, dialogue, blah blah blah. I mean, you're not going to have Vin Diesel show up and blow up Freddie Muller's car. It's just that's not happening.
Yes, he's going to race Freddie Muller's car. Slow and Furious 10.
One more point about this. With you're talking about the script, and they don't know what they. I mean, the play is that night. They really not only Alice. The other 2 don't know what the hell they're talking about. Now the Peloponnese line. Now, if they're rehearsing, you would think all week, right, Joe? You say they're rehearsing all week. We don't know how long. We don't know how long the thing was from Fabersham
it's at least a week
to the play. It has to be at least a week. You would think for them to rehearse, set things up, sell tickets, the whole bit. So, why is Ralph so surprised by this Peloponnese line? Haven't you been hearing this Polo Ponies all week long?
Yes.
That you should know,
right? And that's where for comedy purposes.
Yes.
Because if you think about it, real life if he would have been string of Peloponnese, he would have been like, string of Peloponnese? It's a string of polo ponies.
He should,
which would have gotten a laugh.
Yeah, exactly.
But this is when, first of all, it's when he's in the middle of saying something. Oh, yeah. And then he stops, turns around. So now it's a build.
Yes.
And he's like, string of polo ponies? Yeah. Where do you see that? And then, of course, now it's building.
Yes, it's
building. And then Norton's like, look, right here,
right
a string of polo ponies.
Yeah, Peloponnese.
Peloponnese.
Yeah.
I'm not getting it right.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Ralph goes, that's a string of polo ponies.
So, like,
which it's, like you said, it's like this triangle. It's a
pyramid
build-up of the joke.
The joke, yeah.
Because, obviously, the joke would have been, you would have got the joke. Oh, he said Peloponnese instead of polo ponies.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't have been as funny.
No, and that is, if you ask anybody what do you remember most from that episode, it's string of Peloponnese.
I think.
And then it comes back again with Herbert J. Whiteside. Oh, you said one line I didn't understand. Oh, what's a string of Peloponnese?
Yes, so it's a callback.
Callback, right. You call that callback. And that's what it is. So it is the one outstanding. Every episode has that one. I mean, as good as they are, and there's many things going on that are great, there's that one thing that stand out.
Right.
It's like
Peloponnese.
I think you're right. It's like the mambo dance stands out, and that the dance itself, and this is what stands out here. So
I think there's two things in this one, though. I think the way Ralph acts.
Oh yeah, with the overacting.
Would
you say? Well, you called it that time. You said actors acting badly.
Yes.
Yeah, actors.
Yeah, I think it's amazing when I see actors and they're in the show or movie that they're in acting, and they're acting badly.
Like Art Carney's awful.
Right.
He's awful.
To me, that's great. Yeah. I love that. It's like, wow, it's like, look, putting two mirrors, pitting them against each other, where you're just looking in upon, yes. So, it's so great. But, yeah, it's like, and that's what, listen, they were phenomenal writers.
And it's all for it's
but it was simple.
Yes.
It was simple basic, amazing comedy.
Yep.
And just even that part where it was the build-up.
And then the Ralph voice, which I love.
Rachel.
Rachel, and then my two favorite lines, don't get big laugh. I don't even think one gets a laugh. The first one is, I will not go on tonight.
Right.
It's like a little chuckle.
Correct.
Yeah, so it's really not, I just love it because I just love the delivery.
Yeah.
Then
I think it's all-encompassing. It's that whole... It's the whole idea of all of the things that he's doing when puts his hand on his forehead,
overacting,
turning and being all upset or mad. Absolutely great,
great stuff.
We're never going to get through this, by the way.
No, that's okay.
All right, we'll go a little bit. Let's go a little bit more.
I can't go on with this.
Ralph, it'll be perfectly all right in the pot. Look, Ed, why don't you just go upstairs and practice
get
by
out of
yourself
here.
for a while, okay?
Love and happiness are all I have to offer her. I don't possess a maid.
I love that. As he's saying this,
I
he's
can't
looking
do
out.
it with him. I tell you, he makes me blow higher than a kite.
Ralph, will you please relax?
I can't relax. I don't even know if I know the ending or anything.
All right, Ralph, if you're nervous about that, we'll do the ending right now. We'll rehearse it now. We'll start from where I come back to you.
Where am I?
You sit right here in this chair. You know. And I come in.
Wait a minute now. I find it. All right.
You got it?
I'm sitting.
I love that. I never noticed that.
Yeah, like I'm sitting.
I'm sitting.
You just say, okay, I got my place. That's what you actually should say. Okay, I'm sitting.
All right, here we go. Can't believe we're over 30 minutes already.
Yeah, that's all right. Who cares? I ain't going anywhere. It's raining outside.
Rachel.
That's almost like a callback.
Oh, God, yeah.
You forget.
Rachel, you've come back?
Yes. I finally realized that I love you, even though you are rich.
Even though you
Oh,
are
Rachel.
So funny.
How long I've waited to hear those words. In spite of all of my possessions and all my wealth, I realized that without you, I was poor. Nothing meant anything to me. My mansion, my villa, my yacht, my string of Peloponnese.
Listen to that already. They're going nuts.
Crazy.
Now he's got me doing it. And I won't be able to get rid of it either. I know I won't. Now look, call up Faversham. Tell him to get somebody else besides that nut upstairs.
Ralph, you can't do that. You
Okay,
know
wait a
it.
minute. Hold on a second. I just want to say something. First of all, Faversham has no idea that Norton, that nut upstairs,
is in the play.
Is in the play.
He's still thinking it's Joe Hannigan.
Tell him to get Joe Hannigan back in here. And that nut upstairs.
Oh, that's a great line. I love that.
Just great.
That nut
That
upstairs.
nut, and we've always said that when Gleason would say something about Ed, about Ed Norton character, where he was angry with him. It was always, if you think I can't make that kind of money, if that nut
yeah,
it's just the way he delivered
Yes,
that.
yes.
Such frustration and anger. Oh, it's wonderful. Here we
Will you
go.
please calm down? The show is tonight.
All right, the show's tonight, and I know the show has to go on. I'll do a performance tonight, but I want to go on record right now as saying that the only reason I'm doing it is so that those people who spent their good money to see me will see me.
Thank you. Now listen, Ralph, let's
Thank
just
you.
both sit down and
Thank you.
relax
I'll
a
come
little
to see
bit.
you.
You know there is such a thing as being over-rehearsed.
You're right, I don't want to lose my voice.
And one thing you've got to promise me. Don't have a fight with Norton before the show tonight. There is no point in upsetting yourself.
All right, you're right. Let's take it. Hey, Ralph, Alice, I'd like to get an opinion. Trixie is no help at all. I thought maybe you could help me out.
Oh, what is it, Ed?
Well, now, just look at me now. Wait a minute. Now, you got it?
Yeah.
Now watch.
Well?
Oh, I'm trying to find out which is my best profile. When I get on the stage, I want to look my best. Why don't you stand with your back to the audience?
It's a good
And
line.
it's your left side.
Left side?
Yes.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you. I'll go up and brush up there. I don't put that to mansion. Oh, Billy, man. Oh, it's great. How do you like him, Alice? How do you like him?
No,
There's one thing I can't stand. It's a ham.
And that's where we cut off.
Joe, just noticed when he walked out the door. I
Right.
just heard this, maybe because I'm wearing headphones. He goes out the door and he goes a string of and it stops.
Yeah, and
He's out the door.
Yeah, I just noticed that now.
I just noticed it right now.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a mansion. Yeah, that
A
string of
and
it
you don't
fades
know.
out.
You don't know
if
what
he
he's saying.
if he says it
saying
the right
polo
way or
ponies
not.
or paloponies.
Yes. Absolutely.
Oh, God.
But yeah, it's so, like we said, it's such a great scene,
Yes.
and the polo ponies
Yes.
is the pinnacle
Yes,
of
it
this
is.
episode. With so many other great working parts,
Yeah.
The
With Ralph's
Ralph's
overacting,
especially
the
yeah.
voice. I
Yes.
mean, when he first says Rachel, everybody
Right.
just laughs because it's hysterical. You don't expect that coming. Like we've seen it 3,000 times, but people seeing that for the first time, and just see Gleason. You're ready for Gleason to come in with his line, and you're just going to think it's in the Ralph Cramden voice, and then he hits us with Rachel.
Yeah, Rachel. All right. Well, we're
Great
gonna
scene.
do we're
Great
gonna
scene.
do our last thing for today. We're going a little long today, and I
That's
know
all right.
none of the maniacs really are gonna
They don't mind.
complain.
They don't mind.
We're gonna do
I don't mind a
our
few pictures, but-
Yeah, a few pitches. And this is our it's a new promo for it. It's our one and done of the week.
Yes.
And we used our pal Bruce for the voice, and here it is.
The Honeymooners podcast presents the one and done player of the week.
Nice. There you go. It's a weird sound that he gave me,
Yeah.
too. I kind of liked it. It almost sounded like it was coming from like an AM
Yeah,
radio.
yeah.
And I loved it. So, our one and done player of the week is, and you know what? I wanted to do this with this person because we never mentioned him on the day that we were talking about our favorite one and
One and
dones.
dones, yeah.
And we just forgot.
We forgot him.
And it is.
How could we forget?
How could we? And I'll just play it, and you're going to know who the one and done is. It's not Harvey, because you're going to hear
No,
Harvey's
no.
voice. Here we go.
Well, I see you showed up, wise guy.
Oh, hello, Harvey.
Come on, let's go inside and get started.
Oh, I can't go yet. I'm waiting for a friend.
For a friend.
You ain't backing out, are you, wise guy?
Oh, no. Perish the thought. I'm not backing out. I'm just waiting for a friend who has to show up.
Okay, come on, let's get inside.
I'll be ready for you in a minute. Don't... Hey, what are you doing?
Out of my way, buddy. Hey, get a load of fatso there.
Come on, let's get moving.
Just a moment. What did you say?
I said get a load of fatso there. Want to make something out of it?
I certainly do. And let that be a lesson to you.
And of course, it is the great Mike O'Dowd.
Mike O'Dowd.
All right, and we all know the great Mike O'Dowd. He was born on May 10th, 1917, in New York, as John Patrick Moane, M-O-A-N-E. Moane.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. He was obviously an actor, known for Take the Money and Run, Badge 373, and Girl on the Run. He died in September 5th, 1977 in New York, but he was also in...
On the waterfront.
When Louis was like, hey, get a load of Fatso guy.
Fatso there. He's in the movie.
So then, of course, for anybody who's been listening for the last 10 or 15 episodes, we find out that one of our regular listener pals and his wife is the granddaughter of the great Mike O'Dowd. So we decided, and so what they did was they called in and gave us a little voicemail, and they played that little moment, the great one and done of Mike O'Dowd, and we wanted to play it again.
I have to play it again
because his granddaughter.
This is just as classic.
It's just a classic. It's better than this. Almost as good as
the original.
Top Pan Dress Pan Draw. It's right up there. And this is our pal. Is it Andrew?
No, Doreen's the wife.
Doreen
Yeah.
and
now you screwed me.
Now I messed it up.
Mark Cerrone.
Yes, that's right.
And Doreen.
Mark and Doreen. So we're going to play it and enjoy it.
Well, we're going to play it, all right.
Hey, Louie and Joe. It's Mark and Doreen. Like Jackie Gleason, I don't rehearse, so I messed up the first one. So we're going to try to play out the scene of the Bensonhurst Farmer. Here goes nothing. Hey, what are you doing?
Out of my way, buddy. Hey, get a load of Fatso there.
Just a moment. What did you say?
I said, get a load of Fatso there. I want to make something out of it.
I certainly do. And let that be a lesson to you.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh,
yes,
my
Mark
God.
and Doreen.
Mark and Doreen, great job.
Thank
Oh,
you.
my
And that
God.
was that Mike O'Dowd is Doreen's grandfather.
Yes.
And so he is our one and done.
He's our first one and done.
Official. First official one and done character
With the intro
of the day.
with the intro.
With the intro and everything. So the great Mike O'Dowd. He was also a longshore fisherman. For real.
Oh, really?
In
Okay.
real life.
Okay.
Yep. And that would have been, how cool would it have been to meet that dude?
Oh, God, I would have loved
He must have been he was a big guy, obviously,
yeah,
towering.
yeah.
He probably had
Tall,
he probably had a pair of mitts on him.
Wholesale butcher.
A wholesale butcher. All right, well then we're gonna finish up with with I really with and here we go.
Now, Tom, who is our first guest, please? Herb. Our first guest, ready to leap the first hurdle on his way to the $99,000 answer.
Our courier from Parsippany, New Jersey, Joe Conti.
There we go. Here we go. All right. Now, what are you doing with me today?
How about a one and done?
Let's do
Want
it.
to go one and done?
Let's do it.
All right, we're gonna stop
All
with
right.
the one and dones pretty soon.
Yeah, we'll be.
I'll make this hard.
We'll
for
be
you.
done with those things soon.
The Bensonhurst Bomber.
Oh no. How many one and dones?
4.
There's 4.
Yes.
Just in the Bensonhurst Bomber.
Just in the Bensonhurst Bomber.
Obviously, Mike O'Dowd.
Mm-hmm.
Harvey. George.
This one's tricky.
Is it I heard shots? Can't really give them. They're
No,
really,
you don't have a name.
They're background characters.
Yeah, they're back.
Really.
Yeah. This guy don't have a name either. He's like man at the door with the oversized
Right.
hat on. He's got one of those names. I thought you were going to get it before, but when you were playing the skit, you had your head down. When you were preparing this thing, I was always going to hear it.
Oh no!
You didn't. You weren't paying attention. That's right.
I was not. So there's one more one and done in Bensonhurst Bomber.
Not a mention, because there's a lot of mentions there. There's Nutsy and Red and Shifty.
Right,
This guy's actually seen.
You see him.
Without a name.
The guy hitting the
There you
heavy
go.
bag.
The speed bag
the
guy.
The speed bag guy. Right. Yeah, speed bag guy. Speed bag guy. That is great.
There you go.
4 one and done.
4 one and done. You got it. You got it.
All right. I can't believe it. All right. Well, let's see. Who do we thank? First of all, we thank Silk City Hot Sauce for being our sponsor. Go to SilkCityHotSauce.com. Put RX in the coupon code and get yourself 15% off and a free bottle of cherry sriracha. Who else can we thank? Everybody who listens in. All of you guys, whether it's Bibbs, Ira,
Andrew and Kevin.
Yeah, it
and,
just goes on.
Norm.
And on.
I
Yeah,
mean, guys,
all you guys.
John, Espo, and all.
Yeah,
man.
they all just
Mark. The two Marks.
Yep.
Can't
absolutely.
name everybody. But we thank you because you guys are every week.
Oh my God!
You guys are like religious. Our Tony, my friend Tony, religious.
It makes it more fun to. It makes it even more fun to do the show.
Yes,
knowing that these maniacs actually do like it.
They're
they
waiting
really.
for it.
Yeah, there's lunatics that wait for this. Like, oh my God, you must be living under a bridge. Like, what's wrong with you? But thank you. I can't even express.
Mention everybody.
All you guys who email us, comment on Facebook, and of course some of you special pals. A special thanks to Mark and Doreen.
Yes, always.
Yep,
for that.
All of you. Thank you,
Jim.
Thanks to the great Facebook group, the Honeymooners Raccoon Lodge, with Joy and Brother Norton. Go on Facebook, join their group. It's a lot of fun. They have a good time. Soon I'll be doing my Conti and Kenny show back on the air, live and very live. And hopefully I'll be doing the No B-Sides podcast, my Beatles podcast soon. And my 1-hour CD called Happiness. You can download it anywhere you get music or comedy. If you want to support me, that's great. But if not, you can find it on any of these things. It's called Joe Conti Happiness. And that is it. Number 68 in the books. For me and Louis Fats, we say thank you, and we'll see you next time.
E pluribus raccoonum. Night all.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
We'll have to do this again real soon.
How about tomorrow night?
This has been a non-productive media presentation. Executive producer, Frank Kablawi. This program and many others like it on the Non-Productive Network is distributed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives license. Please share it, but ask before trying to change it or sell it. For more information, visit non-productive.com.
Excuse me, folks. Pardon the intrusion. This will only take a minute. Fellow sewer workers, we are gathered here tonight to do honor to a great man. A man recently appointed foreman, Jim McKeever, affectionately known to his fellow sewer workers as Old Muck and Meyer. A man who started at the bottom, and today, only 20 years later, has worked his way up into the street. Jim and me have worked side by side in the sewer together. We've gone through thick and thin together. It's my pleasure to present, as a token of my humble esteem and appreciation, this ring. Take it.
All right! Get up! Get up!
Old Muck and Meyer. Testing, hot outbound car, 1, 2, 3, 4. You want to hear? Lower your right shoulder. Go!
The Honeymooners Podcast, the only podcast that is all about the greatest show of all time. With the stars, Joe Conti and Louis Fats.
Welcome, fellow raccoons and raccoonets. What's happening, all you hurricanes, Bensonhurst bombers, and all the August Gunthers of the world? You're listening to the Honeymooners podcast with me, Joe Conti, and my pal Louis Fats.
Greetings.
Greetings. The only discussion-based podcast all about the greatest show of all time. We record in the Non-Productive Studios in Clifton, New Jersey, and subscribe to the show where you get your podcasts. And if you're on iTunes, give us a 5-star rating and leave a positive review. Our home base is the Non-Productive site, so if you want to just go and listen to the show on the website, it's non-productive.com/honeymooners. Also, we have our Honeymooners podcast Facebook page, and that's it. How you doing, Louis?
Doing good, Joe. Number 17.
Episode number 17.
Yes. Amazing.
And we actually have it right.
You got it right this week.
Yeah, on the 15, I thought it was 14, or 16, I thought it was 15, because we're a week
12,
behind.
Yeah, 12 we thought was 10.
Yeah, we're a week behind, but it's definitely episode number 17.
Yeah.
And we got a busy show today, so hopefully we'll be able to get most of the stuff that we want to get in. But first off, I just want to say, Louis got an email from somebody who I would have never thought. We got an email from an 18. First of all, it's an 18-year-old kid,
which is amazing, right there. That's an 18-year-old kid.
18-year-old kid who claims to be a DEFCON 4.
Yeah,
not a 3, but a 4.
4.
And he is a fan of our show, but obviously he's a huge fan of the Honeymooners. The thing is, the kid's from Italy.
Yes.
And he said in his email, the only reason he found out about the show is because of the internet.
Yes.
They don't play the show in Italy.
No.
You just can't trust those Italians to put out good stuff through the airwaves.
Quare mare come bello.
Take me back to Sorrento, 1898.
Ernesto de Quista.
I give up. I give up. But yes, so Sammy P, give a shout out to you. I didn't want to put your last name out there, but very nice email. I emailed him back, and so did you.
Yeah, I did too. Yeah,
and so we're international, yo.
Oh yeah, here we go.
But it was good to hear from him, and seems like a nice kid.
Yeah,
and 18 years old, and he's already a huge fan. So he must have gotten turned on.
Well, one of the things he was saying is that there's no one really to talk to it about.
Yes.
He's such a fan, but others aren't.
Right.
So
if he says RX to somebody,
they won't know what he's talking about.
They'll be like, "Che cazzo stiamo in over there? Chi sta strunz over here? Parla come pazza." That's about as much Italian as
we know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
only the curses and calling your son crazy or stupid or lazy or something.
Stunade, Joe.
Yeah, stunade. But yeah, so I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, it was.
A big shout out to Sammy P in Italy, and dude, it's great.
Oh yeah.
Whenever you hear about a youngster listening to something that is classic and old, and something that only people of that era would normally like, it's great.
Yeah.
So thank you, Sammy, for giving us a listen, and hopefully we'll get some more teenage Italian kids listening to the show. Not some mook from Brooklyn. Whoa, these two guys over here. They're always making fun of Italians. I don't understand. All right. I don't know again. Also, real quick, we wanted to, we have a voicemail, and we wanted to play the voicemail real quick. It's a quick little voicemail. And he says his name, but I think you'll all, especially if you're on Facebook and you're part of the groups, you should know who this man is.
Hey, Joe and Louie. This is your old pal, Edward Lillywhite Norton. And I'm calling to invite you two full-grown nuts to a concert Friday night. That's right, Basil Fomine and his orchestra, they're going to be at the Colonnade. And I happen to have 2 extra seats available. If you're going to go, just meet me outside the front door. Oh, and by the way, I think your podcast is the biggest thing on iTunes. I really do. Keep up the great work, guys. and maybe I'll see you Friday. RX.
Nice. Of course, Edward Lillywhite Norton, who does the Honeymooners Trivia Podcast. And what's cute about he obviously did it, as a little goof with us.
Yeah, of course.
He threw in a bunch of references.
Yes.
But the big reference that we were just talking about, because it actually pertains to this episode that we're doing, is the RX.
The RX, yeah.
Now, the RX is it's one of those classic lines that sometimes you don't realize that it's how big and great it is.
Yeah.
Because I almost forgot about it until I really started getting the resurgence back into the when I really dove into it. So I think it's one of those, unless you're like a DEFCON 3 type of person, you might not, it's not one of those lines that like everybody knows. Like, dude, how we always say that some certain things are overstated. Like, people don't realize that they're not, like the "Baby, You're the Greatest."
Yeah,
it's only at the end of like 9 episodes.
Yeah, it's all. It's not. People think it's all 39, but it's not. It's not.
Another one is I got a big mouth.
You got a big mouth.
He only does it like twice.
He does it twice in one episode, and I think he does it one more time in
one
another
other time. Yeah. And I thought another one.
Which one's that?
What a grouch!
What a grouch!
They kind of always
what a grouch!
Sheesh, what a grouch! I think he only says that once.
Yeah.
And they use that in the cartoons or whenever there's a parody of it. That seems to be the biggest thing that they always use. He only said it once.
There you go.
It's just the perception is always different than the reality, especially with the little things.
Yeah.
But with his thing, he did the concert with the 2 tickets.
Yeah.
And if
Colonnade room,
the Colonnade Room,
Basil Fomine,
and then also I think you guys, it's the biggest thing on iTunes. The Basil Fomine. So
we covered a lot.
He sure did.
Eddie Lillywhite Norton.
Yeah, in 39 seconds, he covered about 8 episodes and lines. So we appreciate it, and of course, check out Edward's podcast. It's the Honeymooners Trivia Podcast, and it's very good. And also, he has Brian Carney. Art Carney's son, he does one trivia question every episode.
Yeah.
So I did.
They have Brian Carney. You got me.
Yeah. I already told him. I said, dude, if you can ever get Brian Carney to call in, I would come over and mop your. I'll mop your garage.
Wherever he lives.
Whatever you do. I'll mow the lawn. I'm Italian. I can mow lawns. But all right. So we want to get into, and you know what, Louis is so observant, and I think his take on things are so great, and I think that's one of the reasons why this is so much fun to do. But you really kind of opened my eyes to a few things, and you're also opening my eyes to how great Palomine is.
Palomine's one of the best episodes.
So it's definitely in your top 5.
Yeah, definitely top 5. It's from start to finish. It's full. There's something happening throughout this whole show,
right?
And it's one of the best. One of the best.
And you know when you because it's like, yeah, you're right. There's a constant.
Oh, and the characters. Look at the characters.
Yeah,
look at all the characters. When you start out from, Norton's party with Jim McKeever,
right?
The guys that come down,
right? It's a very busy episode.
It is. There's a lot of people in this episode.
Right,
you got the guy that comes to the door. One of my favorite characters.
Right, the guy.
That guy, and then
there's an explosion. Norton was hurt.
Norton was hurt. Yes, he was.
And he just stands there watching.
He's like frightened.
Yes,
he's like, I can't wait till this bit is over with.
And you bring up the fact that he's wearing like an overcoat.
Yeah, like this jacket's like 3 sizes too big. The hat's 2 sizes too big. And then of course there's Teddy Oberman.
Then
we go into which one of the scenes we're really out of that we're going to go into in depth is the hospital scene.
Yep, the hospital scene. That's where we're pretty much going to start right before the hospital scene, only because there's one really great or a moment where you're like, what the? Why? Why does he say that?
Yeah, it's a.
And that's where we're going to start.
Yeah, okay, we'll start.
So we're going to start with Palomine, and we're going to start right before the hospital scene.
Right.
Okay. And we're definitely going to do a lot more of this type. We're getting really good.
We are getting feedback. Really good positive feedback from people who like us dissecting episodes and scenes from
or
at
least
episodes.
scenes.
At least scenes from episodes.
Yeah,
people really love it.
Right.
They really love it.
So we're definitely going to do more of these. And now this one is from Pal of Mine, episode number 8 from the series. And now we're going to catch it right when Ralph and Teddy Oberman are sitting there eating, and Teddy Oberman is eating like a cavone.
Oh, yeah, what is a cavone?
Yeah, he's got
Like,
carrots in his...
That's a morte de femme.
Yeah. He's dipping carrots in ranch. And
I don't know.
He's taking
Chicken
a chicken leg. He's grabbing a giant pepperoni and just eating it like a chooch. Like what are you doing? You're at somebody's house. So then when the guy comes in, and only because Louis notices this one thing that Ralph says. Here we go.
Always look like some kind of nut to me. He's a nut. Come in.
Ralph, have you seen Mrs. Norton?
Yes, he just went with Alice to the movies. What's the matter?
I got bad news, Ralph. There was an explosion in the sewer on Himrod Street. Norton was hurt.
Norton's hurt?
Yeah, he's in room 317 at the Bushwick Hospital.
He was hurt?
Yes, he was.
That's my fault. If I had gone bowling with him, he'd never got hurt.
Hey.
If anything's happened to that guy that's real serious, I'll never forgive myself. I gotta get my hat and go over there. Hey, wait a minute. You just got through telling me you and him ain't friends. What I say about Norton is one thing. How I feel about him is another. Look out.
All right. Now, that's a great line. That's a great line.
Right.
But when he says... Go ahead, Lou.
All right, he says, I got to get my hat and go over there. Like, where does the hat come in? Like, they're not going to let him in the hospital
I know,
without
what is it, one hat minimum to get in? Hey, it's $5 to get in. You need one hat. You got to be wearing not 2 hats and no 0 hats either. All right. I got to get my hat
and go over there. And he goes and gets his hat.
He goes and gets his hat.
Oh my God!
I love the
great.
fact that you noticed that, because I never heard that and did not catch on that at all. All right. So now from there they go right to the hospital.
Yeah. First of all, before that,
yeah.
We have Teddy Oberman.
Yes.
Who, after Ralph leaves...
Yes. He goes back to eating. And it's like, wouldn't you be like, you know what, I think I should go.
I think I should
either
leave
go
now,
bowling or maybe you want to take a walk with Ralph,
and
and
just take that salami with me and just go. You know?
Throw it in my pocket. He's been in a ton of things.
Yeah.
I seen him in an episode of, I
think
it was
Ned
Soap.
Glass, I believe his name.
I think it is. Yeah, I think
Ned Glass.
Yeah, I think Ned Glass.
Something like that.
But yeah, I saw him in a bunch of things in the 70s.
Yeah.
But he goes right back to eating.
Right back to eating, like dipping. He's got a carrot, and he eats a whole carrot with the top still on it.
All right, we'll get right now. We're gonna go. All right. Now he dips the wing in the sauce. It's just a complete and utter pig. An absolute pig. All right.
Well, Mr. Norton, you're a very lucky man. If you had been anywhere else in that sewer, it might have been a very different story.
Well, I guess you're right, Doc. I hope I didn't cause you a lot of inconvenience. I was telling the guy in the ambulance, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm not hurt. The only thing that happened to me was the manhole cover landed on my head. I mean, that's happened hundreds of times. In the sewer, that's an occupational hazard.
Well, we had to bring you in and make a check.
Yeah.
You're going to make a check.
Make a check.
It's very medical. We're going to make a check.
Make a check.
Make that check out to Edward Lillywhite Norton. Hey, we got to make a. That was a bit of a flub. I got to tell you.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if it was written that we would have to make a check.
Make a check. Yeah,
I think he was saying we're going to have to just check you over.
Check you over. Yeah. Make an exam. Do an exam.
Yeah. Make a check.
Make a check. Okay. All right, Doc.
Yeah. Make that prescription for OxyContin out to Joe Conti. All right. Here we go.
In fact, if we weren't short for bed space, we'd keep you here overnight.
Well, I appreciate that very much, Doctor, but I better be getting home now. How do I get out of here?
Well, the elevator's right there, but first you have to check out at the receiving desk down the end of the corridor.
Oh, I see. RX.
All right.
Oh, my God.
That's an amazing line. Now, there's another thing me and Joe were debating, or not debating, but basically discussing. Was it ad-libbed or not? Because if you look at the expression on the doctor's face,
he almost because he does a double take.
Double take, like And then he kind of shakes his head, and he's
shakes
laughing.
his head.
He's got this little smirk on his face.
This smirk on his face.
And
I don't know if it. Either way, if that was written or if it was ad-libbed by Art Carney, it's still
brilliant. It's because it's become part of our vernacular. Like me and Joe, when we text each other, but we end it with RX.
RX.
And that's like, and
it's
like saying regards.
Yeah.
RX
later. Yeah, later. It's almost like it's our
Yeah, it's our 10-4. It's like it's like our affirmative, like RX.
Yep, RX. Yeah. And even
one of our emailers, one of the three emails that I've gotten, he ended his with RX also.
RX, yeah. And I think it's definitely once you know it, you just can't help but just be like RX,
and just for
it's absolutely brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant because it's always when me and Louie are talking back and forth, and whether we're talking about the podcast, what time we're going to record, or we're just talking about whatever. Like you might be like, "Oh, dude, we got to talk about this," and be like, "All right, man," and then I'll say, "I'll talk to you later," and it's always RX.
Comes back RX. And I always check it because I don't want spell check to change it on me. I make sure it says RX when I hit send.
Exactly. Don't spell check that. All right. I mean, all right. So now he goes back, and now Alice and Trixie.
Show.
No. Or is this when Ralph comes in?
No, Alice and Trixie should be showing.
I think,
because prior to that, he's ready to go back into the room, and then Dr. Seifer's there,
right?
Because he's going to bring his case in there, and then he says to him, "Go see where are you going?" And he pulls him back, like, "You can't go in there."
Right, you can't
see
go
the
in
floor
there.
nurse when she comes in.
Right. Yeah, and the floor nurse.
The floor nurse goes in there to get his watch,
and
then after that, one of the better things happens is Ed Norton lights up a cigarette in the hospital.
And this is going to be a homework for everybody listening.
Yeah,
we got homework.
Homework assignment for everyone.
Dr. Hyman, is 317 available now?
Yes, Dr. Seifer.
Well, good. I can put my emergency case in there. I'm just going to give him a transfusion.
Right. Good night, Doctor.
See you tomorrow, Doctor.
Doctor.
Bring him in here, please.
It hits the wall. That's great. That is great.
And by the way, that's not the same. I thought the other guy pushing.
Yeah,
it's a different guy.
Yeah.
It's just probably a
similar.
very handsome looking guy.
Similar tall than 1950s.
Gleason was probably like, get this handsome looking guy off here.
Yeah.
I don't need anybody to make me look worse than I already am. So now the doctor, was it Dr. Seifer?
Dr. Seifer.
Yep.
Nurse, I'm prescribing a transfusion for the patient in 317. And, no visitors. I'm going to give him a sedative now.
Yes, doctor.
Now they come back out.
Yep.
And they're like, all right, get out of the scene.
Nurse, where's 317? My buddy's in there.
I'm sorry, sir, but doctor's orders are no visitors.
No visitors?
Dr. Seifer's in there. He's getting the best of care.
Is that serious, huh? Look, I want to know just how bad is it? Is it real bad? Is this Dr. Seifer any good?
He's the best we have. He's getting the best of care.
So I guess the other doctors are absolutely crap.
Probably, yeah. You're saying, like, you're lucky you didn't get Dr. McDonald. So
lucky you didn't get Dr. McGarrett.
He's put him on blood assignment.
Dr. McGarrett, he's a real jealous doctor.
Look, I want him to have the best of everything. I want him to have nurses around the clock, specialists, surgeons, anything and all. Just charge it to me.
I got $75 laying around in my bank account.
And now he's going to have a transfusion.
Let me give him the transfusion.
Is this him?
Let me give him the transfusion. Is this him? Doc, that's my buddy in there. Let me give him the transfusion.
All right, if you're type A, we'll be glad to use you.
So now, type A, right?
Yes.
That's what it is. All right, so
type
now...
A. I think it was our first tribute, one of our first tribute questions.
Right, yeah, I think it was.
Tell Dr. McDonald that this man is type A. We'll use him immediately.
Dr. McDonald?
Yes, doctor. Right this way, sir.
Thanks, pal. Thank you.
It's all right.
Thanks a lot.
Just a minute. You can't go in there. What? Oh, Doc, I was a patient in there a little while ago. I left something in there. I'd like to go get it. Oh, I see. Well, you just wait here. The floor nurse will be right back. Speak to her about it. Oh, okay.
And now he goes to light a cigarette.
I'm going to go light one up in the hospital.
In the hospital.
Ed, you're all right. Oh, thank heaven.
And he drops the cigarette.
That's it. Like,
now, is he because Trixie doesn't know he smokes?
No, I just think it's just a surprise.
Just a surprise. So he just drops the cigarette.
What a surprise.
Whoa, what a big surprise. All right. Oh, and now you noticed that when they got off the elevator.
Well, you're going to see it when they get back on.
Okay.
So we'll hold that till when they go back on the
Of
elevator.
course I'm all right. I lead a clean life. I eat all my spinach. Nothing's going to happen to me.
The terrible things I picture when my heart's been in my mouth ever since I heard. I can't stop shaking.
Well, honey, I'm sorry I caused you a lot of worry, but, you know, it's very reassuring to know that my little girl has got a soft spot for her little boy.
All right, you lovebirds. I think we all could do with a cup of coffee.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Look, I'll meet you down at the coffee shop later. I left something in my room. I got to wait for the nurse to go get it for me.
Honest, Ed. Seeing it safe and sound this way is just like finding $1 million.
Well, as long as my wife's in there, she can pay for the coffee. I'll see you down there.
And you saw the guy. You could see a little thing of his
See his
shoulder.
shoulder, and you could see his foot. There's a guy in the elevator. He's probably like the automatic door.
Right, because obviously they're not going to have a working elevator on the stage.
Yeah,
Right.
It's a prop, and then you could, if you guys, and we encourage you to do this after you listen to our podcast. Go back and watch the episode.
Yeah.
Because just sometimes we can't explain things. This is a podcast.
Right.
We're doing things that are visual.
Right. We're doing some visual stuff.
Yeah, so,
and I mean, most of the stuff you're probably going to remember, but it's nice to go back.
Nice to go back
when it's fresh in your mind.
Yes.
To go, oh yeah, that's
yeah,
right.
They just said that. Yeah, I never noticed that. When you see a guy in the elevator, his sleeve and his foot like pushing the door open and close. It's great. It's great.
I don't want to be any trouble, but I left my watch in the table alongside the bed. Could you get it for me?
Yes, I'd be glad to.
Thank you.
Okay, something happens here too. All right, the nurse.
So now the nurse
goes in the room.
Goes in the room.
And she never comes out.
She's just
It
gone.
must have been a big table. She was looking for that watch. I don't know where. She never comes back out.
I think she stole the watch and then jumped out the window.
Right.
It must have been like $1,000 watch.
Because the other nurse is in there too. She never came out. The blonde.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But I can understand her staying in there with the patient.
Right.
That's okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So now, of course, Ralph is on the gurney and he's being walked through, and he walks right past Ed.
And the gurney's funny too because now the gurney's being pushed by one of the guys from the previous gurney.
Right.
But not the other guy that actually
guy.
bashed it into the wall.
Right. Now it's the doctor, I guess.
The
right?
doctor's
Dr.
doing
Seifer,
Dr.
right.
Seifer and Eddie Hanley, I
Eddie
believe his
Hanley,
name
yeah,
is.
the phone guy.
The phone guy
and
and the aerial guy and the stage manager. And,
yeah.
That guy.
And now the wave is great.
Oh,
the wave is so great.
Phenomenal.
Just kind of, buddy, how are you?
What are you doing here?
Do you hear the uproarious laughter?
Yes.
Like how funny and just everything culminating at that moment. I can't speak well.
Yeah, that's okay.
You know what I mean?
That's why you do podcasts.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. Yeah, Parsippany High School graduate.
But one of the funny things about it is Ralph's coming out of the room. The way he does it, the way he bursts out of the room.
Yes.
It's just his body language.
Yes.
That's one of the laughs.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
wearing a hospital gown makes it even better.
And it's just the fact that they know that he's going to be giving a blood transfusion to some
stranger
guy,
yeah.
thinking that it was him, and then just the absolute,
I was just about to go home. What are you doing here? What am I doing here? I'm here to give you a transfusion in there.
You were going to give me a transfusion.
You thought I was hurt.
You thought I was hurt. Only a guy's greatest power would do that for him. I'm telling you, you're one of nature's noblemen. Ralph, I'll never forget this as long as I live. Mr. Crampton, patient's ready. Will you come in now, please?
Okay. See you later, Norton.
Okay.
Ralph.
Okay, Ralph. Hey, Doc, while you got him in there, will you see what you can do about getting that ring off his finger?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, what a great way to end with a giant callback to the beginning part of the story.
Yes.
Like, you know what I mean? It wasn't just a callback to one thing. It was a callback to the whole premise.
It was the whole premise.
It's the whole premise of the show.
The ring on the finger.
On the finger.
Yes.
And then he gets all mad at him. And then the best is when he just, again with the doctor.
He
just pushes the doctor. Like, all right, let's go in there. Yeah. Like, he's so disrespectful to doctors. Like when
he did it with the psychiatrist.
Yeah, with
like, knock it out.
All right, yeah. Get your stuff and get out of here. Just absolutely great. And then like I said, a perfect. I mean, this might be the best episode of the whole series.
I'm going to say
this might be. Dude, you have me convinced. It's definitely top 5.
You know why, Joe?
Easily.
You know why, Joe? It's start to finish.
Yeah.
It's start to finish. Something's happening. Start to finish. There isn't that little
build.
lull, and some of them have that little lull in the middle. And this one has 3 things going on. You got the guys coming down to see the ring, which is seeing Jim McKeever come down with 3 guys from the party of 20.
20, right? Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
3.
All these big mooks that look like they played football for the Green Bay Packers.
Ooh, let me see. So that's where it starts there.
And guys so excited to see a ring, which is hilarious.
Yeah, like hilarious. Like, ooh, let me see. So, and then you have the other thing between Alice and Ralph with the ring.
Yes.
Which is funny. Butter, the
butter
at
at 89 cents a pound.
That's funny. And
then
you get Teddy Oberman.
Teddy Oberman, yeah. Well, first you get the separation of friendship. The friendship's over.
Yeah.
Then you get Teddy Oberman.
You get the guy at the door.
Guy at the door. Thinks Ed is hurt.
Yep. Yes,
you go down to the hospital. Ed's not hurt.
Right.
He thinks he's hurt. He's going to give him a blood transfusion. Right. Finds out he's not going to need a blood transfusion. No. And then they tie it all at the end. Can you get the ring off his finger? It's perfect. Amazing.
Perfect. That's why it's one of my top 5. I know we always talk about this, and it's so hard if somebody says, if you're really a fan like we are, name your top 5. Oh, it's the hardest thing to do. There's like 12 in my top 5. So, but this, if I had to really narrow it down, this is one of them. Definitely one of them.
You're on. It's
definitely one of them.
You've convinced me, my friend.
Okay.
You have absolutely convinced me. So that was our little breakdown of the hospital scene and pretty much the whole episode.
We did the whole episode. We basically did. What we missed was the Jim McKeever part.
Right. But the point was that it built up. It was It was a great. Slow build, but it was a constant.
Get to that plateau.
Constant build up.
Yep.
And then, and the fever pitch is when he is going across there and he sees Ed and he waves to him.
The wave is great.
The wave, like, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, the wave is great.
Yeah. Like you saw a military guy with a flag. Like, there you go, sir.
Hey, Ralph.
And then just a fever pitch, And then it kind of comes down and then boom. The ring at the end.
That's it.
Absolute perfection. Great.
Phenomenal episode.
Great episode and great scene.
Yeah.
So we're almost at 30 minutes.
No way.
Yeah. Oh, so why don't we just do? What do you want to do? We want to do? We just have to do the one flub. I don't care.
We got to do flub.
We got to do the flub of the week. And the flub of the week.
No, I'll do Joe. Let me give the trivia. Then we'll do flub of the week. Then we'll give the answer after. Okay. All right. The trivia question this week is going to come from the income tax, which is the worry wart, I believe.
Worry wart
episode. What is the name of the IRS agent that Ralph has to see?
I know this one. I think I know this one. All right. First, I just want to, real quick, this isn't a flub. This is just one of the funnier moments, and I have the moment. It's from the drunk. It's something we both noticed the 3 episodes ago with the drinking scene when Ralph says...
What do you say, Ralph, that we rip into a little song?
That sound, I never noticed that sound. But him go, nah. I mean, it's just...
What do you say, Ralph, that we rip into a little song?
You know what it is? It's something fresh. That's what makes it great.
That's what's fresh,
because we just discovered it.
Yeah, we just discovered it, yes.
So that's the greatness behind that.
But we're going to do a flub of the week, and it's such an obvious flub, and it's probably one of the best flubs of the whole series.
Yeah.
But we just wanted to do it.
Yeah, because it's going to have flub of the week.
I'll bet you there are people right now that are already guessing which flub it is, because it's the best flub And here it is.
We don't have
Where's
an
the
intro.
shoe polish?
In the top left-hand drawer.
It's not in the top hand drawer.
It's so great. And like you said, and I think we mentioned
We did mention this, yeah.
It's a fact. What makes it even better is that it actually fits.
Yeah,
because he's flustered. Look, Gleason was flustered because he messed up. You know, he didn't get the right verbiage. But Ralph Cramden was flustered.
He's going to collect what he thinks is $40 million. He's going to the reading of the will.
Right. So if you could think that was, you could say, hey, that was written in the script.
Yeah.
You could say, you know what? He not in the top land, left
Dress
hand
pan
drawer.
So it's
Where's
like
the shoe polish?
In the top left-hand drawer.
It's not in the top hand drawer.
Oh, it is so
dress
great.
pan drawer. Is he trying to say top left dresser drawer?
Yeah,
I guess that's where dress comes from.
It's left hand dresser
drawer.
Right. So it's left hand dress pan instead of left hand dresser drawer. So left hand dress pan.
It's classic.
It is.
It is so classic.
It's just
Where's
great.
the shoe polish?
In the top left-hand drawer.
It's not in the top hand drawer.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
All right. So now we'll just do the trivia, and we will we'll finish up the episode.
Yeah.
As soon as you say it, I can't think of it. Give me the first letter, and I bet you I'll get it.
The first letter of his first name or last name? I'll give you his initials.
Oh.
RP.
Richard Putter.
There you go.
There you go. Woohoo! Richard Putter, baby. Get your putter out and let's hit 150 yarder. Yeah, I'm going uphill, downhill. Yes.
Mountain playing with mountain goats or line.
Richard Putter.
Richard
Thank you.
Putter.
Yeah,
That's the answer.
Wow. I
hope he's all got it out there.
Yeah. Well, I think
before I gave you the RP.
Yes, exactly. All right, everybody. Well, listen, thank you for giving us a listen. Number 17 of the Honeymooners podcast with me, Joe Conti, and my pal Louis Fats. Tell your friends about the show. Share the link, the non-productive.com/honeymooners. Share it with your friends. Put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, whatever it is. Let people know about the show. We'd love for this thing to grow, and and it'd be so much fun. But we are getting great feedback. We're getting a nice amount of listeners, and we appreciate all of you. And thank you.
Yeah, just a couple of shout outs, Joe. To Norm. Norm. Kevin.
Yes.
Two Joes.
The two Joes.
And, of course, our man, Gary.
Gary
thanks,
is
guys,
great.
for,
these guys have been great.
They participate. They're good. They email us. They do that
they-
other stuff that I don't know about, that Instagram and...
They post things.
Oh,
a little.
yeah, well, whatever.
It's called posting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of downloading? Yeah, there's a thing called downloading.
No,
yeah.
not
All
at
right.
I'm thinking of getting a P.O. box so they can write me a letter.
Just RX.
Started with greetings.
Oh, my God,
So,
yes.
Anyway, thanks, guys.
But thank you so much, everybody. Edward Lily White Norton, all of the Honeymooners groups that I'm part of, thank you for letting us promote on there. And also, I do my show, my other show that I do. It's a radio show called The Conti and Kenny Show, and it's also a podcast, and it's on every Monday night at 7 o'clock. And that's it. So we will see you next time.
Night, all.
Goodbye, Mr. Crandon. I'll be seeing you.
I'll be seeing you, Irving Kale and Sammy Fain, 1938.
Oh, Mr. Crandon, it's all over now.
It's all over now. Bazzy Simon, 1927.
No, good night, Mr. Cranberry.
Good night. There were 2 songs, Good Night. It was Good Night, Irene, written by Lomax and Ledbetter. Good Night, Sweetheart, written by Rudy Valley and Ray Noble.
This has been a non-productive media presentation. Executive producer Frank Hablawi. This program and many others like it on the Non-Productive Network is distributed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives license. Please share it, but ask before trying to change it or sell it. For more information, visit Non-Productive.com.
Testing, hot outbound call, 1, 2, 3, 4. You on the air?
Are you ready?
Make the approach. Plant your feet firmly in the ground. Head down. Eyes on the ball. Relax. That's it. Get your left arm straight. Your right arm straight. Relax. Lower your right shoulder. Go!
The Honeymooners Podcast, the only podcast that is all about the greatest show of all time. With the stars, Joe Conti and Louis Fatz.
Welcome, fellow raccoons and members of the Women's Auxiliary. What's happening, all you Hurricanes, Bensonhurst Bombers, and all you Harvey brother-in-laws of Trixies of the world out there or something. You're listening to the Honeymooners Podcast with me, Joe Conti, and my pal, Louis Fatz.
Well, it was no surprise to Mrs. Finley. She said she knew all the time that it wasn't the uncle who committed the murder, it was the husband.
The only discussion-based podcast, all about the greatest show of all time. We record at the Non-Productive Studios at 328 Chauncey Street in Brooklyn, USA. Subscribe to the show wherever you get your podcasts. And if you're on iTunes, give us a 5-star rating and leave a positive review. Our home base is the Non-Productive site. That's non-productive.com/honeymooners. Or if you want, you can just listen wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to like our Honeymooners Podcast Facebook page and follow us on Twitter. And if you want to leave us a voicemail, which we have a few today, call 240-442-2635. And you can email us at
bangzoom1956@gmail.com.
And what's happening, Lou?
Joe, number 61.
Yes.
We're getting into that number.
Yeah.
It's a little difficult.
Yeah, a little, either some obscure baseball player or an offensive lineman that nobody knows.
It's like one of those spring training numbers in baseball. Or used to be back in the day.
Yeah.
But
yes.
We have a 61. But Curly Culp, Kansas City Chiefs, Super Bowl IV.
Right.
Remember that team?
Was he? I don't know.
He was actually, he's credited with being like one of the first really nose tackles.
Oh,
when Hank Stram, they used to be. It was just set up as the 4-3. You had your 2 defensive tackles basically over the guards,
right,
and your 2 ends over the tackles,
right.
Hank Stram moved him over to go right on the nose of the center,
and is that where?
And that's basically where this nose tackle position,
called it, then that's
nose tackle position, basically started with Curly. He was a strong guy. He was a NCAA wrestling champ. I think he defeated Killer Kowalski.
Did he lose to Slugger Simpson?
Whichwood.
Listen, he better be tough with the name Curly Culp. I mean, oh God, talk about getting bullied for that.
So that was it. He ended his career with, I believe, Houston Oilers at the time, and he didn't wear 61 with them. But oh well, Sluggery.
Well, first of all, before we even get started, we want to thank and also tell you about our sponsor, the great Silk City Hot Sauce. Our pal, Jeff Kingfish Levinsky, a Jersey guy, a Honeymooners guy, who has some great homemade hot sauces.
Yes,
they're homemade, pal. How can you go wrong?
Can't hurt you.
Right? You can have some of the like my favorite, the Chipotle. and Lou's favorite.
Oh, Badass Jew.
The Badass Jew, exactly. So what you do is you go to SilkCityHotSauce.com, get your favorite hot sauce, and then when you go to your checkout counter, put RX in the coupon code and get yourself 15% off and get yourself a free bottle of Sriracha.
Yeah, cherry sriracha.
Cherry Sriracha, that's right. And you're supporting a fellow raccoon.
Yes, you are.
You really are. So real quick, before we even get started, we missed a couple of weeks because I had gotten the COVID.
You did.
And all you guys out there, thank you for all the kind words. I got lucky. I had a very, very mild case. And I know I was measled. My wife would throw me a bag of steak. Because we quarantined, and my wife, we stayed away from each other.
Here's your steak.
And she would throw my steak at me. like I'm a circus freak.
Throwing a fish to a seal.
Yeah. So, what? I just told Lou this before, and I'll just mention it real quick. Because we're quarantined, we're watching so much stuff.
Yeah.
And I ended up watching My Fair Lady.
Yeah.
Right? And I was really enjoying it because we happened to just watch a documentary about Audrey Hepburn, which was good. And then we watched My Fair Lady. But I was watching Rex Harrison because his, if anybody doesn't know, I'm a big Family Guy fan. And the baby Stewie, his voice is based on Rex Harrison. So I'm listening to Rex Harrison and I'm cracking up laughing. But in the movie is the great Tony Amico. This towering giant of a man playing the butler. Yeah, he's playing the butler for Rex Harrison. And I'm sitting there with my wife. I'm like, honey, that's Tony D'Amico. She's like, what? I'm like, Tony D'Amico. And she's like, it must be a Honeymooners thing, right? I'm like, yeah. Okay,
Anyway.
let's watch the movie. Okay, I'll be quiet.
This movie's nothing without Tony Amico. I'm telling you right now.
The guy carried the
whole thing. Harrison and Hepburn, nothing.
I know, really. What would it?
John Holland carried that movie.
All right, so.
Just speaking of that, can I mention what I've been watching?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Sometimes I take a honeymooner hiatus. You have to do these.
We allow it.
We allow, right? So, so my new thing now is Car 54, Where Are You? It's just a great, funny show. Took place in 1960, 61, 62.
Okay.
And the characters that are popping up, I saw Harvey the other night. I saw Bascom / Robert / Dr. Hyman. He shows up. And then there's just tons of people.
Yeah.
Great. Like a young Larry Storch was the other. And they just keep on.
You said a Charles Nelson Riley?
Charles Nelson Riley, a young Charles Nelson Riley. It's just a great. So if you can get, I have the Fire Stick now, so I can get all these shows. If you can, it's just a good. It's just an alternative to the Honeymooners.
Right.
And it's a great cast. Joey Ross and Fred Gwynn and Al Lewis. Great cast.
And didn't one of the voicemails, I think it was Andrew, was talking about how he liked on the Honeymooners the fact that there were some characters that were ethnic characters playing other ethnic
that's
characters.
What he said. He liked the fact that ethnic people were playing ethnic people. And in Car 54, if you look at the show, it's very, for the time, 61, 62.
Right.
They have a lot of ethnic people, and which kind of would make up, because they're in the Bronx. This takes place in the Bronx.
Right.
Which would make up the police department in the Bronx at the time.
Realistically.
It's realistic.
Yeah.
So it's very realistic.
Yeah.
And Nipsey Russell's in there. Plays Anderson, yeah. So this is great. It's it's just a funny show.
Yeah.
And I've been enjoying it. So that's
I always remember seeing the commercials for it on Nick and Night when I was in my 20s. And I would just remember seeing the guy go, ooh, ooh.
Joey Ross, that was his thing.
That was like
his thing. That's his thing. Yeah. And again, he said that I read a little bit up on him, and he's saying that ooh, ooh thing came from him, like a Ralph Cramden type thing, forgetting his line. And he would substitute the ooh, ooh in there to get his thought pattern back.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
And it became his signature.
I like that.
So
Tony.
So that's it. Okay, so enough of that.
We'll see how it goes with that. So what we want to do, we have a couple of voicemails that we wanted to play, and one is from one of our pals on one of the Honeymooner pals. It's where is it? Bruce. Here we go.
Joey, Louie, this is Bruce. Just calling in. I want to thank you guys for, keeping the greatest show of all time alive. I literally watch the show every night, especially when I'm at work during my graveyard shift. I love the show, especially the lost episodes. A lot of people don't like them, but I love them. Hey, can you turn that down over there? Like, what are you watching?
I'm watching Charlie Chan.
Charlie Chan? Oh, she's all right. Anyways, but thank you guys for keeping the show alive. Keep it up. Louie, Joey, keep it up, okay? Hope you guys continue this for a long time. Take it easy.
Thank you, Bruce. Perfect voicemail, because you know what? He got his point out, and he even threw in a little sketch with his wife. I'm watching Charlie Chan. And Bruce sounds like an enforcer. Like, he sounds like a guy that comes to your door when you owe some big-time guy money.
Yeah.
So, Bruce, once again, thank you for the voicemail. We totally appreciate it.
That was great.
Man. That was very, very good. So, what we want to do is you know what? I really don't have to say anything except this.
My favorite song again.
And now, the Honeymooners podcast presents...
It's not in the top hand drawer!
The flub of the week.
Okay, now, we've had some special flubs, like my flub.
Shows last week? Last time.
Last time. Louis had his great classic flub, Swami Wiver, right? So, we've had unique flubs that were not actually
from the honeymoon,
from the actual show. Well, this is in the same vein.
Yes, go.
All right, here we go.
Hey, Louie and Joe, it's Mark and Doreen. Per Louie's request, we're going to play out the rest of her grandfather's scene in the Bronx Bomber. Here goes nothing. Hey, what are you doing?
Out of my way, buddy. Hey, get a load of fatso there.
Just a moment. What did you say?
I said get a load of fatso there. Want to make something out of it?
I certainly do. And let that be a lesson to you.
So you're saying to yourself, well, why are you playing that when it comes to a flub?
Yeah.
And this next voicemail will explain it.
Hey, Louie and Joe, it's Mark and Doreen. Like Jackie Gleason, I don't rehearse, so I messed up the first one. So we're going to try to play out the scene of the Bensonhurst Farmer. Here goes nothing. Hey, what are you doing?
Out of my way, buddy. Hey, get a load of fatso there.
Just a moment. What did you say?
I said get a load of fatso there. Want to make something out of it?
I certainly do. And let that be a lesson to you.
Oh, man.
Beautiful.
Oh, my
Absolute
God.
perfection.
Oh, my
God. I
You
brought tears to my eyes.
I got tears in my eyes right now. You couldn't do that any better.
Couldn't do it any better.
They just did that.
They did it better.
Oh,
they couldn't have done it any better. And then the fact that it's Mike O'Dowd's granddaughter,
Yes.
who, let me tell you something, she shines over her husband.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Her get a lot of fatso is so funny. But here's the one thing, and you don't know this. In the voicemail thing, it has, it for most of them, it'll actually, because I guess it catches the voice and it prints what the voicemail is. If it's too long, it won't print the whole thing.
Right.
But because of his New York, Jersey, whatever he's got going on, whatever that thick accent is, and
I
we
think
all
he's
know.
originally from Brooklyn.
There you go. Exactly.
And now he's in Jersey.
Well, so it says, now what he said was, so I'm going to play out the scene of the Bensonhurst bomber. Here goes nothing. But you know what it says? So I'm going to try play out the scene of the Bensonhurst farmer. Here goes nothing. So he goes, the Bensonhurst bomber. And it thought it said farmer, which I just found to be so funny. But Mark and Doreen,
Oh, my
again,
God, that was
thank
great.
you. The continuation of the full scene with the great Mike O'Dowd.
Oh, my
and,
God.
his great, wonderful granddaughter. Not great-granddaughter, but wonderful granddaughter.
Wonderful granddaughter.
Yes.
To do that.
And that mediocre husband of hers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you almost ruined it for her, all right? You're not letting her shine enough, but thank you. Great, because they had it really wasn't a flub, but they didn't do it perfectly. But the fact that he had to send us another email to correct it.
So let's throw this in as flub of the week.
Exactly.
So,
let's throw that into flub of the week. So,
which is an honor, I would say.
I would definitely say so. Yeah. So now, I can't believe I'm about to do this, and you'll see why. All right, another one of our great bits, and here it is.
And now, from the observation deck overlooking the Johnson Building at 328 Chauncey Street, the Honeymooners podcast presents Louie's Observation.
All right, I'm giving you until the music ends, everybody. Why do you think I am so disgusted and laughing at the same time because of what's about to happen? Louie, so you have an observation, right?
Yes, I do, Joe.
What episode is that from?
The one with True to Hat.
What is that called? Trapped?
I think it's called Trapped.
Is it called Trapped?
Something like that, yeah.
Unbelievable.
Who suggested we should change the name of the show to the Trapped Show?
I think it was
featuring
Mark.
Yes. Featuring the Honeymoon.
I can't believe we're doing another observation from Trapped. I can't
And we're not done because we discussed another one before.
Oh, my God.
We'll save that one for next week.
All right, so here we go.
Yes.
This, I don't know what the observation is.
I don't know what this is.
And it's from the moment of the gunshot.
Yes.
Here we go.
Joe's favorite line.
I heard shot. This guy lumbering out there. He's like leaned over, like a gorilla. I heard shots.
Walking on all fours.
All right, Louie's observation.
The law says not to walk on all fours. Okay, here's the observation.
Oh, God, here we go.
All right, the famous line, Joe. Say it.
I heard shots.
Okay. Why are they running towards the shots?
Yeah, like why wouldn't you be going out the back?
Why would it should be Harry should be yelling
run for the hills?
Harry should be yelling lock the door. I heard shots. What are these guys, the Marines? They're running towards the action. Oh, I was told if you heard that, you hit the deck, hide behind a car.
What are they in the Marines?
You're supposed to run away from this, not run towards it.
And then it's like you said, instead of telling Norton to lock the place up, duck, he's like, hey, just watch the place. If anybody comes in, it's 60 cents an hour.
Oh, boy. See this guy Bibbo coming down the street? 60 cents an hour. He wants to shoot some fool.
Yeah, first the guy shot the night watchman. Now he wants to shoot some pool.
Let's play some 9-ball.
Oh, my God, dude. Can we end this? Because now my stomach hurts from laughing so much. That is such a great, funny observation.
I'm like, well, watching. Like, where are they going? Why are you running towards the shots?
Not even like in trepidation. Like, oh my God, what was that?
No, yeah.
Looking, peeking.
I heard they bolted out of there.
What are they?
That guy was like Curly Culp.
What are they?
After running back.
Oh my God, that might be the name of this episode. Oh, Louie, this is in my top 3.
Is that okay?
Favorite,
I'm glad you liked it.
Favorite observation,
Joe. It's one word. Trapped.
It's trapped again and again and again.
And I have another one.
Oh, we can't get rid of. We just can't get away from trapped. We're trapped in trapped. Oh my goodness!
Oh,
wow,
man, we're both wiping our eyes.
Oh, I am. I hope you guys are enjoying.
Yeah,
this.
really.
If you're enjoying this a quarter as much as we are, we're doing a good job. we're succeeding because oh my god, I'm so glad you didn't tell me.
I didn't want to. I didn't want to, Joe, because I had to surprise you with this.
Just
I know it's your favorite line. I heard shots. I know it's your favorite line out of that whole episode. I heard shots, and I say, so let me embellish on Joe's favorite line here, and not going to tell him. So anyway,
and we did notice that when Ralph leaves, and Norton is shooting, when the shots go. Again, I apologize if I gush over Art Carney, but the way he is scared, obviously, the pool cue almost goes flying out of his hands. He pirouettes. His hat almost flies off, back down, and then drops it. I mean, it was just, like we said, it's like watching ballet.
Yeah, it is.
Between Gleason being a 300-pound guy so light on his feet and Art Carney with his physicality.
Yes.
It's just go back. Watch the episode. I think it's called...
it starts with a T. Trapped.
Trapped, yeah. TV or not TV trapped? No.
No, just
trapped. Okay. Unconventional trapped? No. Okay.
Trapped.
Just trapped. Okay.
One word. It says it all.
Watch that because I think that's almost like something where maybe we don't, because we know what's happening. And so we actually almost like picture in our head the shots.
Yes.
We're not really watching Carney. And just today, I just really, really noticed how just, again, with his physicality, it's just so funny.
Yes.
Just go back. Watch that episode called Trapped.
Yeah.
And just watch when the gunshots and watch Art Carney and his great physicality. Just brilliant as usual. Nothing new. Nothing new. But still. Once again, trapped.
Joe, speaking about that, Art Carney to me comes across as very athletic.
Yeah, he was in the Navy.
Yeah, he was in the Navy. Yeah,
right.
No, he was in the Army. He's in the Navy in the series, but he was actually in the Army. But he seems to be very athletic. That you said when he's actually shooting pool. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he might not be. And he might not have been as good as Gleason, but he knew how to play.
You could just tell by the stroke. That's all you got to do is tell by the stroke. And also, even when he's doing that, during the Bensonhurst bomber, when he's doing that kind of shadow box type thing,
right?
You could see his moves, very athletic.
Yeah, it almost
even when he's outside with doing the Slugger Simpson thing.
Yeah,
he's got very athletic moves. So
yes,
and I'm assuming
I think. I don't know for sure, but I thought I read or heard somewhere that he did some sort of amateur boxing. Don't quote me on that.
Like a couple of months, though. It was only like 3 or 4 months.
Yeah. But he was, and
they all did back then. Boxing was big.
And the fact that he had a permanent limp that you never saw.
Right.
You never really notice it, except when he pirouetted or did something. But you can never tell because his moves were so good.
It was like shot in the foot, I believe.
I think in the foot, in the leg or something like that. Yeah. But just just great.
He heard shots.
I heard shots. Oh my goodness! All right, so
where are we?
Yeah, where are we? All right, I got it. I know where we're at. Okay, we're gonna do another bit. Today is we're mixing it up nice. Yeah. We got some bits, some just some good funny things,
bits
but
and skits
and yeah, here we go. We got another one
from Trap.
The Honeymooners podcast presents.
I wouldn't send a night out on a dog like this. Don't you get it? I wouldn't send a night out on a dog.
No, I don't get it. I don't think it's funny.
Jokes that didn't get the love that they deserved.
I heard him.
Thank you, Audrey. Thank you. All right. I hope she didn't hear my voice in that thing. Jeez.
That's what she's saying. I heard him.
Yeah. No, not funny. I heard him.
Did you hear that? Yeah, I heard him.
Okay, so we have a joke that bombed that we thought was, a pretty funny joke, but it goes to and I'll explain afterwards.
But
it was a
clever joke,
and it was from Young at Heart, and it was from young Judy Connors. And here it is.
Camden, Freddie was so icky, a real termite, strictly out of the wood. Besides, he was a mere child. Wallace is a real man.
Well, just how old is this Wallace?
He's almost 18.
Oh.
He's a real man of the world, and I've got a date with him tonight.
He's a real man. How old is he? He's almost 18. That's a funny line.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But to Louie's point, it's a live audience. They're not expecting Judy Connors to say something. Now, they giggled at her when she said strictly out of the wood, but that was terminology that they knew.
Yeah, I was going to say that it's probably something, at the time,
right.
Popular, like you say, popular terminology.
Well, they said for this episode, they
Yeah.
filled it up with young I don't know about just teenagers, but they filled it with young people.
Right.
And obviously because it was a young at heart episode. So they probably picked up on the whole thing. Oh, it's strictly out of the wood.
Termite, strictly out of the wood.
So, but for them to think of that, like they didn't think it was funny. They didn't think it was funny.
Like an adult would think it's funnier, like saying 18, a man of the world.
Man of the world? Really? They probably thought, oh, wow, he is a man of the world. No, he's not.
Especially then, like little kids in the audience. Yeah, I'm like, he is 18. Is a man
isn't
of the
18
world.
old?
Yeah, I'm 14. Look at me, I'm 13.
And like you say, you're not expecting a Judy Connors to come out with some hilarious line because it's not Jackie Gleason or Art Carney or Audrey. Right, exactly. So we just thought that was perfect enough for that, and then we'll see what we can do with that. All right. Now we have another. Now this is a double thing, and this I'm doing this partly just for Lou, but it's I
don't know about this.
Yeah, I told you about it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, it's sort of it's sort of a Louis observation, but it's my observation.
It's Joe. No, this is Joe's observation.
It's a Louis observation. It's always a Louis observation, So we don't have to play it again.
That's brought to you by Joe.
And this is from The Golfer, and it's with our favorite one and doneer, Mr. Douglas, and here is my little observation. Okay. It's when Mr. Douglas comes in the apartment.
Yes? Ralph Cramden? Oh, yes, sir. How are you, Mr. Douglas? Come right in.
Well, I see you know me, huh?
Oh, certainly. Alice, this is Mr. Douglas. He's one of the vice presidents of the Gotham Bus Company.
How do you do, Mr. Campbell?
Okay. Here's my observation. All right. So Ralph is talking to Alice, his wife of 15 years. And the way he introduces him, this is Mr. Douglas, one of the vice presidents of the Gotham Bus Company. Like he's never, like she doesn't know that he goes, one of the vice presidents from my company. Yeah. It's my boss. He has to tell her it's the Gotham Bus Company.
Like he's introducing here's our next speaker from the Gotham Bus Company, Mr. Douglas.
Yes, it's very strange. And obviously, it's just to solidify who he is to the audience.
Yes.
But, I mean, if I ever told my wife, my manager's calling, and I just mentioned the company's name, like the way you would see it on the stock market, she'd be like, you've been there 24 years. I know where you work. But I would never just do this observation and just stop it there. No. I can't. You can't. For Louis, I can't. So we just have to continue it. Just for just to reminisce down memory lane.
Anyway. Captain, I'm sorry to intrude at this hour, but I just left Mr. Harper in the hospital, and he asked me to drop by and see.
He's in the hospital?
Mr. Harper is in a hospital?
Oh, yes. Nothing serious, really. He just slipped and chipped a bone in his ankle.
Uh-oh. It's coming.
Chipped a bone in his ankle? I mean, he chipped the bone in his ankle. You mean he won't be able to play golf Sunday?
I'm afraid not. The doctor says he won't be able to play for about a couple of months, so he asked me to drop by and tell you how sorry he was to disappoint you.
I'm sorry, it never gets old. It just doesn't get old.
And Joe knows that is my favorite flub.
Easily your favorite flub.
Oh, my God.
Easily. It's not even close.
Well, I'm crying now. It's like I have tears on my... It's like anticipating it. It's like when I'm watching The Three Stooges, and I know it's coming, and I'm laughing before it happens.
Knowing that it's coming.
Yeah. And this is the same thing with this one.
And even even if, and of course, none of us remember the first time we seen it.
No, you don't.
But
That's
the best part of it is you can. It's like I was telling Lou, if you were looking at somebody from across the street walking down the sidewalk, and they tripped. And they start to fall. They don't just trip and fall right away. They trip and they're like stumbling and bumbling, and they're trying to gather themselves. They're trying to gather themselves, and you're watching it the whole time, and it feels like an hour. Yeah. But it's a mere second and a half. Yeah. But to watch it like up, and then. And that's what it for about a couple of months or something like that. Some time frame. And then when he said slipped.
Yeah, when in the beginning, before he actually says the flop, you could see him. This is when this is the actual trip.
Because slipped, it could have been trip.
Yes.
Right.
Now, we said there was that pause in there because it was the slipped or tripped and chipped.
Yes.
All together.
That's one. It's like a big giant gumbo of spoonerisms
right there. Like if Mr. President was saying that, forget it. Forget it.
That would have been great. It's slipped. Tripped.
Thank you, sir. Couldn't think of the word.
Yeah. Him, you, us. Sorry, sir. You, me, her. Couldn't think of the word. So I just had to throw that in on top of my little observation.
Oh, man, was that worth it? Was that worth it? Oh, man.
I'm telling you, I haven't, although I did watch a movie the other night that we laughed so hard, but I haven't laughed this hard in 2 weeks, at least.
Yeah.
So, thank you. I needed this. And hopefully everybody today listening appreciate how funny this is, because I sure do. Thank you. All right. I am ready for a little, where is it? Hold on. Another.
We're here? We're here?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
We're already at 30 minutes.
Oh, wow. This is like flying by.
This blew by. And
this will take up some time, believe me.
And here we go.
Now, Tom, who is our first guest, please? Herb. Our first guest, ready to leap the first hurdle on his way to the $99,000 answer, is our
courier from Parsippany, New Jersey, Joe Conti.
All right, here we go. Now, what are we doing now? Which one are we doing?
You loved one and done, so we got to go in
another one. Got to go one and done. Yes. Okay. So,
go ahead. Okay.
Just explain it again.
Oh, the one and done. Oh, this one and done these are actors and actresses who've appeared in an episode but never reappeared again.
Gotcha.
Not a different character. These are people who once and out.
Only saw their face once. One time. Their, hers, words,
him, he, she, it, you, slipped, chipped, and tripped.
I wonder why his baby. You know what his favorite beef is? Maybe chip beef.
Chip beef on toast. That was Ricardo Cortez's favorite.
What a great pile on to that bad joke. Great. So funny.
Oh, to our friend Andrew, Ricardo Cortez was Jewish.
Was he really?
Yes.
Oh, that's so funny. Oh, my God. That is hilarious.
Joe.
Okay.
This is a good one.
Okay.
And if you get this, you're really good.
Okay.
It's from Pal of Mine.
Okay.
So we know the scenes.
Yep.
All the scenes.
Okay.
So you're R.
Here we go.
Let's see what we got here. 6 people. How many times in the Honeymooners have you seen 6 one and done? You don't even see 6 people on the stage at one time.
I know, my goodness. Okay. Teddy Oberman.
Yes.
Teddy Oberman is 1.
Mm-hmm. Oh, actually, just 7.
Okay. Teddy Oberman.
I actually forgot about Teddy
Oberman. Here we go.
Right.
Teddy Oberman.
You got Teddy Oberman. Okay. I have him written down.
The nurse, the nurse at the reception desk, right?
Yes. That's 2.
Then there's He was hurt.
Yes. Man at the door.
Man at the door.
Yes, he was.
Okay.
The yes, he was guy.
Yes, he was.
That's right. You got 3 so far.
And I need 4 more.
4 more.
Oh, my God. 2 of the guys that came down, the one guy who was the last guy running out. The tall guy who had steps of a 3-year-old.
Yeah.
He couldn't take long steps.
He was high stepping.
There were 2 of those.
You got that right. Because the third guy in there was Victor Rendina, I believe.
Yes, who also
has always been in a million. I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so now what do we got now? We're down to 2. You need 2 more.
2 more. Pal of mine. The one guy pushing the cart,
the orderly,
with Charlie, because he only pushed one. They wouldn't even let him out.
And he wouldn't let him back in because he hit the wall with the cart. So they said, "You're out." Gleason said, "Out," and then all of a sudden, Dr. Hyman is pushing the cart with Charlie.
Yeah, Gleason was probably like, "Get that handsome guy out of here.
Yeah.
Get somebody less good-looking to finish up the scene."
No tall, handsome guys on the set. One more. I can't believe I forgot Teddy Oberman. That was like amazing, like the greatest character of all time.
I'm trying to think of how Palomine starts. Palomine starts with the party.
I'll give you a hint.
Okay.
Go back in the hospital.
Back to the hospital.
So now you had the floor nurse,
right,
and you had the orderly. There's one more person in the hospital. That's a one and done.
Do you see his face?
Her face.
You do see her face.
You don't even want to count the guy whose foot in his.
No, I was talking about
the elevator.
I was talking about the guy that they pulled out first. The guy that they first took out. Actually, you don't see his face.
We don't know who he is. We don't know who he is.
Okay.
I'm going to say he's probably a one and done, but we don't know who he is. We don't see.
Is it the woman who went and got the watch?
No, that was the floor nurse.
The floor nurse. Oh, the woman. It's the other nurse.
There you go.
That first Norton was talking to.
Yes, the blonde.
The blonde
walks
one.
in the room
That's
and
right.
we were talking about her. She never came back.
Right. She went into
jumped out the window. She went down the fire escape.
Yeah. And went to fry tags.
Back up the sheets.
That is crazy. Seven one and dones.
And you got me with. I didn't even have. Believe it, I didn't even have Teddy Oberman written down. When you said Teddy Oberman, I'm like Teddy Oberman. Like holy shit!
He was a one and done, right? He wasn't in any.
That
other
was it. That was it. He's in Lost episodes, but he's the one and done. 7 people.
Wow.
Yes, he was, man.
Yes, he.
2 nurses, Teddy Oberman, the orderly, and 2 sewer workers.
2 sewer workers. Wow. Because the other guy,
Jim McKeever.
Jim McKeever was also in
the Raccoons. He's judging the costume party.
The costume party. The ball.
Costume ball.
Costume ball. That he didn't want anything.
I'm winning this ball.
Yeah, I love that line. I'm winning that ball.
I'm winning that ball. What?
Oh, man. Well, listen, I think we had a little bit of a hiatus, but I think we made up for it because that was fun. Number 61 in the books. First, I want to thank Silk City Hot Sauce, all right, for being our sponsor. Go to silkcityhotsauce.com, put RX in the coupon code at the checkout, and get yourself 15% and a free bottle of cherry sriracha. I want to thank all of you guys who listen, all of you guys who email us, all you guys who leave voicemails, and a few extra special guys that we, and you know who you are. Yeah. We really, really appreciate all of you pals. Who else can we thank? The Facebook group, the great Honeymooners Raccoon Lodge with Joy and Brother Norton. And I guess that's it. The only thing I could say is if you want to check out my other show, it's called The Conti and Kenny Show. We're usually on every Monday night. We're on a bit of a hiatus.
Got a new show, Joe, don't you?
I am going to be starting a new show.
Tell them.
It's called the No B-Sides Podcast, and it's all about the Beatles. And it's me and a friend of mine, a comic. And it's just, it's not going to be 2 musicians pontificating about, chord progressions, because neither one of us are that. Just give you an idea. My one friend has a hilarious, bizarre theory on why the Beatles broke up, and it wasn't Yoko. I'll give it to you that. But we're working on getting that, because right now he's getting himself all healed up, fixing himself up, getting healthy. So that'll be coming out. It'll be called the No B-Sides Podcast. I'll let you guys know about it with me and my pal Johnny Watson. And don't forget, you can check out my 1-hour comedy DVD/CD called Happiness. You can download it anywhere you get music or comedy. If you want to buy it, you can. If not, listen to it. You can find it anywhere. And then let me know what you think. And that's it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, everybody, for giving us a listen. Number 61 in the books. And we'll see you next time.
E pluribus raccoonum. Night all.
Good night. Good night.
you. Good night.
We'll have to do this again real soon.
How about tomorrow night?
This has been a non-productive media presentation. Executive producer Frank Hablawi. This program and many others like it on the Non-Productive Network is distributed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives license. Please share it, but ask before trying to change it or sell it. For more information, visit Non-Productive.com.
Say, how about you, Ralph?
Oh, I'm doing great.
Yeah? What's your line?
Transportation business.
Transportation business?
Yes, Gotham Bus Company.
What do you do?
Oh, I run things.
Testing, hot outbound car, 1, 2, 3, 4. You on the air?
Are you ready?
Make the approach. Plant your feet firmly in the ground. Head down. Eyes on the ball. Relax. That's it. Get your left arm straight. Your right arm straight. Relax. Lower your right shoulder. Go!
The Honeymooners Podcast. The only podcast that is all about the greatest show of all time. With the stars, Joe Conti and Louis Fatts.
Welcome, fellow raccoons and members of the Women's Auxiliary. What's happening, all you Hurricanes, Bensonhurst Bombers, and all the Johnny Bennetts of the world? You're listening to the Honeymooners Podcast with me, Joe Conti, and my pal Louis Fatts.
I majored in arithmetic in vocational school.
The only discussion-based podcast all about the greatest show of all time. We record in the Non-Productive Studios in Clifton, New Jersey. Subscribe to the show wherever you get your podcasts. And if you're on iTunes, give us a 5-star rating and leave a positive review. Our website is non-productive.com/honeymooners to listen to them directly right online. And don't forget to like our Honeymooners Podcast Facebook page. I take my glasses off, I look at Louie and say, how you doing, Lou?
And I say, Joe, number 31.
Number 31, that's
PS 31, Erster Bay.
Erster Bay. But yes, number 31 of the Honeymooners Podcast. And it's just the last 15 of them have been just like really, really fun. And every time we're like, we're never going to top that.
Yeah.
And then the next one's like, wow, that was really good.
That was really good, yeah.
Yeah,
We're just going for really good.
Yes. Yeah, we'll take really good.
We'll take really good.
You know? And we appreciate everybody out there, all the fans supporting us, giving us ideas.
Yeah.
For bid ideas and all that kind of stuff. So we really, really thank all of you. You guys are aces. You're the best pals.
Best pal of mine.
Best pals of mine. Now, we are going to start the show out with something we haven't done in a bit. It's been a while since we've done this. Yeah. And it's I like this bit. This is one of my favorites because we really get to I got to put my readers back on. Because we get to have a little fun with it.
Examining the legs now.
And, well, here it is.
I can name that tune in one.
The Honeymooners Podcast presents Whatever Happened To. The boys go deep into their shallow minds and try to imagine what would have happened to certain situations in the show if the episode had a to be continued or a part 2. Yeah, I know. Joe and Louie need real jobs. And now here's Whatever Happened To.
All right.
Joe, I know you love this bit, Joe.
It's fun.
It's fun.
You know what it is? It's a perfect mixture of the show and us.
Yes.
That's what I love about it. We get to be fun and, on occasion, a little humor.
Yeah, funny,
a little funny once in a while.
Do come up with a good one now and then.
She does come up with a good one now and then. Why don't you shut up? But this is a Whatever Happened To from the episode. I can't think of the name of the episode.
Better Living Through TV?
Better Living Through Television.
Yeah, through television.
Yes. Yeah. Which, of course, is when they get the 2000 Happy
Handy Housewife.
4-H. The 4-H Club. Happy Handy Housewife Club Helper removes corns from your feet. Which is a great joke, by the way.
Oh, yeah. And you can spearfish with it. Everything.
Well, the spearfish was like an ad-lib.
He threw that in when the
but
thing was
that corn thing, which is just so funny. Like, all these things for your food.
Well, yeah,
and then one thing, something on your foot. The most disgusting part of your body.
You're going to core apple and then remove a corn from your foot.
Exactly right. But the Whatever Happened To, our thing is, what happened to all of those handy helper things?
Yeah.
He had 2,000 of them. They got on television in front of millions of people.
Yes.
Now, granted, it didn't work out too well, and he fell over, and then they had to go to Charlie Chan and all that. But there had to be somebody that wanted it.
What you said to me. You told me about your theory about the happy handy housewife helper.
If 2 people bought the Snuggie, we could have at least 5 people that would have bought the handy housewife thing. Especially back then. Every man's like, hey, something else I could get my wife to do more work around the house. But you're telling me the Snuggie and all these other dumb things that people buy in late night television, it's basically the first infomercial.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's kind of like, it was like an infomercial. It was supposed to be live.
Yes, live TV.
I guess live, the basis of it was that they're playing a movie. And they're doing the commercial live.
The commercial's live during the intermission of the movie.
Did they really do that back then?
I wouldn't put it past them to not. Why not?
Why not,
Yeah,
right?
Really, why not?
I don't think they were worried about FCC regulations or something.
No.
Guys were just testing the product out.
Yeah.
And they got in front of millions of people for apparently $300.
And the thing was going horribly wrong, and they just let it roll. You would think they would just cut it?
Yes.
You think like Eddie Hanley would have said, "Okay, cut this."
Like the phone line that he probably cut back in the day. Think, all right, you know what? No, they just kept going.
Keep going, and we'll follow him right through as he falls through the wall.
Ralph stammers, and everything is falling apart, and then and that was not planned, the falling off the wall thing.
Right.
But somebody had to buy it.
And then the question here is, what happened to them?
Where'd they go?
Did they go back into the warehouse in the Bronx?
Maybe they're in the basement, into the little room where the thing has got the 4 walls.
Yeah.
Maybe it's in there.
It'd be somewhere. It's got to be somewhere.
The janitor knows where it is.
Yeah, they were stuck with them. Yeah.
Yes, he's got to be able to sell some of them. It was genius. Was it $300 they were on television?
Yeah, it was $100 I think for the commercial, $200 for the shipping, not the shipping, the warehouse rate.
Right.
And I think altogether they spent like $300.
Yeah, it was $100 to be the $100, which basically it's less than $1,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
Our money today.
Yeah,
to be in front of millions of people.
Yeah,
I would take that.
Yeah.
I would promote our show on a show with millions of people for $900. You know,
it's amazing what this guy does with $75 in the bank. It's amazing the money they spend.
I got it right here. But yeah, like there's no way that because they give a phone number out. There's no way
phone number.
that one person didn't buy at least one.
Yeah, there's always somebody out there. It's like the people today.
Pays to buy the best.
I got a new one. Dusty out in that hall.
Dusty out in that hall. But yeah.
Okay.
So the whatever happened
Whatever
to.
happened to. That was a good
What
one.
happened
Whatever happened
to
to the handy
the
house.
handy house? What do they call it?
The happy handy. He screws it up. So, happy handy housewife helper, I believe. That's the official name. Wouldn't you love to have that today? The prop?
Just the prop
Just
itself.
the prop itself?
Of course.
Oh, my God.
You know,
Could you imagine?
they sell all the different things. Like, I've seen like his uniform, all that. I would love to have
the
that
happy
thing.
handy housewife helper. Could you imagine?
And especially with the lunatics that listen to this show, including us, we would just be like, I'd probably wake up in the morning, I pet my dog, and then I'd be like, oh, hang on a
Got
second.
Corey Apple.
And then can a Corey Apple? And I would just be doing the bit, which is crazy.
They probably just tossed it right after the show. Somebody put this thing together, some prop man, just put a couple things on here to make it look like some kind of gadget.
Yeah.
After the show is over, they probably just tossed it right into the garbage.
Probably, yeah. There's no way that... and
Not thinking that 64 years later, me and you would be looking for it.
Yes. All right, maybe we can go to the... what was the studio they used before CBS?
The Dumont?
Dumont, yeah. We're in Clifton, right? Wasn't Dumont right here?
Dumont was in Clifton, right here. Yeah.
We should go down the street, just start rummaging through the basement.
The basement of the place.
Find the broken cot. Yes. Okay. But that is our Whatever Happened To, which we haven't done in a while.
No, we enjoy it. We like Whatever Happened To.
Yes. And not today, but we're pretty much set with the new bit.
Yeah, the new bit.
And we got the new intro.
We got an intro going.
Yeah.
We got some material. Joe's got a few in the pocket. I got one.
Yeah, absolutely.
I got one on deck. So we're ready to go there too.
We're ready to rock and roll for sure. So now we want to go with our second bit of the day, and I'm looking for. Oh, here it is. No, this isn't it, is it?
What are we doing?
Yes, okay.
Oh yeah, that would. Now
we're going to hear I don't know if you know, we're going to hear Swanee River. That's,
okay.
Just so you know, if that clears things up for you. Okay. It's the only sound, it's the only music you hear on this show is Swanee River. That is it. All right, here we go.
And now, the Honeymooners podcast presents...
It's not in the top hand drawer.
The Flub of the Week.
It's just... And I'm not... Like, we're not doing it. We're not laughing at that because we're trying to make it sound like the show's funnier than it is. I can't help giggling when I hear that. When I hear the flub, I just can't... I can't... It's this.
It's not in the top hand drawer.
It's always funny.
And the visual that goes with it,
it's
amazing.
Because he's holding...
flustered.
He's flustered. He's got the dumb hat on.
Yeah.
He's holding his shoes. And I think he's got his socks, or he's holding something else.
Well, he's got his tie not tied. I believe his tie's not tied. It's just
it's
draped around him.
Draped around his shoulders.
He didn't do it tonight yet because it kept on slipping.
And he was holding something up, but he was holding his shoes, and it's just one of the best. It's the greatest flub of all time.
Never be topped.
Absolutely. But our flub today, it's a new flub. It's a quick one, but I think it's a good one because it comes on a great episode of Mama Loves Mambo, which is, pretty
loved
much
by everyone.
Loved
by everyone.
And if you don't like it, you're a mental case, right?
You definitely are.
Do you think it's not? Do you think it's in your top 5? I certainly do. I certainly do. Yeah, we're going to talk about that on one episode. Yeah, for sure. But
that Oliver Hardy line.
Yes. Here is Flub of the Week, and it's Carlos Sanchez.
Carlos Sanchez.
There we go.
Great character.
Yes.
Charles Corvin.
Yes, the mambo dancer that can't dance.
From Hungary.
Yes, that can't dance. Yeah, the Latin guy from Hungary who can't dance. Unbelievable. That Eastern European. Here we go.
Now I'm going to put on some mambo music, and we'll see how it sounds with that.
Okay.
And tonight you can...
All right, good. So we're going to put on some mambo music and see what it sounds like with that. I don't know what that means.
See what it sounds like?
Yes, and we'll see what it sounds like with that. I don't understand what he meant by
Joe
that.
had that little pause because he flubbed the line.
He realized.
And he had the little pause with that.
I mean, it sounds like it's just all right. Now we'll play a little mambo music and see how you enjoy that,
or something,
see how you dance
we'll
with
see
that.
how it goes with that,
or something like that.
But not see how it sounds with that. I mean, it sounds like.
Yeah, let's hear that again.
Now I'm going to put on some mambo music, and we'll see how it sounds with that.
We'll
And
see how
tonight
it sounds with that. It sounds like he's ordering dinner. Yeah, can I get some mambo with some of the side order of that?
With that.
But Carlos Sanchez, what's his name?
Charles Corvin.
Charles Corvin. That's right. Yeah. So we discussed this. At
we
one
did
point,
discuss it at one point.
He was a perfect cast for that.
Yeah, he did. He actually came across as a Latin guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not, like I say, he's from Eastern Europe.
Right.
But he did come with just the accent. Just someone having an accent, especially back in the day.
Yeah.
I mean, you really didn't see many ethnic things going on, and
right.
I mean, like,
and it was
had your
slight. It was a slight enough accent.
Yeah,
it wasn't cartoonish.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't
right.
a cartoonish.
Yeah, it wasn't like
type
Speedy Gonzalez.
Right, right. And if I beep beep. But it was, but it's a great flub because he really did. You could tell he got flustered.
He stumbled.
And pow, did he go down?
It really went down.
Now I'm going to put on some mambo music, and we'll see how it sounds with that.
We'll put on some mambo music, and we'll see how it sounds with that. Okay, we'll see how it sounds with that there, Carlos. Unbelievable. Carlos Sanchez.
Carlos Sanchez.
The great Carlos Sanchez.
Carlos Sanchez, a character everyone loves. Who lived there, we think, for maybe a week. Took over Fogarty's old flat.
Flat, yeah. And
never
then was
saw him.
never heard from again. Okay. Yeah, apparently there's a serial killer in Bensonhurst, and they were just killing people, and then they would never be seen again. We think we did a Whatever Happened To. And
I think we did. Yeah, we think we did something with him, and I remember with Fogarty's
I think it was
Latin stuff like that.
We saw him once, and we never even. It's not that he needed to be on the show anymore, but he was never even mentioned.
No, never mentioned.
Like, why don't you go next door to Carlos and have some dinner with him? It
was just a weekly thing, just an in and out.
Of course,
just for the week.
Standalone thing.
It was funny for the week, and they got out. They got in and they got out.
And they got out.
And they got their laughs, and everyone forgot about Carlos Sanchez, except for us 65 years later.
Yeah, exactly. And all the other lunatics that listen to this show. Mental patients. So now we are blowing through these bits today.
Yeah.
We are now
bit show.
Going to be going.
We don't have a really topic here.
We're going to go with our third bit of the day, which is, of course. That music sounds familiar.
And now, from the observation deck overlooking the Johnson Building at 328 Chauncey Street, the Honeymooners podcast presents Louis' Observations.
Yes, Louis' Observations. And this one, I like this one. This one is a good one.
Refresh my memory. What is it?
Oh, it was the birthday.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes.
No, we talked about a couple. I couldn't remember.
Yeah, we had like 3 different observations.
Yeah, that's what I don't know.
It seems that we have about. I mean, I have like 20.
Yeah, we have a
observations.
zillion of them. We don't know which ones we're going to use.
Louis like, yeah. What's that thing again?
What is my observation?
Very observant, Lou. Very observant, Lou. So, your observation.
What is it, Joe?
It's a great observation. In the episode where Pardon My Glove, when she's having the birthday party.
Yes.
And then Andre comes over and he's going to redo the whole apartment.
Yep.
Alice cancels the party
now
for the next day.
Okay.
She calls everybody on the list except her best friend right upstairs.
Trixie,
yes.
The person who called everyone the day before to tell them to come.
Right.
So Alice gets on the phone the next day.
Right.
I guess at her mother's house.
Yeah, or
and tells everybody the party's off. And Trixie walks in surprised.
Yeah.
What
a surprise.
Oh, there's no party. What about the party tonight, Alice? I canceled. Well, it would have been nice if you told Trixie first.
Yeah, maybe your best friend right upstairs.
She's going to help you make the phone call.
Yeah. It's not like you have been using my phone for the last 15 years. You could have at least alerted me to the fact that you canceled your husband's surprise party
and didn't tell me.
Now, I want to piggyback that observation with Alice when they're first making their list. And she's like, oh, we got peanuts, popcorn, candy, all
pretzels,
this kind of stuff,
I think it says potato
pretzels,
chips,
blah, blah, blah. And happy birthday to Ralph. A chocolate cake. No,
the original is chocolate.
Right. But she goes, chocolate cake with happy birthday to Ralph. And she's pointing to her saying happy birthday to Ralph. And then she said, well, I better change that
to coconut.
To coconut because Ralph.
Because she bought him the belt and the whole bit.
Right. Here's the thing. Do you mean to tell me on your list where you have to order stuff, you have to remind yourself to put happy birthday Ralph on the cake? Really? Did you actually have to write that down? Was that the hardest part? What was this party for?
Let's see. I
This
don't know.
cake. I got to write something. Is it congratulations? Is it bon compleanno? Merry Christmas? Of course it's happy birthday to Ralph.
Now, the thing about it is the only reason it's probably on there is because when he finds that note, he knows, and that's what the whole premise of the thing is, that he knows that it's for his birthday.
That it's for his birthday, yeah.
And that's
of course.
That's the whole thing. But the funny part about it is, like, why are you writing that? Like, you don't know.
Yes. It's beautiful. Just great. Oh, my goodness. Happy birthday to Ralph. It's like, really?
Hey, get a load of this. What do you make of it? Was he saying to him, Norton? What do you make of this? When he sees that's the itsy bitsy piece. He goes to wash his hands.
Right.
Because he got I don't know how much pizza sauce he got on his fingers. He had an itsy bitsy piece.
I know, tiny little piece.
And a teensy weensy piece.
And he grabbed the teensy weensy piece.
Like he's loaded with
on
sauce
him. Like he dumped his hand in a big container of sauce.
Yeah, and then he goes and washes his hand, then wipes his hands on Alice's apron and finds the note in the pocket. So it all works out because this is how it goes.
Of course.
But
and what does he say? Like, what do you make of this?
What do you make of this? He says to Norton. I think he says, what do you make of this?
And then, of course, he starts reading it off.
Yeah,
and
it's like having a party.
Yeah. Yes.
Listen, names people on here, and then the thing where
right,
you're
and
not
then
invited.
Of course, you're not invited.
Okay.
Your name's on
it. So anyway,
yes. But
that was our observation.
Yes,
for the week.
And Louis actually just came up with another little bit that we're going to do that's going to feature me. And you know how you were saying, right? So so we're adding stuff and. We got a really interesting idea from one of our listeners, Gary.
Yes, yeah,
and we got to figure out
that might how to do that. Maybe
that would be.
Thank you, Gary.
More. Thanks, Gary, for more work that I'm going to have to do.
That won't be too time consuming. But that's okay.
Yeah, how about giving us an idea of something that we could just say, really funny and intriguing? No, Joe. Here, why don't we do? We have to go and start researching episodes again, and just edit and like maybe 30 or 40 sound clips for the one bit. Thanks, Gary. I appreciate it.
Our man, Gary.
But I actually I can see where that bit might actually go.
Yeah,
and
we could do something with that.
Yeah,
we will.
Absolutely. All right. We remember when we were doing the Clear the Field, and that was an episode like episode 12 or 13, when we were dissecting the scene when they're drinking.
Right, the famous drinking scene.
We're having fun because your great observation of that was that wasn't really Ralph and Ed Norton. That was Jackie Gleason and Art Carney.
Yes.
Being almost like being themselves.
Being themselves.
Yes.
Being themselves, just in a Honeymooners stage.
Universe,
yeah,
right.
In this
Honeymooners universe.
Just using the stage of the Honeymooners to be themselves.
To be themselves. And we said you could see, like, it looked like Jackie Gleason was kind of, the lead, and Art Carney was following him.
Like only Art Carney can do.
And it was great. And we loved the one sound that we heard that we never heard before. And it's actually this. I have it, and it's when he goes, "What do you say we break into a little song?" And Ralph goes, and it's just a quick, and it's something we never heard before, ever. And it was so funny and just a lot of fun to hear because, like I said, we're hearing something new. Well. We were going over something today, and I think we heard it before. We were never really appreciated this as much. And it's from Women's Work Is Never Done.
Women's Work Is Never Done,
right.
And it's also in another one, too.
Does he do it in another one?
Yeah, he does it with Bill Davis.
Oh,
Got the
what?
bus company.
Oh, yeah. That's right. So this
Play the first one. Play one you had up.
Okay, and I'll see. Maybe I'll
don't
look for
know.
the other one real quick. This is when they're about to go and try to hire a maid, and Ralph is smoking the cigar, and he tells Alice, "Listen, let's act like
big shots."
Big shots. Yeah. When the guy walks in, he makes this sound, and it's so ridiculous. But apparently, that's supposed to be like a very
uppity type.
Right. Like a Winston Churchill type of guy, right? And here it is.
I just hope it doesn't take too long, Ralph. This is my lunch hour. I got to get back to work.
Never mind your lunch. Just act important. Oh, my name is Mr. Wilson.
What was that? It's so great. I'm going to get right to it. Ready?
Important. Oh, my name is Mr. Wilson. My name is Mr. Wilson. Oh, my name is Mr. Wilson. What can I...
Because he does the mini one with Bill Davis and says, transportation line business. Got the bus company.
When they're in the street?
Yeah, in the street outside of Madison Square Garden.
Okay.
And Davis finds them again.
Right. So he does that thing.
Never understood. Like, what's Bill Davis doing at Madison Square Garden boxing matches?
Yeah.
He just came in from wherever he came in from.
Yeah, no, it really
supposedly Chicago.
Yeah, supposedly Chicago and his plant in Akron.
He went to Madison Square Garden, and I love the access Norton has to Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
Just walked in the door.
Right in the thing there, like, hey, I'm Ed Norton.
And there's no security there. The door's wide open. Walks right in, goes see one of the boxers.
But you know what, though? To actually agree with not with your sentiment, but I don't think the security was the biggest deal back then.
Yeah, it wasn't. But in boxing, when it always had that little shady underworld thing with
that's
boxing,
true.
You would think there would be like some
sort
somebody
of
there,
a little
at
bit security. Yeah, something.
I mean, you can duke them and get in, no problem.
yeah, exactly.
But it's funny, Madison Square Garden, he walks right in.
Oh, it's just
that's the old garden, the old Madison Square Garden.
When there was
that's the old original Madison Square Garden. I think there's actually 3 Madison Square Gardens.
Was it in the same place?
No, I forgot exactly where it was located.
I didn't know
and it had
that.
like the outside of it looked kind of like when you walked through it looked like an arcade.
Oh.
And I think they actually called it the arcade to walk through.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I always thought it was the same one. They just redid
no, this
it.
one
or
is
whatever.
the new one that we know of that we've been to. This is the latest Madison Square Garden.
All right. Well, listen,
little history lesson there.
Hard to believe, but we're already at 25 or 26 minutes.
Good.
Yes.
Oh, we're running good.
Yeah, we are running good. We wanted to now. How do you want to do for trivia tonight? What do you want to do?
All right, Joe. We can go.
Oh boy, I don't like when you go right to your
when
paper.
I go to
when
my
you're
Walgreens
prepared,
my Walgreens receipt,
your CVS receipt.
From a month
and I
ago.
didn't like the confidence you had when you were like, "Oh, let me go look over
let me
here."
look over
You didn't
here.
look nervous, like, "Oh, let me see." Then I maybe have a shot. You look like you've got this prepared, like you are ready for your SATs.
Okay, Joe. Here,
right.
this is how we can do it.
Okay.
Straight up question.
Okay.
Rapid fire, which you know rapid fire
Yeah.
is. Or a new one.
Oh, new one.
Sudden death. You keep on going until you miss it.
Let's try it. All right. Are they going to be just random questions?
No, they're going to be. It's going to be a categorical.
All right. Let's go sudden
we'll
death.
have. Let me see. Oh, addresses. I'm a big address guy in this. Okay. Now, how do you want it? You want me to give you the address and then you do it, or you want me to give you the subject, like say a person's name, and then you tell me where they live? I'm going to give you the address. You know why?
Yeah,
I'll be giving you the address and you tell me.
I think I'll have a better shot
Right.
if you give me the address and I tell
now,
you.
do you want this sudden death style, or you want it rapid fire?
Let's
Rapid
go-
fire means you go right through the whole list.
Yeah, let's go through the whole list because
Okay.
I want to try
Okay.
it. You know,
Well, got a good list here.
All right,
Okay.
here we go.
All right, here we go.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right.
Hold on, I'm just warming up here. Got the old
Warming
neck
up
going.
in the bullpen. Ready, Dizzy
No,
Dean?
warming up in a bullpen or nothing.
Are you ready? You ready for your spaghetti, Dizzy Dean?
Yes. Eat your spaghetti.
Shut up, Dizzy Dean.
Dizzy Dean. Eat your spaghetti.
Oh, God.
Here we
Okay. 383 Himrod Street, apartment 4D.
Harvey Wallstetter. Oh, it's the first people. The what is their names? They're the first ones, and then he gave Harvey Wallstetter.
Yes,
the
you're on
address.
it. You just can't get the guy's name.
The Barfelds.
You got it.
Barfelds.
I got it.
Woohoo! All right.
A little trivia to that. For the Sid, I can't remember his real name. Sid something.
The guy who played
the
Barfeld?
Barfeld did the voice for Baby Huey cartoon.
Really?
Yes.
It makes sense. He almost looks like
and he sounded like that. I remember Baby Huey, and when I hear this guy speak, it's like, oh my god, it's Baby
that's
Huey.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. Sid Raymond.
Sid
Raymond. His name is. Okay, here we go.
All right, here we go.
1149 Park Avenue.
Oh, that's Mr. Marshall's address.
You got it,
Mr. Marshall's address.
All right, I'll give you an added trivia.
Okay.
What famous couple lived across the street from Mr. Marshall?
Famous couple of that time?
Yeah. No. TV couple of that time, non-honeymooners related.
Right.
Lived right across the street at 1049 Park.
Really? Like real people or
a
television?
A television show. A television.
Oh. And was it on at that time?
No, after.
After? Was it somebody from The Odd Couple?
You got it.
Really?
It was The Odd Couple.
It was The Odd Couple?
Yeah, they lived
were on Park Ave?
1049 Park.
Well, you know what?
Right across the street from Mr. Marshall.
Yeah, two single guys. They got
Unger.
extra money laying around.
Oscar Madison.
They don't have no woman they got to spend it on. Whoops. Oh, wow.
Okay.
All right.
That's
That's
very
very
interesting. One
interesting.
here.
Yes.
Okay. Where was the sewer explosion? Which street did the sewer explosion take place on? Remember? Norton was hurt.
I'm pretty sure that was Himrod Street also.
Got that one, too.
Was it Himrod Street?
It was Himrod Street, yes.
Do you know the number?
No, it just said Himrod Street.
Himrod
It
Street,
said
okay.
explosion on
Wow,
Himrod Street.
I'm actually doing well.
This is a tough one.
Oh, boy, here we go.
I'm going to give you a tough one. Here.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Should get a sip of water for this.
Yeah, sip your water, and I'll give it the intro. In Funny Money, one of my favorites. Joe,
Okay.
Joe knows that's one of my
course.
favorites. The character Ziggy gets on the bus with the money. Now, a cop gets on the bus. Now, obviously on Madison Avenue because it's Ralph's bus.
Right.
What street does the cop get on the bus? Madison and...
I'm going to guess 43rd.
Ooh, you're close. It's 49th.
Was it 49th?
Got on the bus. Cop gets on the bus at 49th.
And I'm not thinking nothing.
Yeah, and he goes, now he saes at the next stop, that's where he gets off the bus.
Right.
Doesn't say which street that is.
Doesn't
We don't
say,
know.
but it was 49th.
50th, 48th. We don't know.
Wow.
Could have been odd and even buses back then.
Yeah. Alternate buses. Alternate buses.
Okay. Here's a good one. During the costume party.
Okay.
There's an emergency in the sewer. And remember, Trixie comes running down. There's emergency.
Right.
And which street is the sewer emergency on?
Is it 233rd Street?
Close.
Wait a minute.
Okay, keep on going. I'm gonna give you.
Was it a name?
No.
Also,
number street. No, just a street. They just said a street.
Yeah, I thought it was 230th. 225th Street.
You got it.
225th Street.
25th
That was
Street,
when,
sewer.
and then he comes in for the costume party.
We were saying that one time. One of your observations was he ran from 225th Street, which I believe is up in the Bronx. It's not even in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
With the sewer mask on.
Right, with the sewer mask on, right. So they probably called, the FBI because they thought like some sort of alien man from space running down 125th Street.
Okay, last one.
Okay.
465 Van Buren, apartment 3C.
465 Van Buren. That is Harvey Wallstetter's
You got
address.
it.
Is that Harvey
You got
Wallstetter's?
it. Yep.
Nice.
You got it. All right, now let me see if you remember from last week. Let's see how good your memory was.
Okay.
9th and 48th.
9th and 48th is where the Gotham Bus Company is
got
located.
It. You got it.
That's right.
Joe killed it this week. Joe killed it.
Wow, you got some really good ones.
Killed it, though.
Whew, man. I almost made up for the debacle in the last couple of weeks with my rapid fire. Yeah, rapid fire. Yeah. It wasn't even a candle.
This is like the slowest rapid fire.
It's the opposite of rapid fire. Yeah.
Well,
It's a slow match. There's nothing rapid or fire going on here. And I like how you called it rapid fire.
I know.
You're like, you're on the clock. I'm like, what?
Okay,
Am I on the clock?
Sundial.
Well, thank you, everybody. That wraps up number 31. 31 in the books. Interesting because we're over 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And we just did our bits.
That's what we did.
Didn't
We
really
just did
do.
No, we didn't break down an episode like we
Or a
planned
scene
or
or
an
whatever.
episode
No.
or a list.
That's
we didn't
what-
do it. We just took our little bits of bits, and
Yes, and that's what people need to understand. That's why they think, oh, you only got a couple of more
left. No.
You can only get to 39 because you're obviously just breaking down each episode. It's not the way it works.
We could take the episode of Trapped and do
I
six
know.
episodes
6
on that
episodes
alone.
on Trapped. Yeah, exactly.
I think we have.
I think
we've done
we have.
3
I
already.
think we've done 3 that include Traps. So, all right, listen. Let's.
Joe, you want to mention what happened on the radio last night?
Oh yes. We're recording on the 27th. On the 26th, on Jackie Gleason's birthday and my wife's birthday. Who doesn't like the Honeymooners? And I really,
My girlfriend's daughter's birthday.
Yeah. No, I can't. I have Gleason's birthday. But anyway, we went down to a New Jersey radio station, 101.5, and we got to hang out with the one of the DJs, the guy Steve Trevelise, who does a show from 7 to 11, and he does on Wednesday nights. He does trivia,
because his name is Trevelise,
right?
So
You get people call in and they can choose from a different bunch of subjects: music, sports, movies, and it's all has
New
to do with
Jersey.
Jersey.
Yeah.
But we included Honeymooners, and Louis went down. We went down, but Louis brought his 800 questions. And boy, everybody was going for the Honeymooners, and they thought they were probably going to get like the people listening on this show know what Louis gave them.
Oh yeah,
but they were probably thinking, "Oh, I'm going to win! I love that show. That's the one he says bang zoom and hello ball." And boy, did they get it right in the face! They got a pie right in the face.
They didn't even know where Uncle Leo lived.
No idea. Yes, where Uncle Leo.
The guy said Albany. I gave him multiple guesses too.
Yeah, and it was multiple choice too.
Not like I hit Joe. Joe don't get multiple choice.
Of course. I mean, I can't.
But these people have multiple choice, and hardly anybody got
one
that.
guy or two guys.
2 people got it.
But it must have been 10 people that asked for the Honeymooners.
Yeah.
And I think they were bamboozled by you.
Didn't know. They thought it was
because they were like, "Oh, cool! I know what Ralph does for a living."
Yeah.
And then you were like, "Where does Uncle Leo live?" And they were like, "Womp womp womp." But thanks to Steve Trevelise for letting us on the show.
He was great.
And he's a big fan of the Honeymooners,
Yeah.
and we really appreciate it.
Yeah.
But so if you're in Jersey, you probably know 101.5.
101.5 yeah.
But thank you, Steve. And
Yes, thank you, Steve Trevelise. Thank you.
Everybody, and of course, all of the Facebook groups. On Facebook, of course, where would the Facebook groups be except be on Facebook? The Honeymooners is one. The Honeymooners Lodge. The Honeymooners, the classic 39 episodes. Brother Norton's got his Honeymooners trivia. He also has another podcast. I think he calls it the Honeymooners Thursday. I forget exactly what it's called. But if you go on Spotify and you put Honeymooners Trivia, you'll find it. It's like a 5-minute trivia where he just does like 2 questions. It's very good. And I also do my other show, the Conti and Kenny Show, which is on every Monday night on More Like Radio. And then I also do When the Levy Breaks with the great Reverend Bob Levy, who used to be on the Stern Show and go on the Opie and Anthony Show. I do that. And if you want to check out and get my first DVD, CD, my comedy 1-hour thing I made back in 2011, it's called Joe Conti Happiness. You can get it on CD Baby or iTunes. And I think that's it.
That's it.
Louis, thank you. Everybody, thank you so much. We had a great time, and we'll see you next time.
Night all.
Good night. Good night.
you. Good night.
We'll have to do this again real soon.
How about tomorrow night?
This has been a non-productive media presentation. Executive producer Frank Hablawi. This program and many others like it on the Non-Productive Network is distributed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives license. Please share it, but ask before trying to change it or sell it. For more information, visit Non-Productive.com.
Testing. Hot outbound car. 1, 2, 3, 4. Johnny here?
The Honeymooners Podcast, the only podcast that is all about the greatest show of all time. With the stars, Joe Conti and Louis Fatz.
Howdy, raccoons and raccoonettes, and whatever else we would call somebody else who loves the Honeymooners the way we do. Welcome to episode number 3 of the Honeymooners Podcast, the only podcast that's all about the greatest show of all time. I'm Joe Conti, and this is my partner, Louis Fatz.
Present.
Yes, he's the vice president. Yeah, the Veep. He's the Veep.
Me a Veep.
Welcome to episode number 3, and we were just talking about a couple of different things, but we were just talking about the one episode when they what is it, On Stage, and for anybody who really knows the show, we don't have to explain to you what that is. If you're like a level 1 fan, then just hit pause, go watch On Stage, and you'll get what we're talking about. And we're not going to talk about the whole episode, but just the fact that when he would do the voice when he started acting.
Yes, changing his voice.
Yeah.
And it's an incredible voice, too.
And it's so good. Rachel, you've come back. And I think I just love the fact, and I know tons of shows and movies have done this, where the actors are acting, but they're acting being bad actors.
They're acting poorly.
Right, yeah. But just watching him do that terrible voice, and even when he does the Mr. Fabersham, you know, with his eyes, is he doing like a Cagney or something?
He's doing something.
That's Ed Norton. He was doing.
He comes in as Cagney. Norton comes in as Cagney.
Cagney or
Mr.
Peter
Fabersham?
Lorre?
No, he comes in as Cagney.
That's Cagney, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Fabersham. Right. You dirty rat.
Yeah, like that. You dirty rat kind of voice.
Right. Yeah, with that dirty rat kind of thing. And but just he was like Rachel. And then remember the one time when they were rehearsing, and then he does the voice, and Alice is just like, she just kind of gives that like the looking up, like,
Here he is, like this. Stop it with the overacting.
Terrible acting. He was terrible, and she was actually good because she was, playing, doing a love scene with somebody who she loves.
Yeah, and that's basically what it comes down to.
Great, yeah. But he used to. I was talking about how jealous Ralph Kramden used to be, and his jealousy was, for the time, I assume, was somewhat normal. I mean, dude, how many times did we hear? You hear stories about people like their grandparents. They'll be like, "How did you and Grandpa meet?" And grandmother be like, "Well, your father saw me at a dance." And he asked me to dance, and I was like, not interested. And then he kept coming to the house, talking to my dad and my mom, and followed me to the malt shop. And you're like, this is stalking. This is craziness.
Acceptable 1950s behavior.
Exactly. Acceptable 1950s behavior. Stalk the woman until she gives in and decides to marry you. But we talked about... Ralph, how jealous he was of Alice, which goes back to what we were saying in episode 2 about how Ralph had a lot of unhealthy type of, not just because he was heavy, but like a lot of this unhealthy stuff going on in his head, not being happy because, he wanted to hit the high note and all that. But he was extremely jealous of Alice. Ed was not jealous of Trixie.
No, not at all.
Not at all. Obviously, they were both beautiful women.
Yes.
And it's not like he didn't love his wife, but he didn't have those type of, that whatever it was, that negative type of thing going on in Ralph's life. And I know we're really we're talking like these people really exist, but to us, they did.
They did. Oh,
and that's why you're listening to this, because you think the same way we do.
They were real to me.
They were. It's like wrestling. It was
real. It was real.
Yeah.
Don't tell me it wasn't. I watched. It was real.
It's right there.
It's right there in front of me. I can see it.
But his jealousy would come out in nearly every episode, but at least in a very big way in a few episodes, and we would never see Ed Norton show jealousy except for one time when Alice had the job, and then they met her boss,
Tony Amico.
Tony Amico, who's this tall, dapper, handsome, madman looking guy.
Yeah.
And then he rips up the,
Trixie's working papers.
Yes, yeah. And there was one other one where he says, "I'm going to go upstairs and burn Trixie's working papers," or was that the same episode?
Good
he
question.
said that. 'Cause, this could be a trivia question.
Could be for us. And we think we know it all.
Yes, exactly. I'm going to go upstairs and burn Trixie's working papers. He said that.
Yeah.
I can't believe neither one of us could think of that. But, and his jealousy was like insanity. It was insane.
Yeah.
Like there was never a rational, even in the craziest moment with the glove. Pardon my glove. When they're in the window, and the stuff that they were saying.
Yeah.
She's like, "Oh, he'll just be old fashioned," and then when he goes, "Well, some husbands really like to have a good idea," and they're just looking at each other like, and think about that. That's the 50s, and they're talking about cheating, or at least he thinks they're talking about cheating. And they're saying, well, a husband could give a really good idea.
Yeah.
Now you look back and you go, oh my God.
Yeah.
Like, what could they possibly been thinking
of? Yeah.
This is filth if you're thinking about it.
Even with the babysitter one, with Harvey Wallstetter.
Oh,
he thinks she's cheating.
Absolutely. Oh, look, cocktails, how cozy.
Yeah.
Right. Even though when she left, she was in her regular clothes, and when she got there, she was in a beautiful dress. Which is fine. This is all just. I mean, what are we going to do?
That doesn't.
What are we going to do? Call up the Audrey Meadows estate and complain to them that how dare she go from regular clothes to a beautiful dress? But yeah,
that was a jealousy part there, and the thing is, he comes almost to a violent state. He wants to rip Andre's head off. He wants to come out Harvey, like he wants to fight
Harvey. Yeah, exactly. He wanted to. He ended up he almost fought two Harveys.
Yeah, two Harveys. Threw out Tony Amico.
Yes,
he actually just threw him out.
Yeah, just slapped put the hat on him. Yeah. Threw him out, and he also scared Mr. From Pardon My Glove, who left his glove.
Andre, the interior decorator.
The interior decorator. Right. Like he was. And for anybody that didn't know, in the one scene, Pardon My Glove, when Ralph finally confronts them and the guy takes off because he's like, "I'm going to stick it down your throat, you gigolo." He's like, "I'm out of here." Or he says, "I'm leaving," and he says, "Mrs. Cranston," which I always, and obviously because he was supposed to be, flustered, and he probably was a little flustered.
Yeah.
But I think, oh wow, Bryan Cranston. I love Breaking Bad too. But yeah, those are the little things that we notice.
Yeah.
But yeah, his jealousy was so. It was endearing to us because the characters and we know how the show ends. We know that he loves Alice, she loves him. He would never do anything to hurt her. Never. He just loves her so much. Mm-hmm. And in the one episode at the end when the same with Tony Amico.
Tony Amico, yeah.
Brother Ralph, which is one of my top 3.
Yeah.
I love Brother Ralph. When she goes, no, that was one with Pardon My Glove because he messed
Ralph,
it up because they were going to have the house.
He goes, you love me.
And she goes, "Oh, I love you," and he's like, "You love me? Why?" And it was so great. Yeah. He goes, "Why?" Like it was so perfect.
Yeah,
like he wouldn't say, "You do?
You do?" Or, like after I just went through all this and you still love me?
He just went, "Why?" It was perfect.
Because she says after all these years to be have a husband who's still so jealous.
Yeah, that could be this jealous. And if you think about it, that is so unhealthy.
Yeah.
That is such an realistically, real life, absolutely unhealthy way of living.
Well, it comes down to it, too. He doesn't trust Alice either. His what would you call it? His personality. Like we've even spoke when we talk about it, in our normal lives about this show, how he takes advantage of Norton.
Right.
And here he is. Alice is true blue, and even Norton says she's true blue.
She's true blue,
and he still doesn't trust her.
Right. Yeah. He doesn't trust her. And he does say in Brother Ralph, she goes, don't you trust me? He goes, I trust you. I don't trust him.
Yeah.
But.
Or she says to another one, says, don't you trust me, Ralph? You're my husband.
He goes, oh, no, I'm your brother.
I'm your brother. But there's that thing there where he still he doesn't even trust Alice.
Yeah. But it's all, and I guess, it's the genius of Gleason to just have all of the minuscule crappy faults of him.
Yeah.
Like he's not a bad guy.
No.
He would never hurt anybody.
No.
But he's got all these little shortcomings that come out huge in a 22-minute sitcom production.
Mm-hmm.
And it's what makes listen, it's obviously it's one of many things that makes a show.
He has no filter. Ralph has no filter.
Right.
He's just something goes in his head and he just explodes without thought. There's no thought.
Zero
it's just
rationale.
reaction. It's just reaction.
There's so many times
and it's just an explosion most of the time.
Yeah, steamed. And he's rarely. I don't know if there's ever been a time where his rationale was on the money, like when he acted. Honestly, the only time, $99,000 question, when he got the piano and all these people were helping him. You got to go for it.
For it.
That was the only time. Every other time, although I will say the episode, what do you call it? On television with the
Chef of the Future.
Yeah, with Chef of the Future, was a great idea.
Yeah,
I'm sitting there like, really? $200 to be in front of millions of people? I want to get that spot. Maybe I could sell more of my DVDs for Pete's sake. And obviously the money thing, I don't think they didn't look when they were writing these great scripts. They weren't sitting there going, well, that doesn't sound very real. They're like,
they have $75 in the bank. Where's Alice coming up with $200 for the happy handy housewife helper?
Yeah, exactly.
Plus the commercial.
And then where did he get the money from? He never said where he bought the money, but they were just, I ain't got the money. I'm getting it. So, so his his rationale with Ed was 99% wrong, and his jealousy with her was 100% wrong. Yes. There was never a moment where she, even with Mr. Sanchez, she thought he was, a handsome guy and he was nice and all that. But
mannerly, which they didn't have in that neighborhood.
Right.
Again, going back to that blue collar thing.
Right.
People weren't like. I'm just saying they were good guys, but they were not like that, and this was something so
they were
bizarre.
Men's men, They were
they were men's men. Like he even said, dirty work. Look at my hands.
Right.
Look at my friend's hands.
Yeah, those guys back then, when their wives were having kids, they were not in the delivery room. They weren't even in the waiting room.
No,
they were
working.
at the bar, or they were at the bar
or
drinking,
or
celebrating, or working. Right. But even when, I just had a brain freeze, but. There was a one of the scenes where I can't think of it, but anyway, he was wrong almost every single time, and that's what made him such a likable character, And Gleason and that's what was great about it, is that he allowed the other characters to shine, even though he was, I don't know. Do you think people think that he was the center? I mean, obviously he's the centerpiece of the show.
He is,
but. Like people that really, really love.
But even Norton comes in as being way more rational.
Yes.
Who's supposed to be not as intelligent as Ralph.
Little wacky.
Not as intelligent.
Right.
But still comes in so far more rational than Ralph.
Well, think about it. Even compare that character, like how he's supposed to be a little dumber, right?
Yeah.
Little dopey, but he'll always come out with this thing all the time.
Yeah.
You know where I get that? Where you see that? Cheers. Coach was like that. Although Coach was exaggerated because Coach was so off the wall and hilarious, but then he would come out. But that happens all the time in sitcoms where the person who's like either dopey or not sane or whatever will just all of a sudden come out with something so prophetic and genius. And you're like, where did that come from?
Right.
Of course it came from It came from the Art Carney character.
Yeah.
It came from Ed Norton.
Ed Norton.
Because he was supposed to be the dumb guy, but he really wasn't.
No.
He was dopey.
He said something once, maybe remember you were wrong last night.
Right.
Is it to say, Ralph, you're not always right.
Yeah.
You know, you fly off the handle and I'm here to calm you down.
Yeah. So he, you can argue on who was more important, but Gleason has been, it's been documented that he said Art Carney is the reason why that show was so great.
Without a doubt.
But I don't know what metaphor you can use, but it's like, you know what? Maybe Gleason was the cake, but Art Carney was like the frosting and everything, and the icing and the candles and everything. Because he wasn't. It was more than just, hey, he's just, like a pretty girl. Yeah, well, she's just she's just good on the eyes.
Yeah,
he was good on everything.
Everything.
He was just perfect.
And the thing too about him is like, his finest moments are when he's with Ralph.
Right.
He really doesn't shine when he's by himself because there's not many scenes where Norton is actually by himself.
Right.
But he is there. He's just like that sidekick thing. Yeah. Waiting for that line to underline Ralph's line.
Right.
And it's.
And he's never, and to be honest, he's like never been wrong. If you think about it.
No.
He's rarely ever been wrong where he is like, where he really had to apologize to Ralph. The only time he really had to was when he gave him the ideas to Mr. Monahan.
Mr. Monahan, yeah.
And they were ended up being Ralph's anyway.
And
he realized it. So he, it's just, I can't stress how much, like there's so many things I want to talk about, I know. But we're trying to make it so we don't do one 14-hour podcast. We're trying to break this down into little snippets.
Like on Ed Norton's hat.
Yes, exactly. We've actually figured out, Lou has actually figured out how much time Art Carney, Ed Norton, was on the show without wearing his hat.
Yeah,
that's insanity.
Yeah, it is.
You are a metal case. I think he only says that once, right?
It's funny. I don't know if you remember it. There was a cartoon called the Honeymousers.
Yes.
You see that? And
yes.
He repeats that line in that several times.
Becomes like that moniker,
yeah.
Right?
And it's like one of them things where, did he ever say it?
Yeah, no, it's kind of like the play it again, Sam thing.
Yeah, like play it again. He never said it.
He never said play it again, Sam. Did he ever say, you are a mental case?
You are a mental case. He may. If he did, it was one time.
Once.
Yeah. Crazy. All right. Crazy.
All right. Trivia.
Okay, so we're going to give the answer
to last episode's
trivia. Last episode's trivia.
Right. And that was, what is the blood type?
Ralph's blood type.
What is Ralph's blood type? And Ralph's blood type is?
Taken by Dr. McDonald. It's A. Ralph is type A.
Type A. I always wonder if that was Gleason's. It probably was. Why not?
Yeah, why not?
What was he going to do? Hey, might as well do his blood type anyway. So, all right.
Okay, so this week's trivia.
Okay.
Well, we just consider this is a level 3. This is a tough one.
Yeah.
Okay. They have a known address that's repeated. The Cramdens live at a known address that's repeated in several shows.
Right.
But there's one episode where Ralph gives a different address.
Right.
We're going to say the street is the same.
Yep.
It's the house number.
2 different house numbers.
So give us the 2 different house numbers that are mentioned during the series.
Yep.
And that's with this week's trivia.
Yep.
So.
And what's great is that we give the trivia, but it's not because we're going to know if anybody gets it. It's just for them.
It's just for them. Yeah,
absolutely.
Maybe just go back. Maybe you know it. Maybe you're struggling with it. Maybe you go back to see the episode.
Yeah.
Where you could find it.
You got to go to Honeymooners night class and take some courses so you could get a little bit up to speed in what we're talking about over here. All right? All right. That was a quick one, and we will, I guess we'll see you guys next time. That was episode number 3 of the Honeymooners podcast. I'm Joe Conti, Louis Fats. Don't forget to share this episode, or just go on. You can go to YouTube, and there's the promotional video. If you just put the Honeymooners podcast and share that with your friends. But let people know who are fans of the show if they want to take a listen. And also me being a comedian, I have my own show. It's called The Conti and Kenny Show, and we do it live every Monday night. Do it. We're live. You're on the air.
You're on the air.
It's every Monday night at 7 p.m. It's me, my partner Kenny Michaels, and Joey Image, and we do a 2-hour show, and that's also able to be podcast. So we'll see you guys next time.
And me, I still have nothing going. So
Lou still has nothing going on, not even
absolutely.
on social media.
Nothing.
He asked me about Facebook, and he was like, I don't know which book. I don't have one of these books in my shelf. I'm like, no, it's not a book, Lou. Lou knows nothing.
Getting better. I actually texted Joe last week.
Yes, Lou actually sent me a text, and he used an emoji. Yes. And, he wasn't sure what it was, but he just gave an emoji. So, all right, we're out of here, and we'll see you guys next time.
Good night. Good night.
you. Good night.
We'll have to do this again real soon.
How about tomorrow night?
This has been a non-productive media presentation. Executive producer Frank Hablawi. This program and many others like it on the Non-Productive Network is distributed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives license. Please share it, but ask before trying to change it or sell it. For more information, visit Non-Productive.com.
Testing, hot outbound car, 1, 2, 3, 4. You on the air?
Are you ready?
Make the approach. Plant your feet firmly in the ground. Head down. Eyes on the ball. Relax. That's it. Get your left arm straight. Your right arm straight. Relax. Lower your right shoulder. Go!
The Honeymooners Podcast, the only podcast that is all about the greatest show of all time. With the stars, Joe Conti and Louis Fatz.
Welcome, fellow raccoons and members of the Women's Auxiliary. What's happening, all you Hurricanes, Bensonhurst Bombers, and all you Herbert J. Whitesides of the world? You're listening to the Honeymooners Podcast with me, Joe Conti, and my pal Louis Fatz.
It's all the good stuff.
The only discussion-based podcast all about the greatest show of all time. We record in the Non-Productive Studios, sort of, in Clifton, New Jersey. Subscribe to the show where you get your podcasts, and if you're on iTunes, give us a 5-star rating and leave a positive review. And our home base is the Non-Productive website, which is non-productive.com, and also like our Honeymooners podcast Facebook page. And what's going on, Lou?
Oh, we're back. I mean, a lot of people out there they're just chomping at the bit for us to come back. And we're here.
We are here. It is episode number 33. It's been over a month, and obviously we all know why. And we just want to say, hopefully, all of our fellow raccoons and friends and listeners, everybody's healthy and safe. And but we're obviously doing this remotely. You're going to be able to. You can tell from hearing us, it doesn't sound exactly like we're used to hearing. But you can still hear all of our own flubs. They'll come through loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. But so the only good thing I'll tell you before we even get started is that we because we're going to be doing this remotely now, we have our own little system that the station manager hooked us up with. So we'll probably be able to do maybe some more episodes. We're probably going to make them shorter because we're not going to have the exact chemistry of being in front of each other and having the, everything being exactly crisp and on time. There's always a little bit of a delay when you're using these things, but we're definitely going to
do some more episodes. We might just do. We might just be like, hey, what are you doing Sunday? You want to do an episode, and we'll just bang them out. So they might be a little shorter, but that's okay. We just want to do some more episodes.
Yeah, it's the what bothers me, Joe, most is just the choppiness of it, because we can't really play off each other like we normally do, but we'll get through this and we'll do the best we can, and I think everybody will enjoy it. Just hearing this again. And
Right.
Joe, before we get into it, I just want to thank a lot of people out there who've been really good on our website. People who have been emailing and I'd like to really thank Ira. I'd like to give Ira a big thank you. Ira's been really good through all this, commenting as he always does, and he's actually been promoting us on other sites too, on the other Honeymoon sites. So thank you, Ira. You're a good guy.
He's a raving lunatic, and I love him.
Yes, he is, and he goes back and forth with you all the time, which is good. And
Love it.
I'd like to also thank Kevin and Joel, Norm, John, and our new listener Ted, who's really been into it, has always been bugging us to get us to do it remotely. So we figured it out. Me and my 8-track world, we figured this out. So hopefully everybody enjoys it.
Gary's been good to us too. He's always
Gary. Yes, our man Gary. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
he's always tagging me in like certain things so I can see like a video that he commented on. It might be like a really cool Honeymooners thing or whatnot. So all those guys, Brother Norton, Joy from the they've been great to us, and we hope everybody is doing well and everybody is hanging in there until we can get through this.
Yes, we hope we give you a couple of laughs today. We'll try, and we'll see how it goes. We'll see how this one, our first one, goes.
Yeah, like we were saying right before we went on, I was telling Lou, we could tell everybody we might be able to do more of these because now we don't have to schedule going down to the studio and everything. And I said, how hard is it going to be with a retired guy and another guy that works 5 hours a day? It's going to be tough, yeah.
Yeah, really. It was quarantined.
Yeah, it's like, what are you doing today? Nothing. Hey, me neither. Beautiful thing.
Joe had asked me how I was doing in the quarantine. I said, well, Joe, it's basically retirement with a mask. I wear a mask now.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same as it was 4 months ago.
Now Louis is robbing cold cuts at the ShopRite with his mask on.
Got super sod in my leg. Oh man. Okay, what do you say, Joe? We get to the meat and potatoes of this?
Yeah, might as well, right? Let's get going. We got a couple things.
Let's get it going. Yeah. What do you want to do? Start off with the observation? We'll start with that.
Absolutely. Because I know all I know is what you're observing, but I don't know your observation yet.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yep, we're gonna play the clip. It's and actually we didn't realize it, but when you listen to it, the clip almost is kind of emulating or reflecting how everybody is feeling right now, which is kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yep. It's from the Brother Ralph. And it's, we all know it. So here we go.
Ralph, never mind him. What are we going to do? What are we going to live on until this layoff is over? Suppose it does last a month.
Well, we just got to face it. Just have to cut out this high living.
High living?
Yes, high living. We'll just have to cut out a few luxuries.
All right. How about you giving up bowling?
Now, let's not get panicky. Let's face this thing intelligently. There's just one way to do it. Got to find out how much money we owe and how much money we have. Then we deduct the money that we owe from the money we have, and the money we have left is what we're going to live on. Now, where are the bills? And I'll start fixing it up.
In the top drawer.
Very simple. Nothing to get excited about. Just remain calm. Well, here. That's $4.95. Here. $4.95 and FD. And a high. All right.
That comes to $186.32. Now, that's what we owe. Now, we have to deduct that from what we have. Now, this is an emergency, so we got to take into consideration all the money we have. Whatever we have in war bonds, whatever we have in the bank, whatever you have hidden around here, all the money we got in our Christmas club, all of it. Now, all of that lumped into one big ball amounts to what?
$12.83.
$12.83. You sure that's all of it?
That's right, Ralph. That's all, including 3 Indian head pennies and a 2-cent stamp.
You don't know how to handle money.
Of course I don't. I never had any practice.
All right.
Okay. All right. That's the clip, and it's a great clip. Just a really funny scene. Okay, now here's the observation.
Before you do your observation, there's one thing that I noticed today when I was watching this, is when he starts counting, at one point he goes, yeah. He does this weird type of a thing. Like he's adding, he's like 32 and yeah.
5.
Yeah. It's very funny. So anyway, observation. Go ahead. Louis' observation.
Observation, Joe. Here we go. They add the bills up, $495, and then he does the other thing. It comes out to $186.32. Now, in today's money, that's $1,780. This is the observation. What the heck does he have that he owes $1,780? He doesn't have a car. His apartment has nothing. Where is this amount, and where did it come from? What could he possibly owe? His rent is about $35 a month. He can't be in arrears of that. Bowling, Raccoon Lodge. Where does this $1,780 come from? That's the observation.
That's a great.
They could have said, "All right, we owe 30." You could have said we owe $36.32. That would have been more like palatable. We've said in the past that when it comes to numbers and especially dollar amounts, they just threw things out there, and I guess nobody thought of it at the time except us 65 years later. But it's just a funny thing when you put it in today's numbers. Nothing.
Yeah, because
nothing.
They look realistically, right? Like you said, they probably had, like you said, maybe what do you make? $62 a week. So even if it was 1 week's worth of or even 2 weeks worth of pay that they owe, but that's still like a lot.
Yeah.
But you know what it is, and we know what it is, that $186.33, it's such a disparaging number compared to the $12.80. What is it, $12.83?
83 cents in the bank.
Yeah. So that's what it was. And
this is a time when there's no credit cards. All right, they did buy things on time, but even if he bought his icebox on time, what could it have cost? $20? He's going down to the store and giving him $1 a week. Everything was cash in those days. It was cash. He has no car insurance, probably no other insurance, no life insurance. Got nothing. He's got the 39-cent electric bill, the 93-cent gas bill. Where did $1,780 come from?
I know, it's so great.
That's the observation.
But that's a great observation. And it's a numbers observation, which is even better because, we all know the numbers. We know the punchline because even though the $12.83 is the punchline, but the setup to the punchline is the $183.32. That's the setup to the punchline, and that's what makes it so good. What a great observation, Lou. What a great observation. So we figured today would be the perfect time to try out the newer bit that I think we did it once, and we really didn't come up with the real name, but we kind of came up with we kind of called it Cramsons of the Future, right? Or the present day
2020, whatever it was, something like that. It's been so long, I forgot.
And basically, it's just what would the Cramdens be arguing about if they were around today in the modern age? Just in the Cramden universe, like what would they be arguing about? Like, nothing social, no politics, just what they would be arguing about as a couple, because of
their everyday living, just in their everyday, sense of living.
Especially because Ralph was such a hothead and he would just blow his top over, any little thing. And we figured today would be a perfect day to maybe think, what would the Cramdens be like today, actually today, in April of 2020 during a quarantine? Could you imagine? I'm not talking about anything else, nothing to do with any sickness or anything. Just the fact that they are stuck in that apartment, right? Because first of all, he is an essential worker. So Ralph is going to be working.
Sure, I didn't think of that, Joe. I didn't think of that.
He's going to be even more miserable because he's got to go out in this. And he's going to be like, I'm up and down Madison Avenue with a ski mask on of some sort, So he's probably aggravated that he's got to wear a mask and he's out there and he's in the elements. And then when he is home, he can't go nowhere, right?
No. He's locked into the apartment, like when he used the rent in the rent strike. He's locked into the apartment.
Yes, except he doesn't have to slide down the bedroom window to try to go to the deli. Right, yes. But he would be losing his mind. Like, I can't go bowling, I can't play pool, what's this social distancing? This is a bunch of nonsense.
That would be like a great line for Ed Norton to say to him. I'm saying, you believe I got to be 6 feet from each other, from everyone? Ed would probably say to him, well, that shouldn't be too hard for you.
Yes, it would be a perfect fat joke. It would be a perfect fat joke. Hey, I'm the closest anybody can get to Ralph Cramden. You know what I mean? We can, and he can't even go to the Raccoon Lodge.
Joe, you mentioned it. You mentioned Raccoon Lodge, pool, bowling. Here's a guy, we've said this before on previous podcasts. Here's a guy who's never home at night. Never home. Always doing something. And here now he's locked in. Because that's basically his life. His life in that blue collar, Brooklyn world that they live in. The lodge, bowling, pool, like you said, maybe hanging out someplace else. That's their life. Yeah. And you're taking his whole life away from him right there. That whole life's being taken away.
And then can you imagine Alice listening to that, like him ranting and raving? And then I could picture it would almost be like in an episode. She'd be like, "What are you complaining about? I've been in a quarantine for 15 years." You know what I mean?
Yes. Joe, he's got no TV, no telephone. Think about what our quarantine would be without a television. Think about it. He's got nothing, not even a telephone to talk to somebody. Nothing.
Yeah, it's like we at least have, like, not even the television and radio. We have our phones. And not only do we have personal phones that we can talk to everybody we want to, but we also have email, social media, YouTube.
YouTube on your phone. I mean, you don't even know what to say. It's like I got a little TV in your hand. It's, he's got nothing.
Yeah,
Nothing.
Alice would have to go on, if she could go on YouTube to watch reruns of the Honeymooners that she was already on,
Oh man!
I think it sounds like it would be so funny to watch, like him just at ranting and raving and back and forth and giving the old shoveroo when he pushes them with the back of his hand. Forth. Oh, would be just great. Absolutely.
Joe, think of this, Joe. Now, would Norton come down to the apartment?
I don't know.
That's another thing, because here it is. Norton's such a big part of his life, you know. And would he be able to come down to the apartment just to talk to him? Have to yell out the window.
What's the matter? Yelling out the window is too good for you?
The only thing good about it is that his mother-in-law can't come over, and he'd be happy about that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We'll be social distancing with that old battle axe. Yeah, so I figured it would be fitting and appropriate, and just to kind of talk about what they would be like. So as bad as we think we got it, I think we're okay. Because can you imagine poor Alice? Be terrible.
Oh man. Oh God.
Well, now I figured we would have at least to do one trivia question, right?
We'll do a trivia question, sure.
Yeah, because look, we wanted. This is our getting back to know you guys, and getting back and getting back into doing the podcast and doing it differently until further notice. So we figured this would be a perfect way to say hello and thank you for all the support and all that. Yep. Now, trivia. We're gonna go with a one question, right? And we're gonna
do a one question trivia. Yeah, we're not gonna do a
no rapid fire or anything now.
We'll save that to when we're back in the studio. When we're gonna go with a one question trivia. You ready, Joe?
All right, I'm ready to go. Here we go.
Okay. All right. Again, from Funny Money. Seems like we draw a lot of stuff from Funny Money. It's one of my favorites. Ralph, all right, he finds some money, right? He thinks he's a millionaire, right? Thinks he's a millionaire. How much money is actually in the bag, according to Boss?
Oh, I know this one. $50,000.
You got it.
Now, as a side note, that would be what, a $450,000 today? Somewhere around
$450,000. Yeah, about $450,000 in today's money.
It's not. He called himself a millionaire.
A millionaire.
Wouldn't he be a millionaire today? Even with
not even today. Not even a half a millionaire.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a millionaire.
A millionaire for
pizza for
Oh man. Okay, Joe. So that's it for that part. You want to do anything else, or you just want to just wrap it up? And
yeah, I think we should wrap it up. And but now this is great because now we can do more of these. And
we can.
Yeah. So
we'll get better at it too as we get used to this format. We'll get better at it. Hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We will. And I'm sure you know what? Hopefully even more people and I'm believing that because our Facebook page, we keep getting more and more people being a fan of the Facebook page. And I think that more and more people are finding out about the show. And so it'll be just more and more people that are really enjoying it. And, just keep spreading the word. That's all I got to tell you.
Hopefully one day we'll get back in the studio soon and we'll make this like our normal top-notch production.
Yeah.
We're gonna bring back Flub of the Week. We'll work on it. We'll get better.
Absolutely, yeah. And we got so much material, and even some material that some listeners have given us. Some observations,
suggestions. Yep.
Yeah. So
suggestions from people like Joel and a couple of people. Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So, all right, everybody. Thank you so much. Thanks everybody who's been listening and supporting us. We really appreciate it. And all the Facebook groups and all that. And I think that's it. So that's it. And we'll see you guys next time.
At all.
This has been a non-productive media presentation. Executive producer Frank Hablawi. This program and many others like it on the Non-Productive Network is distributed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives license. Please share it, but ask before trying to change it or sell it. For more information, visit Non-Productive.com.
Testing, hot outbound car, 1, 2, 3, 4. You want to hear? Lower your right shoulder. Go!
The Honeymooners Podcast, the only podcast that is all about the greatest show of all time. With the stars, Joe Conti and Louis Fatz.
Welcome, fellow raccoons and members of the Women's Auxiliary. What's happening, all you hurricanes, Bensonhurst bombers, and all you Thelmas of the world? You're listening to the Honeymooners Podcast with me, Joe Conti, and my pal Louis Fatz.
Well, I was thinking, Cramden, in light of your great proficiency, I might impose on you, and you might give me a few pointers. Gotta go back to Mr. Mark.
Gotta go with what works. Gotta go with what works.
And he worked. Great proficiency. He says in there, Cramden, like he almost forgot his name.
The only podcast all about the greatest show of all time. We record in the Non-Productive Studios at 328 Chauncey Street in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn.
Disguised as Clifton, New Jersey?
Yeah, described as yes, Clifton, New Jersey. Subscribe to the show wherever you get your podcast. And if you're on iTunes, give us a 5-star rating and leave a positive review.
Yeah.
And if you're not on iTunes, if you just want to listen on your computer, the home base is non-productive.com/honeymooners. Everything is there. Don't forget to like our Honeymooners Podcast Facebook page and follow us on Twitter. And if you want to leave us a voicemail, the phone number is 240-442-2635. And don't forget to email us at
bangzoom1956@gmail.com.
All right. And also on the website, go in there. And if you want to contribute, for the usual buck.
Yeah, for usual buck.
And our Patreon is there. And if you want to get a T-shirt, just go to non-productive.com.
Yeah.
What's going on, Lou?
Joe, 82.
Yes.
I can't believe we've done 82 of these.
82 of these bad boys.
So we got a couple of 82s. We've got 3 in here. Raymond Berry, Ozzie Newsome, and John Stallworth. Now, you know who Raymond Berry is?
Yes.
Not
Chiefs.
Not the actor.
Not Raymond Burr. Raymond Berry was he was a wide receiver.
Yes.
And he was a Hall of Famer.
Yes.
Right? And he wasn't he with Don Meredith, wasn't he the quarterback?
No, he was with the Colts. Johnny Unitas' receiver.
How come I'm confusing him with the Chiefs?
No.
Somebody on the Chiefs.
I
don't know.
Yeah, well, anyway, he's still alive. He's still with us, 88 years old.
That is cool.
Ozzie Newsome and John Stallworth, who was kind of John Stallworth. I don't want to say he played in the shadow of Lynn Swan, but
he was
really
was almost like
own...
what's his face to Jerry Rice.
Yeah.
Taylor.
Yeah, exactly. So,
but I think Stallworth had a little bit more notoriety.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. And they're all Hall of Famers?
All Hall of Famers, I
It's
believe.
easy to get Hall of Famers now in the 80s.
Yeah, really, anybody. Made a tackle on special teams, you're in the Hall of Fame.
Yes. So number 82. And of course, before we get started, we want to talk about our great, wonderful sponsor.
Yeah.
Silk City Hot Sauce.
Yeah.
So what you do is, kids, you go to silkcityhotsauce.com, right? And what you do is you go and pick out some great hot sauce. Like what Louis likes, Aztec Attack.
Badass
Jew. I'm still loving this Slurp, and which is it's like a peach.
The peach one. It's kind of a little sweet.
Yep,
and,
sweet. Yep, and then there's Mango Madness, which I love.
Really good.
And then there's the Chipotle, the classic.
The classic Chipotle.
The Chipotle, yes.
It's a renaming of
I'm
Chipotle.
telling you gotta love the Chipotle.
It's the most delicious you've ever tasted in your
Yes,
life.
exactly. If you don't think we're going to get at least a couple of these.
And you're nuts.
But yeah, so what you do is you go and get yourself some great hot sauce, right? And then when you go to checkout, you put RX in the coupon code.
Yes.
And you get yourself 15%
Percentage.
Sorry,
say it that way.
15% percentage of your order, and you get a free bottle of cherry sriracha. And don't worry if you,
I've been putting on a little weight lately.
because this hot sauce, you know what it is? The hot sauce.
How can this harm you? It's homemade.
Exactly.
You don't have to
I like
be
this.
like Bill Davis and worry about putting on a little weight lately.
Little weight lately. I love that. I'm putting
I've been putting on a little weight lately.
weight lately. Come on, Bill.
There you are. Roll that around your mouth.
I've been putting on a little weight lately.
I mean, I could just.
all day long.
Just do it.
I've been putting on a little weight lately.
Okay. I'm not gonna run this into the ground.
Well, no, it wouldn't be too bad.
It wouldn't be too bad.
Half hour
Right.
Bill Davis.
Yeah.
Putting on a
I
little
mean,
weight lately.
yeah. What's his name?
Bill
I've been
Davis.
putting on a little weight lately.
Okay. All right. I promise. That's
All right,
it.
none of that. Enough of that.
Excuse me.
Dusty out in that hall.
Dusty out in that hall. Exactly. So, like I said, and when you do, you get a free bottle of cherry sriracha with your order, and of course, it helps us. And lets people know that you get it from us.
Yes.
And they're also going to be coming out with a Honeymooners hot sauce.
Yeah,
I think he said like a thing, Bang Zoom.
Bang Zoom.
With honey habanero.
Yeah.
I think he should do like a honey habanero.
And honey for honeymooners, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. I guess that's what he's doing.
Yeah,
Honey habanero.
Habanero, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
So, all right. Yeah. So don't forget. SoakCityHotSauce.com.
It'll be flying off the shelves.
Something new and different.
Different what the people want.
That's what people want. So, all right. How are we going to start the show off today? First of all, we have to say we're recording this on November 4th.
November 4th.
And it should be out either today or tomorrow.
Yeah.
Today is Art Carney's birthday.
Yes.
The great Art Carney.
Art
Celebrating, in theory, his 103rd birthday.
Yeah.
Yep. Born November 4th, 1918. And November 9th, 2003, he passed away?
Yes, he passed.
Yep.
We lost the great Art Carney.
We lost the wonderful, great Art Carney. And we say happy birthday to Art Carney wherever you are.
Wherever you are.
Wherever you are. So, all right. So that's first thing right off the bat, right? Second thing, on Twitter, there is we have our Twitter, which if you want to know, it's the actual Honeymooners thing. It's at the Honeymooner1. Okay, so somebody on Honeymooners on our Twitter thing, it's Sal at salstgeorge.com. That's his Twitter name. He put out this thing and he tags us in. He always tags us in. It's all about like classic TV shows and all this. And he put before Ralph Cramden, Buford T. Justice, Reginald Van Gleason, and The Poor Soul, Jackie Gleason was a hit on Broadway. By the way, he won the Tony for Take Me Along.
Never knew that.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the Take Me Along, and it's Jackie Gleason, Walter Pidgeon, Eileen Hurley, in the Peter Glenville production of Take Me Along. Here's the thing. I mean, how cool is that, first of all?
Yeah.
He won a Tony.
Yeah, won a Tony.
But he never won anything from
never won
TV.
an Emmy.
What is an Emmy, right?
Emmy, I think they're TV, yeah.
Yeah,
Never
because I know Audrey and Art Carney both won
Yes,
Emmys, right?
Yes.
And he never won an Emmy.
And I think Mr. Monacotti for best supporting actor. My wife, is she he?
My wife, she's a It's great. He was a Jewish character. And he did a great Italian. He did my wife, she's a he. But yeah, and you know what? Think about this. Gleason won a Tony. That's for acting and singing on Broadway.
Yeah.
And we've always said how phenomenal of an actor
he was.
He was.
Yeah.
Not just a clown or, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it just goes to show. Look,
he wore a lot of hats.
He sure did.
Yeah.
And he always had to grab one before he left the room.
True to hat.
Right, true to hat. But how cool was that?
Yeah.
So, little tidbit for you guys if you didn't know. Ralph Cramden on Broadway. Jackie Gleason on Broadway. All right. So, let's see. Where are we going after this? We're going to, here we go. We got a voicemail last week right before we went on the air. But we didn't have time to get the voicemail up. But I wanted to play this voicemail. And this is, it's funny. I'll tell you the quick, after we play it, the quick insight about who this guy is and how I knew who he was. Here we go.
What up, fellas? My name is Scribble. I'm actually a hip-hop artist from Southern California. And I discovered the Honeymooners podcast, and I love it. I've listened to every episode so far. I have the classic 38 collection, DVD collection that I've had since, my grandpa basically had it before he passed. And it was something that me and my grandfather would bond over. You know what I mean? We didn't really see eye to eye on pretty much anything, but we could always sit down and laugh at the Honeymooners. So listening to the podcast really brings back a lot of dope memories and things like that. But I just had 2 questions for you guys. Number 1, will you ever cover the lost episodes? Although most of them are trash, compared to what we know as the classic Honeymooners.
It's a layman's way of putting it.
But there's a lot of really dope things, too. And my second question is, what are you guys into any other old school shows and movies? For instance, I'm a huge fan of the Road to flicks with Bob Hope and Bing Crosby. I love every single one of them.
They're good.
Just curious of your guys' thoughts on those specifically, Bob Hope and Bing Crosby, and if you guys have any. Anyway, just wanted to call, say keep doing the show. I love it. Peace.
All right. Well, that was Scribble. And quickly, when I first heard this, I'm like, I know this guy. But here's the thing. There are 2 Scribbles. Really? One is a DJ out of New York who's DJ Scribble, and he does like dance parties, but he's pretty well known.
Okay.
But I didn't know that there's, in other words, I knew that there was a guy who was a DJ Scribble, but I thought he also did hip hop. So I thought it was the same guy.
That's the guy I looked up when you told me.
Correct.
I looked up the wrong guy.
Yes. So I didn't realize that there are 2 Scribbles, everybody. Oh, apparently, they're not good. I don't know. They can't draw well. But so there's DJ Scribble, but he scribbled a hip hop artist. Right. So that's the difference. But I thought it was the same guy. When I first heard it, I'm like, oh, that's that DJ guy who does hip hop. 2 different guys.
2 different people. All right.
But anyway, this guy out in Los Angeles, and so cool that,
great.
And look, I understand that most of our listeners, they probably don't know who Scribble is.
Including one of your hosts.
One of the guys is in this very room. Which we'll discuss.
No, can't say anything.
Can't say anything. Yeah. So I thought it was just so cool that Scribble sent us a voicemail, and I've been talking with him back and forth on Facebook.
Great.
And,
thank you.
It's kind of cool.
Thank you.
So thank you, bro. We appreciate it. And for his questions.
39.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, we were thinking
right there. We were talking about maybe like cross-referencing
39s
to the not 30, lost to the 39s.
Yeah, and also doing like a lost episode moment of the week kind of thing.
Oh, that'd be good.
I think so. And it might have to be a little bit, so you have all the context. Like might be a scene. And it might be just something we have fun with.
Yeah.
And kind of let go, because we won't be dissecting. Just let it go. Yeah. But it won't be as like when we're watching this, because we don't know the lost episodes as much.
We don't.
So we're going to be watching it, just listening or whatnot, enjoying it, and then be like, check it out. Like how cool was that, and this and that. So I think eventually we're going to do that. We'll start off slow.
We'll start slow.
Absolutely.
And we'll end slow. Like we always do.
Now, he also mentioned Bob Hope
and Bing Crosby. I kind of like those movies, too. The road movies. They're entertaining. Stupid humor. And how could you not like stupid humor?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Hope. And,
my life.
And you don't think of Bing Crosby when you think of that. You know what I mean?
No, but he was good. He played the straight.
He played the straight guy. And let Hope do his thing. Yeah. But actually, I think everybody listening knows that me and my wife, we've been watching a lot of, ever since August, we have been watching a lot of TCMs,
yeah.
And we've been she'll just be like, we'll just be putting on something, and all of a sudden she goes, "What's on 69?" You know, that's a number, and then we'll just watch like an old movie, even if we don't even know what it is, and we're just really, really enjoying a lot of the old movies. So yes, we do like. Even I mean, who doesn't like Bob Hope?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't like if you don't like Bob Hope, you're not an American who was born in England. like Bob Hope,
great American born in. Now his question was basically, are we going to do something other than the Honeymooners? Wasn't that really basically the question?
No, I think he said, are we going to do anything with the lost episodes?
Yeah, but the second question with
are we going to do anything else?
Other than,
are we fans of anything
he said
else?
he was a fan of the road movies.
Right.
Like I don't know what we'd be able to do. I mean,
I'm not sure. It would obviously be something completely different than this.
Yeah.
It might. Listen, I wanted to do something like a video thing with my wife, like do like because we've been watching so many of these old movies, to just do like a movie a week and come on and just say, hey, we saw this movie, Madam X or whatever it is, and then talk about it and tell people to go watch it.
Yeah.
But with this, I don't know.
I don't know. We're just like
we would have to figure out
something,
what we would want and how we would do it. You know what I mean? Yeah. But it's food for thought.
It's food for thought.
Absolutely. So Scrib,
but I got to watch though because I'm putting on a little weight lately. I got to watch all that food for thought.
Put on a little weight lately. I love that. It's just so great. So of course, thank you, bro. We really appreciate the kind words. And now we're going to go into the revisit of the week.
Yeah.
Well, recall of the week.
We were calling it recall, but
can I just play the clip of it? There's no music behind it, but it's just a clip.
It's a clip. Yeah, go.
All right.
Why not?
Yeah. This is going to be our new intro.
Our new intro.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are proud to present Honeymooners Podcast Revisited.
Thank you. Revisited. That is going to be our new intro with Swanee River, of course.
We're going to put a Swanee River behind. That's the that's basically recall of the week. Up a notch.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like revisited.
Revisited. Dave Ingram. Do everything for us. So the revisited thing last week. Episode 81, we talked about the bachelor
party scene, and we were talking about ad-libs.
Right.
And there was a lot of people responded that, some people came up with 4 or 5, and I said, there's one more in there. Joe couldn't hear it.
Correct.
So finally, I found it, and I played it for him.
Yes.
And then now we got it.
Now
we think this is a recall also.
It has
not a recall.
It's
going to be a recall, but it's an ad-lib.
It's got to be. And it's right after Ed
does you'll hear it. The thing on with the
floor of mine. Gentlemen, it's hot tonight.
There it is. I'm like, where is he saying
and I knew
hot
I
tonight?
heard it. I knew I heard it.
I'm like, Louie's losing it. Holy cow. But no, there it is. Hot tonight.
Yeah. Oh, he's hot tonight.
Oh, he's hot tonight.
So it's got to be an ad-lib. There's another one.
Oh, yeah.
Put that other one on the list.
That's on the list.
I've got like about 5 now out of that episode.
Easily. Yeah. And like we said, it's the perfect scene to do that.
They just let them go.
Let them go. Exactly.
Just be stupid old drunk guys. And what's better for an ad-lib than stupid old drunk guys?
Yeah, exactly. So, yes, I didn't hear it. I don't know if you guys had never heard it before, but clarified
there
now.
It is. Oh, he's hot tonight.
He's hot tonight.
He's hot tonight. And you got to look at his face, too. It's a great face. And look at Mr. President. Because they're all laughing at Norton with the ding, 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 ding.
Are they?
Oh, God, yeah. Oh,
yeah, see, I'm just, at that juncture, I'm just watching him.
Ed, yeah.
I haven't been disciplined enough yet to steer my, steer away from him and look at the other guys. Yeah. I just haven't been able to do that yet. So now we want to get into pretty much our, this is going to be our first time doing this. First time.
Let me tell you something, people.
Yeah.
This is historic.
Yeah. This is our first time doing this.
Yes. This is historic.
This is the inauguration. The inaugural.
And Joe, on our Carney's birthday, we didn't even plan
I didn't even plan this.
See, things work better when we don't plan things.
Yeah, exactly.
This happens on our
Carney's birthday.
So it makes
not
it more
because
significant.
we didn't try it. It just happened to be.
We weren't ready last week.
We weren't ready last week for it. So, and Here we go.
This is it.
Verily, the Honeymooners podcast knights the full-grown nut of the week. Aren't you lucky?
All right. Well, it is our first
Joe, this is our first
inductee into full-grown nut of the week.
Now, how this works is we just don't. This has to go to committee.
Yes.
This goes to the board of nuts. Before you get selected. And there's a lot of things you have to check off here to be. We just don't pick anybody as full-grown nut of the week, especially the first full-grown.
It's got to be somebody special.
Yeah, somebody special.
Somebody who's been around the block.
Yes. Should we mention his name first and then do all his credits, or do
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Our first. Oh God!
And let me tell you something. I'll say this right now, and I'm sure he's going to appreciate when I say this. It couldn't be more fitting for nut.
Nut, because when me and Joe speak of this man, when we're going back and forth talking about an email, or we prephrase his name by saying that full-grown nut.
Yes,
and then
we mean that in the most endearing way.
Here you are. Are you ready out there?
Here we go.
Ira. From
Florida. Yep.
Our first
full-grown nut of the week.
And he's more than deserving.
Yeah.
First of all, he's from Canarsie.
Yes, he's from Canarsie.
How can you get somebody from Canarsie? We got this nut from Canarsie. He also is great. He argues with us even when he agrees with us. So, I mean, that's really a nutdom right there.
And he also... we actually named an episode.
Yeah.
One of episode number 13. If you guys go back and look, and it's called Seriously Guys, Another Stinker. And that was something that
he used to say.
Ira said to us about the previous episode.
In our formative years.
Episodes. So he let us have it, and we decided, because me and Louie, we're going to embrace anything, whether it's positive or negative. We decided to call that episode Seriously Guys, Another Stinker. And that was from Ira.
He's an original listener.
Yes.
So that's why he used to say, "Really, guy, another stinker." But Joe, when we informed him,
absolutely,
when we informed this was his reaction.
Me. Ooh.
We're like, seriously.
Me.
And then he calmed down.
Joe calmed him down.
I calmed him down. And then I was like, "Are you okay?" And he was like,
You know, I wonder, am I worthy of such an honor?
So, Ira, buddy, congratulations.
And we're going to email you.
Certificate. And it's
Dusty
Dusty
at that hall. Yeah, that's where we got to get the certificate in the hallway. It's a certificate from the Honeymooners podcast.
Yeah.
Full-grown nut of the week.
Full-grown nut of the week.
And we're working on getting the certificate done.
Yes.
And then we'll just email.
We'll email it to you,
Look,
and then you can print
if
it
you
down.
want, I'm sure it's just easier to email it.
It is,
and
then you
just
just print it down.
Exactly.
You know, and we know him. He'll take a picture, and he will show everyone in Raccoondom that he is the first official full-grown nut of the week.
Right next to all the names of the guys who are in arrears at the moment. Yeah. But congratulations.
Congratulations, Ira, buddy.
You know what? You couldn't have a more, what's the word when somebody's almost controversial?
Yes.
Because, listen, it's been a bumpy road, all right? Me and Ira went after me on Facebook when we first started doing this. Some crazy, I don't know, it was about politics or something, and I'm like, who is this guy? And then like the next day, he's like, I love you guys' show, blah, blah, blah. And then and also Ira we've quoted him before by saying we're actually really, really taking this to heart. Mm-hmm. He says, you guys will never run out of material.
That was his words. He said that.
His words. And when he said that, I'm thinking, this guy's a nut. Which would fitting, of course.
Brings us to this week.
But it makes sense because we're constantly evolving.
Yep.
And, of course, with the help of all of you other
nuts
who will eventually become
full-grown nut of the week.
Full-grown nut of the
So,
week, yes.
I know all you people are out there in suspenders waiting for next. Can't wait for next week to see who the second one.
So we want to congratulate Ira from Florida for being our first full-grown nut of the week.
Go to me.
And you are worthy, Ira.
You are worthy,
As much
Ira.
as it pains me to say.
Joe.
It pains me
to say this.
Actually, I do like it.
He does. Like it.
So
And
congratulations.
Ira understands. He understands.
Yes, he does. All right.
Great. All right.
We're rolling along here. Now we're doing something that
As
we.
Ira's wiping the tears from his eyes.
I don't know about that. I don't see Ira crying. I'm just saying. I don't see that happening. We're doing something that we haven't done in a while.
Yeah.
And we just kind of. Did you know about this?
No.
You just heard it today.
Just heard it today when you were running the clips.
Yep.
We were trying to pick out the, ooh, it's me. Ooh.
Yes.
We heard it.
And we heard it. All right. And it's, of course, this.
And now, the Honeymooners podcast presents
It's not in the top hand drawer.
Sounds so
the
good.
Flub of the Week.
Yeah, I missed that.
Oh, man.
So
we
it's good
missed
to
that.
hear. Good to hear. So now, when we're getting the clips, as you heard, the me, ooh, right?
Yeah.
And that is, of course, from the loudspeaker.
Loudspeaker.
And as we're getting the clips, we're recording it, and we both, Louis said something. He goes, "Whoa, was that a flub?"
I was like, Joe, did you just hear that?
And I heard it, but it didn't register until you said
Yeah.
something. And I'm like, oh my God, we got a little flub from Ralph.
Ralph, right in there.
And that is while he's talking about getting the award, and now he's going to have to make an acceptance speech. And here it is.
They want me to sit at the table and make a speech. It's because they're going to give me the award, and they want me to make an acceptance speech.
An acceptance speech. Acceptance speech. They're going to give me the award, and I'm going to make an acceptance speech. It's like Jim from Taxi. He's like Iggy from Taxi in that moment. Like, I'm going to get the acceptance. Kind of like a harumph kind of thing, you know? Harumph.
But you think about it, acceptance speech. Like, where did he go? Where did he go off?
An acceptance.
That's
That's not easy. I just realized that.
Probably not easy.
It's
when you're
probably not easy.
Okay, I can
acceptance.
See it now. Yeah, because it's not.
Now we're thinking about it and we're saying it. But
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Acceptance. It doesn't it sound like a spoonerism? Like you.
It kind of does, but I'm trying to. That's what I was trying to
how to connect them.
Connect it.
Like
where
what
is
was he
his
trying to
spoonerism?
say? Because they were all so great that whenever there is a flub, you can always see why they flubbed.
Yes, yeah.
You understand.
You can see
top
this-
hand dress,
top
pan
hand
draw. We
draw.
went through that already.
Yeah.
But acceptance. I
don't get it. I just think he just
accepted.
He just blew the word.
And I think
he just blew the word.
Yeah, I think that's all
it. Because
it was,
we were trying to think.
Yeah, he didn't get ahead of himself because it's just acceptance speech.
Acceptance.
It wasn't
speech.
like acceptance.
Yeah.
Acceptance.
Yeah.
Then you would have been like, all right,
Okay,
he got ahead of
spoonerism,
himself. Right.
speech and
Speech and
acceptance,
acceptance.
yeah.
But
I
it's
just
not.
think he just stumbled over it.
Acceptance. And maybe he meant. Maybe he's thinking, I'm going to make an exceptional acceptance speech. Like I don't know.
Like the one I made when I got my Tony Award.
Yes, exactly. Look at Lou with the callback. Very
there.
nice.
Callback
Very
of the week.
nice.
Get us a Swanee River.
All right, everybody. Everybody's homework. Find us a new Swanee River instrumental that we haven't used yet.
Dave Ingram.
It's a
hear you, verily hear you.
It's a Honeymooners podcast exception and speech of the week. But another flub.
Yep.
Small, subtle
flub.
but a flub.
Yeah, a flub. No,
yeah. And acceptance.
Acceptance.
It's kind of funny, actually. I'm going to play it again. It gets funnier. It's.
They want me to sit at the table and make a speech. It's because they're going to give me the award, and they want me to make an acceptance speech.
It's like seeing. It's almost like
Boulder Dam for the first time. No.
I don't know. It's almost like you're watching something and then they tied something at the end of like a bag, but they did a terrible job and it just kind of fell off. The sentence fell off.
Yeah.
It just fell off completely. Except in his speech. Did he even say speech? Did he even say speech after?
He said speech, yeah.
He does say speech.
I mean, I would expect that from Cliff Hall. That's like a good Cliff Hall.
That's a great Cliff Hall flub. Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, that would be perfect for Cliff Hall.
Yes.
Wow.
This will be the last time you can make an exception in speech.
Pay no attention to him. Go ahead, brother.
But yes, so
wow, good joke, good flub of the week.
That was great.
It was great. Good, like,
out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. We
didn't plan on that.
Play no flub
that
of the
is
week.
not on your notes.
It's not on my notes.
Not on my.
Not on Joe's.
I don't really have
whatever he
notes,
calls
but
those
anyway,
things there.
whatever you call this here. But our flub of the week, and now we're gonna get to the meat of this episode. I mean, we've had a lot of stuff with this episode.
Yeah.
But we want to get to, and when we do this one, I know everybody is going to say, finally.
Yeah.
Because I think people have been saying, when are you going to do this one?
Yep.
And here it is.
The Honeymooners podcast presents the one and done player of the week.
All right. Yeah. That's our pal Bruce Martin.
Yep.
Thank you, Bruce. Check out Bruce's show. It's called Tonight with Bruce Martin.
Yep.
Here we go. Our one and done player of the week is the one and only Betty Gard.
Betty Gard.
The Thelma, if you remember the beginning of the episode, we said for all you Thelmas out there. And for all you Thelmas out there, now we're going to do a little bit, and we'll talk a little bit, pretty interesting about Betty Gard. And when I read up on her. Versatile actress. She won a playwriting competition in high school. Here's an interesting thing. She was on Broadway. She was on radio. She produced and directed her own drama series on CBS entitled Another Chance. She also starred and directed in the soap opera My Son and I in 1939. Now think about that. A woman starred and directed.
Yeah, very odd for that time.
For that time. Yeah, Betty White was one of the few women that she had her own talk show at the time. And I think Lucy was the first person to really kind of break it open for women.
Yeah.
I believe that. I believe Lucille Ball was the one who broke that open. But think about that. She starred and directed in the soap opera My Son and I in 1939.
Was that a soap opera on the radio?
It must be.
No TV.
I don't think the TV, because TV really didn't pick up till after
the war.
Right?
The war, yeah.
You always hear about the first TV shows, 48, 49, when things started happening. The Goldbergs, which had Mr. Who played Mr. Manicotti, was in the show The Goldbergs, from like 1948.
Lewis Soren, I believe.
Lewis Soren, very good. I should make it like this.
I make it like this. Knock the dish all over the table. My wife, is she?
She's a. We could do an episode of just us doing that line. Yeah, Lewis Soren.
Lewis Soren. Half hour of that.
She also featured on Eddie Cantor's show in specials from Orson Welles and the radio anthology series Theater Guild of the Air. And she was also, and you recognize it, she was in a Twilight episode.
Twilight Zone, yeah.
Twilight Zone called The Midnight Sun.
Yeah.
So she wasn't just Thelma.
No, just Thelma. There was a lot of things.
She did a lot of things.
I think we have a lot of Twilight Zone guys out there, Joe. A lot of our listeners are Twilight Zone people.
Yeah.
So they probably know.
It makes
they
sense.
probably know that one.
If you think about it, certain and I think we start looking for that. People who like I Love Lucy, Twilight Zone, Odd Couple. I'm starting to realize we should start gearing to those people because they also like the Honeymooners. They might not be full-grown nuts like us and some of the regulars, but yeah, absolutely. So Thelma, and wait a minute, let me see. Thelma, she was born September 19th, 1905, and then she died on Christmas Day, 1989. So Betty Gard. Now, we're going to have a little fun, and we're going to play two of Thelma's classic moments from A Woman's Work Is Never Done. And we'll start with this one.
They've all become very independent.
Independent.
Oh, hello, Thelma.
He's really a jerk in this scene.
This is a maid?
It's an insult.
I thought maids had short skirts with white hats and black silk stockings.
If you had 1,000 maids, how do you not know that they don't really dress like that? Sorry.
The chubby one's gonna be trouble.
perfect voice for that.
Great.
5'10".
Don't
5'10".
be too hasty. I'm sure they're an awfully nice couple.
Thelma, what my husband meant was we just wanted to explain your duties to you.
Oh, yeah. What do I gotta do?
What do I gotta do?
Yeah, and I might as well tell you right now, I can't do no heavy work. I'm sickly.
Wait.
Sick? Well, first of all, you'll have to go to the market, then you'll have to cook, scrub the floor.
I don't scrub no floors.
You're so right, Thelma. My husband will be glad to scrub the floors.
Now, wait a minute.
You won't scrub the floors. That's a man's work.
Just a minute. Who's doing the hiring here? All right, Alice, it's all off.
Oh, no, Ralph, I'm not giving up my career. So it's either Thelma or you.
And I might as well tell you something else right now. I get Thursdays and Sundays off, see? My work is through the minute the supper dishes are
hammering
done.
away, right?
I don't work in no house where they got no pets.
All of a
So
sudden.
you might as well get rid of one if you got one.
She panics.
You're going to have a party, I get time and a
not
half
yet.
over and the next day off. And, if you're planning on having any late snacks, I don't do no cleaning up the next morning. And this boy looks like he has plenty of late snacks.
This boy. I just love the way she says boy.
Thelma, you're perfect.
Then it's settled?
Uh-huh.
All right, then. Here we go. You just take this suitcase and off we go.
You don't mean to say that you think I'm going to carry your bag, do you?
Would you like me to quit now?
And that's
You better
pretty
carry
much.
it, Ralph.
And that's her first scene. And I mean, she's just great. She's hesitated a bit.
Yeah.
Almost like she was like the actress was afraid to do this fat joke with Jackie.
Jackie.
And of course, it's just
it's
great. it's a classic.
Now, listening to her speak, she comes across very Brooklyn.
Yes.
She's very, but wake. She says wake.
Wake. Yeah, then exaggerated
this,
stuff, right.
yeah. Then they exaggerated a little bit, but
And
she
plus
just come look very Brooklyn.
Perfect looks for that.
Yeah.
Because look, if you look her up and you see there's pictures of her where she's pretty, she's in it, but they make her look like this menacing brute of a woman. And then
we said she is 5'10".
Yeah, 5'10".
So
she's at least Jackie's height
because Jackie's 5'10".
And plus she's wearing heels.
To make
so
her
it's
look
perfect.
more
It makes her
imposing.
look more imposing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Where like they say with Audrey Meadows, she's always in flats,
right,
to make her look shorter,
smaller. Yeah, exactly. All right, and now we're gonna go to the second part of her, her part of this episode, and this is when they're in the apartment.
Louder. Thelma, there's somebody at the door.
At the door.
Thelma, there's somebody at the door.
Maybe she went down to your stables to talk to the groom.
Get out!
Do you understand that?
Rich guy. Maybe she went down your stables to talk to, like he's being the rich man who has
to the stables.
To the stables. The stables, the horses.
Oh.
The stable of horses. The groom, guy who takes care of the horses.
Oh,
the groom.
I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
I knew stables, but I was like, "What? Who got married?"
Yeah,
I didn't.
That's
a
the
person
thing.
who grooms the horses.
Grooms the horses, a groom.
And if there's somebody who would know this, it's Lou.
Yeah,
who owns horses, of course. I'm glad you were here.
Glad you were here.
Here we go.
Thelma!
Thelma!
Yeah?
There's somebody knocking at the door.
Well, answer it. I thought if it's for you, go ahead and answer it. Nobody knows I'm here yet.
Wait a minute. That's part of your duties to answer the door. Now go ahead and answer it.
What do you want?
I got a minute, Ross. You got plenty of class.
Plenty of class.
Wait a minute. You're not supposed to answer the door like that. If someone knocks on the door, you usher them in, and you say, "How do you do? This is Mr. Cramden's residence."
Okay. What do I say if somebody calls for you on the phone?
On the phone? Well,
well, if they call on the phone, you say, "Hello, this is Mr. Martin's residence." He used the phone up in my apartment.
Okay.
Okay.
And that's another thing. Don't say okay. From now on, say very good, sir.
Okay.
Well, what do you think of the maid, Norton?
Well, without a doubt, Ralph, you have achieved the heights of gracious living.
Yeah.
You are one of the 400. In fact, you could be all of the 400. Boy, I'm telling you, it must be a cinch now. Huh? All you got to do is yell, "Hey, Thelma, she does anything you want."
I don't have to yell at all. All I have to do is ring the bell and she comes running.
Oh? What do you say we give it a little test run, get her out here?
Test run.
All right. Well, what'll I ask her when she gets out here? I got it. I'll say my guest and me want to have some coffee and cake. Okay.
Must be a slow track. She's a slow runner.
Back to the horse
That's
show.
a horse
There
racing.
you go.
Another-
Okay.
Another horse
That's
racing
the
reference.
good humor, man. Get
Now
me
I
a
get it.
It's not the good humor, man. I rang that because I want you.
Oh, well, what do you want?
My friend and I will have some coffee and cake.
Okay.
Just a moment. That'll be very good, sir.
Okay.
May I?
Must be a fetish with her. What?
May I?
Oh, go ahead. Thelma, would you mind stepping into the dining area?
Well, what do you want?
With my coffee, I would like one lump.
You keep on ringing that and you'll get one.
Oh, good one. Good one.
Okay.
I told you to stop saying okay. It's very good, sir. This happens to be my guest, and I am your employer.
Some guest and some employer. The simp and the blimp.
She's just
How
perfect.
dare you say that to me?
I quit.
You quit? You can't quit.
I
You
just
can't
like-
quit unless I fire. Remember that. Now get out
I
here.
just like the ending of this.
I'm warning you, you'll never work anywhere else. I'll have your union card taken away.
Will you?
You cannot quit, Thelma, and that's my final word on it.
I tell you I'm quitting.
I say you're not quitting. You better come back. Thelma, come back in here. Thelma!
Stop yelling, Ralph. You don't have to do that. I'll get her back here.
Oh, what a great callback.
Okay,
I mean,
it's
it's
great.
just great. But the great Thelma.
Yeah, she's
great. Is it Betty or Bet?
Betty.
It is Betty,
Betty
with
with
a
a
Y.
Y.
Betty Gard. Absolutely great. One of the best one and dones on here.
And like
She
you said,
might
Joe,
be the
Joe,
top
you said
one.
before, a lot of people were asking for
Oh my
her.
God,
When
they're
we
like,
were-
really?
I think back when we did,
Back when we first
started
started doing
one and dones, and people were mentioning, how about
Yeah,
this one, how
they're
about
like,
that?
so
Thelma
many
got-
were like,
lot
what's up with Thelma?
A lot were with Thelma, yeah.
Because she was such a great character, and she was like, she's up there with the mother-in-law.
Yeah.
But since the mother-in-law did it, she was in 3 episodes. We can't do it, and she's kind of like the stranger version of the mother-in-law.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Tough.
Yeah.
Sharp-witted.
Sharp-tongued.
Sharp-tongued. Yes.
Yeah, like towards Ralph
absolutely.
especially.
Yes,
You get no respect
absolutely.
from either one of them.
Yeah. So that's our one and
One and
done,
done, Betty.
player of the week.
Guard.
Betty
Thelma. Thelma.
So, how do we do this? How do we finish this? Because we seem to always have to do something else when we do this.
One and done. There's only one way.
There's only one way, and that's this.
The Honeymooners podcast presents The Many Faces
And thanks for nothing.
of Ken Lynch.
Nice.
Nice.
Little, that's our pal, Cap.
That's our pal.
Who
Great
does,
Cap.
who does all these great impressions from people that have been dead for 110 years. So now, you guys all know how this bit works. Ken Lynch plays a detective.
Yes.
We always say, what would Ken Lynch be like if he was this character?
This character.
What would Ken Lynch be like as Thelma the Maid? Pretty much like Ken Lynch. You know what? You just plaster Ken Lynch's face on Thelma, and you have the same character. In fact, we should just do the many faces of
Betty Gard.
Betty Gard. We don't have to do anything for this bit.
She'll be like, Cramden? I don't know nothing. You know nothing. The chubby one's going to be a problem.
Yeah, so we figured there's no. I mean, it's almost like he's the male version of her.
It's the same character. One's in a dress, one's in a suit.
In a jacket and a hat. Oh, my goodness.
God.
So
Ken Lynch Ken Lynch finally found his match.
Yes, he sure did. Absolutely. So that
You
completes.
keep ringing that bell, you'll get one lump.
Yeah. Who was that? Was that Betty Garb or was that Ken
Ken
Lynch?
Lynch.
I can't tell the difference. Yes. So the great Ken Lynch as Betty Garb sounds pretty much the same.
Same.
All right.
Well, that's a good humor, man. Give me a popsicle.
You're not even. You're just doing the same.
It's
the same thing. All right. Well, we're gonna get to Louis' favorite part of the show,
Yes.
and that is.
Now, Tom, who is our first guest, please? Our first guest, ready to leap the first hurdle on his way to the $99,000 answer, is our
Courier from Parsippany, New Jersey, Joe Conti.
Thank you.
I want to see the expression on your face when you miss it.
What happened? What happened? Everything was going nice. Who's that? Betty Garb? Guard. All right. So what do you got for me today?
We have a question prepared by Professor Walter Newman.
Of course.
Yes, he always does. And, of
Alrighty.
course, I was unprepared because I forgot to write one down. So I got to go to my bad memory.
Oh, did you ever find your questions?
Yes, I did.
You did. Some Bibbs asked me if you
Yeah,
had gotten it.
real quick, what had happened was I had the email saved in the folder or file, whatever you want to call it. I sent it to my girlfriend, and it showed up on hers. So she sent it back to me,
Gotcha.
and I opened it actually in the text. So I have them.
Okay.
And I forgot to look at them.
Cool. So Louis got all of his questions.
Got all my questions back.
Beautiful. Very good.
So we're good. They're not floating out there in cyberspace. All right.
That's very good, sir.
That's very good, sir. Okay.
Okay. Did you find it? Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Here's our question. All right. I don't know how to put this, but let's see. Ralph comes home, and he says, Alice says, well, you were so drunk and blah, 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 blah. You know, you thought you had so-and-so's cat. He says to her, what was
so-and-so's
Mrs. Cat doing in this apartment?
Okay.
Whose cat was it?
All right. Let me get the.
I don't put it so eloquently.
I know.
But you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To say,
Whose cat was it?
Whose cat was it that day Ralph thought was in the apartment? Hurry up, Mr. Conti. Your time's running out.
It just went Mrs. something,
Yeah.
right? Can you give me her first
he
initial?
He said, hey, Mrs. Blah, blah, what is your cat doing in our apartment?
Right.
G.
Gunther? No, I'm
No,
kidding. It's not Garrity. Is it Garrity?
No.
It's not Garrity. I didn't think it was Garrity.
It's somebody we've never heard of.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's
So what have done who doesn't appear?
it's gonna kill me when you say it. Go ahead.
Gallagher.
Mrs. Gallagher. That's right. Mrs.
I
Gallagher.
should have gave you another hint. It was Irish. That would have really,
that would have
really helped you.
Yeah, that would have been good. I guess it's not grousing
No,
out.
no.
All right. Well, thank you, Lou, for the trivia question. That was good as usual. So let's see. What do we do here?
You should see the expression on your face when you missed it.
I did. I saw the expression. I felt the expression on my face when I missed it.
Okay.
Okay. Must be a fetish of mine to keep missing.
Fetish.
By the way, he says fetish twice in the
Yeah.
in the 39.
Yeah.
One for Alice and one for her, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Dusty
Dusty Hall. All right. So, who can we thank? We thank Silk City Hot Sauce, of course, for being our sponsor. Go to SilkCityHotSauce.com. Get yourself some great homemade hot sauce, and then put RX in the coupon code when you're checking out and get 15% percentage off of your order and a free bottle of cherry sriracha.
Finally got it.
All of you guys who listen, we thank you. We thank you. All of you who listen, email us, comment on Facebook, text message us. And you guys know who you are. We thank you so much. And a special thanks to Ira for being our first full-grown nut of the week. An absolute lunatic. What can we ask for you guys? Listen, thank you so much. And you know what? Share with your friends on social media some of our videos or maybe an episode. Yeah. The first, the inaugural episode, the 6-minute introduction. Mm-hmm. For those you don't know, if you go back, we put an introduction after we made our 68th episode. We did like a 6-minute introduction to let people know what the show's about when they go and they check it out first, so they have an idea. Mm-hmm. Who else? We want to thank the Facebook group, the Honeymooners Raccoon Lodge with Joy and Brother Norton. We thank you guys so much.
Joe, I'm not 100% sure, but I think Brother Norton's starting his trivia thing again.
Is he?
I believe. Don't hold me to that, but I thought I had read that somewhere.
Okay. Well, I'll find out.
Yeah,
and I'll
find out. And if it does, we'll
absolutely. And plus, I'll promote it on our page.
Yeah, we'll hawk that.
Absolutely. And if you're interested, I'm a stand-up comic for any of the new listeners, and I have my 1-hour comedy album called Happiness. You can download it anywhere you get music or comedy. You can support me by buying it, or you might be able to find it for free. And that's it, folks. Episode 82 in the books. And for me and Lou, we'll see you next time.
E pluribus raccoonum. Night all.
RX.
Good night. Good night. We'll have to do this again real soon.
How about tomorrow night?
This has been a non-productive media presentation. Executive producer, Frank Hablawi. This program and many others like it on the Non-Productive Network is distributed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives license. Please share it, but ask before trying to change it or sell it. For more information, visit Non-Productive.com.
Testing, hot outbound call, 1, 2, 3, 4. You on the air?
Are you ready?
Make the approach. Plant your feet firmly in the ground. Head down. Eyes on the ball. Relax. That's it. Get your left arm straight. Your right arm straight. Relax. Lower your right shoulder. Go!
The Honeymooners Podcast, the only podcast that is all about the greatest show of all time. With the stars, Joe Conti and Louis Fatz.
Welcome, fellow raccoons and members of the Women's Auxiliary. What's happening, all you Hurricanes, Bensonhurst bombers, and all you fortunes of the world? You're listening to the Honeymooners Podcast with me, Joe Conti, and my pal, Louis Fatz.
Look, you two are good at making complaints, aren't you? Well, let me tell you something. There ain't no janitor. He just quit. And you know why he quit? He quit on account of you and you. That's all I got, Joe, because I need the rest for another
That's
time.
All you got? You ran out of ink, Lou. Yeah, the only discussion-based podcast.
The second half is for another show.
All about the greatest show of all time. We record in the Non-Productive Studios at 328 Chauncey Street in Brooklyn, New York. Subscribe to the show wherever you get your podcast. And if you're on iTunes, give us a 5-star rating and leave a positive review, because we read them.
Yeah, we do.
Our home base, if you don't do the podcast, if you want to listen to each show right on your computer or in front of the fire, it's non-productive.com/honeymooners. Don't forget to like our Honeymooners Podcast Facebook page and follow us on Twitter. And if you want to leave us a voicemail, call 240-442-2635. And don't forget to email us at...
That's bangzoom1956 at Gmail.
And what's happening, Lou?
Joe, number 65,
yes.
Trevor May at the New York Mets. No. We have a good 65 here.
Yes.
Elvin Bethea.
I've heard that name.
Okay, Elvin Bethea was an Houston Oilers, and then he actually finished when the Oilers moved to Tennessee, became the Titans.
Right.
He finished his career with the Titans.
What was he, an offensive lineman?
He was a defensive end. And he also, early in his career, he also played guard, which is why he wore 65. It's like an unusual defensive ends number.
Right.
That's why he wore it's usually like
70s.
It's like 80s. Back in the day, the defensive ends used to wear numbers in the 80s.
Right.
But,
and then, of course, in 90s.
Yeah. That was a little later. I'm talking about when he played, it was mostly in the numbers were in the 80s. But anyway, Elvin Bethea, Jersey boy.
Oh, really?
From Trenton.
Really?
Listen to this. He held the state shot put record for high school from 64 to 97.
Wow.
That's
33 years?
33 years he held the state shot put record.
Wow.
Yeah. Elvin Bethea.
A football player.
Football player. Well, he was an animal.
Yeah, but you don't think of a football player.
Well, I remember my friends in high school who were football players were the shot putters. They were also the shot
guess
players. They were
because
big
they're
guys.
just
They were
brute strength.
just big
brute
guys, strong
strength.
guys. Yeah, so 8-time Pro Bowler.
Wow. Is he in the Hall of Fame?
Hall of Fame, yep.
Nice.
Played 68 to 83. Elvin Bethea.
He played 15 years.
Yeah.
As an offensive end.
Well, basically a defensive end. Early in his career, he was going two-way, but he
guard.
basically was a defensive end.
Defensive end.
Because he went from the Oilers to the Titans. Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, because that was in the night.
When they moved. 83 it says here, so I guess, I don't know. Maybe was that, or maybe that was just because it was the franchise. I think they put his number in the hall.
They did, but they were still the Houston Oilers. Yeah, because in '93, when on the Monday Night Football, when they were playing the Jets, what's his name?
They won.
No, I don't know about that, but Kevin, what do you call it?
Buddy
Buddy Ryan,
right?
Punched Kevin Gilbride.
Oh, okay, yeah,
on the sideline during a Jet game. Of course, whenever it's the Jets, there's some sort of butt fumble or somebody gets punched in the face.
There'll have to be some excitement.
Yeah,
usually on the sidelines.
Yeah, exactly.
They're going to be on the field.
All right.
Well, so we got Elvin Bethea. Okay.
Very, very nice. So before we get started, obviously we want to thank our sponsor, Silk City Hot Sauce.
Sure.
SilkCityHotSauce.com. Thank you. And if you want, please, if you're looking for some great homemade hot sauce.
Can't hurt you, pal.
Can't hurt you, pal. Go to
diet.
SilkCityHotSauce.com. Get yourself some great homemade stuff. Then when you go to the checkout, you put RX in the coupon code, get yourself 15% off your order, and get yourself a free bottle of cherry sriracha. I like the Chipotle, and I also like the Taco Fiesta.
You like the Taco Fiesta.
And, of course, Lou.
I like the Badass Jew.
And
the other one was a Billy, what's it called? Billy Boggs?
I can't think.
I can't think of it. That's also another good one.
But yeah. Go to the website, even if you just check him out, because he's got different hot sauces that he makes for some of the different shows.
Yeah,
they're like the Badass Jew is Aaron Berg,
right?
Who's a comic,
right?
And he also sponsors on his
Isn't
show.
That Billy guy too? Isn't he something to do with?
I think
so.
Too,
also another podcast.
So he makes, so he comes up with names for the sauces from the different shows that he sponsors. So thank you, our pal Jeff Kingfish Levinsky, for the great Silk City hot sauce. Yeah. So, what else we got going on today? We have a good one.
Yeah,
we do. We are going to go. First of all, you know what? I'm not even going to tell them what we're going to do because we're just going to start off and we're going to get this out of the way. Even though it's always great, but still, we have a lot of stuff to get to here. But we're going to get into it right away, and of course, it's the great Louis' observations.
We just wanted to hear this.
And now, from the observation deck overlooking the Johnson Building at 328 Chauncey Street, the Honeymooners podcast presents Louis' observations.
All right.
Okay,
Here we go.
All right, so to set this observation up, it's just basically a continuation of last episode, last week's observation.
Right.
I forgot to point out something, so we're going to do it again.
Oh, anyway, you know what? Before we, since we're talking about that last one, it was, you know what? We'll go through it, and then I'll read the, because we got a comment.
Oh, yeah, we do. Okay.
From that. But we'll get right into the Louis' observation as soon as I can find the clip.
And Joe's got his glasses this week.
I got my I got my cheaters on.
We're in good shape so far.
Here we go.
Still can't find it, but
still can't find it.
What do you say? You want to join us Sunday?
Well, thanks for the invitation, Ed, but I don't have to go to Madison Square Garden to look at antiques.
Oh, I dig you, Alice. I know just what you're talking about.
Well,
look, just don't take this antique business too lightly, because if you got some real, genuine antiques here, they could be worth a fortune. Say, as a matter of fact, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just look around here,
examine a few of these pieces for your charge and let you know. You maybe have something here worth a lot of money.
Well, go ahead, Ed, if you want to, but I doubt if you'll find anything around here that's worth any money.
Why you... Oh. Wait a minute now. Let's take that icebox. That is a very interesting piece.
Look, Ed, while you're looking around, would you excuse...
All right,
so
there we go.
Yeah, all right, basically here, the observation is... like, you're just discovering that icebox if you've known them for 15 years? Like, you've never seen that?
And especially him.
He's in it. He's more than Ralph.
It's like he lives there. That's a great, cute little observation.
I was thinking about it. Wait a minute. Let's
like
take that
it's like it's a brand new can
Yeah,
opener.
like they just got it. Like they got it off an antique dealer or something.
Like Ralph was looking for a Chippendale, and they sent him an icebox.
They set up an icebox. So basically, that was the continuation. Joe, you know what else this proves? And we've said, I think we've mentioned this before. I mean, we've got 65 episodes. We must have mentioned things several times.
Yeah, at least 111 times.
Is how much they really don't know about each other.
Yes.
We've talked about this in the past, and it's so funny that these things that just like pop up that week.
Yeah.
Like, and remember, they're friends for 15 years
15
now.
years, yeah.
So it's like, you know, or we say 15 years, but we talked about that too. Could it be 9 years? Because remember, they lived with Alice's mother and father
for 6 years.
6 most miserable years.
6 most miserable
so
years.
We don't know if it's 9 years. Did they meet the Nortons in the house? Did Ralph know Norton from the Raccoon Lodge? I mean, we don't know. But anyway, that's one of those gray areas. But anyway, they know each other for a long time, and they know nothing about each other. They don't know where they met, how they met.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, exactly.
And whatever happened to the Chippendale? The four-legged Chippendale. Oh, God. So that's
that's great.
Real quick. That was a real
especially because it's the icebox, and he lives in the icebox.
Yeah, he's actually there more than Ralph.
It's great. It's great.
All right, that's the
So, great observation. But today, our episode is all.
Do you want to read the?
Oh,
yes, because it had some. I was going to read something that had something to do with that scene.
With that scene from last week, because the last episode we
went over that with Edward L. Norton, antique appraiser. Yeah.
Antique appraiser, free of charge. That was the big thing. And our pal Michael Bruce on Facebook had a great thing. He put, guys, finally, I have been saying forever, free of charge might be the top zany Norton line of all time. I kept meaning to bring that up with you guys, but finally you said it. 10 times a day I ask myself, what the hell is he talking about? Like, thanks a million, Ed. You're doing us a favor of the century by looking at the stuff. And to top it all off, you're going to do it free of charge. Somebody praise him as a saint. I cannot wrap my head around the whole thing. And he's so right. It's a great little comment. Thank you, Michael, of course. And all right, so now, this episode 65 is all about one and dones.
One and dones.
And this was something that the Bibbs, the great brother Bibbs, kind of gave us the idea. Said you guys should do something about one and done. So me and Louie have done our top 3. No specific order because you can't put them in.
No,
order.
you can't put them. It's hard to even come up with 3.
To narrow it down to 3.
Yeah.
But it's our top 3 one and dones.
One and dones. Remember, they got to be one and done.
One and done. Not like one character, but they've been in 2 or 3 episodes. Like the mother-in-law, but she's been in like 3.
Been in 3 episodes, so we can't use her.
Can't use her, right? So we're gonna go with, and we're just there's no specific order. It's really hard to come up with which is your favorite, all right? But we're going to go with Louie's, and this is one of Louie's favorites. And we got a little clip for each one, because, you guys all have ADD and nobody can pay attention unless they got the thing going. But this is one of Louie's, and I love this. This is great. And here's his one and done.
Now, just remember what I said. One word.
Cramden?
I don't know anything.
Police department, Mr. Cramden.
I don't know nothing.
Now, look, you're in a bad spot. You know that? I'm going to tell you just what I told your pal down at the pool room. Your safety and your life is in danger if you don't give us a description.
I didn't see anything.
These fellas are killers. They shot the night watchman.
I don't know anything.
You don't know anything, huh? All right, I'm going to give you a break. I'm leaving a policeman downstairs to look after you overnight. But if you don't tell us what you know by morning, you're on your own. If you're not a witness, you're not entitled to police protection. And thanks for nothing.
Welcome.
Oh, when Lou first said that, I'm like, what? And then I thought of it. I'm like, it is a great one and
He's
done.
my favorite one and done. I mean, I know Mark is happy because we're into Trapped again, but
yeah, really, it's from Trapped, right?
The guy is great. He's an old-time actor. Yeah. He's played detectives. He's played crooks. He comes in and he's very Bogartish. You get like that Humphrey Bogart vibe from him.
Yes,
even the voice.
Yep.
And
Mr. Cramden.
Mr. Cramden, you know, and he's just great. He's just great.
So he either plays the good guy or the bad
guy in movies. He's been like that typecast type guy, you know, in those typical 1930s, 40.
Look at him. He was bigger guy.
Yeah,
he's taller than Jackie Gleason.
So he's
you know,
like,
so
okay,
he's got,
the overcoat on and the hat, like they all wore overcoats and hats in those days. I haven't worn I have overcoats. I haven't worn an overcoat in like 1,000 years.
Yeah, I don't know.
These people always have overcoats.
I just wonder how they did it in the 40s and 50s. Like everybody had hat head, suits, and overcoats. Yeah, nobody had not one person had an Elvis T-shirt on.
That's how they went. That's how they hung out.
That's how everybody hung out. Yeah.
So anyway.
That's what made Norton, and we can't get off to, but that's what made Norton so unique looking.
Yeah,
because he didn't wear that.
Yeah, well,
everybody else did.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Okay, let's get off on a tangent. But that's what's great about it. He's such a great he's a great actor.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a great actor.
He's great.
I mean, not that like George Petrie isn't and what's his name? The other guy.
Oh, who plays
plays everybody else.
Plays everybody.
Yeah.
I can't.
Frank Marth.
Yeah.
I mean, not that they're great actors, but I think we're so used to them.
Right.
That when you see this person, this different person coming across as this strong character and he does it perfectly.
Yeah.
And that's why he's my number. He's my number one.
He was made. He was made to play.
He's my number one. That's why he's my number one.
All right. So now I have mine, and this one, it's almost similar in a sense where he's probably on screen just as quick, probably faster, but I love it. And this is from the $99,000 answer. Go.
All right. This one might throw you. This one goes back a little ways. Ready? Come in! Oh, there he is, Jealous McGarrett.
Why don't you shut up in here? You're driving everybody crazy.
I'm not driving anybody crazy. You're just jealous, that's all. And do you know why you're jealous? Because you know that at this time tomorrow night, my picture will be on the front page of every newspaper in the country.
Well, so will mine. For killing you.
Like he's got like...
Ralph.
Hey, loudmouth, now you woke up my wife.
And we're going to be doing an episode
a whole
about
show on that.
ad-lib or not ad-lib.
Ad-lib or not ad-lib, yeah.
But he's got like 2.5 lines, and he kills it. The way he's dressed,
yes.
And Louis always mentions when he does this thing where he's almost kind of goes humph.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Turns away. Ralph's saying he like turns away from Ralph like in disgust. Like, what are you going to say to me right now?
Yeah,
I don't want to hear what you got to say to me.
Yes.
Oh, and it's great. He just comes across with the T-shirt on.
Like he's driving everybody crazy.
He's like Ed Norton-esque. He's like Ed Norton-esque.
Yes.
You know, that kind of person that would live in. You know, I don't want to, clump people into categories, but that's what it was back in the day.
Yeah.
There,
you can tell that's he wasn't a college intellectual.
No, he was
sure.
in the day. No, he was just your regular Dusty on that hole. Gotta get that one in. But he is a fantastic character, and everybody knows him.
Everybody knows Jealous McGarrett.
And he even said that it's the part that he's known for most in his career. That little line.
Think about that.
He's appeared in a lot of things. He was a character actor his whole life, westerns, cop shows, and
So his
cartoon
one
frolics
scene with
puppet shows.
3 line puppet shows. 3 lines.
3 lines. And that's what he was known
for
the
most. And what was his? Do you remember his name?
Oh, I don't remember his name.
I forgot.
Yeah,
we should have.
we
We should have got the name. But listen, we
props. But
look it up. IMDb.
He'll always be Jealous McGarity or Jealous Garrity.
Yes,
got two names.
All right. So now I'm going to do Louis' next one, and like I said, these aren't in any specific
order. Just
And this is Louis' other one, and we all are going to know why. This Louis.
Everybody.
This is from the golfer. It's from the golfer. Here we go.
Yes. Ralph Crandon? Oh, yes, sir. How are you, Mr. Douglas? Come right in.
Well, I see you know me, huh?
Oh, certainly. Alice, this is Mr. Douglas. He's one of the vice presidents of the Gotham Bus Company.
How do you do, Mr. Temple? Crandon, I'm sorry to intrude at this hour, but I just left Mr. Harper in the hospital, and he asked me to drop by and see you.
Mr. Harper is in a hospital?
Oh, yes. Nothing serious, really. He just slipped and chipped a bone in his ankle.
Chipped a bone in his ankle? I mean, he chipped the bone in his ankle. You mean he won't be able to play golf Sunday?
I'm afraid not. The doctor says he won't be able to play for about a couple of months, so he asked me to drop by and tell you how sorry he was to disappoint you.
Boy, that's great. I mean, what a disappointment this is.
It's always funny.
It's the anticipation.
It's just waiting for it. It's like you just know it's going to pop out and hit you in the face. You don't care. You're still going to pop that thing open. The great Mr. Douglas. And when you first said you were going to do this, I'm like, there's no way Mr. Douglas is not going to be in your
Joe was going to be on my list. Now, the thing I was telling Joe when we were putting this list together, I said, now, Joe, if he doesn't flub that line, he's not on my list.
No way.
No way. He's not on my list. He's
did
not there.
Did a fine job.
He did a great job. He was a nice character. He came in, did his thing, and got off.
Yeah.
It's the flub that makes him. If he doesn't flub, he don't make the list.
No.
Plain and simple.
Very unmemorable.
Yeah.
You know?
It's unmemorable, yeah.
Yeah. The funniest part would be the part where he's like, he chipped the bone in his ankle. Oh, he chipped the bone in his ankle.
Yeah.
You know, which is supposed to be the funniest part of that
the
thing.
bit. Yeah. Yeah.
Of course, it becomes not even a second thought.
I don't
even know.
I don't even hear anything else in that bit.
Remember what episode it is by the time he starts saying him, you, us. I mean, it's just fantastic. All right. Now I'm going to go with my second one, and we have to say, and I'll say this was really tough to come up with.
Oh
three.
God, we couldn't.
Really
it was
tough.
Hard.
Like one or two, but like the to get three, it was really tough. And here's my second one, and from Mama Loves Mambo.
Yes.
Sure. He wants everybody to do the mamba and teach him nice manners. All I know is that Alice was satisfied with me for 15 years. Now she wants to change me.
Oh, she's got a nerve. She's got a nerve. She knew when she married you she was getting the worst of it.
You can say that.
Great line. Oh.
Well, I'm telling you that if we don't put a stop to that Collis, every husband in this building's going to be in trouble.
Collis.
Come in.
Collis. C-O-L-U-S.
Oh, hi, Mr. Manicotti.
Hello, Mr. Crandon. My wife, is she here?
Well, she was here a little while ago, but she left.
She leave a note on the kitchen table. She's coming down here for mambo lesson. That woman is driving me crazy. All she think about is mambo.
There you are, Norton.
She's crazy.
Sure.
All day long she make her like this and like that.
I told you that Carlos is going to get us all in trouble.
Trouble? And my Angelina, she make her like this. She throw all the dishes off the table.
Here, take a walk.
I love Mr. Manicotti.
Oh,
and look, I might be partial because I grew up in an Italian house with the Italian accents, and my parents both had an accent. First of all, Louis Sorkin.
Your parents weren't Jewish, though.
Yeah, my parents weren't Jewish actors.
Authentic Italian.
But Louis Sorkin, right?
Soren. Louis Soren.
Jewish actor.
Yes.
Did a great job.
Nailed it.
Like, you would have thought he was an Italian guy.
Nailed it.
He nailed it beautifully.
Yes.
But he didn't. There are people that when you do certain accents, whether you're doing it in a comedic way or whatever, sometimes it comes off cartoonish.
You used the word I was going to say.
Comes off cartoonish.
Now,
right, yeah, exactly.
But it comes off cartoonish is the perfect word.
Yeah,
perfect word.
His doesn't.
No.
It's just enough. No. It's not but it's perfect in a sense where it's just Italian enough where he doesn't sound like a Jewish actor pretending to be Italian.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
And I just love this. So I'm partial to it.
That's right.
My Angelina. Well, he says Angelina. It's beautiful. It really is.
Joe, we were talking about also in the scene,
right?
When Ed Norton kind of directs him to sit down, take a load off.
Take a load off.
It's kind of getting him out of the scene because now you have Carlos coming in.
Yes.
And you got Gleason, Carlos, and Norton standing.
So they get him to sit.
They get him to sit to get him like out of the scene, but out of the scene.
It's a great
whatever.
I think they call it blocking.
Whatever
they
call it.
They call it blocking, where you have to stand in a certain spot.
Spots,
and it was just great.
But just to get him out of the scene.
And the way Norton does it too.
Hey,
come on, sit down.
Take a load off.
Take a load off. It's just beautiful. Absolutely.
Great scene. Great character. Great scene.
Oh, absolutely. Here is Louis' number 3, and I'll just say this is mine also. We're sharing it.
We're sharing this
we both agree. Well, when we came up with our 3, he had 3, I had 3, and we both had this one.
Good.
And
of all the 25 one and dones, we agreed on one.
We agreed on one, and it is from Funny Money, and it's.
Hello, I'd like to get some information. Supposing somebody leaves something on a bus, say a suitcase. What has he got to do to get it back? He's got to come down and identify it. And what?
And what?
Describe the contents. And then what? And then you open it, and if the description matches, why you... Look, but suppose nobody claims it, then what happens to it? Yeah? Oh. Okay, thanks a lot, sister.
Thanks a lot, sister.
Well, boys, we're getting that suitcase back.
But, boss, how? We can't let him open it up.
I know that. But if nobody claims it within 30 days, it goes to whoever found it and turned it in. It's usually the bus driver. All we got to do is find out who turned it in, wait 30 days, and then we get it from him.
What if he don't want to give it to us?
Suppose you shut up! He'll give it to us. Or else.
And we're going to play the second part, which is one of my favorite parts, too.
Which one of you guys is crammed in?
He is.
You heard me. Which one is crammed in?
I admit it. I'm crammed. But look, I didn't know it was counterfeit money. I found it on the bus. I wouldn't lie to a couple of detectives. Honest, pal. I just found it on the bus.
Detectives?
Hey, boss, he thinks we're...
Look, Cramden, I'll tell you what. We're going to give you a break. You give us some money and we won't turn you in. Us cops don't like to put innocent people in trouble, do we, Ziggy?
You mean if I give you back the money, you'll let me go?
That's right.
Right away, pal. Wait a minute, Ralph. Don't give them the money. They're not the police. What are you talking?
Didn't you hear one of them call the other one Ziggy? They're from the investment company, Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner, and Ziggy.
You leave me alone.
Here we go.
All right, where is it?
You
heard me, where is it?
All right,
Okay, Fatso. I'm giving you 10 seconds to give us the money or I'm letting you have it. 5 seconds.
5 seconds. Boss. Great. I love it. Out of the 20, like you said, there's probably 20 good or decent ones that we could go to.
We're going to go through the also. We're going to go. We have an also eligible list or an honorable mention list.
Absolutely,
We're going to go through them. But people are probably saying out there, well, how about blah, blah, blah.
Right,
anyway,
right. I mean, But what's it? Alper, right?
Boris Alplum.
Applum.
Or something like that, yeah.
And I guess his name is Barney. We discussed this last week.
Yeah, we thought we know.
They got it from the Lost Episodes.
Whatever, yeah.
But what a great character.
Oh, great character.
Just
one thing I want to mention, too, about him, Joe. In this scene, the first one, when he's on the phone.
Right.
His phone conversations is kind of realistic.
Yes.
Where he's not rambling quickly. He's like almost like he's having a conversation with the person on the other end.
Letting the audience know what the person is saying that he's acknowledging.
Yes, he's acknowledged because he has to. It's a good way
Very
of doing
Bob
that.
Newhart-like.
Yes.
Bob Newhart was great at that, comedic-wise.
When he did that, he used to do his telephone scene. Newhart was phenomenal with that.
Awesome with that.
But it's funny, the conversation. I was listening to the other day, and I was like, wow, this is really a good he's selling this conversation like he's really talking with someone.
With somebody on the phone.
So I just wanted to get that in.
Great.
That's how great he is. Oh, that's why Boss is on our list.
And here's my only little question. When the guy says, what if he don't want to give it to us?
Right.
I think the guy was supposed to say, suppose he doesn't want to give it to us.
Yeah.
Because he goes, suppose you shut up.
There you go. Perfect.
And I think it would have made it funnier.
Right.
Because he goes, what if he doesn't want to give it to us? Suppose you shut up. He probably, it would have. It's just
that sounds 100% right. That would make the joke better.
It would make the joke better.
So
because if he would have said, what if you don't give it to us? What if you shut up?
Yeah.
There's no way he said, suppose you shut up.
Yeah.
When he was supposed to say, why don't you?
That's a.
So I think he should have said,
I agree
suppose, which would have been funny. Funnier, for this thug, to say, suppose he
don't want to give it.
Suppose he don't want to give it to us. Suppose. Yeah. No thug is going to say suppose, which would have made it funnier. Supposing you shut up. So I just think that would.
Yeah, that could be. So Jim Bowles blows his one and only line. He just moved it to the Mr. Douglas. he didn't stumble over it, but he popped. No. I'm agreeing with you on that one. I'm agreeing with you. I think that's really good.
Makes the joke.
Yes,
it makes the joke better.
Yes.
But yeah, what a great and fatso.
And we love the looking at the watch thing.
The looking at the watch.
Giving him 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
5 seconds. He's looking at the watch.
It's fantastic.
Oh, it's great.
Fantastic.
It's great.
So, those are our top 3.
Yeah.
We share the one. But we do have one honorable mention that we're going to play. And then also, we'll go through some of the other ones.
Yeah.
And the honorable mention is the great.
Speaks for itself.
Speaks for itself.
Oh, nice wife, Ralph.
Yeah.
Good cook.
Hey, Ralph. Who we bowling with tonight?
Oh, I arranged a game between a couple of guys down the alley and us.
We ain't playing with that dopey-looking guy that's always hanging around with you.
Oh, you mean not?
No,
I gave him the brush.
I might have known. I never could figure a clam like him and you being friends.
Well, we were never friends, you know. It's just that our wives were close and to keep peace in the family, I'd see him now and then. Just because I saw him now and then, he thought I was a big friend of his. Nothing. I wouldn't care if he was in Africa now, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. He always looked like some kind of nut to me.
He's a nut. Come in.
Just Teddy. I mean, you know, he's in it for a while, so we were playing. But just great.
He's a great character.
Woofing food down like a cavone, like he said in the one video. And just great. Just fantastic. Ned Glass.
Ned Glass. He's been in a ton of stuff.
Barney Miller.
He was in everything.
Character actor.
I saw him in the Lost.
I think he was in Soap. I think he was in the show Soap.
He was in Soap.
Yep, I think he was in Soap.
Also in that scene where we cut it is one of the great one of my favorite, probably top 5.
Well, that's also in one of our videos that we made with the Palomine videos.
Yes.
With the guy with
the man at the door.
The man at the door.
We could do a whole show on him. It's just great. It's great. Like, who told you that Ed Norton's in the hospital?
Yeah, exactly.
The room number.
Unbelievable.
Nobody tried to go.
Yes, he was.
Norton's hurt. Yes, he was.
Yes, he was. Could be commented on any one of our posts on the Facebook page, and if you just stumbled onto it, you'd be like, "What are they talking about?" Everybody knows.
Everybody knows.
Yes, he was.
Yes, he was. And we call him the man at the door or the yes, he was guy.
Yes, he was guy, or the big overcoat guy.
Overcoat.
The hat too big.
They had 10 sizes too big. It's
just one of my favorite Louis observations.
God, that guy's he's phenomenal.
But the honorable mention, the great Teddy Oberman.
Yes.
But there are a bunch more that we could have went through.
Yeah.
And one that we'll go through a couple. Like, first of all, Thelma. I know you're all screaming, going, how could you not put Thelma? Thelma was great.
Yes.
But it was too obvious to put Thelma.
Yeah.
Because she wasn't it was almost like if you ask people who aren't DEFCON 3s, if they probably say, oh, she was on a couple of times. She was that big of a character that you probably thought she was on in a bunch
she had a
of
very
times.
good. I mean, she's a big woman, so she does have a stage presence.
Right.
So
tall.
Yeah.
You know, that great grovelly voice. But I said, you know what? It's too obvious. I wanted to do so. And you didn't pick her either.
No, I didn't. She was on my.
She's great.
She's on my. Also,
she's phenomenal.
Yeah.
It's almost like she's the 5th character in that episode.
Yeah.
It's almost like she's not a one and done because she doesn't just come in, boom, and gone.
Yeah.
She's like a big part of it. But we got a bunch.
Yeah.
What are the couple of the other ones you have?
One of the guys I have, Joe, is Dr. Folsom.
Yes, Dr. Folsom.
Dr. Folsom is kind of like has you may compare his part to the detective.
Yes,
they come in. They're very they have like
they're playing a straight character.
Playing a straight character, and they
character.
sell their character
Wonderfully.
I mean, detective looks like a detective.
You would think he was a real cop in real
his
life.
mannerisms of a detective, like you would think that the typical detective of the 1950s. Okay, Dr. Folsom comes in. I'm convinced he's a doctor.
He's a real doctor.
He's a real doctor.
Louis convinced that if he saw that guy on the streets, he would have said, "Hey, I got this mole over here. What do you think?" He would just think he's an actual doctor.
I got to say it, Joe. Hurts when I do this.
Hurts when I do this.
Well, don't do it.
Well, then don't do it.
But coming from Dr. Folsom,
yes.
I would think that's like a professional
I
opinion.
think we even mentioned that.
We did.
When we talked about him a little bit. We said, like, his demeanor, his mannerisms, his voice, everything screamed doctor. Like he was a real doctor, but he knew how to act, and they threw him in there.
Threw him in there.
Folsom is a great one and done. A great one and done. Another great one and done.
Who do you got? You got any?
No, you brought
I got okay.
You brought her up. Her.
Rita.
It didn't come to mind that Rita being a one and done.
One and done.
But Rita was so pivotal
Yes.
in making that scene, the great scene, because she was, like we talked about it before the show, she didn't have a lot of funny lines.
No.
But she was the setup to almost every funny moment in that whole scene.
Joe, just physically, when she first walks in,
saunters in,
and that starts it going because everybody knows, like Ralph, and he's drooling,
right?
His
and
eyes
he was
are popping out
already
of his head.
planning on going to be smoothing her up anyway.
Yeah,
he was already planning on being nice to her.
Like, we don't see her in the first. We hear her when she's talking to Twinkles about the cookies.
Right
now, we don't see her, but we hear her.
Right.
So now we're anticipating what is Rita. Now we hear the voice, so you're going to try to put that voice to a body, right?
Correct.
And then when she comes in, saunters in, as you say, and then it just sets up the whole scene.
Yeah.
The audience is screaming.
Right.
Her lines are set up lines. She just says nothing funny.
Right.
But every line she says is a setup for somebody else's line.
And even gets a laugh because of the predicament. Like when she says, "Don't you have certain things you like to call your husbands?"
Yeah.
In a vacuum. Not funny. But that gets a laugh because the anticipation of what's being said.
Right.
And when the other one was, "Oh, I love it."
Yeah.
Sets up Norton.
Yeah.
With the
boys at the pool room.
Boys at the pool room. I love it.
Yeah.
And then, "Oh, Tubby, I love it."
Yeah, it's a darling name. Tubby's a darling name.
Tubby's a darling name. Right. Exactly. Just all of it. She's just great.
Yeah.
She's a great one and done.
Oh, great one and done.
And even if you want to go with Twinkles is a good one and done.
But he's not one. He's actually not.
Oh, that's right.
He appears in the raccoon
in the
lodge.
raccoon in the something fishy.
Something fishy.
Yeah.
He's be sitting behind Norton in the raccoon lodge.
Correct.
But Rita's great.
Who else do you have?
All right, so we have Mr. Fabersham.
You know what? I would have never thought of Mr. Fabersham. Yeah. But he's great because he is the things that he does just ricochets humor throughout the whole, the scene that he's in.
Right.
With getting Ralph to, oblige and getting Ralph to turn into this monster, whatever, pompous guy or whatever.
He's convincing Ralph to do something he didn't want to do.
Right. Even as a little flub.
Oh, the flub. Oh, great flub.
Great, yeah.
Great flub. Oh, so that's why he makes that. Now, in the same vein, Joe, this is one of yours, Tony Amico. Now, I'm saying Tony Amico because I'm putting him in with Fabersham because physically they both fit their part.
Yeah.
Fabersham comes across as this Hollywood guy, whatever heck he is, a director, or I don't know what he is, what he's supposed to be.
I'm not sure what he actually was.
He comes across. He sells it. Physically, he sells the part.
Yes.
Tony Amico, which
Yes.
obviously they went and got somebody who
course.
looked like that because that's the whole premise of
a very handsome boss,
right.
So leading man type,
so un-Ralph,
un-Ralph,
un-Ralph type guy. So those two guys. So if you take Fabersham, Tony Amico, Folsom, and the detective, these are guys who physically look their part.
And then they acted their part wonderfully.
the part.
Yeah. It's great.
Oh,
it's
great.
perfect. And that goes to casting.
That's
I mean,
casting,
it really
yeah.
does. I
Yeah.
mean, that's just great casting. Because that's probably why they picked those guys, because they had the Petries.
Yeah.
And Frank
And
Martin.
Frank
And
Martin.
they were going to, because those guys were their regular guys, and they were going to be able to play all these other parts. But
there's some things you can't put over because, no, why, Joe? They're too familiar.
Yeah.
Now, we could see Petrie as Freddie Muller, and the guy in the what you call it, the Dog Pound, and
right,
all these other
and
characters. But he plays Danny the Crow.
Yeah,
we could picture him, and he's okay.
Yeah,
but these other parts that were safe for these other guys just worked so well.
It was perfect.
Just worked, and we got 1,000,000 one and dones. It's. I could go on this list, people you wouldn't even think of.
Go ahead, go through.
I'll go
We
through.
won't. We'll just kind of read through some of them.
Okay, we got down Mr. Douglas. We have Mr. Bartfeld.
Yeah, even Mr. Bartfeld.
Mr. Bartfeld.
Yeah.
Oh, she's very good.
Yes. Yes.
And
then you know what? How about Mrs. Stevens?
Mrs. Stevens, another one.
Right?
You got Agnes.
Yes.
Judy Connors and Wallace.
I forgot
about
Judy Connors and Wallace, and I forgot to mention. I forgot Agnes. Agnes was great.
Was great.
She
Agnes
played
is
that great whiny girl.
Yeah,
you know,
a little spoiled brat. I think we mentioned a couple episodes. A little spoiled brat. She was probably the last of the siblings, and everything was on her. And,
absolutely.
there's so many. There's just so many. Full Sabrina. Who we got here? We got Harvey, and of course Harvey. I didn't
even think.
How can we're not even thinking
oh my
of
God,
Harvey?
how could we not even think of Harvey? You know why? Again, because he was such a big role in that episode.
Right.
You don't think of him as one and done.
No.
You think of him as the fifth character in the episode.
Because
he was the Trixie of the episode, so to speak.
Yes.
And that's probably why.
Because we're looking at these guys like the Folsom guy comes in.
Right.
Good
Boom.
day,
In and out.
good afternoon, in and out. But he's great. Detective comes in and out.
Makes their mark, and they're gone.
I mean, Boss goes two scenes, but Boss is great because he's the opening scene.
Yes.
And he's not with, and thing too, I think Joe makes it is also Boss's opening scene. He's not with Ralph or Ed.
That's true.
When you think about that,
That's true.
Ralph and Ed have nothing to do with his scene.
So you're focused on him. He's
Boss.
the main guy.
He's the main guy there.
Because when he comes in the second time, Ralph and Ed are
Ralph-
there. So
Ralph
you're
and Ed are
focused
there.
on them, and he's the
And
secondary.
he's there with him and Ziggy are there. So he's a sec. Now he becomes, like you just said, he becomes the secondary character,
Right.
Because Ralph and Ed are there.
Yeah.
So that's what all this stuff is, and this is just so great. We got Mrs. Gunther, Mr. Putter, Morris Fink.
Morris Fink. Oh my God. We could do another episode with our next three
top
best.
three.
But what we want from everybody,
Yeah.
is try to come up with your top three.
It's hard. I'm telling you guys
really
right
hard.
now.
It's
this,
really
this
hard.
is not ESY. This is not ESY. This is difficult. So you got
ESY?
ESY, easy.
ESY.
Yeah.
What are you, a millennial? What is that?
No, easy.
I know what
the crossword puzzle.
Oh, I'm thinking he says EZY.
No,
He spells it ESY.
No, Alice says to him, easy, ESY.
I thought she said EZY. I'm wondering. I'm like, what are you, millennial?
No,
What are
I
you,
don't, I don't even none of that stuff.
It's ESY.
Easy.
Okay, now I got you. All right. Sorry. You threw me off. I'm sorry. Hope it don't ruin my game.
Okay,
You
go
threw
ahead.
it off a little bit. But yeah, that's
Level,
what. So
level?
either email us your lists or on the Facebook page, and we'll next week we'll start off the show and we'll read some of the lists.
Yeah, because there's a lot of them.
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe there's a couple that we didn't even think of.
I mean, I got everything in front of me, but I'm
Yeah.
not going to leave more. I'm not going to read them all off. We'll let you guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let you guys do some. With you. You come up with your own little
Absolutely.
top three. It's hard.
It really
Three
is
is hard. I'm telling
Only
you.
because you got to narrow it down.
Got to narrow it down.
You got to
And
narrow it down.
Well, like we did, we picked out something. Like I said, Mr. Douglas, I pick him out because of the flub. He don't flub. He don't make my list.
Nope.
He don't make my list.
Yep, he is not even in the top 30.
And remember too, like there's a great character. Mr. Johnson is a great character.
Yeah.
But he appears twice. So
yeah.
He's not. He's like.
I love Johnson.
And Johnson's great.
Love
I even
Johnson.
opened the show with my Johnson line, which is my imitation. I thought was pretty good. I was practicing all week.
It was very good.
Okay,
by
good.
the
Thank
way.
you. Practice it all week.
Right. This is going to be our longest episode, by the way.
Okay.
Besides the any of the hour specials, but yes. So that's everybody's homework for next week. Give us your top three. If you want to do top 4, whatever. But give us your top 3, your favorite one and dones.
Yeah.
And that's it. So now let's do.
You want to do? You know what, Joe? Being that we did the one and done, you said we want to. How about we do a names the same?
Okay.
Just to get off the subject.
Okay. Absolutely. Names the same.
Get off the subject. Don't talk about work. Get off.
Get off the subject. And here we go.
Here we go.
Now, Tom, who is our first guest, please? Herb. Our first guest ready to leap the first hurdle on his way to the $99,000 answer is our
courier from Parsippany, New Jersey, Joe Conti.
Thank you. All right, here we go. Now, what is this? The name's the same?
Yeah, the name's the same.
Refresh everybody what that means.
Oh, name's the same.
Meaning, refresh me.
A name that's been used several times. Just
Gotcha.
a name that they, we always say, I'll just throw it out there. Like the name Cassidy has been used like 14 times.
Right.
It's just the name's the same. Just
Gotcha.
names that have been used several times.
Okay,
got one for here. Shirley.
Okay. How many? Do you tell me?
2.
It's 2. Obviously, it's. I have a friend Shirley that's bigger
that's
than
one.
you.
Okay.
Wow. There's 2.
Yeah.
And
don't call me Shirley.
yeah.
This is hard. This is difficult.
Isn't there?
But then again, it's supposed to be difficult.
Isn't there any Muriels or
Glorias?
Glorias here? No, there's not that. Oh my God.
This is tough. Joe, this is tough.
Is this Norton's cousin?
No, the orangutan.
The orangutan?
No, he doesn't mention her name.
Doesn't mention her name.
I'll give you a hint. You need
Oh,
it.
maybe what? Give me a hint. The episode.
The episode. Yeah.
Okay.
Matter of life and death.
Matter of life and death with the when he thinks he's going to die.
Yes.
Is that the name of the dog? No.
That was Ginger.
Ginger.
The dog is Ginger.
Shirley. Oh my God! I'm drawing a blank. You got to go ahead and give it to me.
Dick Gersh's secretary.
I wouldn't have gotten that.
That was a tough one.
And she's because she has a big part where she's like,
she
"This
comes
nut."
out. She comes in. It's not. I can't.
This
You know,
nut,
basically
I can't
can't get rid of him or something like that. Whatever she says.
Shirley. Wow,
Shirley.
you got me. I
So
don't think I would.
Shirley
ever
bigger
guess
than
that.
you, and we got Shirley the
and
secretary.
Shirley the secretary. Wow,
That's the
very
name.
good.
That's the name. We
Names-
haven't done name the same in a while. It's a
We
good
haven't
one.
done it in a while.
Yeah.
Very good.
Very good.
All right. Well, listen. That is our episode.
How long, Joe?
And dude, we're over 40 minutes
beautiful.
already.
Good.
It's a longie.
That's okay.
Let's see. Who can we thank? First of all, we're going to thank Silk City Hot Sauce, our favorite and only sponsor.
Yeah.
Go to SilkCityHotSauce.com and put in RX in the coupon code. Get yourself 15% off of your order and get yourself a free bottle of cherry sriracha. We want to thank everyone who listens, everyone who emails us, comments on Facebook, and some of you special pals who help us out. You know who you are, Bibs. The Facebook group, the Honeymooners Raccoon Lodge with Joy and Brother Norton. Thank them so much. They let us promote on there and do our thing, and they're great. They're very supportive. And if you could check out my show, we're almost ready to come back. The Conti and Kenny Show every Monday night on morelikeradio.com. Check out my 1-hour comedy DVD CD called Happiness. You can download it anywhere. You get your music or comedy, or you could purchase it on like iTunes if you want to support me. That's great. And I think that's it.
Yeah, that's it. We have a new listener, Gabriel.
Gabriel, yeah. A nut.
A nut.
First 6 episodes, and we were like, oh, no,
Start
wait
at
till you
13,
get into it. No, these are
this is
great.
great.
I'm like, you know what, whatever. Gotta love that.
No, gotta love it.
Gotta love that.
Welcome,
Thank you.
welcome aboard, Gabriel.
Yeah. He's going to be stalking us if he liked the first 6 episodes.
Really gets a 13.
Look at me, I'm 13. All right, let's get out of here. All right, I've had enough of you and everybody listening. All right. Thank you, everybody. Episode number 65 in the books. And for me, Joe Conti and Louis Fats, we'll see you next time.
E pluribus raccoonum. Good night, all.
Good
Thank
night.
you. Good night.
We'll have to do this again real soon.
How about tomorrow night?
This has been a non-productive media presentation. Executive producer Frank Hablawi. This program and many others like it on the Non-Productive Network is distributed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives license. Please share it, but ask before trying to change it or sell it. For more information, visit Non-Productive.com.
I must be smeared. I'll go fix my lipstick. I won't be gone long, killer. I call you killer, 'cause you slay me.
And I'm calling Bellevue 'cause you're nuts!
Testing, hot out, brown cow. 1, 2, 3, 4. You want to hear? Lower your right shoulder. Go!
The Honeymooners Podcast, the only podcast that is all about the greatest show of all time. With the stars, Joe Conti and Louis Fatz.
Welcome, fellow raccoons and raccoonets. What's happening, all you Hurricanes, Bensonhurst Bombers, and all you Jim McKeevers of the world? You are listening to the Honeymooners Podcast with me, Joe Conti, and my pal, Louis Fatz.
Done to a turn.
Done to a turn. The only discussion-based podcast about... Sorry, I didn't let you do your thing.
No,
I
it's okay.
apologize.
That only took me a whole week to think of that. That's right.
The only discussion-based podcast...
I'll use it again next week.
Yeah, you'll do. Yeah, they won't even remember. About the greatest show of all time. We record in the Non-Productive Studios in Clifton, New Jersey. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the show. If you're on iTunes, give us a 5-star rating and leave a review. Our home base is the Non-Productive site. So if you want to listen to the show and you don't do the podcasting, it's non-productive.com/honeymooners. And don't forget to like our Honeymooners podcast Facebook page. And that's it. Welcome. How you doing, Lou?
I'm doing good, Joe.
Yes, episode number 14. Yes. Woo. It is. It's flying by, I got to tell you.
Yeah.
And I'm loving it. We're getting some really great feedback, and we thank everybody who's given us a listen. If you want, we appreciate if you share it, whether it's just a certain episode you like and you want people to give a listen to. But we really appreciate all the help and.
The emails are exploding, Joe.
Yes.
I got 3.
You got 3 emails,
3,
right?
yeah.
It's killing. But also, on top of the email, which is bangzoom1956
at Gmail.
We also have a phone number where you can leave a voicemail. Now, it's the same phone number to my other podcast, and you'll probably, and it's my voice. So basically, if you want to leave a voicemail for the show that could be on the show, we'll play it on the show as long as it's not an 11-minute voicemail of you telling us, giving us a diatribe on how you became a fan of the show. But that number is 240-442-2635. That's 240-442-2635. If you call it, you'll hear my voice. And it might say Conti and Kenny Show, or it's going to say Conti and Kenny Show and the Honeymooners. So if you want to leave a message for us, and we'll play it on the air, we'll gladly play it on the air, be part of the show. We will definitely do that. So, last week we did our first flub versus flub.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if we're going to continue to do it like that. We might just do a flub of the week.
Well, yeah, it's hard to pull out so many to go head and head. So, maybe just do the one a week.
Yeah,
last week was just great because
we had so much fun. We had Joe with us.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that was the week before.
The week before, yeah.
Last week was the great scene.
Yeah, the drinking scene.
Yes. And but we did the flub versus flub, and the flubs were the president
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Forgetting the word applicant.
Applicant.
And, of course, the iconic Uncle
Yes,
Leo.
Uncle Leo. Utica. Utica. Well, me and Sarah. And even Sarah, you just knew it. Once he said Sarah, he didn't stutter on Sarah, but he made Sarah's name a little too long, and you just knew that he was. It was almost like when you're about to sneeze. Yeah. It's coming, and there's no stopping it. Yeah. And he was like, me and Sarah would love to have you up in Utica. But Uncle Leo won.
He won.
Yes.
It was close. It came down to stretch.
Came down to the stretch.
Nose Bob on the wire.
Yep.
Uncle Leo won.
Yep. The deciding vote won for Uncle Leo.
Uncle Leo.
With the flub. But we'll probably just do a flub of the week.
Yeah.
Where, we'll just play one randomly. Top hand, left
hand. I think that
might be the greatest one ever. It really is. I mean, because it's Gleason, it's one of the main characters, and it's such a great, hilarious flub that every.
And you think about it too, though. He's in that scene. He's actually flustered. He's flustered because he's going to the
to the reading of the will.
Yes. So he's actually flustered. He's putting his tie on his belt and
right.
So it's actually a good flub because it's part of him being so flustered.
Right. Yeah. It's a natural thing. It's almost like if you watch it, you could understand somebody doing that.
Yeah.
It's not somebody forgetting their lines. It's just somebody messing up a word. You know, we do that all the time.
Oh God.
I remember when I was a kid, I meant to say I had an urge or a craving, and I said I had an Irving.
An Irving.
For whatever it was. I think it was
pastrami sandwich.
Yes. I got an Irving for a pastrami sandwich. Go to Cat's Deli. Go get an Irving sandwich. But, so that, and it seemed very natural.
Right.
Which is a great point.
Oh,
great point. But today, what we're going to do is, since last week we got to do Louie's, wait a minute, is this 14?
This is 14.
No, it's 15.
15. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's 15.
Well, you know what? Here's the deal, too. We record before the previous episode comes out.
Yes.
So that's why we're always thinking
but
that it's not out yet.
It's 15.
Okay, this is 15.
13 was with Joe. 14 was the drinking show.
Okay.
And this is number 15.
Okay.
Episode 15 of the Honeymooners podcast.
We
all
just
right?
got that out of the way.
I'm Joe Conti, and that's Louis Phelps. All right. So.
Hello, Bull.
So,
big mouth.
Yes. Twice I think he said that, right?
Yeah,
twice.
I do like that one, though.
Yeah, no, it's great. Hey, so last week, the last episode, we did the classic drinking scene.
Yes.
And we just dissected the whole scene.
Oh, yeah.
And had some fun with it, and it was great. This week, we're going to pick another scene to have fun with. And it's one of my favorite scenes, and it's long. It's a 10-minute scene.
Yeah, it is.
So hopefully we might talk over some of it. We can't make this a 45-minute podcast. Right. We're trying to keep it as short as possible. We know people have zero attention spans. So, but it's from Alice and the Blonde. That scene at Bert Wiedemeyer's house.
We throw this word around iconic a lot.
Yeah.
This is iconic.
It's iconic. Everything and the thing is, what's so great about it is there are so many impromptu moments that are happening that you just know weren't written.
Yeah, we're trying to decipher whether things are written into the script or they just ad-libbed and just went with it.
Yeah.
Because I really don't think they said to Bert Wiedemeyer, okay, now you kick the table when you're putting the cookies down.
Yeah, almost trip with things on a tray.
Yeah, like it was the cookies.
Yeah, exactly, and coffee.
Yeah.
And then so he could say, leave it there, the cat will get it.
Right.
We don't think that
We don't think that happened, and they just went with it. And
Art
Carney and Gleason and Audrey Meadows picked up on it.
Yeah.
It was just a great scene.
I heard him.
I heard him. That's oh, God.
So, we'll get started, and we obviously, you guys all know the episode and the scene. So
I'll take them out of the oven, man.
And here comes Bert Wiedemeyer and
old Twinkles himself.
Old Twinkles. Well, you know what? When I've seen him walking around, I'm kind of understanding.
Oh, hiya, Bert. Oh, hiya, boy. Hiya, pal.
Bertie boy.
Yeah. So they come in, obviously, and.
You'll have to excuse me. Something's burning in the stove. Just put your coats in the first room down the hall. I'll be right with you.
Okay, Bert. Nice guy, isn't he? Let's get rid of our coats.
That's great. They just walk away.
Well, whoever said the age of chivalry is dead was right.
And I know the two guys that killed it. Oh, Alice, our campaign has been a complete flop. On the way to the bus, they walked 20 feet ahead of us, and they only talked to each other. And if that isn't bad enough, on the bus there are just 2 empty seats. And who sits in those 2 empty seats? Ralph.
What a great line.
Great line.
And you know, I got to give Joyce credit. She really delivered the setup perfectly.
Yeah, she did.
Because she was really like, and who sits in those 2 empty seats? And she was serious.
Yeah.
And the way she just deadpanned it.
Yeah.
Ralph. It's just great.
Well, you can't expect miracles, Trix. I figured it would take a little time.
It sure will.
Time. Alice, I didn't even
It's about
notice
50
our new
years.
dress.
Yeah.
Well, we were hurrying and rushing, and we threw our coats right on over them. Believe me, they'll notice our dresses now.
Bet you quarter they don't.
It's a bet.
Well, I want to tell you, that's really living. A spare room just to play cards and watch television in.
They're already laughing. But you don't even know what they're laughing.
Yeah. That'd be a perfect setup, huh?
Yep. Why don't you girls take your coats in?
Ralph,
What?
don't you notice anything?
Your stockings are crooked.
So you're way out of my league.
Just a quarter you owe me.
Boy, this is someplace, isn't it?
Sorry I had to leave you that way, but it couldn't be helped.
Oh, that's all right, Bert. You know, you really got a great place here. I'm telling you, it's fixed up real good.
Well, thanks a lot, thanks. My wife picked out everything herself.
Your wife?
Yes.
Are you going to stand there and tell me that your wife decorated this thing here?
Just a small...
You know, I would have made a bet that a professional interior decorator come in here and did all that.
snow job he's given.
But, I mean, there's only one word that I can find to describe this place. Suave.
I think they're laughing because he's not wearing his hat.
Well,
Could
as
be.
long as nobody's going to introduce us, I'm Alice.
There goes that
I'm
point
Trixie.
from Norton.
Pardon me, Mrs. Crabden, Mrs. Norton.
That point is
That
great.
point thing.
Please,
Hold on.
Mr.
I'm going to
Scranton.
pause that for a second. When they say that, you pointed that out to me, that Ed kind of does this weird little pointing thing. He takes his left hand,
points it
points it to the right, like, hey,
The right
you
hand
and
points
him,
to the left, yeah.
you girls, him, now we're on to the next thing.
Miss Crandon,
Yes.
Mrs. Norton. Miss Norton, Miss Crandon.
Just great. Just absolutely great. Here we
Mrs. Norton? Oh, say your coats here. I'll take them for you.
Now here,
My
he
wife
grabs
is
the coats.
dressing. She'll be out in a moment.
Take the pocketbooks, too.
Oh, surely, fine, I will.
Thank you very much.
Either that or this one will be toting it all over the place with it. Hey, why can't you put your pocket down for 5 minutes? Always carrying it. Thinks you got a big load or something in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you know that he tried to make something out of it because he wouldn't. There's no way they wrote, hey, listen, when you go pick up the coats, don't pick up the purses. It just, he forgot them.
And he
just wanted to make some sort of joke, and it didn't go over that well.
No.
But it still was great because he had to, he saw an opportunity.
Yeah.
He saw an opportunity, got to throw, and it was kind of funny. I think you got your heavy load or something over here.
And it's still like this thing, too, where he's like, not degrading Alex, but there's still like that push to the side. Like this, I'm not even acknowledging.
Because this is my night.
Yeah.
This is about me and Bert Wiedemeyer and me trying to get my job, trying to get the position. And, you girls are just here to, like, look pretty and be quiet.
Well, because they wouldn't let him out of the house, basically, and they had to bring him with them. So, wind up at Bert Wiedemeyer's house. Twinkles. To meet Twinkles.
Yeah, which is, another whole thing.
We'll talk about that.
All right, here we go. And
Oh, hey, by the way, when Mrs. Wiedemeyer comes out, it might be good if you complimented her on how she decorated this place. That's right. She might give you a tip on how to fix up our place.
Yeah, I could sure use her help. I just can't make up my mind what color pan goes best under our icebox.
Oh, these here, Boy, they have me
even Ralph's like,
fooled, they're real.
oh.
I mean, they're almost as good as the artificial ones.
Like they're seeing the Mona Lisa.
Yeah, really. They never saw
I'm sure glad
a real
we can
flower.
all get together tonight. We should have done this a long, long time ago,
You're right about that, Bert. But,
Oh, same. Here's my wife.
Here she comes.
It's a great entrance.
Oh, it is.
It's phenomenal.
And that's real. That's him. You know,
Look
that's,
lovely, darling, lovely. This is Mrs. Cramden, Mrs. Norton. Mr. Norton, Mr. Cramden.
Yeah. So nice to meet you.
yeah. Do you hear that? Do you hear that when he just said that? When he goes, Mr. Cramden, Mr. Norton, and you hear Ralph, and I just noticed it now. He goes, yeah. That's great. Listen. Hold on, ready?
You look lovely, darling, lovely. This is Mrs. Cramden, Mrs. Norton. Mr. Norton, Mr. Cramden.
Yeah. So nice to meet you.
So subtle. Just yeah. He's mesmerized by this chick, but he's got to focus, and he realizes he's got to go, and he's going to kiss her behind because he wants to get in with
Right.
So,
and I think not knowing what she looked like, it makes it a whole lot easier on him for him to do this, like complimenting her because
because he even said, I'll compliment her.
Yeah, not knowing that she's going to come out in this bombshell,
right? Exactly,
like this 1950s type, Marilyn Monroe.
Marilyn Monroe. Where?
And we got to give the actress Frida Rosen props for this.
Yeah, she was one of the last ones.
She passed away like last year or 2 years ago or something like that. Yeah,
considering it was weird because like little Tommy passed away before
her.
She did, which was a little weird, but
she played a great part.
Great part.
Mrs. Wiedemeyer, pardon me.
Shove him out of the
May
way.
I say, when your husband started to tell me about you when you just got married, I thought that he was bragging. But after seeing you in person, I can truthfully and honestly say that his words were inadequate, to say the least.
Oh, well.
And what's great about that is that it's such an eloquent. He's not just saying you are one hot babe.
Yeah. He's like
it's such an eloquent way of saying something so nice about the way a woman's
the
appearance.
best way he can.
Right. And all he could say was your stockings are crooked to his wife. It's just great. And then Ed Norton, who is the epitome of somebody who's not a charming guy. I mean, no, not that he's not charming, but like when he does what he does now, where he kisses her hand, like he's
really regal, like
swashbuckler. yeah. Mrs. Wiedemeyer.
Mrs. Wiedemeyer.
John.
He kicks his foot.
I'm very happy to meet all of you.
Well, now that everybody knows everybody.
Like Norton does that
why
kick.
That
kick is great. That kick is. And now the episode, this scene really ramps up now.
Here we go.
Now this is great because she's already looking at him.
Yeah.
She's looking at him like, what are you? And he kind of gives her like, what?
Like what?
What happened?
Yeah.
And then he blows that off, and then now he's.
Because you got to remember too, Alice really doesn't know Ralph's ulterior motive here.
That's the
which is the whole brilliance of this scene.
Absolutely, the brilliance of the scene is that nobody understands why he's being so attentive
to Rita.
Rita, yes. All right, here we go.
Well, I must say that is a lovely dress you have on. I noticed it as soon as you came
I
through the
love
door.
that line right there. I noticed it as soon as
you came through the door. So great. And it's just so great because all the little things, now that little thing adds even more to how they're getting frustrated.
Yes.
Alice and Trixie. It's just great. And then, this girl, she's kind of a dummy, but she's, ditzy blonde, I guess.
That's what it's supposed to, make her out to be,
right. And,
Aren't we lucky to have husbands who notice our clothes?
I give them credit. That's hilarious. They were like, yeah.
You noticed my stockings were crooked.
That's great. Here we go.
Well, I'm pretty lucky, too. I have a wife who every time she gets something for herself, she gives something to me.
Well, I want to say, Mrs. Wiedemeyer, that's very thoughtful. It's not many wives who want to give their husband something.
Oh, I don't know, Ralph. I've been thinking of giving you something. And you may get it real soon.
That's so great.
Well, you can pick up some wonderful things at the Millman shop, Mrs. Cramden.
Really?
It is so great because it's a subtle that it could mean a 1,000 different specific things, but you just know that she just wants to pop him right in the mouth.
Yeah. And she says to Rita, too, like, doesn't you get that at the Melman shop? And she goes, really? Like, really?
Yeah. Yeah, she kind of gives it that little bit like,
Where actually Rita's being very innocent here.
Right, she has no idea.
No
She
idea?
has no idea. You know, she's the, what is it? I don't know. But she's the centerpiece
The
of
protagonist of
of this whole thing.
Yeah.
Not knowing.
Not knowing.
She's just
being herself.
Yeah.
She's being herself, like,
just being a shallow
you know,
wife.
shallow wife.
Shallow wife.
Dresses up like this all day long with pearls and goes to the beauty parlor. I mean, you know.
Not many wives who want to give their husband something.
Oh, I don't know, Ralph. I've been thinking of giving you something. And you may get it real soon.
Right there, Joe. Remember we had that thing with one of our listeners and got us about the not waiting for the laughter to...
Right.
Alice does to deliver her line. She waited for the laughter to die. And then she came in with it, and it was perfect.
And it was
the timing was perfect.
It was great.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yep, she absolutely did that perfectly. Here, we'll just...
It's not many wives who want to give their husband something.
Oh, I don't know, Ralph. I've been thinking of giving you something. And you may get it real soon.
Yeah, that's great.
If she said it too early, they were still laughing.
You can pick up some wonderful things at the Millman shop, Mrs. Cramden.
Really?
Really?
Why are we being so formal? Let's cut out the last name, shall we?
Oh, all right.
That's right, Bert. Bert sounds so strange to me. I haven't called you Bert for years.
Well, Bert's his name, ain't it?
Ain't it?
Yes, but you see, we have pet names for each other.
Pet names for each other. No, isn't that cute? I bet you that was your idea.
I love this.
Yes, it was. Don't you have certain names you like to call your husband?
Oh, what a great show.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I have several I'd love to call.
All you have to do is pick your husband's outstanding feature and find a name that fits.
Oh, I see. Isn't that a good idea, Tubby?
This is my favorite Bang Zoom.
Right? Yeah.
This is
a great one.
Bang Zoom.
Yeah, right there. That is a great Bang Zoom.
What do you mean, Tubby?
Tubby? That's a perfectly darling name.
Do you think so?
Do you think so, Mrs. Wiedemeyer?
I like it.
I like it.
Right here.
Boys in the pool, I love it.
Yeah, but now all of a sudden Tubby's okay because it came from Rita.
Well, because she approves of it.
She approved, yeah, it came
She
from Rita.
approves
It's
of it,
okay
yes.
because she liked it. It's okay.
But it's so great because I made up a thing. I called it the anticipation joke.
Yeah.
It's like when he says, not every wife wants to give them something. And she goes, oh, I don't know, Ralph. I've been thinking of giving you something.
Yeah.
And even that gets a laugh.
Yeah.
And you might get it real soon. And then when she goes, oh, you just pick a,
outstanding characteristic or whatever she said.
Right. And you pick a name for it. Like out of this context, there's nothing funny about what she just said.
No.
It's just, hey, you find a outstanding feature and you pick a name for it. But in this, with her and everything, it's this anticipation joke because you know what's coming.
Yep.
You may not know exactly what's coming, but you know it's coming.
Something's coming. And here's the thing, too, about that. She says that to pick the outstanding feature. Now, where does Twinkles come from?
That's a great question. She calls him Twinkles. Now, what is her name?
Oh, God.
Does he have a nickname for her?
Yeah, it's like
in the beginning.
Kitten. Does he call it Kitten?
Was it Kitten?
I don't know. We'll go back.
Yeah,
we'll figure it. We should know, but we don't.
Yeah.
We get on Uncle Leo for forgetting something.
Kitten, right? I think it is Kitten, but hold on. Now she goes to light the cigarette.
I can't seem to smoke a cigarette unless it's in a holder.
I got it.
Let me get you a match here.
I have a torch.
I have a torch.
And, obviously she smokes a cigarette. All right.
Such gentlemen.
Look, folks, we skipped our dessert at dinner. Thought you might like to have it with us.
I wouldn't dream of having it without you, Bert.
That's a funny line.
Great line.
That's
a great line.
That's a funny line.
Well, how about it, Kitten?
Shall we serve
Kitten. There it is. Kitten.
Cookies and coffee now?
That's a good idea. You know, if Twinkles didn't remind me about food, we'd never eat. Well, our friends say we live on love.
Now, wait a minute. She's Kitten and he's Twinkles. I want to know what's going on a Saturday night at the Wiedemeyer's house. What kind of weird things do they have going on there? They got some weird swings and all this kind of stuff.
Twinkles, his outstanding feature.
Even if he had a twinkle in his eye, that wouldn't be your most outstanding feature. The most outstanding feature is that he's Twinkles. He does kind of walk a little bit on his toes a little bit, but I love when you said that. You're like, yeah. Think, well, why Twinkles? And I'm like, I had nothing to say. I'm like, I don't know. Before we started the show, you were like, what's up with Twinkles? I'm like, I don't know. I know. I love their fake laughs.
I'll bring it in.
Oh, well, let me help you, Kitten. Let me help.
Really, there's no need to bother.
Perfectly all right. This way we can bring it all in together.
He almost knocks her over.
He certainly is a treasurer.
Now, I know this big part, the big line, but when he gives her that smack. She was great because she almost like she was,
Yeah, well, you got to understand.
Pushed off of the leg.
She's got on this tight dress.
Right.
She really doesn't have much room for her legs to move around and brace herself. She's basically standing there.
Right.
And he's not gentle. He's not a gentle person.
Yeah, I don't think he was. Yeah.
When he used to slam the table, I mean, he really slammed the table.
He really slammed the table, yeah.
So it's just like when he hits her, she's like ready to go over.
And then, of course, one of the best lines in the whole episode or scene is,
"What a husband you have. He certainly is a treasurer."
A treasure. He keeps this up much longer, he's going to be a buried treasure.
It's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. And I give Joyce, she waited. Yeah. She came up, and she had to wait.
Yep.
Look, Alice, let's talk about it tomorrow. I got to get out of here.
Because they actually got not only a laugh, they got
Well,
applause.
Got an applause break.
Headache?
Absolutely.
Yeah, headache.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do it as soon as they come in.
I want to tell you, I've seen some two-tone kitchens in my day, but that is a beauty you have in there.
May I add, Bert, that you have a sensible-sized refrigerator there.
It's very funny, a sensible size refrigerator.
Leave it there, the cow will get it.
All right, hold on.
You just talked over there.
All right.
Greatest
So
fight.
now, Bert he gets the tray, one of the trays, and he's walking over to Alice and Trixie to give them their coffee.
Yeah.
And he trips. He hits his leg on the coffee table.
Yeah, on the leg of the coffee table.
Which there's no way.
No.
There's no way they said, all right, listen, in this scene, we're going to block. They're doing the blocking or whatever. And then they go, when you're walking, make sure you trip over, you hit your leg on the coffee. There's no way that was supposed to happen.
No.
And then, of course, Art Carney, Ed Norton. Hilarious line.
I want to tell you, I've seen some two-tone kitchens in my day, but that is a beauty you have in there.
May I add, Bert, that you have a sensible-sized refrigerator there.
Oh, it's
Leave it there, the cow will get it. Leave it there, the cow will get it.
I heard
Leave
him.
it there, the cow will get it.
I heard him.
So now.
Everything about that was amazing.
It's amazing. So now we're debating before. Now, what is in the script?
What is in the script
and what is ad-libbed?
And I think, obviously, he hits his leg because he grabs 2 cups of coffee to bring over to Alice and Trixie, and he hits his leg right on the coffee table. And in a second, Art Carney's like, leave it there, the cat will get it. Which, I don't know if something, you can't see, I don't know if something fell off.
It just looked like they fell over on the tray.
Okay.
I guess that's what just happened. And,
Right. Unless Art Carney just thought, hey,
Just
you know
thought of
what,
something.
a
Yeah,
cookie
just-
fell on the
just
floor,
floor,
leave it, which is what he, he meant, and leave it there, the cat will get it. And Ralph starts laughing like he just heard, the moose joke by Woody Allen, and not Woody Allen? What am I thinking?
I don't know.
Woody, the famous director.
Woody Allen.
Did I say Woody Allen?
Yeah, Woody Allen. Yeah.
The moose joke by Woody Allen. And so Ralph starts laughing hilariously, and the girls want nothing. Because they're sticking to their part that they're upset.
They're upset, and the headache is coming on.
And the headache's coming on.
So they can't be like, like, we're okay with everything's
right,
cool, we're
right.
laughing. No.
Yeah, she's not going to be like, yeah, that was funny.
Yeah,
you know
yeah,
what I
no,
mean?
yeah.
Because, they're ticked off.
Yeah.
And her reaction was just so great. And it's leave it there, the cat will get it. His reaction, laughing hilariously, and then her just going, I heard him. It's just so funny.
Well, how about sensible size refrigerator there?
Tea?
Leave it there, the cat will get it. Leave it there, the cat will get it. Leave it there, the cat will get it.
I heard him.
I love Alice's reaction to that. I just love Alice's. I heard him. I heard him. I love it.
It's loaded with frustration.
Yes. Yeah.
And you.
And basically, it's not funny. He's saying it's not even funny.
It's not even funny.
No, Ralph's forcing his laughter to lighten up the situation.
And he was so upset for that 1 second. Like, really? He didn't say it, but you see it on his face. Like, you didn't find that funny? And it's just great. Here we go.
Mrs. Wiedemeyer, did you make these cookies?
No, Twinkles made them.
Twinkles, yes.
I didn't
apparently.
have the time. I was at the beauty parlor
All day.
Well, one hasn't got time to do everything, has one?
Sugar and cream?
No, thank you. I really don't care for any coffee.
Well, how about some tea or a glass of milk?
Well, no, thank you. Nothing for me at all. I've suddenly got the most splitting headache.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Can I get you some aspirin?
No, thank
I
you.
love
I
this.
don't get these attacks very often, but when I do, the best place for me is home. Yes, that's right. I've seen this happen before, and we've really got to go.
Well, look, when you get her home, Trixie, make sure she goes to bed.
That's great. That
We're
is great.
all going home.
I
And
sympathize
then
with you,
you
Alice. I get
see
those headaches
when
once
he
in a
says
while.
that,
I know how bad they can get.
Ed
I'll
walks,
just get you
sneaks over and grabs another cookie off of Ralph's
I
tray.
did enjoy having all of you over. It's been a lovely evening.
How could it be otherwise with a hostess
such as you?
Mrs. Wiedemeyer, may I echo those words?
Here we are. I'm sure you'll feel all right in the
Thank
morning.
you.
Sometimes these things go away just like that, you know.
Good night, and thanks for everything.
Here we are. Thank you.
Good night.
Good
Thank
night.
you. Good night.
We'll have to do this again real soon.
How about tomorrow night?
Come on, Ralph.
Oh, what a great scene.
Phenomenal scene.
May I say... Good night, Bert. And,
Good night.
Say, you mind if I had one for the road?
I like
A
when Norm
drink?
puts his hand out trying to shake his hand, and Bert don't know that.
Yeah, he doesn't
Grabs his
realize.
arm.
Oh, I do like a short cookie, Bert. You do make
That's
them short.
beautiful. What a great. I can watch that scene over and over again. It's got so many great aspects of it, the different types of jokes.
The visuals, it's visual. It's great.
It's visual, it's audio, it's physical, everything.
Yep.
It's
And one of our listeners, a good friend of ours, Stan, pointed out to me that Alice is actually wearing a heel. And Trixie, you're wearing heels. Now, Alice never wore heels. She always wore flats because she was tall. Audrey Meadows was like 5'6", I believe, for a woman. That's tall for a woman.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Ralph being only 5'9", maybe pushing 5'10". They kept her shorter so she wasn't like. And if you look in these scenes here,
she was
she's
pretty close.
Pretty close to
Once
him.
you said that, then I realized she was
so
like.
I guess they were dressed up. They had to put a heel on her,
Right.
Because couldn't wear flats like that. But anyway, it was a scene, and Stan did point that out to me, and I said, "Wow, good look there, Stan. Good look."
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
So, well, listen, that's one of my favorite scenes. I'm glad we got to talk about it. It was great, and one of the reasons why I still can watch this show is because sometimes you find things that you don't realize.
Like I said, there's you have 6 characters on stage there. You could look at any of the, not that Trixie's doing much, but you could look away as one person's talking to see what the other one is doing.
Without a doubt.
Because I'm saying you're always looking at the talker, the person who's talking, but you could look at Norton while Ralph's talking, and Norton's doing something. And you could even look at Twinkles if you want.
Yeah, if you want to look at Twinkles. Yeah.
Twinkles.
Yeah, I'm wondering, if he had medication that he gave her to keep her in that marriage. I don't know. But
yeah, nice apartment. He must have been doing well.
Yeah, he must have been, absolutely. We're going to do one trivia.
Yeah, we'll do a trivia.
Yeah, let's do one trivia question from the great trivia man, Lou Fats.
Okay, one of the scenes in with the dog food when Ralph goes into Mr. Marshall's office.
Yeah, come on, pal, it's homemade.
It's homemade. It can't hurt you, pal.
Can't hurt you, pal.
Yeah, so he goes into the office, and then Mr. Marshall says, I want to try this out on somebody else. And he calls his secretary, Mrs. Evans, call in Mr. and Mr. Who are the two people he calls in?
All right, listen, you can hit pause, but don't even bother trying to think of it. Either go look for it, because you're never going to remember. Although there might be some DEFCON 3 fans that might know this one. When you say it, I remember.
I know one person knows it, Gil.
Gil knows
Gil
that?
knows this, yes.
Wow.
Yep.
But anyway, and they were...
Mr. Peck and Mr. Tebbets.
Tebbets. And Tebbets was the one, I think, who pushes Ralph out of the way.
It's the one who pushes Ralph out of the way. Now, Mr. Peck also is
Mr.
Monahan. Mr. Monahan.
Mr. Monahan, yes.
But if you go... me and Joe, we get a lot of our information from IMDb.
Right.
And IMDb is it's not 100%.
Right.
It's not 100%. They don't give him credit for being that character.
No,
on IMDb, no. It just puts him down as Mr. Monahan.
In the episode with
Bill
Man's
Davis.
Pride.
Yeah, Bill Davis. The very last episode.
Right.
Of the 39 of the 39.
Yes. And... But yeah, those were the guys. Yeah. And once you say it, then I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. It is Mr. Peck and Mr. Tebbets.
Mr. Peck.
Charlie raises dogs.
He raises dogs.
And what does that mean? He's got a farm full of dogs?
Farm for dogs. He has a dog at home? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a dog.
Raising dogs?
He raises dogs. He raises dogs. He's got this dog farm. He's one of those weird people from the 50s that has more than one dog. Man. Well, thank you, everybody, for giving us a listen. Episode number 15 from the Honeymooners podcast. Thank you to all the Honeymooners groups on Facebook, like the Honeymooners Raccoon Lodge, and the Honeymooners, the Classic 39 episodes. And also thank you to Edward Lillywhite Norton. His Honeymooners Trivia podcast is on anywhere that you subscribe. Check it out, because he does a lot of fun things. It's different than our show, but he does trivia. He does little things where you get like raccoons of the month. It's a lot of fun. So definitely check that out. And also my other show, which I've been doing for a very long time. It's a radio show that we do live, but we podcast. It's called The Conti and Kenny Show. It's with me and two of my pals, and it's a lot of fun. It's on Monday nights on more like radio.com. And are we going to do it?
You want to do it? You want to do it or you want to hold it? Maybe at the end?
Yeah, we're already at 35
Yeah, you know
minutes.
why? It's not good at the end.
Yeah.
We'll hold off on Flub of the Week.
Yeah, we're going to do another. This was so deep, and we got so into it.
Yeah.
But we're going to do Flub of the Week absolutely next week. We'll do almost every week.
This was a good one. We had to actually put in 5 minutes of prep for this one. So
yeah, that was me. I had to go on YouTube, find the scene, and push pause right at that the part when we start that. So, but everybody, thank you so much for giving us a listen. Tell your friends about the show. Share it on Facebook. Share it on Twitter, Instagram, all that. And we'll see you next time.
Good night. Good night.
you. Good night.
We'll have to do this again real soon.
How about tomorrow night?
This has been a non-productive media presentation. Executive producer Frank Hablawi. This program and many others like it on the Non-Productive Network is distributed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives license. Please share it, but ask before trying to change it or sell it. For more information, visit non-productive.com.
Testing, hot outbound car, 1, 2, 3, 4. You want to hear?
The Honeymooners Podcast, the only podcast that is all about the greatest show of all time. With the stars, Joe Conti and Louis Fats.
Welcome, fellow raccoons and members of the Women's Auxiliary. What's happening, all you Hurricanes, Bensonhurst Bombers, and all you pool hole Harrys of the world. You're listening to the Honeymooners podcast with me, Joe Conti, and my pal Louis Fats.
I don't ever want you to see that girl again. And I don't ever want the name of Norton mentioned in this house again. I figure I'd take a break from Mr. Mario. I had one queued up.
That was a terrible Ralph, I got to tell you. That was no Mr. Marshall. I'll tell you that. The only discussion-based podcast all about the greatest show of all time. We record in the Non-Productive Studios at 328 Chauncey Street in Brooklyn, USA. Subscribe to the show wherever you get your podcasts. And if you're on iTunes, give us a 5-star rating and leave a positive review. Our home base is the Non-Productive website. That's non-productive.com/honeymooners.
Yeah.
And don't forget to like our Honeymooners podcast Facebook page and follow us on Twitter. And if you want to leave a voicemail, you can call 240-442-2635 or email us at
bangzoom1956@gmail.
And what's happening, Lou?
Joe, number 58.
Yes.
And we have a good 58.
Oh, what do we got? What do we got?
Jack Lambert.
Ooh.
Pittsburgh Steelers, 11-year with the Steelers. I think all 11 years with the Steelers. Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Kind of an undersized linebacker at the time. They said they listed him at 220, but they said he really wasn't 220. They said he was like 205, 210, but he was kind of tall. He was 6'3".
Okay. But he was a monster.
He was a monster.
Yeah.
Athlete. He was a very good athlete, they said, because he was a quarterback at one time growing up. And so he had some athleticism to him. They said he was
total animal.
Oh, he was an animal with the no teeth.
No teeth.
Yeah, it was like a hockey player playing football.
Yeah. Like one of those stereotypical athletes,
yeah,
you know.
With the no teeth,
like, I don't know if he was dumb, so to speak, because they always have that thing with athletes who are dumb, they can't read.
Yeah.
But he kind of seemed like the guy that'd be like, yes, use this shaving cream. Use this Colgate. Well, maybe I don't really use Colgate. But nice one, Jack Lambert.
Yeah,
four-time champions.
4 times, yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Deserving number 58, Jack Lambert.
Very, very good.
Yeah.
And what do we start? First of all, we have to mention our wonderful sponsor.
Yes.
SilkCityHotSauce.com. Our pal Jeff Kingfish Levinsky has a great line of hot sauces, from the Chipotle to the Badass Jew.
Yeah, my favorite.
Mean, there's so many of them. Just go to SilkCityHotSauce.com, and when you go to the checkout, put RX in the coupon code and get yourself 15% off of your whole order, and get a free bottle of cherry sriracha. Yes. So please, SilkCityHotSauce.com. Patronize him, and kind of helps us out with the show a little bit
too.
So we can get better boards. And we have a little issue with our sound today, but for you it should sound fine.
Yeah, we would think it should sound. We don't know what sound doesn't sound good.
We don't know anything. We know nothing. Absolutely nothing.
It's that board from Radio Shack.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. He must have just got it from Radio Shack.
Yeah, really.
Even though they're all closed. All right. So, how do we want to start off? We want to start off with last week. We did the bit, and we basically didn't do a bit. We just said, hey.
Oh no, you just put it out there, right, Joe?
We put it out there. Said, hey, does anybody have any good questions for when Alice was telling Trixie that Andre here saw her shopping, asked her a few questions, and now is redecorating her place.
We made you be Andre.
Yes.
Saying, if you were Andre, what would you ask Alice?
Yeah, and we got a few guys.
Good responses.
A couple of good responses. All right. First, I think we got one. Here's one. This is a funny question from Ira. This is one of the questions they would ask. Would you like to stay with 3 kitchen chairs, or do you want 4? Like the rest of the normal world has. It's very funny.
That's a cool one.
That's a good one from Ira. Pete Apruzese. He's got questions. What color are your walls? Do you want your drapes to match? How long have you lived there? And do you have a drawer you could stash my glove in? Yes. Pete gave a couple good ones. And then we have, here it is, Kevin. Kevin, how do you say Kevin's last name? It's
Huggeis?
Huggeis?
Huggeis sounder.
Something like that. Kevin H. We know. You know.
He's a regular.
Kevin did a little bit more than question. He kind of he pulled an old gag out and redid it. He repurposed an old joke, as they say.
Yes.
Here we go. So Andre sees Alice shopping for fabric. He asks her, "Are you looking for something to match your rugs?" She says, "We haven't got any rugs." "Are you going to replace your drapes?" She says, "We don't have any drapes." He asks her, "Are you going to go to upholster some furniture?" She says, "We haven't got any unupholstered furniture, just a vacuum cleaner from Dowser's that doesn't work. We've got a sink, a stove, an icebox, a dresser in the kitchen, and 4 walls, not to mention a parrot, a closet full of handy housewife helpers, and everything else fits in one drawer." He said, "She's the winner."
She's the winner. Great one.
That's
great
a
how he
great
combined
one.
that.
Yes, absolutely. And I think we have a couple more floating around, and as we get more, we'll read some.
Yeah,
more
we'll read
of them,
some. We're not done with it.
Obviously,
we'll still read them.
But what we want to do is do a voicemail. We got a cool voicemail, and let's see. Here's the one, and this is a new listener. Let me see. His name is. Where is he? My name is Anthony. What a shock. And Anthony listens to this show. I can't believe it. Anthony. And it's a quick one, less than a minute. And here it is.
Hi, Joe. My name's Anthony. I'm a 22-year-old fan of the Honeymooners. And I am from New York, and I've been listening to your show now for about 2.5 weeks, and believe it or not, I'm already up to date. Yeah, you guys, I love the show so much. I love the Honeymooners. I grew up watching it, although I'm not as obsessed as you two nuts are. But
thank you.
But anyway, I love the show. Keep it going. I just wanted to say, I know that to you and Louie, your sacred number is 39, and it's mine too, but for a different reason. I'm a very big Jack Benny fan, and I was just wondering, because especially Louie, I know he's been dipping his toe in the lost episodes, if he's come across the episode where Jack Benny makes a cameo as the landlord, which is just perfect casting. I think it was called Principal of the Thing or something like that. Yeah, but great episode. And anyway, keep it up, guys. Love the show. Can't wait till next episode. Take care.
And that's our pal Anthony.
That's a good phone call right there.
It's great,
That's
yeah.
a great one.
That
concise.
2.5 weeks. Yeah. He's listened to 57 episodes in 2.5 weeks. All right.
I wish I could have got to him first. I said, "Listen, start at 14."
Yeah.
1 through 13.
1 through 13. We're still trying to feel out what we're doing, but we started to hit our stride, as we say, at episode 14. So if you're listening to this episode for the first time and you're going to go back and binge, don't judge us by the first few.
Yeah.
You know, we were still thinking, but if you go right to 14 and go from there, you'll see that we were really catching our stride.
We were doing it right after 14.
Absolutely.
14 and beyond.
But 2 weeks.
Wow.
57 episodes. So let's just say it's 30 minutes each.
Yeah,
even though
some are longer.
So you're talking about 1,500 minutes. I don't even know how many hours that is. I don't even feel like doing the math. But Anthony,
figure 30 minutes is a half an hour. So he did 57. So you're talking.
Oh yeah, so it's
almost,
like 30 hours.
28 episodes.
Almost, yeah, like 30
hours.
So apparently Anthony's recently divorced. And we're sorry if you're only hearing some of the audio is only going to come out of one of your headphones this week. It's just if you heard that, don't worry, we know
it's a Radio Shack problem.
Yeah, it's our Radio Shack issue,
a Tandy company.
But that is, we thank you, Anthony, and also Louis said he does remember the Jack Benny.
Yeah, I do. Watching it, and I do remember the Jack Benny episode of him being the landlord.
Oh, that must have been. Yeah. I gotta look for
watch
that.
it. Yeah, watch it. Yeah,
I gotta definitely check that out. I love Jack Benny.
And also, we mentioned Joe before. We were talking about this before the show. Benny does a great Gleason on his show. Does a great Ralph Cramden on the Jack Benny show
with Audrey Meadows.
With Audrey Meadows.
Yes,
it's a great skit.
Yes, it was. It was very funny, and
you can get it on YouTube.
Yeah, that's where I saw it.
Yeah,
Yep, that's where I saw it.
Yep.
Yeah, it was just great. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. And this, I told Louie I have a little bit of a thing here, and I didn't tell him what it was. But we have a new episode. Not a new episode, I'm sorry. My phone, everything's new on my phone here, so I'm trying to find the thing. Oh, you want to do the other one?
You want to put the other one up?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I thought we were going to do that later. All right, cool. So now we have 2 voicemails. This is the second one. And this one is cool because he references something we spoke about last week.
Listen up on this one.
All right, here we go. Why is that not working? Unless that's Anthony, too.
It's a good one.
It's awesome.
Take my word for it.
Oh, yeah, here it is. Take our word for it. Here we go.
Hey, Louie and Joe. Mark Cerrone from Dumont, New Jersey. Just wanted to thank you for replying to my email, letting you know how much I enjoyed the show, and that my wife's grandfather was actually in the Bensonhurst Bomber episode. He was the gentleman who says, "Hey, get a load of fatso there." You made her day by replying, and since I'm behind on the episodes, I just listened to number 19 where you reviewed the Bensonhurst Bomber, and you actually mentioned him by name, Michael O'Dowell. And again, you made her and her family's day. Keep up the great work. I'm going to tell my friend Harvey all about the show and our ex.
Now, that's Mark Cerrone.
Yes.
From Jersey.
Dumont.
And he's saying that his wife, we made his wife's day.
Yeah.
Your wife made our day.
Yes.
Because your wife's grandfather is, hey, get a load of fatso there, who was also on the waterfront.
On the
right?
waterfront, Specs.
And that's who you first mentioned. I guess that's the episode he's on now.
Yeah.
But
19 could be 19. Yeah, it's probably 19. Remember, we said 19 was great back in the day?
Yes, 19. Right. Yes.
Back in the day.
That's the thing. You just mentioned it again. We just talked about Michael Dowd again for some reason. Mm-hmm. And then we get the voicemail. And he didn't hear that. He only heard it from the 19th.
The previous one, the first one.
But how cool was that? His
great.
wife's grandfather
is Michael Dowd.
That is
my
awesome.
God.
Hey, get a load of
fatso there.
We too bad we couldn't get in touch with him. Be like, hey, you think you can get your wife to call in and leave hey, get a load of fatso there. Just for posturing, you know what I mean? See if it's in the blood, you know what I mean? Hey, get a load of fatso there. Oh my goodness. Who would have she would have never known that as a kid, you know what I mean? That her grandfather is like in this iconic show that so many
iconic episode.
Oh
too.
yeah.
Not only the show, the episode.
Yeah. It's Bensonhurst Bomber.
Bensonhurst Bomber.
Yeah. It's like we said, it's probably in it's in everybody's top 10. For sure.
It has to be.
And in most people's top 5.
Yeah.
You know? They just be, hey, get a load of fatso. All you got to do is just get a load of fatso.
Just the Harvey part.
Yeah.
The Harvey part.
It's Harvey.
Yeah.
It's my sister Shirley, my friend Shirley.
George.
All of it.
Oh, my God. It's a great episode. And now this adds to it.
Yeah.
This adds to it.
It's great. I love it. We got to make sure we take care of Mark.
That's right.
That he keeps listening. And, hey, listen, anytime your wife wants to call and leave a voicemail, you know what to call. You know what the number is. So, I told Lou that we got a new iTunes
review or whatever you want to call it.
It's a review or it's a review. And I'm going to read it, and I think I know who this person is. But when you see the name of the person, I think you'll find it quite humorous. Okay. You can't see exactly what it says, but this podcast is the person probably put it's great or it's good or whatever. You can tell that Joe and Louie are having a blast. It's a no-nonsense show with no drama, nothing serious. Just an hour of belly laughs. It's a great podcast with 2 raccoons sucking you into their vortex, and you're laughing with the both of them. Great show, Joe and Louie. It's a masterpiece of podcasts. And the person's name? Conti and Kenny Show. I didn't do this. It's not me, and it's not Kenny. Kenny doesn't even know how to. He's worse than you.
No way.
He doesn't know how to get. No, he's worse than you.
God.
So I'm trying to figure out. So for those who don't know, the Conti and Kenny Show is my other show that I've been doing since like 1928, and before
the market crashed.
Yes, right before. We were actually the reason why the market crashed. But I just find it funny that somebody who's named Conti and Kenny Show left a nice comment for the Honeymooners, and I thought it was very, very funny and interesting the fact that they did that. But yes, thank you, Conti and Kenny Show, and I think I know who this person is. I'll give you a hint. It's a girl. I'm pretty sure I know who this is. So I got to send her a message. But thank you. Thank you. And keep calling the voicemail.
Yeah.
These are the perfect voicemails that we're looking for.
Yep.
Absolutely. And they were
Right
concise.
Right length.
Yeah. They sounded almost like mooks like us.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
That was a compliment.
Yes, that's a compliment. Yes. I called somebody a mook. That's the biggest compliment you could get from us
like
here.
us.
Yes, exactly. So we are going to get into one of the bits that I love to do, and that bit is... There we go.
The
And
Swanee
now,
River bit.
from the observation deck overlooking the Johnson Building at 328 Chauncey Street, the Honeymooners podcast presents Louie's Observation.
All right, Louie's Observations. Now that sounds good.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
So, I think I have... No, I don't know why. I don't know what happened to it, but it was... because I didn't record it. It's so funny. It's really pathetic when Louie is laughing at my lack of technical whatever. But I can find it real quick while you give the I guess what you would say the description, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Frontierland.
Whoops.
Nope,
sorry.
that's not
I got the
it.
voicemail. No. I'm getting there. I'm getting here.
All right. This is from Hello Mom.
Right.
That's what we're doing?
Yep, that's the one.
We're
We're really set here.
What we're doing.
Yeah.
Okay, this is from Hello Mom.
Yes.
All right, so when you're queued up, I'll stop saying this is from Hello Mom.
Here we go.
All right, go.
Ready?
Yeah.
Ralph, what are you doing up here?
Oh, Ralph's going to spend a couple of days with us.
I had a little argument with Alice. Her mother-in-law's coming.
Whoops.
That is, my mother-in-law.
Yeah, there we
Ralph,
go.
do you mean to tell me that you left Alice because her mother's coming? Oh, that's ridiculous. I've met Alice's mother, and she's a sweet old lady.
Look, Trix, if you don't want me to stay...
Okay.
So this started off, first thing I say, it started off as another
It started off as another bit,
observation,
and then,
but I did an oops on it.
Yeah, Louis kind of didn't realize
I didn't
that,
realize
his observation was explained in the
by
yeah.
Trixie.
So we made
Let me
it.
just tell him what it was.
Yes,
Originally, I thought when
absolutely.
she says when Ed brings the cot out,
Right.
and they have to Ed turns around and says, I'll go get the bedding or whatever he says. He doesn't
Right.
say those words, but that's who he's going to. And then Trixie in a great like Academy Award winning thing. Let Ralph get them.
Let Ralph get them.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
So Louis made this funny observation.
But we thought it was funny.
I thought it was hilarious.
Found out. Wait a minute.
It wasn't. I thought it was so funny.
The whole observation was gonna be Ralph just turns and goes into the bedroom and comes out with the pillows and the sheets and the wall and the blanket
Right.
and all that. But I didn't realize that Trixie had said to him, "You can get them in the closet."
But your observation is hilarious. Where at his house, his apartment, where the sheets?
He didn't know where the sheets
Where the
were.
coffee?
Yeah,
Where the sheets?
where's the sheets?
But in their house, he goes right in
boom,
and
into
comes
the
right
closet,
out.
comes
Got 'em.
right out.
Got those perfect ones right here. They're all nicely folded. Very nice. But he realizes she said they were in the closet.
300 count.
But it was still a funny observation.
Yeah, that was so. Anyway,
now we're back to the real observation.
We had to call an audible.
Yes,
where Joe was yelling, "Omaha, Omaha."
Yes.
So, here's the other observation. Trixie says, when they're talking about mother's-in-law and all that, Trixie says, "I met Alice's mother, and she's a sweet old lady."
Right.
Now, here's the observation. She's talking as if Alice's mother-in-law is a stranger.
Some woman, yeah.
Some woman that...
It's like saying, I know Alice's hairdresser.
Yeah.
She's a lovely old woman.
Yeah, like
it's her mother.
It's Alice. She's there all the time. You've been living there for 15 years. You're in each other's apartments all day long because you just don't work. You mean tell me you aren't on a friendlier basis with Alice's mother?
Yes.
So that
she says it in a very stranger-like cadence.
Yes,
I guess.
Yes. I met her mother, and she's a very sweet old lady. Like you met her?
You met her?
Like we're walking down the street.
Oh no, yes.
Trixie. By the way, this is my mother.
This is my mother. She's been to the house 8,000 times, but you just met her. It's like it should have been. I know Alice's mother. She would have said, "I know Alice's mother."
I know.
Then she could have said, "She's a sweet old lady."
Right.
I met her.
And if she really knew Alice's mother, she would have known she's not a sweet old lady.
Yeah.
But when you think about that,
great thought. Great thought. I never thought of that.
If you knew her on a friendlier base, you know she's not a sweet old lady.
She's not a sweet old lady.
But she's on this thing there, like I just met her downstairs.
Love that.
So
I met Alice's mother,
and she's a sweet old.
But you're right. That's great because number one, if she would have known her, she said I would have known her. It would have changed the whole
thing.
But apparently she didn't know her too well. Or Trixie doesn't have a good judge of people.
Right.
To say that she's a sweet old lady.
So that's the thing.
Great
So
observation.
We had to call an audible there.
We called an audible.
We found something right in that same scene.
Yep.
Which bailed us out.
We got the first down.
You did. We did.
We got the first down.
Despite Jack Lambert, we got the first down.
All right,
Joe. Wait, first of all, I have actually another observation.
Oh.
That we can't. We probably won't be able to do it because it's really it has to do with. Have you ever seen? They made a couple of specials around 1977.
Right.
With Audrey Meadows was in it, but Joyce Randolph wasn't.
Right. It was and Art Carney
was in it.
Right.
I think they did it in Miami or whatever they did, and one was a Christmas special, and the other one was an anniversary special.
I saw the one with the lottery, like the lottery sweepstake ticket.
Yeah, I don't know which one they are, but I watched like 2 or 3 of them, whatever they. Anyway, in one of the specials, I believe it was the anniversary special. Okay, when Ralph thinks Alice is pregnant and the whole bit because she's knitting the thing for the bowling ball. You know what I'm going. You know where I'm going with this one.
I know where you're going with this.
So anyway,
this is so funny.
So now the time is, I believe, 1977.
Okay.
So now they do this because it's like supposedly their 25th wedding anniversary where they're going to renew their vows at the Raccoon Lodge.
Right. So they're obviously older.
Right,
they're
so
not
they're
playing
older.
the younger.
Yeah, it's not like a modern day 1955.
Correct.
So anyway, here's what thing comes in. Who comes in on the scene? Tommy Monacotti.
The great Tommy Monacotti.
Great Tommy Monacotti.
Right.
And he's still 12. Like,
Tommy, you see that little gun there with all the cobwebs on it? You left it here 25 years ago. You want to get it out of here? All right, before more gangsters shoot me in the face with water?
He's still 12.
He's still a little kid.
Dr. Dorian Gray, he didn't age.
And you know what? This kind of brings in the other observation that I've seen in some of the Facebook groups.
Yeah.
And you might have mentioned it, how Tommy Monacotti... Mm-hmm. Is he living with his grandparents?
Yeah, somebody said that. Like, how old are the Monacottis to have this young kid?
Yeah, the young kid.
She comes across older. Now, we said that the Cramdens are about 40.
Well,
we always establish that fact. They're about 40 years old.
Yeah.
So, but Mrs. Monacotti comes across as being older.
Yes.
Now, she doesn't have to be older. She could be younger or the same age.
They dress her up like
that.
She's
frumpy, like
right.
It's like that immigrant look.
Right.
You know,
exactly.
We can say that because
because we're both basically immigrants. Yeah. I was two dates away from not being born in this country. All right. So let's just call it the way it is. All right.
So anyway, we can say what we want about Mrs. Monacotti.
Yes,
because we have that license.
Right, exactly.
And we're not thin-skinned. So.
No, not at all.
So, but that's the whole thing. Like, how old are the Monacottis? Because even Mr. Monacotti comes in, and he's...
Right. He's got to be in his mid-60s. You know? And back then, and they just looked like... If you would say Mr. Monacotti was your age at that time, I'd say no way.
No way. You would say no way.
Because it seems that
they aged
They aged differently.
back
Yes,
then.
they
They
did.
seemed older.
Yeah.
They always seemed old because they were 16 years old. They looked like men.
Right.
Where today, 30-years-olds don't even look like men.
Yeah.
And they aren't men.
Yeah, they hardly are. Right.
But anyway.
But that's it. Yeah, that's great.
Anyway, that's it. That was the thing. I just saw that on. I'm like, wait a minute. Tommy Montecotti's still 12? Now, the thing about it, Joe, if they used this, not that it would have mattered because he still would have been too old, but they still used the name Tommy Montecotti.
Right.
So I guess they just did that because just to carry over from the 39, knowing that people know the name, know the character.
Yes.
And I think that's probably why they would do that.
It breeds, what is it? Something breeds familiarity.
Familiarity breeds content.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know what that means, but I know that something. I know what the word breed means.
Yeah.
And I think I know what familiarity is, even though I can't say it.
That's okay.
But yeah, it's just. It's a thing that we know.
No.
You hear it, and it's just soothing.
That's right. If you're a Honeymooner fan, you say, "Oh my God, it's Tommy Montecotти," and he's still 12. He looks great.
How great would it have been if it would have been like Schwarzenegger
Like,
at
yeah,
20,
20.
when Schwarzenegger was 23 years old at the time, all jacked up. Hey, Tommy, you've been hitting the weights, huh? And then he has an Austrian accent.
Then the Austrian
throws the whole thing into a dizzy.
So anyway, okay, that was our observations.
Yes. Now, I want to throw in a visual observation, and this observation will get you to go back and watch something. Mm-hmm. Okay. In Trapped,
one of them,
which
our go-to.
I think we've done 8 episodes where we feature Trapped.
It's been the most referenced
referenced episode. Yes, exactly. So now we have another one that we're going to do later on, which I found to be so funny that we will have you guys checking it out and watching and laughing along. Some of you already recognize it. But this is when they're tying up Alice and Norton.
Yeah.
And hey, watch it. That's Buddy. That's my wife.
That's a lot, yeah.
When Ralph goes into the other room, watch and look at Ed Norton. Because I know what everybody thinks. Oh, well, was he... were their hands really tied?
Yeah,
and blah, blah, blah.
Well, obviously they're not, but...
Excuse me. Dusty on that hall. Watch Norton when he's tied up. Now, they're supposed to be tied up by 2 killers who killed the night watchman. And he's got his legs crossed like he's getting a shave. He's like a little bit off the top, and just a shave. What do you want to do with the candy and the flowers and the cigarettes? He's got his legs
way too casual
to be tied up by 2 murderers, and you don't know if you're going to live or not. Alice was definitely like she played the fear, and she was.
But she was kind of like. Not as casual as Ed.
No.
But she's like sitting there, like, you can't untie us up. Like, speaking like, there's a guy with a gun to your face.
She didn't care. That Alice broad did not care. She was a tough broad. But yeah, so watch Ed Norton. His legs are crossed. Like he is ready. Like he's going to watch his Cronkite on the news. It was just a funny thing to see.
You know what I just thought about? Where's Trixie in all this? He says to Ed or Alice, don't strain your brain, redhead, or something like that. It's after 11, visiting hours are over. Like, where's Trixie? Like, she's not like...
You know what she says? When she goes to sleep, she's dead to the
world.
Like, well, apparently, everybody downstairs is going to be dead from the 2 murderers because Trixie can't wake up. That's a great point.
It's after 11. Like, is she like, where's Ed?
Yeah, where did my husband go?
Could have yelled out the window.
It's Brooklyn, 1956.
Yeah,
it's 11 o'clock and he's not here. Maybe I'll go check downstairs where he always goes.
Just yell out the window.
Alice!
Oh, Alice! Is Norton down there?
Oh, that's so great. Is Norton down there? Is he tied up with his legs crossed casual again?
And then, of course, Joe, the big thing of that scene is the controversial, what does he say?
What does he say? And I'll never...
Well, I think we should hold that. Or you want to say it now? You just want to do it now? Or you want to hold that for another show?
I think we should hold it for another show.
We'll hold it for another show.
Because I want to have the audio perfect.
Yeah, all right,
to the audio.
Okay, we'll hold that for another show.
Because the audio is only coming out of one channel.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. And already, because they've debated this on some Facebook groups.
On groups, yes.
And
it's been debated.
There's some mentally ill people that think it's something. The translation is something that I can't even wrap my head around.
Anyway, we'll hold. Probably everybody knows what we're talking about.
Yeah, probably.
Dirty coward, yo.
You're killing him.
You're killing him. No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. You know what? We could do it. I'm just going to say Trapped, when he's sitting there and Ralph goes in the room, we don't have to play it. They can go back and listen to it. And when they start fighting.
Right. And
Alice starts stop it. Right.
Stop it.
And then Norton goes, you dirty coward, yo! Or at least something like that. There are people that say that the line
is you're killing him. No way.
He didn't say that.
It does not. Even if the lips don't go away,
no,
it's like a Japanese.
Maybe in
like
Swahili.
A Japanese movie, like a Godzilla movie.
Right.
But the lips aren't matched, and it just maybe that's in the script. I think we mentioned this once before. It could have been in the script. Maybe Art Carney, maybe he changed it.
Could be,
because we know Gleason would give Art Carney carte blanche on whatever he wanted to say. Probably the only one that could.
Probably,
so that could be it. We don't know. But anyway, I believe someone said the script says you're killing him.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's not.
It's not.
Right. So, anyway. If you want to argue with us on our Facebook page, you can do that. And you know what? I'm going to say this. We're going to take, if you have any more questions, I have no problem with doing one more week.
Yeah, we can do it.
If you got anybody else that want to,
do some Andre
from
questions.
the beginning, from the beginning, the Andre questions, please do.
Yeah, don't stop.
And we don't have to do it. I like that. I like the participation aspect of the show.
We do.
So, you know what? I don't know what you want to do. We're almost at 32.
Okay, we go on to
I know what you're gonna do. You're gonna embarrass me.
You're
gonna embarrass me.
I didn't even have a question ready. I forgot for some strange reason. But I still have my what you call it here. I have my list.
The name's the same?
I can do names the same.
Is that we can do that,
we can
right?
Do names the same, sure.
What's the other one you
well,
said?
we have the names the same.
Right.
We have One and Done. We have 328 Chauncey, and we have famous people.
We have to start getting.
You have to start getting some of
these lists because these lists are fantastic.
Yeah. I know the one on the famous people. We already knocked off the multiples, the people that were mentioned several times. Same person, several times.
Like 3 or 4.
Yeah, like Marilyn Monroe and Charlie Chan and Davy Crockett.
Right.
Liberace.
Those are multiple.
Those were multiples.
Right.
Clark Gable, General Custer.
That's right. Yeah.
General Custer's actually mentioned
twice. Right? Yeah. General Custard, when
Custer was in that trouble.
Couldn't she have been with the trouble? And what's the other?
And the other one. When General Custer over that hill, they're friendly Indians.
Twice.
Oh my God. General Custer gets mentioned twice.
That's crazy. God. 39 episodes. Yeah. General Custard.
Okay, so we're going to do what? Play names the same?
I'll go with that.
Okay, go.
All right, let's do it.
Probably one we already used.
Herb. Now, Tom, who is our first guest, please?
Herb.
Our first guest, ready to leap the first hurdle on his way to the $99,000 answer, is our
courier from Parsippany, New Jersey, Joe.
Thank you.
Almost got me there.
Almost got you.
I was reading my list. I forgot I had a line in there.
All right.
I should do it as Mr. Marshall next time.
Yes. So now what do we got? We got.
All right. Well, this question has been prepared by Professor Walter Newman.
Walter Newman, of course.
He told me personally. He emailed me. He said, "I love the names the same."
Did he?
Yeah. So.
Okay.
He may call in one day. He said. So anyway, okay. I don't know if we use this one or I want to use it again if we didn't. John.
No, we did not use that.
Okay,
how many times?
That's probably why it's got the circle around it. This means we didn't use it. If it's got a check mark, that means we used it.
Okay, so now we have John.
We have John.
And how many?
Twice.
In
all derivatives of John.
Yep. Oh, okay. Well, I know one.
Who's that?
John! Where's my car?
Hey, John!
Too bad there wasn't like a Honeymooners comedy club where you just go and do bits about the Honeymooners. You could do your impression, your Mr. Marshall impression. You could be the I can't think of his name. The great impressionist of all the.
Oh, Rich Little?
Yeah, you can be the Rich Little of the Honeymooners.
Of the Honeymooners.
Doing your. Okay, so we got John.
Right.
Wow. Now, was this person seen? Or just mentioned?
Yes. Well, one time.
Wow. John. Because I know if you give me the episode, it'll probably give it away.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
Or I can give you a couple of hints.
Is it Mr. Johnson? Is
No.
he John Johnson?
No, we don't know his first name.
We don't know his first name. Frank and Bill and Pete and George. Do you have a hint that could give me that wouldn't be too obvious?
I have two. One would be real obvious. I'll give you the other hint. I'll give you the other hint.
Give me the
Tommy Monacotti.
Johnny Bennett.
There you go.
That's a shame. I shouldn't have known that.
I was going to say
absolutely
baseball glove.
That is absolutely a baseball glove. Johnny Bennett.
Johnny Bennett.
The great Johnny Bennett. All right. Listen, episode number 50.
I wonder if he aged.
I don't know. If grandfather Tony could let us know. Listen. Thank you, everybody, for giving us a listen. We want to thank SilkCityHotSauce.com for being our sponsor. Who can we thank? The Facebook group, The Great Honeymooners Raccoon Lodge with Joy and Brother Norton. I also have my Conti and Kenny show you can listen to every Monday night, More Like Radio. And also I have my comedy DVD CD Happiness. You can download it anywhere you get music or comedy. If you want to support me, you can go to like iTunes or something. It's like $8 or something. Or I think you go to Amazon. I think you could just listen to it. But it's called Joe Conti Happiness. It's an hour of, as we call it, mundane comedy.
Okay.
If you're looking to get some good night's sleep, you pop that on, right to Never Neverland or something like that. But I think that is it. So, Lou and me, thank you.
Yes, we do.
And we'll see you next time.
E pluribus raccoonum. Night all.
Good night. Good night.
you. Good night.
We'll have to do this again real soon.
How about tomorrow night?
This has been a non-productive media presentation. Executive producer Frank Hablawi. This program and many others like it on the Non-Productive Network is distributed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives license. Please share it, but ask before trying to change it or sell it. For more information, visit non-productive.com.
Testing, hot outbound car, 1, 2, 3, 4. You want to hear?
Are you ready?
Make the approach. Plant your feet firmly in the ground. Head down. Eyes on the ball. Relax. That's it. Get your left arm straight. Your right arm straight. Relax. Lower your right shoulder. Go!
The Honeymooners Podcast, the only podcast that is all about the greatest show of all time. With the stars, Joe Conti and Louis Fatz.
Welcome, fellow raccoons and members of the Women's Auxiliary. What's happening, all you Hurricanes, Bensonhurst Bombers, and all you cameraman Charlies of the world? You're listening to the Honeymooners Podcast with me, Joe Conti, and my pal Louis Fatz.
Video mare quante bello, spira tanto sentimento. That's all.
the only discussion-based podcast all about the greatest show of all time. We record in the Non-Productive Studios at 328 Chauncey Street in Brooklyn, USA. Subscribe to the show wherever you get your podcasts, and if you're on iTunes, give us a 5-star rating and leave a positive review. Our home base, if you don't do the podcasting, is non-productive.com/honeymooners to listen to all of our episodes. And don't forget to like our Honeymooners podcast Facebook page and follow us on Twitter. And if you want to leave us a voicemail, call 240-442-2635, and we'll either mention the voicemail on the air or we'll play the voicemail on the air, depends.
Correct.
And email us at
bangzoom1956@gmail.
That's right. And what's up, Lou?
Joe, as I toss the oatmeal in the air.
Yes. Episode 55.
55.
That's
we have
right.
a 55. The Bulldog, Oral Hershiser.
Oral Hershiser.
We both love this now.
It's our new it's Flub of the Week.
Flub of the Week.
Our first flub of 2021, might add. Oh, yeah, Oral Hershiser. They called him the Bulldog?
The Bulldog, they used to call him. And he looked nothing like
Of course,
it
that's
was
a sarcastic thing. It's
but,
like
but it was his demeanor. He was actually a bulldog.
Was he really?
Yeah, on the mound. Yep.
Because that's like, calling a giant guy tiny. That's what I thought. Like, because he looks like a...
he's a thin, frail...
He looks like Rick Astley.
Yeah, right.
He doesn't look like a major... an athlete by any
They
means.
used to call him the Bulldog because he was tough as nails out there.
Really?
Yes.
I like that.
Yes.
I remember, he had like like 58 innings in a row without scoring a run or something like that, some ridiculous thing.
Yep. That's him, Oral Hershiser.
Very nice, Oral Hershiser.
I got it right. I just said it right. Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to stop right there.
But welcome, everybody, and it's our first show of the new year. Hopefully everybody had a nice Christmas and a Happy New Year. And we are fresh, ready to go. Yep. We took a week off, and we are ready to go. And I got to tell you, Lou, for New Year's, because, listen, all the maniacs out there, we all know what we all do for New Year's.
That's right.
But I have to confess.
We were watching the Moesha marathon.
Yeah. I was watching two drunk girls?
Two broke girls.
Two broke girls, whatever it is. Right. No. I did it again. I was 2 years ago, The Odd Couple would be on the Long Island channel in New York.
Yeah, I think it's WLIW or something.
LIW, Channel 10.
Yeah.
And so I said, you know what? I haven't seen Odd Couple so long, and my wife's not a Honeymooners fan. She loves The Odd Couple.
Okay,
I said, you know what? We'll go Odd Couple, Honeymooner, Odd Couple, Honeymooner. And we did like that for 2 hours. And then just started watching more Odd Couple. Couple. And then last year, I did the same thing. And this year, I did 11 and a half hours of Odd Couple. And it's a ridiculous show.
Yeah.
Now, here is my thoughts.
Go ahead, Joe. We were talking about this before. Joe's.
Okay. It's... You can use any example of any of the great sitcoms of all time, right? You can, whether it's Odd Couple... And whether you like them or not, I Love Lucy, All in the Family,
whatever. Seinfeld, Cheers,
Seinfeld, all that.
Whatever.
The Honeymooners is almost like if all of those great shows you took their best 39 episodes.
Right.
If you took The Odd Couple's best 39, which would be a ridiculous task, number one.
First of all,
to
coming up with 39 out of what, 200? I think I want to say 200. I'm not sure.
No, I thought it was 114.
Oh, 114. Okay, good.
5 years at maybe 20 episodes apiece.
Okay, that's probably right. Okay,
probably somewhere around there. I think because I'm one of those annoying when I'm watching shows, I'm on IMDb.
Okay.
I'm on IMDb more than anything.
Okay.
I'm always looking. I remember I was watching Alfred Hitchcock once with my friend, and I was just looking at the episode, and they found out that it was what's his name? The one that created Love Boat and Schwartz, Sherwood Schwartz.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yeah, he played like a guy directing traffic on the road in an episode. And I'm like, did you know that? He's like, are you watching the show? I'm like, I'm sorry. I just get it. But, it just makes sense. Like, think of your second favorite show, all right? Because we all know what everybody who's listening, their favorite show is.
Right.
Your second favorite show. think if they took the best 39,
right,
and that's what you have. That's what we have.
You imagine like 39 Odd Couples.
Yeah.
And you're talking cream of the crop. You probably couldn't even get it down to 39.
You couldn't get it down to 39.
But
and we would probably be having that conversation if they had 5 years, after. I'm not talking about the Lost.
No, not the Lost
But if
episodes.
they would have gone for even 3 years.
Right.
You would have been like, how are you going to do your best? It would have been even harder to come up with our best top 10, top 5. And believe me, I'm not diminishing the greatness of the show. I'm saying that's how great this show is.
Yeah.
It's almost like there were 5 years of it, and they said, here's 39 episodes, the best, and we're not showing you the other ones.
This is one season. You're talking one season.
Right.
And we said before the show, we're talking, how many bad episodes are there in the 39? Some people will say none.
Most people will say
there
none.
There are ones that, of course, we like better than others.
Of course.
But they're really not, they're not bad.
You could argue and say, everybody's got one that they're not fond of.
You're not fond of, but it's not.
Doesn't mean you won't watch it.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you're going to watch it. It's going to be good in its own way. It's just not going to be up to like, Oh My Aching Back, Funny Money, or whatever your favorites are.
Pal of Mine.
Yeah.
Brother Ralph.
Brother Ralph. Here you go. We just knocked off our top 5. Trapped.
And trapped again. And trapped again.
And again. And again. And again.
But so it goes to show how and it's both ways, because part of it is like, look, we all know that everybody wouldn't know every single line of every single episode if there were 5 seasons.
Right.
I don't think it's feasible to be able to.
No.
Because think about it. We have 39, right? Use Odd Couple as, say, 115. That is 3 times as much. So that would mean we would have to have watched 3 times as many episodes, or at least that many more times to be able to memorize and know every episode.
Yep.
But what I'm saying is that that's how great this is, is that it's basically a best of for any other show that's been around that would have been around for 3 or 4 years. So that's all I'm saying with that. And so I'm telling Lou this before the show, and Lou says, hey, what would have happened if Ralph and Ed were living in an apartment
together?
And it doesn't mean that they would be the characters of the
No.
Odd Couple.
No.
But just if they were living in an apartment, 2 single guys, with driving each other crazy, what would it be like? And obviously, we're saying before, Ralph would definitely be the
Oscar Madison,
not because of the cleanliness, but just because of that
demeanor, that overbearing demeanor.
Yes. And you know what? Art Carney being with Ed Norton with trying to write something,
wiping things off, with his handkerchief,
annoying would be classified as an annoying behavior.
Felix, like a Felix Unger type.
Right, a Felix Unger type. But it would just be a great. And too bad there wasn't a way for like somebody to film that, because there are some guys on the in some of the groups they have written like little sketches of an episode of the Honeymooners, and some of them aren't bad. Yeah, but that would be funny to see.
And the thing too is everything comes full circle. Is that Art Carney winds up playing Felix Unger on Broadway?
If somebody had footage of that. Because I can't, even though we're actually saying like, oh wow, he's in a sense the Ed Norton character is a little bit like, but nothing. Like, can you imagine Art Carney playing Felix Unger? That's amazing to me. Yeah. And they said, I think, because
like I say, the Ed Norton character really isn't a Felix Unger.
No,
like they would be like eating like pizza like every night. Ed Norton is not cooking.
Right.
So,
right. He's not
eating
a
gourmet meal.
Yeah, he's not a neurotic character.
Not that thing.
No. But just the fact that their dynamic would be the same.
Same, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, but I just get roped into it every year.
I did too. I actually watched more Odd Couple than Honeymooners. And I even watched some Twilight Zones too. And I'm not a big Twilight Zone guy.
Okay.
But I did watch some Twilight Zone.
Yeah. There are some episodes but I don't know it as much as I don't see myself.
And I had to do had to do an IMDb while I'm watching Twilight, because they had a lot of famous people on there.
Yes.
And one of the episodes, young girl, and I'm saying, that's Anne Francis. I don't know if you know who Anne Francis is.
No.
She played Honey West in the TV show, and really, really pretty lady from the 60s, I guess that was.
Okay.
And I said, that's Anne Francis. but young. You know, I'm picturing this Honey West version of Anne Francis, and I look on the of course IMDb. I took it out. Sure enough, I said that's Anne Francis, and it was. And I waited for the credits didn't matter anymore, but it was Anne Francis. I already got my answer.
Well, that's what we were talking about because you've been watching the Lost episodes.
Yes, I have. I have been watching the Lost episodes.
And by the way, I have to cut in. We forgot our sponsor. My sponsor. We remember.
Yeah, we
Lost episodes.
Lost episodes. Okay, we'll pick up the Lost episodes.
Sorry. Our sponsor is SilkCityHotSauce.com.
Yes.
Okay, and go to SilkCityHotSauce.com. Get yourself some great homemade hot sauce like the Chipotle.
Chipotle.
Yep. And if you go
order.
Yep. When you go and you go to the checkout, put RX in the checkout to get 15% off.
Yes.
All right. But anyway,
I got a Silk City hot sauce story.
Go ahead.
So on New Year's Day, we were having Bloody Marys. Me and my girlfriend having a Bloody Mary. So I said, hey, let's try the Silk City hot sauce in there. So she pulls out one of them. She has like 6 of them she bought. And one of them is called Badass Jew. Okay?
I actually know the person that they modeled.
Do you know? Okay.
Yeah, I know
and it's really good. So I said, let's put it in the drink. So I put it in. I said, hey, this is pretty good. I said, you know what? I'm going to rename this a Bloody Miriam.
Bloody Morty.
Bloody Miriam.
That is great. That's a clever joke.
It was. It was very clever on my part.
Very clever on your part.
So it actually is a really good hot sauce.
I gotta try that.
I've had 3 or 4 of them right now so far. Really good.
Nice.
Good stuff.
My wife likes Bloody Mary, so maybe I'll
make
get
her
that,
Bloody Miriam.
Bloody Miriam.
Yeah. With the Badass Jew.
Great joke. Great joke, Lou. So now you've been kind of delving into the Lost episodes.
Yes.
Right.
And I'm kind of enjoying them. You're going in with you have to go with an open mind. You know, it's not the 39, but there's things you see carried over, and you see the character development of Ralph from season 1 of the Lost episodes. I think there's 4 seasons they put it down as. And you see the development of the character from this wacko maniac in the beginning, lunatic. He kind of like, I want to say, calms down to the Ralph Cramden we know.
To where when he does scream and yell, it's in, you know.
Yeah.
It's in the right spots.
Yes. You know, because the other point, he just starts screaming and yelling just like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like,
good
good morning!
Yeah, like no reason why he's just screaming and yelling, you know. At least when at the end, when he starts screaming and yelling, there's a reason for that screaming and yelling.
Correct. Yeah. Right.
So anyway, I actually am enjoying them. I want to watch them again because you get the better feel second time around.
Absolutely.
And you see a lot of carryover from the Lost to the 39.
Yes.
How they use skits. You know, they tweak them a little bit. You know,
absolutely. You see the origin of some of the bits.
Yes, some of the bits. Yep.
And even some of the jokes.
Yep.
You could see that.
And the people, too. Same people.
Yeah,
You've seen them all over the place. Like there's like 14 guys that played Mr. Marshall so far. And and you want to talk about flubs. Oh, my God.
Flubs galore?
It would be not flub of the week. It would be flub of the minute.
That's great. And we were saying before the show, I think what's such a great allure about the Lost episodes, because like you said, most of them aren't as good, but there are some good. There are some really good ones.
Yes, there's good stuff.
Couple guys on Twitter said, "Look, if you want to see some really good ones, they named like 4 or 5 that could have been in the 39."
We call it 39 worthy.
39 worthy. Yes,
like
yes.
They are 39 worthy.
Yep,
they are.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So.
But I said, you know what it's like when you're watching those old the classics, not the classic, but the Lost episodes. It's like seeing video or pictures of your aunts or uncles or grandparents when they're young.
Yeah.
Because you don't remember them, but you're like, oh, wow, look, that's my grandfather when he was 17.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, now I see the development into him being a grandfather.
Right.
Or your aunt or uncle. And that's how I think of it when I see those things. Because you're like, you're watching the development.
Yeah.
And you're like, look how, and plus they are younger, because it's 4 or 5 years younger. So maybe
we will get into maybe the Lost. And I was telling Joe too. I said, Joe, you're not gonna believe it, but I think Joyce Randolph isn't actually bad in the Lost episodes.
No, well, because she was a little bit more...
Little rougher?
Little rougher. More of, like you said, more of the burlesque... Like, in
yeah,
other
that
words,
persona that she was supposed to be the burlesque dancers or
Right.
Minsky's or something. Ralph makes a Minsky's joke to her once, and it's funny because she gets in his face. They're more Brooklyn. Even Alice, shut up. She says to him all the time. It's like her line,
right?
And even there's more banter between Ralph and Trixie, where you don't really see much in the 39. You really don't.
No,
but
just
you
a
see
couple.
More,
of
yeah,
see you got your hair. You know, your hair dye looks
hair
good.
dye looks good. Yeah.
So I and plus we were saying too that Norton is a lot more thug kind of
in the
street,
beginning
more,
one. Yeah,
yes.
then you see him also developing into the Ed Norton character,
right?
You know, the one that we know and love.
Yeah, you know, like you're gonna get a belt in the mouth.
Belt
like
mouth, yeah.
That was more of the old character.
Yeah.
Rough, you know, making
rough.
jokes
Yeah.
about smacking his back for
Yeah. I mean, Ralph even hits Norton in this thing. Like, he cracks him and, like, knocks him out in one of the episodes. Like,
really?
What? Where's this coming from? So anyway, that's my
that is
my
great.
venue, my new Lost episode venue that I'm
going to start
partaking
looking
of in 2021.
I am going to start digging because I was for a while. And then I stopped, and I'm going to start digging again.
Well, I got the Amazon Fire Stick now, so I can do it. So
yes.
That's the only reason why I'm doing it.
Real quick, 2 voicemails.
Oh, yeah.
The guy, we couldn't, it was a very convoluted voicemail. We couldn't understand everything he said.
Yeah.
But he was from Fort Lauderdale. We couldn't get his name, but he was asking about Jackie pulling or rubbing his
belly for when he forgot a line.
When he forgot a line. And he was asking us, do we believe that?
Right.
I don't know if it's him rubbing or maybe just holding his belly. You were saying some people were saying he pulls his jacket down.
He pulls down the jacket, the bus driver jacket,
Right.
when he forgot a line or something like that. But I don't know. Maybe somebody out there knows better than we do.
As somebody who was over 300 pounds at one time, I could tell you, you just lift your arms up a little bit, your jacket's coming up. It's coming up
to your chin. One of them.
But so we appreciate it. He was from Fort Lauderdale. We couldn't get his name. And then also Rob, the admin from the Weekirk of Yonkers.
That's an Odd Couple website.
Yep, on Facebook,
On
right?
Facebook,
a
yes.
group,
Yep.
And he left a message, but it was very, it was breaking up and
That
all
too,
that.
yeah, we're
but
having trouble.
check out his Facebook group.
Yeah.
The Weekirk
of Yonkers.
Now, what is the reference to that?
In one of the episodes, it was the chapel where I think Oscar and Blanche was getting remarried again. I believe was when he was getting married. The Weekirk means small church.
Okay.
Of Yonkers.
Oh, okay.
Located 1 mile south of Yonkers Raceway.
Oh, well, I know where that is.
That's what he says. That's what the minister says. Here at the Weekirk of Yonkers.
Isn't that the last episode when they
No.
married?
That's when they got remarried. No. That was Felix and Felix and Gloria got remarried.
You're talking about him and Blanche.
Yeah, Blanche. And Blanche was marrying somebody else.
Oh,
I believe. Anyway,
okay.
it winds up. I think it's Richard Stahl is actually the guy who's the minister, who's phenomenal.
I know he's a great character actor.
Oh, great!
Been in a ton of things.
Great,
very cool.
Great stuff.
So yeah, we wanted to say hello to them. We couldn't play the voicemail because they were it was
cracking
like,
up and we couldn't
crackling and stuff like that. We couldn't understand
words,
a lot of it, but we appreciate the voicemail. And anybody else want to call us, absolutely do that. So we wanted to play this one clip.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
From the Better Living Through Television. Of course.
You know, Chef of the Future.
Chef of the Future.
As we all know it as Chef of the Future.
Chef of the Future, yeah. Although Chef of the Past doesn't get a lot of
it doesn't get much. You don't get much love, yeah.
I like Chef of the
That's
Past.
Norton. Second billing.
While they're rehearsing, right before, actually, they're getting ready to go live.
Yeah.
Now, I called Charlie the cameraman in the beginning of the episode.
Yeah, because we don't know his name.
We don't know his name, but it's, what's his face?
Eddie Hanley.
Eddie Hanley playing the cameraman.
Yeah. Plays everything, actually. He's like the director, the stage manager, and the cameraman. Had a low budget at that studio.
So there is a clip of him.
The George Petrie of the radio, of the TV station.
Yeah, the TV station. Yeah. And we noticed that when he calls to Ed Norton, he doesn't call him because he's calling Mr. Cramden.
Mr.
All right,
Cramden.
Mr. Cramden, blah, blah, blah. But when it comes to Norton, he doesn't call him, Ed or Mr. Norton. It's just
All right. Testing, hot outbound car, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing. Hey, boy. You know, Ralph, I'm getting a little nervous out here. I don't know how you can keep so calm back there.
Okay, Norton. Get ready.
Okay, Norton, get ready. He just calls him Norton.
Like he was at the Raccoon Lodge with him last night. Norton.
Hey, we had a good time. We had a good time at the track the other night, Norton. Are you ready for your commercial? He just calls him Norton. It's great, funny, funny stuff. So, Louis came up with a great idea.
Yeah,
for us to list our top 5. Go ahead.
Okay, here's the list. I mean, me on my list, and this is an audience participation one too, Joe. This is big. Everybody, I want people to write in.
Either email or put it on the Facebook page.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So this is kind of tough to narrow it down to 5.
Yeah.
Top
very tough.
5 props you would love to own from the show. Now, you can't use Ralph's bus driver uniform, and you cannot use Ed Norton's hat, because everybody knows if you had one thing to pick, you would say, "I want Ed Norton's hat,"
or the bus driver,
bus driver's uniform. So leave those 2 out. Now, any prop, as ridiculous as it is, now there's no right and wrong answer here. This is all you. It's all personal. So you want me to go first, or you want to go first?
Do you want to do you have it in order?
Well, it's really not in order.
It's not.
Right? It's just five random. Not random. There's 5 things I like best. Not in order. I like one better than the other.
Right.
But you want me to go, or you want to go? Yeah. Okay, go.
Okay.
Go. You're on here.
You're on here. Number 1, Ralph's lunchbox. You can't.
I can't believe it. That's my number 1. Because we didn't show each other these.
No.
Because we don't want to ruin our spontaneity.
No, ruining the spontaneity.
We never do this.
All right. Number 2, the raccoon hat.
Okay, I don't have that. Okay.
Number 3, the list.
Oh,
Bad Pernce,
I know you love.
Wow,
I don't have that.
To have that original thing
written out,
because then you can actually put it on your wall.
Yeah,
that would be.
I didn't even think of that.
Goosebumps.
Yeah,
I got goosebumps, Lou.
All right.
I'm mentally ill. I'm mentally ill. I got goosebumps for a list from 65 years ago. Norton's work mask.
Okay.
That crazy costume. Yes. The work mask.
Yes, it's a gas mask. Actually, it's actually like a World War I gas mask.
A gas mask.
Yeah.
Maybe with the waiters. And all that. And my 5th one is Ralph's costume, the man from space.
Oh, the man from space. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, those are good ones.
Crazy. And I know I kind of kept it with them too. I didn't go with any other characters. But that was like that's what.
But Joe, you narrowed it down. You could go on this list like 40 things if you really want. There's so many props and
so many
things.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Go ahead. I'm interested in hearing.
All right. Now we know my 1 was Ralph's lunchbox.
Correct.
My number 2, the happy handy housewife helper.
That was one I wanted to do, and I changed it. I changed it to Norton's work mask. It was in between. I was going back and forth with those 2. The handy helper,
happy
whatever.
handy housewife helper. My 3rd
Very
one,
good.
the 2000 matchsticks glued together. The box, the hairpin box,
the hairpin
with the secret door.
Secret door. To another dimension. To 1149 Park Street.
Okay, here we go. My 4th one.
4th one.
The funny money suitcase.
And also, that's the same suitcase where he's going
to the trip.
That's a great one. That shiny with the.
It's got like they're supposed to be old, so they put like this like
polish on it, like shoe polish
to make it look old.
That would be awesome.
Now.
And that truly was a prop, by the way.
Yeah, that is a prop.
Yeah,
okay, now, this one is so off the wall that you're going to say, what?
My list was on the wall.
Okay, your list was on the wall. This wasn't on the list on your. Listen to this one. Johnny Bennett's baseball glove.
You're insane. You're insane.
Johnny, because I'm a baseball, I'm a baseball. And I collect baseball gloves. I collect some baseball gloves. I'm not a wacko collector, but I have a couple. And every time I see that, I say, I want that glove. Johnny Bennett's baseball glove.
Dude, you know what? There's 2 reasons why. Number 1, it's the show.
Yes.
And number 2, it's a baseball glove from 1955.
55, yes.
So that would have 2 reasons for you to want to have it.
Yep.
That's you're mentally ill.
Yeah, thank you.
And brilliant.
Thank
that
you.
was
There's
brilliant.
a fine line between being a genius and a nut.
And a nut. And you stayed with that. You're teetering on that line. Wow. His glove.
Johnny Bennett's baseball glove. And like you said, you said things I didn't even think of. The list, I did not even think of that.
Dude, the glove is unbelievable. The housewife thing.
Yeah, the handy housewife happy. I just want to see what that looked like.
I know. To actually see what it actually looked like. Because you don't see it up too close.
No, you don't. It's just like something that the prop man put together, glued a couple pieces.
like a Swiss Army knife
Yeah,
of thing.
basically, yeah. He didn't do a too good job with it either because the thing went, the spearfishing thing fell off. So there's things like that. And I didn't even think of the costume, Ralph's costume.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of it. I was thinking of things like that dish that's on the bureau. It's like that piece on the top, right above the top hand, left hand drawer.
Oh,
that thing that's always out. It's like a candy dish.
Yeah.
Or a flower vase
they
with
never
no
put
flowers
anything
in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, wow.
That's another great prop.
Yeah, we didn't
the
think
ice
of
box.
Yeah, we didn't even think of any of the furniture.
That's what I'm saying. The ice box.
Yeah, the ice box, the table,
everything.
Which our sponsor had one of the later ones.
Right, the later version. Yep.
Kingfish Levinsky had that.
Yep.
But there's
so many. That's why I said
we're going to get so many.
We're going to get some
great
good ones. So please, people, please.
Even if they match some of ours,
it don't matter. It's your favorite. Your favorite.
Yeah.
Like me and Joe had a favorite. We didn't know. We didn't compare notes before the show. We never do.
No,
we never do.
Absolutely
and
not.
Both of them are first on the list. Ralph's lunchbox. So we just please participate.
Yes,
in this, because we know as you're hearing this, you're saying, "Wait a minute, this, and the other
Absolutely.
thing." So,
Yeah.
Oh, this is great. I can't wait to hear the response.
It's going to be great.
Anything, even like stupid things like the pen from Hello Bill.
Yes,
like that pen set. That's
the
pen set.
Oh my God! Yeah, that would be great too.
How about the check from the Colonnade Room?
The check. What, the scissor from the barber that he's sticking in his nose? No, the one that I love, and I think it's, to me, it's great, is the 2000 matchsticks.
Oh yeah, I want that.
Because it's from that episode.
Yes.
You know,
it would just be great to have
bowling bag ball.
Oh, the bowling bag. There you go.
Yeah, that would be great.
We never see the Napoleon thing, but
no, because it obviously doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Oh, that would just be great.
But there are so many things that you would want.
Yeah. Alice's apron. I mean, yeah, it just goes on.
Yeah,
and
it goes on and on. Even
Absolutely.
the tea kettle that they use several times. How about the pan from underneath the ice box?
Yeah, the ice box pan.
All right, we're gonna stop. Joe, we got to stop because this could go on for hours.
Yeah, the guys with the butterfly nets are going to come and get us.
All right, so anybody out there, please.
Yes.
Please respond. We want you to respond.
On our Facebook or email.
Or email bangzoom1956@gmail.
Yep.
Remember, when you write in, tell us where you're from. If we don't know you, if you're a veteran, we know you're at. But if you're like kind of new or only a couple of times, just tell us where you're from. We just want to get like a demographic of where people are, and just and give us your list.
And if your email, like if you're not on Facebook, and you want your email to go on Facebook, email Louie and just say, hey, you can post this.
Okay.
I'll take it, copy it, and I'll put it on our Facebook.
And then Joe will do that. I have no idea.
Lou has no clue.
That thing will be dying on my email page.
All right. So, what do you think? You want to do? Because we're at 30 minutes.
We're already at 30.
Absolutely,
Oh
at
my
30.
God.
We did no bits, no nothing.
Do anything. We had a very little list. We talked about.
Well, listen,
list is great.
It's 2021, and it just happened after New Year's and then with Christmas. So it was just nice to catch up with everybody.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
And
to get back in.
Yes. Oh, and I have to get ready for the your favorite intro.
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
I'm sorry, because we're gonna do. I assume we're gonna do a little trivia.
Yeah, we'll do
right?
a trivia here if I can find one. Hold on.
Good, because I can't find the.
Okay. Here it is. I got it. Oh, it's good. Oh, Joe, this trivia actually ties in a little bit. So this is
okay.
Good. This is good.
Let me just find the trivia, and here we go.
And now, Tom, who is our first guest, please? Herb, our first guest ready to leap the first hurdle on his way to the $99,000 answer is our
courier from Parsippany, New Jersey, Joe Conti.
Hey! All right, here we go. All right, somehow this is tying in.
Yep.
All I know is that I'm going to look foolish, so go ahead.
All right. Now, this question was prepared by Professor Walter Newman.
from the First National Bank.
That's all questions are.
They're all prepared by Walter Newman. He's a busy man.
He doesn't know it, but he's preparing these. All right, Joe. Now, this is tough.
Okay. Is it just a question, or is it
No, it has to do with phone numbers.
Okay.
Now, we know Ralph's two phone numbers. He has the one, but he makes a mistake. Bensoner 07741, Bensoner 07740. Okay. Now, Norton gives two numbers for him. One is, Trixie the maid is always there.
Right.
Okay, now that's the first one. Now, in the Chef of the Future episode, they give a phone number. We don't know whose phone number it is, but we have to assume that it would be Norton's phone number.
That's
like,
what you.
where
That's what
where
I
would
thought.
you? Yeah, that's what I always thought. I would say, where else would you call?
Right.
Where would you go? You're not going to have a service back then handling your phone.
Yeah,
Especially
yeah.
them. They have no money anyway.
Right.
But so you would think. So now Norton gives two phone numbers. Do you know either one of them? This is tough. How about the one from? Just give me one if you can. The one from Bill Davis. Trixie the maid is always there.
Oh yeah, I'm hearing them now.
This is real tough.
Give me like Benson. It's Bensonhurst, obviously.
Well, yeah.
And give me,
I'm gonna give you the one from Pride. Okay.
No, wait. Give me Pride.
Well, you want the one from Better?
No. Give me because it's Bensonhurst in 5 numbers, right?
Yes. One is okay. I'm gonna give you this. One is Bensonhurst 6. This is the one from Pride.
Okay.
Bensonhurst 6.
No,
you don't have it. Okay, it's 0098.
Bensonhurst 6 0098.
Now, from the TV, okay,
it just sounds familiar.
Sounds familiar. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Now, from the TV commercial, it's Bensonhurst 5. And the last 4 numbers are kind of similar, but they are different. It is a different number.
Bensonhurst
5.
5698.
Ooh, man, you are close. 6698.
6698.
Wow, I'm gonna give you that. I'm giving you that.
You're gonna give me.
I'm giving you that one. That's really close.
Wow, that's
So
a great
I always
question.
we just said. I always assumed
Yeah.
that Norton was giving his number,
right?
Because where else would you call for the house happy whatever you want to call it, happy handy housewife helper?
But see, now the thing is, first I'm thinking, well, they probably just made up a number.
Yeah,
but that got them into trouble in the other episode.
Yeah, that's why they had to do the voiceover,
the dubbing.
Yeah, the
because
dub.
it was Bensonhurst 3.
Yes, you look at Alice's lips, you can see her saying 3.
Bensonhurst 3.
Yeah.
Bensonhurst 3 7741.
Yeah,
and but because it was actually a real person.
It was a real person. People started calling like people do.
They must have known that these numbers were either no good or it was something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what they did, but those were the numbers.
Yeah.
That's the numbers.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Hey, I was close.
You were
Not
I'm
bad.
giving you that, Lance. That's
All right.
tough.
Well, I appreciate the
That's
fact that
tough.
you're going to give me that one. But, listen, episode number 55. Welcome back. Our first episode of 2021.
Yep.
With many, many more to go. And let me tell you something. We're getting more and more people on Facebook, emails, climbing aboard, saying that they're really, really, a lot of people are binging the show.
Yeah, they are.
Which is crazy.
Just this past week, we've heard people that emailed us, and I always forward the emails to Joe.
Yeah.
And some people say they were binging.
Yeah.
And the new people, binging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think I saw Ira said he's going to start watching it over. He's going to start listening over from the beginning again. Why go over when you already know?
And he'll tell us which one stunk again.
Yes. Another stinker. Don't listen to the one with Fernandez because that's the stinker one that you didn't like. He's a peach.
We love him.
All right. Well, listen, number 55. in the books.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody, for giving us a listen. Tell your friends about the show. Share the show on your social media sites. And who can we thank? First of all, the Facebook group, the Honeymooners Raccoon Lodge on Facebook with Joy and Brother Norton.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. You guys are so wonderful. You let us promote on there. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you to
Joy,
SilkCityHotSauce.com.
do the Etsy thing, too, for Brother Raccoon.
Yes, that's right. Etsy. Go to Etsy. Our pal, Brother Norton, has a whole thing. He sells all these really cool things on the Honeymooners at Etsy. So if you go to Etsy.com/shop/Honeymooners store, that's where we got our Chef of the Future. Yep.
Well,
all those different
I wore it on
things.
my Christmas when I actually made manicotti.
You made a manicotti?
I made a manicotti.
You made
or manicotti.
Yeah, manicotti.
To us, it's manicotti.
Yeah. You know that every time they call her Mrs. Manicotti, there's
I cringe.
There's thousands of Italians in the Northeast just cringing. No.
It's Mrs. Manicotti.
But I love the fact that they use Manicotti for her name.
It's great. Yeah,
It's just awesome.
Great.
But yes, thank you guys.
But don't bother me.
That's right. No,
we're thick-skinned.
No, totally. And also, Silk City Hot Sauce. Thank you to Jeff Kingfish Levinsky. Go to SilkCityHotSauce.com. Get some great hot sauce, and then put RX in the coupon code to get 15% off and free bottle of cherry sriracha.
And remember, order the Badass Jew and make yourself a Bloody Miriam.
There you go.
Kingfish, you could use that recipe. I'll give you permission. You could put it on the back of the bottle.
You know what I want to do so bad? I rarely ever do this, but I just figured I would just do this real quick. Just do. Where is it?
Find it. Hurry up. Find it. Keeping us in suspenders.
I don't know where it is. I was going to play the. It was a drum, a brunch for your thing. I can't find the clip, so whatever. But also check out my other show, the Conti and Kenny Show, every Monday night at 7 o'clock on morelikeradio.com. And also my 1-hour comedy DVD/CD called Happiness. You can order that anywhere where you can download it and get it on any of the sites.
Joe, one more thing.
Yeah.
We talked about this, me and you, a couple of weeks ago. We were talking about maybe getting T-shirts made.
Yes.
We have two logos.
Correct.
And if anybody out there is interested, we're not going to order anything yet. We just want to see if there's any interest. So when you email us with your top 5 props, say you would be interested in a T-shirt.
Yeah. Okay.
You know,
yeah.
Just
because I already have the T-shirt in mind.
Yes.
The front would be the Honeymooners podcast with Joe Conti and Louis Fats.
That would
on
be
the back, good, clean
fun. Something like, there you go. So if anybody's interested,
thinking.
Gave me the idea. I always watch Svengoolie, and he has like those Svengoolie T-shirts.
Right.
So it'd be nice if we had one made.
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, it would be. So if anybody out there is interested, and we're not going to hit you over the head trying to profit from anything, we just, we keep costs low.
No, yeah.
Because that's what we do.
How much would you charge?
I don't know, about $75. I
was waiting for you to use some sort of $12.83.
Well, I gave him his bank account. Yes, $75.
Yeah, you did use 70. I got $75. Very good.
Around.
You did use it. All right. All right. Well, listen, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate you giving us a listen. And we'll see you next time.
E pluribus raccoonus. Night all.
Good night. Good night.
you. Good night.
We'll have to do this again real soon.
How about tomorrow night?
This has been a non-productive media presentation. Executive producer Frank Hablawi. This program and many others like it on the Non-Productive Network is distributed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives license. Please share it, but ask before trying to change it or sell it. For more information, visit non-productive.com.
Testing, hot outbound call, 1, 2, 3, 4. You on the air?
The Honeymooners Podcast, the only podcast that is all about the greatest show of all time. With the stars, Joe Conti and Louis Fats.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Honeymooners podcast, episode number 1. I am Joe Conti, and I got my pal Louie Fats.
That's me right here.
That's Louie right there. And this is our first episode of the Honeymooners podcast, a podcast that has never been done before. It is, we are two super duper uber fans who, and we'll explain why we got into this, but we decided, let's do a podcast where all we talk about is nothing but the original 39 episodes of The Greatest Show Ever.
Correct.
The Greatest Show Ever.
Exactly.
Yes.
Nothing tops it.
There are some that you can argue and say when it comes to sitcoms. And look, there are some, like, I know you're a huge fan of The Odd Couple.
Odd Couple.
I love The Odd Couple. I love All in the Family. I mean, there's those top 5 and 6 that we all pretty much agree are the greatest sitcoms of all time.
Definitely.
Honeymooners are always there. I Love Lucy,
yes.
Odd Couple, The Honeymooners. Then you got that, to me, Cheers is right there. Seinfeld's always right there.
That more modern day sitcom as opposed to like that back in that 50s, 60s type.
Yeah, especially when, sitcoms were really starting to come around. And almost seemed like every episode of these older shows did something groundbreaking without realizing it because it was such a new television was new.
The television was new. The shows were new. Nobody really had an idea of what was going on.
Right.
So they just put it out there. It was funny. And that was it.
Yeah.
And then it's history. It's all history. God, you just can't beat it.
No.
You cannot beat the Honeymooners.
No, you just can't. And that's why we said, you know what? We can do a podcast about a show that is 60-something years old, and there's only 39 episodes of it.
Exactly. Now, Joe, I grew up in the late 50s. Actually, was born in the late 50s. Grew up basically in the 60s. And remembering from a kid, growing up in the New York area, in northern New Jersey, the show was always on in reruns. And I didn't start getting into it till basically I was in college years, would be like the mid to late 70s. And then that just carried on.
And
into the 80s. And then WPIX, which is Channel 11 in the New York area, ran, to me, the greatest hour ever. The Odd Couple at 11, followed by the Honeymooners at 11:30. Television.
Monday through Friday.
You could not top that hour of television.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It's and I got excuse me, sorry. I got reminded.
Always catch a cold working on Fifth Avenue.
Yeah, and you'll hear a lot of that. That's part of why we decided to do this. And it's just like all Honeymooners fans, they all tend to throw a line in from the show into what is happening at the moment. Yes. Whether it's you walked into the studio for the first time and you mentioned, because there's a giant table here, and you mention it like we're at the pool hall.
Yeah. Game of pool arcade?
Yeah.
A little game of pool
arcade. So, and that's what's, and to me, that's what makes this show so great.
Right.
All right. First of all, we know why we want to do this show. We're huge fans, and we figure with the fans that are out there, it would almost be like them hanging out with us, doing what we all do when we get together and talk about these shows. Exactly. We talk about a scene, or we talk about this character or this moment. What happened here? Did you ever see when Audrey Meadows was doing this while Gleason was talking? All of that.
Right.
And now we want to bring those moments to you, just like you do with your friends.
Exactly, because you have this show where it's the characters and the lines, quotable lines, memorable lines. You just don't forget them. And a lot of stuff happened in that little room.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely amazing.
Yeah. Most of it happened in the one apartment. One scene, 3 walls.
3 walls, yeah.
There's 4 walls. There's 3 walls, a table, a sink, a refrigerator,
and the dresser,
the bureau, where anything they ever needed at that moment in an episode was in the top drawer. Always in the top drawer.
That's in the top left-hand drawer.
Yeah. They had a hammer. They had a hammer in the top.
They go to the drawer, open it up, and there's the hammer.
Who leaves a hammer in a bureau? They did. That's what they did.
That's what they did. And that's basically television also in its infancy.
Yes.
Where people really didn't, I don't want to say they didn't think, but they accepted things like that without thought to it. Like,
right.
That's just part of the thing. It was part of the comedy, and that was it.
They weren't
questioning as today would be.
No, and I think because everything is more under the microscope today. Yeah. You can take something that you just saw and actually rewind it while you're watching it.
Yes.
And sit there and look and say, well, what happened here? Why did that happen? Right. Where they were all pretty much like, hey, listen, we're going to just play this and we're probably never going to play it again. They weren't thinking of reruns even at that point.
Exactly. And then again, too, a lot of I believe they call it standalone episodes where they really weren't related to the next one. They were standalone. And what happened in that, you see characters changing, you see people walking in and out, same person. Right. With a different name. I mean, like Freddie Muller, Joe Rumsey, or Joe Muncie, whatever you wanted to go call him in that episode. Yeah. Same guy.
Same
bus
guy.
driver. Like, why would you change from Freddie Muller to Joe Rumsey when he's still a bus driver? It's the same guy.
Because like you said, they weren't thinking further back. They were just thinking, hey, people are going to see this once, they're going to love it, and then they're going to go to the next one.
Yeah.
I don't think they thought 60 years later, two idiots in Clifton, New Jersey, we're going to be doing a podcast deciphering every moment of this show. It's so idiotic. But it is, and I think also, first of all, what makes the show great? We can get into what makes the show great, but what makes the show so great, from what you said, how it's so quotable and all that, is the fact, and this is not a dig at the show at all, there was only 39 episodes.
Yes.
Here's my thing. If there was 5 years worth where there was 120 episodes, we wouldn't know every episode as much as we do.
No, you wouldn't. We wouldn't.
We would still love the show as much as we love it. Because it takes that much more time to watch every one.
Yes. And then it would suffer like some shows have suffered by being on too long.
Yes.
Like something like MASH or something like that. It just went on too long.
Yes.
And you basically forgot the beginning episodes that were the best.
Right.
So the 39, it was like perfect. It's like baseball, 90 feet bases. It's just a perfect game, and that was the perfect show.
Yeah, it really was. Because you can take the idea that there was 4 main characters, 3 if you really think about it. And I used to be a lunatic with Joyce Randolph. And I'll get into with my friend Otto, who was a big reason how I became a huge fan. I used to get so angry when she was on screen because I'm like, she's sucking the comedy out of it. But I've mellowed in my older years.
She was even bad off screen.
Was she?
When you had like her voice.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Alice, you're on the phone. Right. Okay.
Right.
Like, horrible.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Yes.
And that one line.
But she was great for what she did.
Yes.
Because I've mellowed. I'm not as angry. And I look at her, and she's had a couple of really great lines that they gave her.
Yes.
Chivalry is dead. I know who killed him.
Yep.
But I'm okay with that. Yeah. But you have the 4 main characters, and I think, this is not me coming up with this. This is just known that the character of Ed Norton is the basis of every wacky neighbor, weird secondary, hilarious secondary character ever.
Yes.
They say 100%. I'm not a huge Seinfeld fan, but they said Kramer is directly from Ed Norton.
Yeah. And even the cartoon character, Yogi Bear, is Ed Norton.
I didn't realize that. I mean, now I look at the hat.
The hat, the mannerisms, the talk.
Wow.
It's Ed Norton.
I just think Yogi Bear was the first rapper because he always spoke in rhymes. I didn't realize that.
If you listen to him, like you said, with the hat, and you listen to the way he speaks, it's Ed Norton.
And that's the guy who did Yogi Bear was... He's the same guy that did Scooby-Doo. I can't think of his name. But I did not realize that.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Like we always say, the Flintstones are
Right.
the Honeymooners
Right.
in cartoon form.
And that's why I was a huge fan of the early episodes of the Flintstones.
No, I love the Flintstones.
You know, I was one of those fans of the Flintstones. I wasn't a fan because I liked the bird being the record player, or the elephant being the shower, the watering thing. I loved the fact that, and it's obvious because it was a direct thing from the Honeymooners.
Yeah, and you got to remember too, it's not that far removed from the Honeymooners. Figuring the Honeymooners are in 54, 55, 56, and you're talking early 60s for the Flintstones.
1960, first episode.
There you go.
So you're
There you
talking
go.
4 years.
4 years removed from the show, you know.
And they also did say that Gleason was going to sue Hanna-Barbera because it was such.
Didn't know that.
Yes,
Didn't
and
know
his management said you shouldn't sue them because you don't want to be known as the guy who killed Fred Flintstone.
Oh, okay.
So he didn't do it. But
I
that's,
thought it would have been more like a Brontosaurus burger. But
yes, but obviously it makes sense. I mean, he's the big overbearing husband, the redheaded wife, the wacky neighbor, and his wife. Obviously,
Barney Rubble's got the laugh. Norton,
Yes,
yes.
It's right on.
Although Betty was 10 times better than Tracy.
Oh, God, don't even get me started. I'm okay with Joyce Randolph.
No,
All you
we're
fans,
good with Joyce.
and I've heard
we've grown
she's-
to accept her.
And I've heard so many sweet things. Like she's still with us. I think she's 94, 95.
yeah.
And people see her in Manhattan all the time. There's a diner that she goes to, and people will come to her, and she's still as sweet as pie. So I'm not
Oh, that's
trashing
great.
Joyce
That's
Randolph.
great.
She's great. I just in my younger, almost steroid, days of my late 20s, early 30s, I got a little angry.
I had a little roid rage going.
A little, almost roid rage. I never quite did steroids, but I was close. But yeah, so that is basically why we're doing this, and we know why it's the best show. And I'll just tell you how I got into the show. I remember first seeing it. I remember watching Abbott and Costello with my dad on Saturdays. He would watch that. The thing that I remember is my dad and my uncle, when I was younger, my uncle used to always say, "How sweet it is."
There you go.
So that was my first incarnation of what was going to be Jackie Gleason and the Honeymooners. And I started watching them, obviously, in reruns. This was in the late 80s. And it was Channel 11 PIX, New York, a local station. And and I remember watching it. It used to be 11 o'clock Honeymooners, 11:30 Star Trek for a long time. And that's when I used to watch Star Trek only because I was watching the Honeymooners. Or it might have been first. I might have caught Star Trek and then the Honeymooners. Maybe that's why I was watching Star Trek. And then I just started getting into it more. And then the New Year's Eve thing would happen. And the New Year's Eve starting at 12.
Yeah.
And it would go to 5 p.m. New Year's Day. Every single year. And I think that's where most fans got reacquainted, so to speak, with the show. New Year's Eve.
Yes.
Everybody knows.
The marathon.
The marathon.
Was
Everybody knows. Honeymooners marathon, New Year's Eve. Who cares about New Year's Eve? Because nobody wants. It's what they call it. All alcoholics always say it's amateur night.
Right. Yeah.
You know,
Right.
we stay home. You stay home and you watch the Honeymooners.
And I remember taping that on my VCR, setting my alarm clock to get up in the morning to change the tape.
To record
it again, so I wouldn't miss anything.
Yes, I recorded it in 1999. I was living with a bunch of friends of my roommates, and I remember recording a bunch of them.
Yeah.
And then what happened? I was the middle of the road fan. Like I loved the show, and I would watch it, but I didn't know every single episode. Like the way I call it DEFCON 3.
Right.
These fans, we're at DEFCON 3. There's only 3 DEFCONs. DEFCON 0 if you're not a fan, and my wife is not a fan of the show. I don't even know why I married this woman, all right? She doesn't watch the show, but she does love Odd Couple, so I give her credit for that. And my wife loves toilet humor, so I'll give her that. But you have DEFCON 1. These are people who, they know the show, obviously, and they might have seen episodes, and they kind of think, yes, that's such a funny show. Bang, Zoom, and To the Moon, and Hello, Ball.
Yeah.
And they know, like, a couple of the iconic moments.
Yeah, like we weren't watching it to hear him say Bang Zoom.
Right.
To me, that didn't even exist.
No.
I'm beyond that.
That's DEFCON 1.
Yes.
DEFCON 2 are people that really got into the show and they were like, this is really cool. I really enjoy the show. I must have seen every episode. They probably don't even know that there's 39, but they've seen every episode. They don't know it by heart, but they're like, this is a great show. I love Gleason. They get it.
Yes.
Then there's DEFCON 3, and that is the lunatics. The lunatics that are on Facebook. I am part of a couple of Facebook Honeymooners pages. These people are insane, okay? Just like we are.
Right.
They know every single line of every episode, every quote of a amount. $12.31. I think it's $12.31.
Right.
And all of that, $62 a week is how much he makes. You can ask them how much does Ralph make per week, and they're going to know it's $62 a week.
Yeah.
They know every single episode, every word of every episode. That's where we are, and I think we're going to get DEFCON 1s, 2s, and 3s.
Right.
I think so, because people who just like the show are going to be like, we got to check this out.
Yeah, sure.
It's a different type of a podcast.
Exactly.
It's not, and there are so many different types of podcasts out there that are very specific to something, whether it's a podcast about your computer, a crime story podcast. There are some really great ones out there. There's never been one about a show that has been off the air for 65 years. It's insanity. It really is.
It is. Now, I'm 62 years old, so at least I know that this is actually older than me.
Yes.
So it's like fits in perfectly with the kind of comedy that you like. Now, it's a lot of, I don't know what kind of, you would probably better, Joe, to like classify this as a comedy. What kind of comedy is it? It's not obviously not a slapstick. It's not jokes. It's just, you call like
I don't know if there's a demographic for it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Like, what do you call it? It's just
you know what it is? It's just perfect.
It's perfect.
It's
Yeah,
perfect.
it's perfect.
It's just-
It's perfect.
it's
Like,
just
don't
perfect.
categorize. We don't have to categorize.
Don't even have to categorize
Yeah, we
it.
don't need to do
It's
that. We don't have to go
perfect.
that way.
And it's not. And like I said, there are those other ones that we all know. They're always in the top 10 of everybody's list.
Mm-hmm.
But for us, and I think most people who love old comedies, this is the best.
Yeah. It's
the
them.
He was the greatest.
He was the greatest.
And this was and is the greatest show of all time.
Calling him the great one.
Yeah.
Who he was actually influenced. He said he was influenced by Oliver Hardy.
Okay.
And if you see some of the things that the Ralph Kramden character does, the mannerisms, and you see they were taking from Oliver Hardy.
I think a lot of people did.
Yeah.
A lot of people did. And you could probably say Lauren Hardy influenced so many other of that comedy duo types.
Yes. Right.
And it just seems that, there is the bigger, more bigger in life and also personality wise, boasting kind of guy, and then the smart aleck,
right?
Which is what the Honeymooners is, obviously.
Yeah.
It's also what I don't know if Abbott Costello falls in that same thing. They were a little bit different.
Yeah, a little different
because it was more of sketches.
It was
a straight guy,
bringing like a vaudevillian sketch,
right?
To TV, basically what it can, with an excuse behind it,
Yes.
just to throw everything together, which is also one of my favorite shows.
Bud Abbott, best straight man of all time.
Without a doubt.
The best straight man of all time.
Without a doubt.
Couldn't get
I would never
any.
even
I would
argue
never argue with it.
Some people say George Burns. I would say sorry.
No.
Sorry, Bud Abbott.
Nope. Bud Abbott was the best.
Unbelievable.
And he was so great that he made Lou Costello even funnier.
Yes. And also physical.
Yes.
Because they were also a physical team.
Yes.
It was physical comedy.
It's almost like a combo between the Stooges and the Marx Brothers.
Yeah.
Because it had physical slapstick, but it also had clever lines and play on words and stuff like that.
Again, Laurel and Hardy.
Right? Yeah.
Again, Laurel and Hardy.
Yep.
And
then you get Kramden and Norton. Gleason and Carney. However you want to.
Even and then he got physical. He would hit him, punch him, or you know.
Yeah,
And then we've talked about this many times. How he is like the greatest friend of all time. Ed Norton is the greatest friend of all time.
Yeah, yeah, he was.
Because Ralph, how many episodes Ralph tried to get actually over on him? Like,
right.
How are you trying to get over on Ed Norton? And he's like back to you every time.
There were points where Cramden wasn't that good of a friend.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't.
He was kind of a jerk.
I got $20 off and invested in the Ralph Cramden Corporation.
But
35% belongs to the stockholders.
And that's where it's almost like how the Archie Bunker character, although he would say bigoted things and be ignorant, he really wasn't that. He was just, he didn't know. He was ignorant.
Exactly.
And that's why where Gleason would be, or Cramden would be mean and yell at him and tell him to get out, but he loved him.
Loved him.
Same with Alice. And it was very simple. It was to the point. He wanted to make his life better for him and his wife.
Yeah.
And he had his friend, and sometimes he would say things, basically, threatening her with physical violence, so to speak, which would not go over well today as much.
But if you look at that, Alice never looks threatened.
Never.
She just stands there like,
Never.
okay, Ralph, are you done?
Never.
Never looks threatened.
Right. Which is what abuse actually is.
Yes, because anybody else would have been running into that bedroom,
Right.
But she stood there. Okay, well, now that your
'Cause
big
she
windbag's blowing, why don't you blow away?
Right.
Because
she knew
she knew Ralph
he
would
loved
never.
Right. And that's what makes the show great. That really is. Like we were trying to figure it out a couple minutes ago. Like, what do you need? I think that's basically all encompassing. It's the guy who loved his wife and he loved his best friend, but he would do things and say things trying to be better friend and a better husband, but he would sometimes go off.
Well,
but he always came back in the 22
he would explode
minutes.
And kind of like that irrational behavior comes from that explosion.
Yes.
And they were like, just let him calm down. He'll be fine. He'll be dear old Ralph Cramden when he's done with it.
Right. So I started getting into the show.
Okay.
And I was like DEFCON 2 type of fan.
Right.
And then in 2014, I lost a dear friend of mine. I'm a stand-up comedian who anybody doesn't know, and a good friend of mine who was a legendary ventriloquist act named Otto and George, and he was Otto Peterson. Otto, oddly enough, was the name of the guy, not the name of the puppet. Everybody thought it was the other way around. And he unexpectedly passed away at the age of 53, and it was pretty much my first big loss in my life. I still had both of my parents at the time. I didn't really know my grandparents, and so it was a big. It hurt me. It was a real, really, really tough time, and for some reason, I dove into a really dark place but it was a light place because I dove into the Honeymooners because me and him would always talk about the Honeymooners
the way Hemrod Street,
the way me and you would talk. He was my other person. I had two people in my life that I could just go and mention any Honeymooners line, and we would go back and forth. You and Otto. And when I lost Otto, I don't know what it was. Well, I didn't know it as much. But we knew enough, and we would go back and forth, and that's when I dove so deep into the Honeymooners, where I was watching 7 to 10 episodes a week. I would have a DVR, and it would always come on Channel 11.
Yes.
So whenever I would just put my DVR on, and it'd be 10 episodes, and I would just be in the afternoon, and because I'm a comic and I work part time, and I would just start watching. And since 2014 to now, in 5 years, I have become such a huge fan that I know every single line. I'm at a point now where when somebody's on the episode talking, I'm looking at the other characters, and we're going to get into that on a later episode.
Later day we will,
But that's how I got into it. Now, you said that you started watching it in college.
When I was in college, late 70s, and then my friends, actually not my college friends, just the guys I grew up with in the neighborhood, and they started watching it, and we just started talking about it.
Now, we both grew up in New Jersey.
Yes. I grew up in Newark.
Right. I grew up in the tough streets of Parsippany, New Jersey, yes. Yeah, where, somebody stole my candy, and it was my dad on Halloween, and he said, because you're going to get diabetes. So, not really a tough place.
So we were just watching it and talking about it. And then, as you say, we talked. As you talk, you got past the bang zoom to the moon stuff, and then we started getting lines. And it's such like I said before, it's a quotable show. The lines, and oh my God, you could just everything that happens in your course of your day. There's a Honeymooner line for it.
Yes.
And like me and Joe, we've worked together also, and we did it during our day, during our work day. Something would happen, and a good friend of ours, Gil Gibbs, who worked with us, was also a Honeymooner nut, which I actually got me going more so. Right. Knowing that I had to start working next to this guy, and then all of a sudden he blurts out a Honeymooner line. I'm not knowing that he's a Honeymooner fan, I'm a Honeymooner fan. All of a sudden he just blurted out this line.
Yeah.
And
it's like your workout partner. Now I got to bench 210 now. This guy's benching 225.
Yeah. And he blurts out a line, and I followed it up with another line. All of a sudden, boom, that was it. And this was every single day. Yeah. Every single day.
Yeah.
It's like...
And that kind of brought us to this point.
Yes.
Where, see, now you're retired.
Yes.
You retire, and Lou is a very young-looking retiree. I'll tell you that right now. Clean living right there. Good, clean fun.
Good, clean fun.
Yeah, there we go. Of course. And so it brought us to this where we would just we would get together every once in a while, and we just sit down. We're having coffee, and we're just talking about the show. But we're not just saying, yeah, that was a good episode. I like that one. We started getting into these deep conversations about the episode, about characters and names and names of people that you've only heard their names, you never saw them, or maybe you saw them once.
One time.
Maybe once. Yeah. The different locations, the Chinese restaurant, all the different places. And and I was like, dude, why don't we do a podcast? A short form podcast, less than 30 minutes.
Yeah.
It could be a 15-minute episode. Yeah. We're at 26 minutes right now.
Right. We didn't even realize we were going to go this far.
We didn't even realize. I was like,
almost like, what are we going to talk about today? Like, and all of a sudden, it just got to this point.
It got to this point. This is what we do. So we said, you know what? Let's do a podcast about the greatest show of all time, and we'll see how it goes. And I think this is the perfect way to start it.
It's going to be good.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, we're going to throw in some trivia.
Yeah. We'll also do a little bit of trivia.
And we're going to Joe may throw in some little blurbs from the show, and we get a line here.
We might, because we have everything right here. So if we want to go over a scene, we could play it. We can, sounds and all that kind of stuff. So it'll be good. And maybe once in a while we'll have some other crazy lunatic fan sit in and do an episode.
Like somebody like us who actually looks for the mistakes.
Yes.
It comes to a point where you know everything so well that some things are mistakes. And we try to find out what they are, where they were, what were they supposed to say.
Was it supposed to be a mistake?
Who made the mistake?
Right.
You don't find out sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, Ed Norton, even Art Carney, actually Art Carney is so good at his craft but he did make mistakes.
Once in a while.
He made a couple of mistakes once in a while.
Because they did film it live.
They filmed it live.
Yep.
That's the way it was back then.
Yep.
That's the way it was. And it wasn't as pristine as things are today. Because things back then were more acceptable. Yeah. Because this is a new genre back then. It's new. We don't realize how new this was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was less than, basically the first television shows were like 1949, 1948, 49. Yeah. And so this was, and that's like the first couple ones, and then more and more people started getting because in 1956, 55, not every single person in America had a television.
It's true.
That's crazy.
That's true.
We have a computer in our hand at any moment of the day, every second of the day. And there were times when when this show was on, not every house had a television. It started to pick up really quick in the mid 50s to late 50s. Yeah. But that's that. And listen, that's what the show's all about.
Yeah.
So that's it. We're just gonna end it with that. But we're gonna do one trivia question.
What would you like? Level 1, level 2, level 3. We're gonna put our trivia questions on levels. Like level 1 would be easy, what did Ralph do for a living? And we all know
right. And it's not for anything. It'd just be a question.
Level 3 is going to be like, what's Ralph's blood type?
Right.
and the people they're like, what? Like, how do you know Ralph's blood type? Who's the doctor that took Ralph's blood?
All right, just for the first episode, because there's going to be a lot of people probably checking it out because they've never, they're like, why would you do a show about this? And maybe they're DEF CON 1 fans.
Okay, so
we'll do a 2. 1 is too easy. I don't think anybody who's not a fan is going to be listening to this.
So let's say like maybe what was Uncle Leo's wife's name?
All right, very good.
So everybody go back and find that.
Yeah, or just think if you know it, and then episode number 2, we'll give you the answer.
Give you the answer, and then we'll keep on going with trivia, and then we'll give you the answers at the end of the show because we want you to listen.
Beautiful. So the only thing we ask is if you enjoyed the episode, share it with your friends. If you're on iTunes, give it a rating if you want to comment on it, and just let people know. Hopefully we can get this into something really big and fun. And I also do another show.
I know 2 people are going to have fun doing it.
Yes.
It's you and me.
Exactly. Which is all that matters.
Right. We'll have 2 subscribers.
Yeah.
Again, you and me.
And we'll just do it over and over again until we know that every episode.
We'll be laughing.
Yeah. So, and also I do my other show. I do a podcast / radio show that I've been doing since like 1913. That nobody knows about, but it's called The Conti and Kenny Show. It airs on Monday nights at 7 o'clock on morelikeradio.com, but if you go to Conti and Kenny, or you just look for Conti and Kenny on Twitter or Facebook or on iTunes or wherever you get your podcasts, check that out too. It's a great show. It's me, Kenny Michaels, and Joey Image, 2 friends of mine, and we do a good show. So, all right, Honeymooners episode number 1 in the books. And we'll see you next time.
Goodbye, Mr. Crandon. I'll be seeing you.
I'll be seeing you. Irving Kale and Sammy Fain, 1938.
Oh, Mr. Crandon, it's all over now.
It's all over now. Bassy Simon, 1927.
No, good night, Mr. Crandon.
Good night. There were 2 songs, Good Night. It was Good Night, Irene, written by Lomax and Ledbetter. Good Night, Sweetheart, written by Rudy Valley and Ray Noble.
This has been a non-productive media presentation. Executive producer, Frank Hablawi. This program and many others like it on the Non-Productive Network is distributed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives license. Please share it, but ask before trying to change it or sell it. For more information, visit Non-Productive.com.
Hey folks, this is Frank from the Non-Productive Network, wishing all of you a happy birthday 2020. That's not what anybody says. A happy New Year from everyone here at Non-Pro. Yeah, that's it. In this new year, we need your help to make our network better than ever, just by answering a few questions. Go to non-productive.com/survey and tell us a little bit about what you want from our shows. And you can enter for a chance to win a fabulous thank you prize and, of course, get the opportunity to sound off about everything you think about our station. Once again, that's non-productive.com/survey, and thanks for all your support.
You can't do that, Stanley. You'll be making the biggest mistake of your life. Take it from me, I know. When Alice and I got married, we moved in with them, Just for a short while, till I got on my feet and got straightened out. They were 6 of the most miserable years I ever spent in my life.
Testing, hot out, brown cow. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You want to hear? Are you ready?
Make the approach. Plant your feet firmly in the ground. Head down. Eyes on the ball. Relax. That's it. Get your left arm straight. Your right arm straight. Relax. Lower your right shoulder. Go!
The Honeymooners Podcast. The only podcast that is all about the greatest show of all time. With the stars, Joe Conti and Louis Fatz.
Welcome, fellow raccoons and members of the Women's Auxiliary. What's happening, all you hurricanes, Bensonhurst bombers, and all the Dr. Seifers of the world? You're listening to the Honeymooners podcast with me, Joe Conti, and my pal Louie Fats.
Night on a dog. Don't you get it?
The only discussion-based podcast all about the greatest show of all time. We record in the Non-Productive Studios in Clifton, New Jersey. Subscribe to the show wherever you get your podcasts. And if you're on the iTunes, give us a 5-star rating and leave a positive review. Our home base is the Non-Productive website. That's non-productive.com/honeymooners. And don't forget to like our Honeymooners podcast Facebook page. And I actually had to read that exactly because I've been flubbing that a lot.
Yeah, but that adds to the show, though.
Yeah,
Flub.
I know.
I was actually kind of disappointed that you read that well.
Do another flub with me?
I just wanted you to stumble again on our face bake page.
Face bake. But welcome, everybody. Episode number 27 of the program. And how you doing, Lou?
Joe. 27.
Number 27?
This is great.
Who would have thought,
really
right?
Thunk it, really.
Who would have thought? And especially, we did a ton of prep for this show.
An hour and a half of prep. We
We've been
haven't
here
done an hour and a half in our previous 26.
No, altogether.
Altogether.
Yeah. I don't even. Yeah.
I actually have a pen and paper.
I know.
I've never.
I got all this. You hear that, people? That's paper. I wrote stuff.
Real paper.
Wrote stuff down. We got stuff going on today,
and we're still going to screw up things. But that's the way we do things.
We probably will.
We need it. It's part of our shtick.
But we really appreciate you guys giving us a listen. Share the show with friends. Let people know. Maybe you can convert some people who are DEF CON 1s or 2s, or maybe you might find a DEF CON 3 that would be totally into this show.
But Joe, too, I've had people tell me that friends of mine who are listening to the show, I guess just because we do it, and they're friends of both of ours,
right,
that aren't even Honeymooner people.
Really?
But they enjoyed listening to us. And a lot of people say, I'd like to hear you guys laugh. And it's just enjoyable to them. And they're really not Honeymooner people.
Wow.
But they still listen to the podcast.
Wow.
So
they are idiots.
They are, really.
No. That's cool, though. That's really wild. And look.
Now you just insulted them when they won't be listening to us anymore because they know who they are.
But you know what? There is because you know what? I'm starting to realize that I'm trying to now, when I promote this, because I'm starting to get, comedy has been slow for the last couple of months and it's starting to pick back up. And what's great is that every time I'm in front of an audience now, when I mention the Honeymooners thing, so it's more people that are hearing it. But I'm going to try to start promoting this and letting people know that this is basically, it's a comedy podcast, because
it is.
We're really having fun. We're not just. It's not like I compare this to when you don't watch the show Walking Dead, neither do I. But they used to do a thing called Talking Dead. After the show, they would have this dude, and he would interview fans of the show. They would all talk about the episode. It's kind of what we're doing, but we're putting a humorous touch on one of the funniest shows ever.
Right.
So the show that we're doing is funny about the funniest show ever.
Yeah.
Because we're I'm not going to say I'm funny, but we're both pretty funny guys.
Yeah, we are. I think we are. And then
it's hard for me to say.
Yeah, but I'll say it for you. You're a funny guy. And the thing, too, is we don't want to come across as, and we're not Honeymooners snobs.
No.
We don't know any more than anybody listening to this show right now. So we just want to have fun with it.
Yeah.
We may know a little bit more because we're studying it a little bit more. Yeah. But for the most part, we know just as much. Our listeners may know more.
Yeah, especially the lunatics like us.
Yeah.
We, listen, there are certain things that you pick up on that, our listeners pick up on, that I pick up on. We all do that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make, it's just, listen, people, if you think you can do this, go out and do a Honeymooners podcast, all right? Brother Norton does his, which is the Honeymooners Trivia Podcast. But
great podcast.
And it's a lot of fun,
Great
too.
podcast.
Yeah.
Good guy, too.
I'm trying to work on getting Brother Norton up here.
Oh, that'd be great.
To do a show with us.
That would be great.
That'd be a lot of fun.
Because he's in New Jersey. He's a New Jersey guy.
Yeah,
He's Central Jersey. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. So we got some fun things coming up, but we have a couple of. We've been getting a lot of emails.
Oh yeah, we got some emails.
Lots
of
emails.
3 in 1 week. Oh my god!
And it's not just hey, how are you? You guys are great.
We got one from Kevin who's suggesting names for our new bit.
Right, right. Yeah,
we got one from Brooklyn Mike, who's from
Brooklyn,
North Carolina, and
Millie's the name.
Millie, yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, that was last week.
Mrs. Angelina.
And he had some couple good observations, insights, and we also had an email from Joel. Joel's 26 years old. We like that when we get like young people.
We had the
are
18-year-old kid from Italy
at the time. Now we have Joel, 26-year-old Joel, and Joel made a suggestion of incorporating the Lost episodes into our show.
Right.
Now, Joe, you can comment on that because you were telling me you're basically watching the Lost episodes
now. That they're on the Amazon Fire Stick or whatever, the Amazon thing, now when I pop it on.
Amazon? To me, that's a river in Africa. I have no idea what Amazon is.
But I've been digging into the Lost episodes. Okay. And I will tell you, I've been into like season 3 and some of season 4. And I got to tell you, because my thoughts on them is always, it's very early on, very raw, not really that good, but
grainy, very grainy looking on the screen.
I got to tell you, some of them are really good. Some of them are a little long, and they could probably condense them if they had to, but I'm really starting to dig them. There were a couple where I laughed out loud by myself watching them.
That's good.
And I was like, wow. So I'm really, and I don't know if we'll definitely dig that. Maybe once in a blue moon.
I got to get up to it because I'm not familiar with the Lost episodes.
Right,
so
maybe,
I have to get up to snuff with that.
But maybe one day we'll incorporate, like maybe we'll talk about one episode or something, and play clips from it.
Okay.
But, we'll see. Yeah. But I'm telling you, I haven't gotten the very, very early ones with what's it, Peg?
Pert Kelton.
Yeah, those were very, very raw. They were. It was more of a battle between two people, where the other ones you could see how they went from that to the original 39.
Started to develop. The character started to develop. Yes. And you had your likes and dislikes of the character. And then
there's the weird timeline where they're showing the episode. They're showing the episode, and it says the date. And I'm sitting there, and there are some that are up to, like, in 1955.
Yeah.
Up to the time when the 39 started.
October
and
of 55.
Then there's ones from like September and October 1956.
Wow. That's right after.
And that's right after the 39.
Stopped in September.
Maybe one of our listeners who knows a little bit more about the timeline on what happened and why why did they stop the 39, right? Mm-hmm. And then continue back with the other ones.
Other ones that are supposedly are lost.
Would they go back to the Jackie Gleason show and just I don't know.
Could have been. I don't know. Well, anyway, there's somebody out there if they know.
So we're not snobs.
Yeah, no,
we're
not
snobs.
We're not snobs.
We don't even know what this is.
Yeah, we don't know. So if somebody's out there that knows, email us, call Joe.
Yep. Or you can call us at and leave a voicemail, 240-442-2635. Or you can email us.
bangzoom1956@gmail.
That's the hot email right now. It's piping hot. Louis' fingers. He's burning his fingers every time he hits the open button.
I got contacted by Google. They want to know, why is my email exploding? You have 7 this week.
All right. Well, we got some good stuff for you this week, okay? First off.
Loaded show.
Yes. We are going to start with a list. We're doing a list today. And it's going to be our top 6, not top 5, top 6 Ralph rants.
Rants, yeah.
Rantish speeches type of thing. And we came with 6 because that's how many years him and Alice spent living with Alice's parents after they got married.
Right. It's a good number. It just worked out.
Yeah, it just happened to work out, okay? And now, we did not put the Christmas speech in this.
No, because that stands by itself as the greatest speech of all time.
Yes.
Okay.
And these are more of like in the humorous vein.
Yeah.
And that was more of just a wonderful, great speech on a great episode.
It was special.
It was
special.
Yes. So,
here we go.
We're going to start with number 6. Okay? Number 6 is... it's from Ralph Cramden Incorporated. And it's Ralph talking about why Norton would, what Norton would be doing if he won all that.
If he got all that 35%
35%
of the $40 million.
Of the $40 million. And here it is. Whoops. And here it is.
Ralph, you wouldn't cheat Norton out of his share.
Of course not. I'm not going to cheat him. just going to try to do what's best for everybody. You know how people act when they get a lot of money? They go nuts. You know how Norton is. He's the nervous type. He'd really go nuts if he got his hands on anything. First thing you know, he'd put his job in the sewer. Next thing he'd do is buy clothes, buy automobiles, yachts, start taking a tour around the world, drinking champagne, eating caviar. First thing you know, he wouldn't come home. Poor Trixie pleading with him, please come home, Norton. Him laughing at her. That'd be a nice thing, wouldn't it? After all she's done for him, pleading for him to come home and him laughing at her. Well, if you think that I'm going to do that to such a nice girl like Trixie, you're crazy.
All right. Yeah. And what's great about that is that he's describing everything that he would be doing.
He's basically described himself.
Yeah, because Norton's the nervous type.
Who's not the nervous type.
So that was number 6.
He wouldn't be eating caviar.
Caviar.
Ralph would.
Yeah, exactly. So that would be number 6. Number 5 is from Mama Loves Mambo. Here we go.
Great episode that everyone loves.
Oh,
everybody loves this.
It's wonderful.
Oh, ho! You're just the guy I want to see.
When I left, I forgot my phonograph.
Well, come right in, because I want to talk to you. You've caused about as much trouble in this building for us as you're going to cause. It's all over now, pal. I want to tell you something. You got some nerve parading around in front of our wives with the fancy manners. We have to eat cold suppers on account of your teaching them the mamba. Let me tell you something. It's easy for you, you know, to play Sir Galahad. You don't do any work. When you go to work, you dance. That's no work. When we go to work, we work. Dirty work. Just notice the difference between my hands and your hands. That'll show you the difference in work. The difference between your hands and my friend's hands.
Oh, wait a minute. It's not fair to compare his to mine. I mean, I got mine of water all day.
Oh, shut up.
That's a great shut up.
Such a great shut up.
Now, I'm warning you. I don't want any more trouble out of you, or you'll get yours.
All right, if that's the way you want it.
That's the way we want it.
All right.
And that's the way we ended.
Yes, and that's
great.
Yes. What a great rant from a great episode.
Episode is fantastic.
Oh,
it's a fantastic.
It's one of those that like anybody.
Yeah, you got to like it.
Yeah. If you don't, you're not a.
Like we said, I think we said once before that even the people who are not as familiar with the honeymoon as we are, if they are just casual honeymooners, they all like that episode.
Yeah,
it's.
Mambo. Like they'll remember the word mambo.
You just say mambo and they're
going to know it. Exactly. All right. So that's number 5. Number 4, this one's a little bit, it's got a little bit more of a back and forth, but we feel it was enough of a rant that it fits. And this is a classic, and the word is blabbermouth.
Your mother. On your mother, I got to waste a ticket on a junior space cadet.
Listen, Ralph, don't go blaming my mother. It is not her fault. How could she know that you have tickets to a show?
Oh, she knows. She knows. I don't know how she finds out, but she knows. I don't know whether she uses a Ouija board or a corn teller, but she knows.
Listen, Ralph, I know Mother isn't the easiest person in this world to get along with, but that's no reason for you to act the way you do.
I act the way I do, Alice, because your mother is a blabbermouth. A blabbermouth.
Ralph, I have told you about that before. I don't want you calling her that.
All right. You're an expert at crossword puzzles. Give me another word for blabbermouth. As soon as she come in here, she starts in talking. The minute she steps in till the minute she steps out, she starts in on me. Oh, if Alice only had married those other boyfriends. Oh, Ralph, why do you eat so much? You're so fat. Yeah, why don't you get some furniture for the apartment? Your mother's nosy, Alice. Nosy. Snooping around. Anything I hate, it's a nosy blabbermouth.
Snooping around.
What, the one-bedroom apartment?
I know. Where are you snooping?
Everything's right in front of you.
Snooping around, looking into the kitchen from the living room.
Looking in the top hand, left hand drawer to see what's in there. Like everything.
Then that was, of course, from A Matter of Record.
Yeah.
The Blabbermouth episode. And it's a great rant.
Yes,
because
it's
going back
great
and
rant,
forth.
back and
and, you know, and his rants are always great when they're along with the pacing.
Yeah.
And him giving the old shovel thing with the back of his
back
hand.
of his hand,
Excuse me?
moving him out of the way.
Get out of the way.
Get out of the way.
The great one's coming through.
I got to, going back and forth.
Yes.
It's a private parade.
Is there a private parade? Yes. So that was number 4 from there. And now we have number 3 from, what is it? Something Fishy.
Yeah.
Something Fishy. Here we go.
Mr. President and members, as you know, for the last 7 years, we have unanimously voted to keep the women off of the prison trip. I make a motion now that we vote to tell them about it this year.
Well, who seconds that motion?
Well, isn't anybody going to second it? Sure. Just as I figured. You all vote that the women are not coming on the fishing trip. Big men. But what does it mean? Nothing. Because when it comes time to face your wife, you all back down and give in. That's why. It's time to ask yourself a question. Are the raccoons mice or men?
Oh, wait a minute, Cramden. How come your wife was always on the fishing trip?
Because I let her come, that's why. Because I let her come, that's why. And do you know why I let her come? Because I didn't want to show you guys up, that's why.
That sat him right down.
Yeah.
Now look.
Brother Andrews.
I'm going to say something to you men, and you better listen to it because it's important. Every time you get into the habit of saying yes to your wife, you're getting into the habit of saying no to your independence. It's time to make a decision, men. Are you going to retreat into the darkness of slavery? Or are you going to advance into the sunshine of freedom? I say advance. This is our last chance. If we let these women take over our fishing trip, we are through. All is lost. Remember, today it's the fishing trip. Tomorrow it'll be the pool room.
He's right. I second Cramden's motion. That's a good.
We're with you, Ralphie.
We're with you, Ralphie.
Oh, gentlemen, this is a great night in the history of the raccoons.
Yeah, is it a great night in the history of raccoons? Ralph just blathering about his anti-women rant. Is that the historical night of the raccoons?
Apparently, the women have it going every year.
Yeah, I know.
All of a sudden, they're going to take over the pool room.
I know exactly. They want to go fishing once in a while. Unbelievable. That is number 3.
I catch the fish.
You cook the fish.
The only time we're together is when we eat the fish.
Eat the fish.
Great line.
Where is it? This one. Here we go. Now we're going to get to number 2.
Number 2, okay.
Number 2 is from Brother Ralph.
Yes.
One of my favorite rants is when
his rant.
he starts ranting about being laid off.
What's a good word, buddy boy?
I was the first to go.
Oh, Ralph. You mean you were fired?
Oh, no, I wasn't fired. I was just temporarily laid off with 9 other drivers. How about that? How could they do that to me? Me, who has worked and drove a bus for that company for 15 years. 15 years driving a bus. Aggravation, 101 aggravations every day. Driving a bus in the summertime, dying from the heat. In the wintertime, freezing from the cold. All kinds of weather. To the rain, the snow, and the sleet. You know that sign they have in the post office? The mail gets through no matter what kind of weather? You know why? Because the mailman rides with me. That's
I love it. Such fire and anger, and you got to love it, you know. Great acting.
It was his suggestion.
And
he was the first.
And and he shot himself in the foot.
Yeah, he did.
And here we are, the number 1. And if you're a fan of the show, you know what number 1 is.
Yeah.
You have to know what number 1 is.
I mean, you may not agree with 2 through 6, but
right. You have to agree with number 1.
Number 1.
And even if you're not sure, because, you know, right now,
no, we don't care.
You're just listening, you're in your car, you might not be sure, like, oh, what is it? Because once you hear it, you'll know. And you'll be like, oh, yeah, that's right. This is the number 1 rant of the original 39.
/ speech. Remember we said
/
like a
speech.
Rant / speech.
Yeah, we gave this / speech thing just because, you know, we threw that in there. But, yeah, it's from episode number 2, I think, right?
Yes, number 2.
The number 2 episode Funny Money.
My favorite.
Here it is.
Are you finished with all the lectures, Carrie Nation?
Carrie Nation.
Are you finished with the... You only had it done what I told you so's? Are you finished with those? Well, if you're finished with them, let's get something clear. Right now.
Points right in her face.
Yeah.
So what?
So what?
So what if I got in a little trouble? I was a millionaire for a couple of days. That's more than anybody else in this dump can say.
Love it.
But 2 days I had it and I went with it, too.
That snapping of the fingers.
Pointing
my
the snap.
God.
It came easy and it went just as fast. And that's the way I'd be if I had it. Easy come, easy go.
I love this line here.
If anybody found out I had it, they could have it.
Love that.
My nature to spend. Except I never have anything to spend. Anyway, so what? I didn't get in any trouble. There was no harm done. I explained to the cops how I got the money, and they let me go.
What did I do?
So what did I do? What did I do?
You think that's all there is to it, Ralph?
Yeah, it's all I can see.
What about quitting your job, Ralph? Or was that nothing?
Forgot about that.
Yeah. I suppose you forgot that all this stuff has to go back, too. Every bit of it. All that is except your suits, Ralph. The tailor can't take those back. He doesn't know any elephants that need a new water. But according to you, Ralph, nothing happened.
Unbelievable.
That's great. I
Yeah,
love
without
that
a doubt.
speech.
If anybody has an issue with that, stop listening to this show.
Go listen to a sports podcast. There's like 8 zillion of them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. The number one rant/speech from Ralph Cramden from Funny Money. If I had it, they could have it.
Love that. And it's just the way he was. That's the way Gleason was, I heard, in real life.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
he picked up tabs all the time at Toots Shores.
He seemed like that. You know,
Seemed like
when
one
he
of them
grew
guys.
up, when he grew up with nothing.
Grew up with nothing.
You know, he just knew. Hey, you know what? That's probably the sign of somebody who's grateful.
Yeah,
of what they
of
have.
what they have, yeah.
To say, you know what? I'm
Yeah.
not just gonna, hoard it all
Mhm, yeah.
and not,
And just,
not share.
Share, yeah.
But what a great rant
We
on
know-
a great episode.
And then we know the list is arbitrary, but that's the way it is.
Oh, yeah.
That's where we go. I mean, that's our 6 that we came up with.
we had to look for 6. We
Now
found
imagine
6
this.
of them.
There's like 50 rants in 39 episodes. So.
Yeah, so we had to find like 6 where it's like more of like him by himself.
Yeah,
More of
exactly.
a monologue, which was kind of tough.
Yep.
And then we just said, all right, we found 6. Perfect. We'll do a top 6.
Do a top 6.
And we thought of the order like 3 minutes before we started recording. So, but that's our number 1, of course. And all right, so now we are going to get right into Louis' observations.
Oh, yeah,
right?
cue
we
the music.
have to. Here we go.
And now, from the observation deck overlooking the Johnson Building at 328 Chauncey Street, the Honeymooners podcast presents Louis' Observations.
Yeah, Louis' observations. Okay. Just wish I could think of the tune that's in the background right now.
I don't know it.
It sounds familiar.
Got me.
I don't know.
Can I have a few bars at Jose?
Swami Wiver.
Swami Wiver. Oh, yes.
All right. So let me get this ready
Joseph,
to
queue up.
Yes,
And
but tell them a little bit about the scene that we're going to.
All right,
or your actual.
Okay, we're gonna. This is like a dual observation. Me and Joe. We collaborate on this one. It has to do with one of the great characters, Morris Fink.
One of the more memorable characters. Yes.
Morris Fink.
Dressed like a lunatic.
One and out. Guy walking through the streets of Bensonhurst dressed like that. Like, could you imagine? Like, really? This is Brooklyn.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean?
If that happened today, girls would be throwing red paint at him. You
Yeah,
know
like,
what I mean?
well, how dare you kill that
raccoon? That raccoon. I would have just dug into my garbage.
So anyway, and here's the observation: is
should we play it?
Play it, Joe. Let's play it.
It's a quick scene.
Play it.
And you guys remember, this is when Ralph is getting his speech ready.
Yeah, and
because he thinks he's going to be Raccoon of the Year.
Right, a night on a dog. She doesn't understand.
Dog,
So he goes
right.
upstairs.
Goes upstairs.
Anyway, okay, go ahead.
Okay.
And they just missed each other.
Just missed each other. And here comes Morris Fink, the grand, high, exalted mystic leader. Ruler.
Of all Raccoondom.
Of all Raccoondom. There we go.
Is this the Cramden apartment?
Cramden
Yes,
apartment.
it is. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Morris Fink. I am the grand, high, exalted mystic ruler of the International Order of Friendly Raccoons.
Oh, yes, Mr. Fink. Ralph told me so much about you.
Is Brother Cramden here this evening?
No, he's not. He's just going upstairs to see Ed Norton.
I see. Well, I won't wait for him. I just stopped by to deliver this copy of the speech he has to make tonight. Then I must run along. I have a great many other things to do.
You have a speech for him. Ralph wrote his own speech.
His own speech?
Uh-huh.
But this is what he has to say tonight. It says, "It gives me great pleasure to introduce the winner of the Raccoon of the Year award, Brother Edward Norton. We chose your husband to make the announcement. Because we know he's Brother Norton's best friend.
But Mr. Fink...
Yes, sir, your husband will get a great kick out of this. Well, here, you just give it to him when he comes back. Good night,
Mrs. Cramden, good night.
Cramden.
All right. Now, we're going to double team this
Yeah,
observation
we are.
because I have an observation about this, too.
I had the observation, and Joe has his.
Yeah.
So we just expand on it. All right, let's get going here. All right, now, here's the speech. It's one line. You made your way all the way to the Cramden residence.
I know, yeah.
To deliver a one-line speech?
Yeah,
They handed it to him at the dinner that night. Say, here, Ralph, just say this.
Or just say, Ralph, listen, just announce that Ed, your pal, he's
Raccoon of the Year.
He's the Raccoon of the Year. All right, just go up there. No, but he had to go make a special trip.
Be prepared to say something tonight. Like what? That's one line.
I know, it's one line. It's a great observation. It's a fantastic observation.
Okay, now, Joe, your observation.
Mine is a little bit more subtle. It's not a. It's just that and this is more of a visual, when he knocks on the door and she opens the door, he not only, because he asks, is this the Cramden residence?
Yeah.
Now, if you ever walk into somebody's house and you think you're going to their house and you're like, hey, is this Louis' residence?
Yeah.
Is this the Louis Fatz's residence? Don't walk all the way in the house, almost into the audience, and then turn around and be like, is this the Cramden residence?
It's like in the orchestra pit. Before.
I know. Why does he
Right
sound
on
like
Sammy
a
Spear.
teetotaler, this guy? He's from Brooklyn. Why does he sound like he's part of the royal family?
And he works in the sewer next to Norton.
That's the other thing.
Yes. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That was my other thing. When Ralph is making a big deal that the grand high exalted mystic ruler called him. And then Ed's like, oh, big deal. Oh, no. First he goes, he didn't call you. And he goes, yes, you did. You're just mad he didn't call you. He goes, hey, you don't have to call me. He works right next to me in the sewer.
Yeah.
Which I thought is a great little tell in the beginning of the episode on why Ed would get Raccoon of the Year. He works next to him.
Could be. That may have sprung a little influence.
That was my little bit of a thing there. Yeah.
Maybe.
Could have been.
Yeah, could have been.
Maybe.
It must be it. Maybe.
It might be.
It might be.
Maybe. So, but it was just first of all, your observation, the fact that he came all the way down there.
One line.
For this, he had to write it down.
Write it down, too. This is what he's supposed to say. And then my thing, when you see him walk in, he's almost like through the whole apartment until he turns around and asks, is this a Cramden residence? That to me doesn't come across as a sewer worker.
Yeah, he doesn't sound like a sewer worker. It sounds like he's
an educator somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
at NYU, he's a professor.
At Oxford. Teaching Dr. Norton.
Yeah, England? Is that what it is?
I don't know. It's so foggy over there. I don't know where I was. But that's our Louis/Joe's observation for the great Morris Fink, who only made one. He was another one and done, right?
One and done. That's it.
One and done.
Never see
Yes.
him. How could you follow up that role? I mean,
I know.
It's kind of tough.
Yes. All right. So, are we Are we going to do the...
Yeah, let's do it.
Do the new bit?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Play cue the music.
Yes,
we don't have an intro for you, so we're just going to dub this in.
Yeah, because we're not sure of our...
Yeah, what we're going to call it.
Here we go.
Okay. Nice song.
Very nice. I don't know. What's this?
I don't know. And now, the Honeymooners podcast
presents the bit that we don't have a name for yet.
The Untitled Bit.
The Untitled Bit for when the Cramdens, if the Cramdens lived in the modern day, what would they argue about? Or what would steam Ralph?
The Cramdens 2020.
And the Cramdens 2020. Maybe that's what we'll call it. All right.
Get Fernandez.
The Cramdens 2020. You know, maybe something. Well, maybe a play on words like 2020 vision or something like that.
We could do something like that.
Something corny like that. All right. So
anyway,
and we did it the last bit.
Yeah, last
was with bottled water.
Bottled water.
Right.
Right. Ralph going nuts over bottled water.
Because every time I think of this bit, I just think of when she got the phone and he goes, "Who did you? I made one phone call. Trixie
upstairs
with the
finger,
pointing the finger up,
point.
Just
bangs on the table, with the dresser.
Yep,
and points
upstairs.
Great point.
And that's what I think of whenever we're doing this bit. So we have another one where he comes home and she has a cup of coffee on the table from Starbucks. And he's like, "What's that?" And she's like, "Oh, I wanted to get a cup of coffee from Starbucks. I got the grande Frappuccino, and it was only $4.50. Could you imagine
that?
$4.50 for a cup of coffee?
What's the matter? Nescafe Instant isn't good enough for you?
You got 42 cups right on the fridge."
Because you notice they always had instant coffee, and it was Nescafe. And I found out that Nescafe was a sponsor of his show.
Well, there you go.
And that's why you see the Nescafe jar on the table all the time.
Original product placement.
There you go.
Think about that.
Yes.
Maybe a little sneaking it in there if anybody happens to see it.
Yep.
Like lunatics from the future.
2020.
From the year 2020. But he would lose his mind for her to spend $4.50. And even at that time, let's say she probably spent 50 cents, so 75 cents for let's say a cup of coffee was what, a nickel, a dime?
Yeah.
Couldn't be more than that.
No more than that, no.
Yeah,
no way.
if you multiply times 10, $1 for a cup of coffee, right? So a dime.
So she would have paid probably $1 for that equivalent.
Yeah,
at the time.
Yeah, for $5. Yeah,
easy.
No, times.
Oh no, it would have been 50 cents.
Yeah, 50 cents.
Yeah, just like 10 times. It's 9.55, I believe. He would have flipped.
Lost his mind.
Got that whole jar of Nescafe for 50 cents.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
you said, we can make 45 cups.
We can make 45 cups, sell it outside for a dime a piece. Make it for one cup of coffee that you spent down there for that little rotten manicotti kid. That little manicotti barista kid in there.
Man.
We're still not sure of the title of this, but we enjoy it. It's a quick little bit that we do. Just
we got the music.
Yes, that's the music.
And we have our announcer ready. We just have nothing for the announcer.
Yeah, we don't have anything for him to say yet. Or I'll have my other friend who did the second one. We'll have him do it either way. Either way,
we'll get some.
But yes, that's the new bit. Everybody,
hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, hopefully. Do you want to do?
We'll do our trivia, and then
let's see.
we're running along here.
Oh my goodness! Let me see.
Okay, Johnny, we have an option for you on the trivia.
Oh, I got an option.
You got an option.
Okay.
I have an address trivia question for you.
Okay.
Or I have another rapid fire, but the rapid fire is short. It's only three questions in the rapid fire.
I'm going to go rapid fire.
You want rapid fire?
Yes.
Okay. The topic of the rapid fire is get the clock ready.
Okay.
Secretaries.
Oh, this is not.
Or admins or receptionists, whatever they want to call them.
This is not going to be good.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
Oh God, go ahead.
All right, clock goes. Start. Mr. Marshall.
What's his secretary's name?
Yeah.
Susan.
No.
First letter.
E. It's her last name.
E?
E. Her last name. It only gives her last name. Miss.
Oh, I have no idea. If you say it, I'll maybe.
Miss Evans.
I would have
Mr. Peck and Mr. Tevin.
I would have never guessed that. You're a maniac.
All right, next one. Mr. Wilson from Stellar Employment Agency.
Hannah. I have no idea.
Miss Reynolds.
Miss Reynolds.
Send in Thelma.
Oh, my God.
Okay, and here, maybe get this one.
I'm not going to get
this.
this
This is the first
one.
name.
I'm not going to get this one.
Dick Gersh.
Helen.
No. It's a name they've used. They always use the same name.
First name? Initial? S. Susan?
No.
Sharon?
No.
Socrates?
No.
I have no idea. What is
Shirley.
it? Shirley. Oh, okay.
So that's this week. That was this week's rapid
You're
fire.
a maniac.
So I hope everybody got that out.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they all
did,
got
yeah.
it. Yeah. There are lunatics
They
out
got
there
well.
that probably know them. Yeah.
Gil got last week's.
Did he really?
Yes.
He got all of them?
He got all of them.
Oh. He may need some medication. All right. Listen, that is our episode. It went quick, I got to tell you.
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
a really, really quick episode. Episode number 27 in the books. I want to thank our Facebook groups that were both. Well, Louis you in there.
Yes, I did. I am actually on Facebook now.
Yep, Louis on Facebook.
Figured it out.
So if you want to, figure it out. If you want to follow him or
Don't ask me to be
with him.
friends because they're not getting a response.
Yeah.
I have one friend on Facebook, and he's sitting across from me.
So I want to thank some of the Facebook groups, of course. The one is the Honeymooners. Then, of course, the Honeymooners Raccoon Lodge.
Yes.
And the Honeymooners,
Great
the
stuff.
classic 39 episodes. And, of course, Brother Norton. We love him. His Honeymooners Trivia Podcast. Subscribe to it. It's a lot of fun.
Yes.
It's like listening to a show from the 50s.
Yeah. Good commercials
With
and
commercials, old school commercials. Really retro. Really cool.
Good stuff.
And then my other show is the Conti and Kenny Show, which we're on every Monday night on More Like Radio at 7 o'clock live. And if you're interested, you can get my DVD or CD right on CD Baby or iTunes. It's called Joe Conti Happiness. Or if you come see me at a show, I'll sell you the CD and a DVD. And I also have to sell you a DVD player or a CD player because nobody has them anymore. So
I'm waiting for it to come out on 8-track, baby.
Yes. I'm waiting for 3D DVDs. All right. Let's get out of here. Thank you, everybody, for giving us a listen. And we'll see you next time.
Night all.
Good night. Good
Thank
night.
you. Good night.
We'll have to do this again real soon.
How about tomorrow night?
This has been a non-productive media presentation. Executive producer Frank Hablawi. This program and many others like it on the Non-Productive Network is distributed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives license. Please share it, but ask before trying to change it or sell it. For more information, visit Non-Productive.com.
Hey folks, this is Frank from the Non-Productive Network, wishing all of you a happy birthday 2020. That's not what anybody says. A happy New Year from everyone here at Non-Pro. Yeah, that's it. In this new year, we need your help to make our network better than ever, just by answering a few questions. Go to non-productive.com/survey and tell us a little bit about what you want from our shows. And you can enter for a chance to win a fabulous thank you prize and, of course, get the opportunity to sound off about everything you think about our station. Once again, that's non-productive.com/survey, and thanks for all your support.
Testing, hot outbound call. 1, 2, 3, 4. You want to hear?
Are you ready?
Make the approach. Plant your feet firmly in the ground. Head down. Eyes on the ball. Relax. That's it. Get your left arm straight. Your right arm straight. Relax. Lower your right shoulder. Go!
The Honeymooners Podcast, the only podcast that is all about the greatest show of all time. With the stars, Joe Conti and Louis Fatts.
Welcome, fellow raccoons and members of the Women's Auxiliary. What's happening, all you Hurricanes, Bensonhurst Bombers, and all you Morris Finks of the world? You're listening to the Honeymooners podcast with me, Joe Conti, and yeah, that's me, right?
You're Joe Conti.
Okay, yeah.
Last time I
And
looked.
my pal Louis Fats.
Look what you did to my car.
The only discussion-based podcast all about the greatest show of all time. We record in the Non-Productive Studios in Clifton, New Jersey. Subscribe to the show wherever you get your podcasts. And if you're on the iTunes, give us a 5-star rating and leave a positive review because we're going to read them. And our home base is the Non-Productive site. That's non-productive.com/honeymooners. And don't forget to like our Honeymooners podcast Facebook page. And we are now on Twitter. I set up a Twitter account because a few people were asking about getting on Twitter. Yeah. So it's the Honeymooners podcast if you look it up, or if you go to @TheHoneymooner1. I think it's the Honeymooner one. But if you put the Honeymooners podcast, you will find it.
Right.
And follow us, and then we'll follow you back. But how you doing, Lou?
I'm doing good, Joe. It's number 41.
41,
Tom
yes.
Seaver.
Tom Seaver.
41.
Very good. Yeah, that's right. Very good. Number 41. And listen, we had so much fun the last episode.
Yeah,
like
it was
just
good.
taking, doing the whole my aching back.
Yes.
And we were just discussing this beforehand. We can't do that all the time.
We'd love to, but we can't. Joe's going to explain to you why we can't.
There's 39 episodes,
Right.
and we can't just do a full episode every time because then we're going to start looking for stuff within an episode, and sometimes it'll be like we're like trying too hard, you know? And we'll kind of run out of episodes, so to speak.
like we're at 41 now. We would have been off the air 2 weeks ago. So.
Yeah, they would have already went to the Charlie Chan movie. But yeah, we're definitely going to do that on occasion. And it was, what was great about it? It wasn't even planned. It was
no, it wasn't. That was
we came in, we had some topics, and then you were like, "Look at all this stuff I got for here." I'm like, "Let's just go with it."
Go with it,
yeah. And we're gonna do a little. We're gonna dive into an episode today a little bit. You know, nothing crazy.
Not crazy, not start to finish, but we will. There may be a big chunk of this podcast
Yeah, I
today.
think so, yes.
This one particular episode.
This one particular episode. But before we even get started, I want first of all thank you everybody on Facebook and the guys that are just the usual suspects like Norm and Ira and these lunatics.
Yeah.
The ideas that they give us, I mean, they're just great, and the feedback is phenomenal. But I wanted to read one of the reviews that we've gotten on iTunes, and it's called "Hitting the High Note." And 5 stars, thank you. Fantastic podcast. Joe and Lou do a great job breaking down the classic 39. Well, maybe not that much, but very entertaining, and it makes you discover things about the honeymooners you never realized. Thank you. And I would say who it is, but...
FCC requirements.
Yeah, well, we're a clean show, and the person's name is filthy, so we can't say the name. But we appreciate it. All right, we definitely appreciate you chiming in and leaving a review. So please leave reviews and don't forget to follow us on Facebook and do all that kind of stuff.
We had a lot of good comments last week, Joe, about last week's show.
They loved it, and it was fun. It was fun to listen to.
We never get up to. We're up to like 15 comments on Facebook. We never get that high.
Yeah.
And so we appreciate everybody that took the time.
Absolutely.
And it seemed like they really liked last week's show.
Yes. It was good.
It was good.
Yeah.
That was like an ad-lib show for us. Maybe that was
yes.
That was our spontaneity.
Spontaneity. All right. What I wanted to start out with, it's more of a discussion that I wanted to talk about, this one little part.
Yeah.
And it's from Here Comes the Bride.
Here Comes the Bride. Great episode.
We discussed how it was Gleason was on fire.
He was
on
just top of the world.
His
on that
lines, everything. He was just on. He was just on top of it, right? So we all know what happens, and when Stanley comes to the house to meet them, and then him and Agnes see each other, and they fall right back in love.
Yes.
And I'm going to play the little thing, and we'll discuss what my I don't know, not an observation.
Yeah, the whole show's out.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. But here we go.
Come in.
Here comes Stanley.
Stanley!
Agnes, sweetheart.
I knew this would happen if you just saw each other.
Yeah, did you?
Oh, Stanley, I'm so happy. I never should have left you, not even for a minute. Can you ever forgive me?
Forgive you? It was all my fault, darling one.
Darling
I
one.
should never have talked the way I did, sweetheart. I never should have listened to Ralph.
Alice's face is great.
Yeah.
Well,
Her reaction
that's
sounds
all
great.
past now, sweet face. We're
Sweet
together
face.
again, and that's what counts.
Stanley,
counts.
what was that you just said about listening to Ralph?
I never should have listened to him, Alice. The other night at the bachelor party, he was telling me I should lay the law down about moving in with Agnes's mother and father, and that I should let Agnes know right away.
Right away.
That I was king of the castle and
Boss
and
of the
boss
family.
of the family.
Yeah,
How
you sound like a
dare
real
he
boss.
interfere like that?
Oh, I knew it couldn't be Stanley's fault. It's all your husband's fault, Alice.
Oh, just wait until he gets home.
No, he's a beast.
I love that. He's a beast. Okay. All right, so we all know the scenario. We all know what happens. Ralph comes in and tries to pretend that he's the boss of the house to make Agnes think that all men are like that. Here's my thing. Why is it not Stanley's fault?
That's the question.
Really?
Wait, come on, Stanley.
I mean, listen, you could say, Ralph, I can't believe you told him that.
Yeah.
But he didn't force him.
No.
He didn't have pictures of Stanley with another woman.
No.
And was going to make him, he didn't make him do anything.
No.
Stanley's his own man.
Yeah, but I mean, Stanley's a little on the mousy side.
Yeah.
But
I knew this wasn't Stanley's fault. This is all your husband's fault. Listen, Ralph was out of line, all that, but nobody forced Stanley Saxon to do that. So obviously he had a little bit in him where he might have been a little frustrated.
Wait a minute. Yeah, this sounds good. This sounds pretty good. I don't
Yeah.
feel like the mouse I always am.
Yeah, except he's by himself during his honeymoon. He's like, you know what? I don't think this was the right thing. I think I made a mistake here. But just the way she just said that, and nobody thinks anything of it. Like, oh, wait a minute. Did Ralph like put a bullet right through your hat?
Yeah, like through the hat.
Right through the hat.
Through the hat.
So I just thought that was a very interesting point.
Another thing too in that scene. Second time, there's 4 chairs at the table.
Second time.
Remember we said the first time we thought this was the only scene where with Norton and Pierre Francois Delabriaski.
Right.
This is the second time there's 4 chairs.
And so where is the chair when they're
It's
not
got to be hiding in the top pan drawer.
Of course it is. I mean, that's why the drawer's so hard to open. There's a chair stuck in there. But that's great. So apparently the chair, maybe they put the radio on the chair.
No, it could be in the corner.
The radio that we've never seen.
Yeah, I can't even play the radio.
Yeah.
Can't play because it doesn't exist.
Yes. So that was my own little
dusty out in that hall.
I even know when I'm like, oh boy, I got to cough.
And I'm watching him cough, and I can't wait to get it out. Like, hurry up, finish with that cough.
Yes. So that's our first little thing there. From Here Comes the Bride.
A great episode.
Just really is.
She really does a good job. Agnes,
yeah, to play this exaggerated, over the top, upset, crying, dramatic,
very dramatic.
She was great.
Very dramatic.
Absolutely great.
Really good.
All right, now we're gonna go to one of both of our top 3, Funny Money.
Oh God, Funny Money.
Yeah,
you can't go wrong with anywhere in Funny Money. Just pick something out.
Just pick something out.
It's great.
And then just play it. And then be like, that was brilliant.
That was
we don't
brilliant.
Even have to say anything.
We can have a half-hour discussion.
Yes.
On Ralph smoking his cigar.
Yeah. So this is when he first finds the money.
Right.
And Officer Grogan comes in.
Yes.
And this is what we want to play. Here it is. Just a refresh.
Absolutely murder. All you like, you're beefing and screaming.
Get the joke
When
in
is
here.
my ship coming in? When is my ship going to come in? Well, here it is, the Queen Mary.
Great joke.
Good laugh.
Man? Oh, hi, Grogan. Anything wrong?
There's nothing wrong, Cramden. I'm just collecting for the annual children's party at the youth center. I suppose I can put you down for the usual buck, huh?
Hardy har har. Here you are, Grogan.
Cramden, this bill. It's 100.
That's right.
And there's more where that came from.
Kids need any more, just let me know. I'd be glad to help out.
Gee, thanks, Crampton. Thanks a lot. Here's your receipt.
Keep it yourself.
Thanks again.
All right, Grog.
I love when he calls him Grog.
Not Officer Grog.
Yeah, first when he comes in, it's not Officer Grogan. It's like, hey, Grogan.
Grogan, like
he treats cops and doctors all the same.
Everybody's
Very
the same.
pushy.
They're neighborhood people.
Yeah. Regular folks. Regular folks. Now, I've had something that I've had it in my notes for a while.
Oh yeah, we talk about this before every show.
Before we ever show, and I don't think we've ever discussed
20.
it. And but I thought it was on one of the Facebook discussions on our page, and I think it was one of our regulars that mentioned that Grogan, being a cop, should have noticed that this was a counterfeit bill.
Especially coming from Ralph.
Yeah. And he's holding like
he's
11.
looking at it and he's feeling
he's
it
holding
and
like $2,000. Like,
Yeah.
shouldn't he be like, where'd you get all that money? You're a bus driver. But doesn't question it. Doesn't question it. So when I read that, I said, you know what? That's a great point. And it made me want to even bring up the thing that I've been wanting to talk about for a while. And here it is. When Grogan, in his snide remark, says, put you down for the licks his finger, licks the pen, pencil, your usual buck. And hardy. Yeah, that's almost $10.
That's $10.
If he's been giving $10 every time for the kids' use thing.
This is 1/6.
It's 1/6 of his weekly paycheck. He could go. He might as well pay it to a church. That's about what you pay to the church. You pay 10% to your church, and he gives them the down for your usual buck.
Now let's also get here. He gives them 100, which is equivalent to $1,000.
$1,000.
Apparently, between 900, whatever the inflation calendar you're using.
Yeah, exactly. It's between 900 and
it's not. Say 950. We'll go in the middle.
All right,
so
in the middle.
You know what kind of party you could have put together for these kids for $950?
They could have been at the Taj Mahal.
Really? They could have been at the Continental Room.
The Colonnade.
Well, the little kids could have had demi-tasse and small cups of black coffee.
Welcome to the Colonnade. We got a party of 66. Yes. Are they all couples? No, they're all 11-year-olds. So that's what I thought. I just thought, wow, man, he's breaking his chops about $1.
Today, if somebody was collecting from you today and you gave them $10, that's a lot. I won't give anybody $10.
No,
Throw them a couple of dollars, $5, maybe a $5.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even want to spend that kind of money on equipment to do this show. Okay. All right. Now, and what I want to do real quick before we get into the next segment, I want to do the new bit that we've been doing. And where is it? Here we go. Sounds familiar.
Yeah.
The Honeymooners podcast presents.
I wouldn't send a night out on a dog like this. Don't you get it? I wouldn't send a night out on a dog.
No, I don't get it. I don't think it's funny.
Jokes that didn't get the love that they deserved. All right.
I heard him.
Yes, you heard him.
Don't cut her off there, John.
Sorry. Yeah, the best part of it.
Yeah, really.
Unbelievable.
That's right on her tongue.
Yeah. So we've done a few of these so far where they're jokes that we think they're fine jokes.
Yeah, good jokes.
And they just don't get anything.
Nothing.
Or very, very little.
Very little.
And
Very
they're
little.
just not what we
something
think they should get.
Right.
And here is one from
Funny Money.
Funny Money. And it's the very beginning. I even played the little music in the beginning. Here we go. Ominous music.
Yes. Something sinister going on in there.
This stuff is terrible.
It's the paper, boss. We don't stand a chance. The government takes all the good stuff.
It gets nothing. That's a great joke.
Great line.
You know what I mean? Like, hey, the government gets all the good stuff.
I mean,
like, there's not there's no other stuff. It's just what the government makes.
Yeah. And it's
That's
like, I mean, it's not a side splitter. You're not gonna be your eyes aren't gonna be tearing.
No, you're not gonna be like, who's that August Gunther guy? I want to go watch him perform. But it's a funny joke.
Goes from making donuts to making counterfeit money.
Now we know where he got the money to get his business going.
Actually, he was making the money first before he went into the donut business.
That's right.
It's the second episode.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we know where he lent that money to. Apparently, to his brother. But I just thought, wow, that's a really good joke.
Yeah, good joke.
And it got nothing.
Nothing. And then we talked before, Joe.
Yes.
About where the joke comes from.
Yep.
Now it's coming from. We don't know his name. We're going to call him August Gunther. It's coming from August Gunther, and we think the audience doesn't anticipate something funny coming out of a tertiary character,
especially at that moment, because you think about it, it's the beginning, right? Everybody's, I mean, they're watching it live.
Yeah,
it's not on live television, obviously, but they're watching it live. Yep. Say you're watching a play, and it's ominous music. Yep. It's three people you have no idea who they are,
and you're trying to figure out basically what they're doing.
You don't know
what they're doing yet.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of work.
Yeah,
it's a lot of work for the audience. It sounds corny, but it's true. And they're like, "Oh, well, okay, this is terrible." Is that money?
Yeah, like
that's money.
And they're like, "Where's Ralph? Where's Ed?" Are they waiting for them to okay, you've been on 2 minutes already. Where's Gleason? Where's Carney?
Yeah, where are the stars? Exactly. But yeah, so they might not be ready to react as a joke. Yep. And obviously, I mean, it's not like it's not the Moose joke by Woody Allen.
No,
I mean, but it's a good joke.
It's a good joke.
And it's one of the first things they say.
Yep.
So yeah, you can understand that. Sure. But sometimes, you're just thinking they're just waiting for Ralph or Ed to Ralph to do something wacky or Ed to just say something
off the wall,
mean or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Mean to Ralph.
Yeah.
All right. So why don't you just tell them what you told me, what you were doing, and how you got to this.
With this?
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right. I was looking for... This is
we should just end this and then do another episode.
Because it's going to take up the rest. Jesus. Helen Hurdle.
Okay.
Major character.
Yeah.
I mean, we tune in to see Helen Hurdle.
Helen Hurdle,
okay,
yes.
Now, I asked Joe, I said, Joe, is Helen Hurdle the Mambo lady? The lady on the far right, the spastic one?
Yes.
What did you say, Joe? The one that
looks like she's running up to a cliff and then she walks back to a cliff. Like she's, oh boy, I'm too far.
I'm not
she's
going
back. Yeah. Like she's about to fall and then she goes back. It's like so bad.
So if anybody out, this is like your homework assignment. If you think this is the same lady, let us know. If you think it's a different lady, let us know that. So,
yeah, do that for sure.
We were just trying to figure, is that the same lady?
Right. Is that the same lady where on the left side of the screen when Holler and Hurdle is yelling at Ralph, and then she gives that, and then goes,
go in the car, Helen.
Right. Exactly.
This is Doug Hurdle's trophy wife.
Yeah.
About 30 years younger than him.
Yeah, exactly. I know.
She married a judge. She doesn't care.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't care what he looks like. I don't care if he looks like Uncle Leo.
She's just in it for the $250, the $25 gift card. Exactly.
So it's also a funny thing with her in this scene is that you want to play something, Joe?
No. I'm sorry. I was just getting ready.
In the scene where they walk into the room and Hurdle walks into the room and is this the man who gets the award?
Right.
Where is she? Is she still in the car?
She's parking the car.
She's in the car. He probably let her stay in the car, Helen, and she took it literally. She stayed in the car.
She stayed in the car from an hour before. She just wouldn't get out of the car. Yeah. She locked herself in the convertible, and the top was down.
We're supposed to introduce this as. Go ahead, introduce this as.
Yes, I'm sorry.
The observation.
Yeah.
And now, from the observation deck overlooking the Johnson Building at 328 Chauncey Street, the Honeymooners podcast presents Louis' Observations.
And this whole thing is going to be the Louis' observations, like 7 observations in a row.
All I did was go looking to see if Helen Hurdle was the same lady as the Mambo lady, and I came up with all these.
Then you're trying to find the whereabouts of Helen Hurdle. You know what? Stay in the car so we don't get a $50 ticket. I don't have to lecture you afterwards.
Okay, the other one. This scene in here is the actual car accident.
Okay.
The screeching of, if you were an insurance guy, one of the insurance investigators, and you heard this screech with the measuring the burnt rubber skid mark in the road, you'd
Right.
say, "Well, Mr. Cramden, you had to be going 170 miles an hour."
Yes, and I'm amazed that you survived the crash.
You just put a scratch on Hurdle's car. And
I know.
and you dented Freddie's fender.
Freddie Fender.
Yeah,
by
Freddie
the way.
Fender. Yeah, by the way. Yeah.
Freddie Fender. That's where he came up with the name. I don't know if you guys knew that.
God. That was one of the, and then Ralph's great line of, "Where is she? She's been dressing in there for 3 hours and a half."
3 hours and a half.
Like, what? Who says that?
I know. I wonder if that's kind of a flub, or was that just
the way he said it?
the way he
That's
said
just the way he said it. You know, I guess there's things.
But
the way you
I'm
say
dressing
things.
for 3 hours and a half.
Yeah.
It's probably easier to say 3 hours,
yeah.
and then throw the half in, and 3.5
Half
hours.
hours, probably.
Especially when, because if you think about it, he's flustered.
Yeah, he's
kind of like the
yeah, like the top
hand, chest pan, draw.
He's
right.
flustered. He could.
So he's flustered.
Yeah, he could have flubbed that.
Could have flubbed it a little
Which
bit.
would have been good for us.
Yeah,
Would've
yeah,
gave us some more
absolutely.
material.
Yeah. So,
and there's two visuals in here. We'll talk about them, but obviously they're visuals,
And we're gonna definitely do them.
And Joe said, well, next time we're gonna go back live,
We're
gonna definitely do these two. And it's the everybody knows the scene. It's the the awkward moment of the handshake with the photographer when they're ready to before he
weird.
snaps the picture. And
So
it's
weird.
Just strange.
Because Charlie, you calling him Charlie.
Well, Charlie. His name's Charlie.
Oh, it is Charlie in there,
in
too?
the episode. It's Charlie. Yeah, he's Charlie in the episode.
Oh, I thought you were calling him Charlie from Charlie Raises Dogs.
No, he's Charlie in
that's
this
him.
episode. Yeah,
He's
that's
Charlie
him
and
too. Yeah,
everything.
same guy. Yeah,
Yeah. It's the same guy and the same character.
Oh, yeah,
name.
he doubles as a photographer.
Yeah,
on the side.
he's a dog raiser and a photographer, and he's a phone guy.
The guy who took pictures of Marilyn Monroe.
And took Marilyn Monroe. Yeah, yeah. Really? You took Marilyn Monroe pictures?
Then you take a picture of Ralph Cramden.
Yes.
So that's an awkward moment. That handshake.
Well, because what happens is he says, "Would you like to get in what type of picture?
Yeah, how would you like
want?"
to set the picture? He's asking
And
Ralph to set the picture.
they're about to go, and then Ed Norton just for some reason just leans over and shakes his hand, and then Ralph is like, "Oh, I better shake his hand."
And it looks like a Gleason moment where he's saying, "Wait a minute, because he's screwing up everything." Right. Wait a minute, was I supposed to shake his hand here? So he
awkwardly cuts in front of Alice and shakes his hand.
and then meanwhile Charlie's still talking while this is all going on.
Right,
So
right.
He's like, what the hell is going on here?
Yes.
And then of course the one I don't know if we could describe it. The one where Ralph at the end with Hurdle.
When after the crash, when he goes, there's never a policeman when you need it.
One, right? He walks away and then he says, and then
He goes,
Ed Norton, Joe.
Well, Ralph goes, what do we need a cop for? And he kind of gives him the slap. And I noticed this, and Louis noticed it. You look at Art Carney right behind him. He does this weird gyration type of thing with his hands, because he's like he's, you know what he's like? A guy in the batter's box swinging with the guy. You know what I mean? Like you're in the batter's box, not the batter's box. You're in the
on-deck circle.
On-deck circle.
He's swinging with the
You're
guy,
swinging
timing
with
the
guy.
pitch.
Right,
trying to time the pitch.
He noticed, and he was kind of trying to do the same thing. It's like, dude, you're not touching the guy.
But it's the gyration is
it's
great because you know
so
why?
funny.
Our eyes, like we said, this is the whole essence of our show. Basically, is like watching what we're not supposed to be watching.
Right.
And your eyes are on Ralph and Hurdle.
Exactly.
And what Ralph's doing is great. It's funny.
Of course.
It's great the way he does it in that Gleason style that
Absolutely.
only Gleason could do. And then Carney's behind him doing this gyration.
It's almost like he's doing an impression of what Gleason did.
Yeah, he's like mimicking Gleason in a little different way.
Right, but you think that it's Ed Norton trying to kind of be part of it. You know, he's like, like him gyrating is going to make Hurdle feel less upset. You know what I mean? Just absolutely hilarious.
Oh, great! We're the show when we do our live. We're going to.
We got to do that. For
watch
sure.
it, you guys. If you have it, if you want to go on YouTube and watch it, or if you have it taped or whatever,
yeah,
you got to watch the scene. It's great. It's great. It's great.
Yes.
Here's another talking point, Joe.
Okay.
When the thing with the dresses,
right?
And of course, they both have the same dress on, and blah blah blah, and whoever says it to one another, you're not going to let, you're going to mean to tell me you're going to let 14 years of, that's it. He says, you're meaning to tell me you're going to let 14 years of friendship, over a dress?
Right.
So the whole thing is now 14 years of friendship. So now, Alice and Ralph are married probably 14 years.
Yes.
So here's the question: like, when did they meet the Nortons?
You would think it's when they moved in there.
But
and then, of course, it becomes the inconsistency soup that this show is.
Because if they're married for 14
years,
they're only living there for 8.
Because the six of
most
the most miserable years
they were spent with Alice's mother and father.
It's
but it's great. It's fodder. It's fodder.
Of course,
it's great.
I mean, if we were two people who didn't like the show and we were trashing it, then you'd be like, these guys are jerks.
Yeah,
but this
is it. And even our good friend Ted, who runs the Odd Couple podcast.
Yes, the Odd Couple
if you guys are
podcast.
going to listen to it, look for 1049 Park podcast.
Yep.
Okay, don't look for the Odd Couple because you're going to get these two guys that do sports
Oh,
podcast.
that's right. Yeah.
So look for 1049, and they were talking about also in the Odd Couple the inconsistencies, and it's massive in the Odd Couple,
and it's
massive.
more because they had 200
and something episode,
Right.
212 or 214, whatever it was. But it's also the inconsistencies. So and it just makes for good inconsistency makes for good comedy.
Absolutely,
It just makes for good
it's so
comedy.
funny. But do you want to? Since I almost have it right to it. Do you want to have them with the sound that they make? I could play it real quick.
Oh yeah, that could be a what you call it though. We could save that for a joke.
Oh yeah, that's true. Okay. Yep.
Let's put that in the top pan
dress pan draw. Leave it there. Yeah. We
podcast.
should have like a top pan dress pan.
draw.
You know what? For the next video show that we do, we should have like behind one of us, or Frank will put another camera,
Right.
and have just a draw.
Yes.
With like all this stuff in it, like a picture of a draw with all this different
now,
stuff in there.
Talking about this episode again.
Okay. Back to the safety award.
Right. You just mentioned the top pan dress pan draw.
Yeah.
Remember when Norton asked Ralph for the handkerchief for,
Yes.
for his new sport jacket?
Right.
And he says, for showing, not blowing?
Right.
He goes, yeah, it's in the drawer. It's in the top pan, right pan drawer.
That's right. It's on the right side.
On the right. And then Ralph said to him, it's in the drawer. Norton goes right over to the right drawer, because I guess that's where the handkerchiefs are.
Right,
And
right.
everything,
Obviously,
everything else is in the left.
Yes, on the left-hand side.
Dress pan
Yeah.
drawer.
Well, obviously the prop guy put it on that side, and that's where our Carney had to go and get it.
So it's the first appearance of the right-hand drawer.
The right-hand dress pan
drawer.
Unbelievable.
So, Joe, you think this next thing called a flub?
Oh, yeah. Let's do that.
Let's do that. Okay.
Yes. I'm going to do that because I think it's a great well, I'm just going to play it. Plus we get to hear it.
Plus we get to hear the song again that we like.
Yeah.
And now, the Honeymooners podcast presents
It's not in the top hand dress pan drawer.
the flub of the week.
You know what? Even if we run out of flubs, I'm playing that
play it anyway.
and we'll do
We'll
like
say
there's
we
no
have
flub.
we don't have one
We
this
don't have
week.
any flub. Just so I can hear top hand dress pan draw.
Go ahead.
Now I'm going to get it real quick. I want to get.
You want
to
to play it? And
Yeah,
then we'll talk about it.
I'll be able.
Play it.
Well, you
Then we'll talk
set
about
it up because I'm going to.
It's when Ralph's doing his acceptance speech,
Right.
and he's talking to Judge Hurdle, and Judge Hurdle seems to have like this. He's like Ralph's like serious, and Hurdle's like looking at him with this dumb, like grinning look on his face.
He couldn't stop laughing.
He even used to do the same face as Uncle Leo.
Yeah. I
guess he enjoyed the.
Yeah,
he really
he's a
enjoyed
real
the
method
show.
actor. This guy. He's a real method actor. I'll tell you.
I was wearing my reading glasses instead of my regular glasses. So the accident is
I don't care. I
my
want to hear
fault.
this.
And to keep the record straight, I'm fining myself $50.
Don't forget the 50-minute lecture.
Almost like TKO'd him in that.
What a great hit.
Brandon, it gives me real.
So you want to hold off? Let's.
Yeah, we'll just. The thing about we just want to say about the $50. You know, we went back to the put you down for the usual buck.
Yeah, for the usual buck. Yeah. So he fines people $50. That's almost $500. For like what? A parking ticket?
$500.
Just off the, just no matter what. You know what? This guy, yep, he's known for his $50 tickets and 50-minute lectures. $500. And obviously, they did it because 50's a good number and goes in with the 50-minute lecture.
Right. You couldn't say like students for his $10 fines and 10-minute lectures.
Like,
doesn't cut. It just doesn't.
It's not exaggerated enough.
No, it doesn't cut.
It's not exaggerated enough.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. But now we're going to get into the actual flub. Because when Ralph does his speech.
Pleasure to present to you this award as the year's safest bus driver.
It's laughing.
Boy, Ralph, good boy in there. Thank you.
boy in there.
May I say thank you very much in presenting me with this award. I know that I am not worthy of it, but still I would wish to accept it on behalf of all the other bus drivers in the country who drive. Glad to see that people realize that a bus driver hasn't got an easy job of it, and that the safety of the public is always the uppermost thing in their mind.
Safety. It turned into a 12-syllable word.
Yeah, all of a sudden he sounded like he was Egyptian or something. The safety. It's almost like he was thinking of the word literally
and safe.
Because safety.
Yeah, safety. Yeah, safety.
But if you look at it, it's safe with an E. Safety. But it's safety.
Safety.
It's never safety.
Safety, and they've been saying safety throughout the whole episode.
This is a great find. Yeah. I've never seen that.
Safety of the public.
That is great. We got to play it again. Let them hear it again. The safety.
All the other bus drivers in the country who drive.
You have to show that to them.
Yes.
Glad to see that people realize that a bus driver hasn't got an easy job of it, and that the safety of the public is always the uppermost things in their mind.
What a great find, Louie.
Yeah,
oh, my God.
Safety.
The safety.
Oh, give me one of those safety pins.
Oh, that is great.
Oh, God. Oh, man.
Oh, let me see. We are.
What do we got here? We've been just rolling along.
Wow, 32 minutes.
Oh, perfect.
Perfect.
We could wrap it. And...
Absolutely. What a great way to end it.
Yeah.
With a hilarious flub that I've never, ever seen.
Okay.
And the visual on that we're going to do. That's another.
There's actually 3 visuals from here we're going to show.
3 from just this episode.
Three tremendous visuals.
Yeah. All of them tremendous in their own right.
Yeah, in their own right.
But absolutely.
Yeah. When we go back live, we're going to have to do it. Oh, my goodness.
All right.
All right, so Joe, you want to wrap it up with a trivia?
Yes.
You got anything else? Anything else you want to
No, okay. I think, listen, I love the fact that we are, what do you call it, finishing with that, because that is just absolutely great. So, here we go. Hiya, Herb Norris.
Thank you, Tom.
Is it Tom?
Tom, the announcer, Freddie Muller.
Freddie Muller's Tom?
Tom, yeah. That's the one you couldn't get on the other, the 4 Toms, remember? The other question?
That's right.
The 4 Toms.
4 Toms.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. What do you got for me?
All right, here we go. All right, from the Happy Handy Housewife Helper episode.
Oh, boy.
Now, they were stored in a warehouse.
Right.
Where was the warehouse?
I'm making the same motion as
like as
the
Mr.
guy.
Parker.
Mr. Parker, yeah. Mr. Parker.
Okay, right. Fingers on the chin. Eyes looking skyward, scratching the side of his head by his sideburn. Hint?
I'm going to guess...
One hint?
The Bronx.
Got it.
Was it the Bronx?
Yes.
Oh,
wow.
And that's all he said, right? He didn't say anything else. He didn't say anything specific, like 203rd Street in the Bronx.
No. He just said he's got a warehouse. They're in a warehouse up in the Bronx.
Up in the Bronx.
It's always up in the Bronx.
It's always up in the Bronx.
Up in the Bronx. It's
down in Brooklyn.
Down in Brooklyn, up in the Bronx, and all the way to Canarsie. All right?
Oh, that is great. Wow, I got it now. I was worried about that one. All right. Well, listen, everybody. Thank you. Thank you again for listening. Episode number 41 in the books. I want to thank everybody who listens. Thank you, all you guys on Facebook. And now, hopefully, more of you on Twitter. It's the Honeymooners Podcast on Twitter. And, of course, the Facebook group, the Honeymooners Raccoon Lodge.
Yes.
And don't forget Brother Norton, who runs the Honeymooners Raccoon Lodge. Him and Joy. His Honeymooners Trivia Podcast, he does two of them. One, he puts out like once every other month, the Honeymooners Trivia Podcast, and then he does the Honeymooners Thursday Trivia Podcast, which is just one question. It's like a 2-minute podcast, but it's fun, and it's one question. So you got 2 minutes for your you can give towards Brother Norton.
Yes.
And don't forget my show, the Conti and Kenny Show. We're on every Monday night at 7 o'clock on More Like Radio. You can download the shows, subscribe, same as you do with this show. And my first DVD that I ever made, CD, comedy CD, it's called Joe Conti Happiness, and it's on like Amazon and iTunes and all those things. And I think that's it.
That's it, Joe.
Right?
You know what? I'm going to save the Nutsy story for our next episode.
Oh, great.
Yes.
That is great. I'm just glad my wife doesn't listen to this.
Yeah, real.
That's the tease for next week. You're like, why would he care?
This is a different. We gave you in one Nutsy story with a real Nutsy,
where we kind of knew somebody who knew somebody who knew Nutsy. Yes,
the real Nutsy. This is another Nutsy story.
Another Nutsy story.
We're going to keep you in suspenders until next week.
That I don't want my wife to know.
And
okay, good.
She won't.
She'll listen to this. She'll listen to anything I do. All right. Thank you, everybody, and we'll see you next time.
Night all.
Good night. Good night.
you. Good night.
We'll have to do this again real soon.
How about tomorrow night?
This has been a non-productive media presentation. Executive producer Frank Hablawi. This program and many others like it on the Non-Productive Network is distributed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives license. Please share it, but ask before trying to change it or sell it. For more information, visit non-productive.com.
Testing, hot out, brown cow. 1, 2, 3, 4. You want to hear?
Are you ready?
Make the approach. Plant your feet firmly in the ground. Head down. Eyes on the ball. Relax. That's it. Get your left arm straight. Your right arm straight. Relax. Lower your right shoulder. Go!
The Honeymooners Podcast, the only podcast that is all about the greatest show of all time. With the stars, Joe Conti and Louis Fatz.
Welcome, fellow raccoons and members of the Women's Auxiliary. What's happening, all you Hurricanes, Bensonhurst Bombers, and all you Emmett Kellys of the world? You're listening to the Honeymooners Podcast with me, Joe Conti, and my pal, Louis Fatz.
Yeah, I know what a corporation is. When a person or group of persons duly authorized to sell, distribute shares, become a valid intention of the stockholders grouping about together with those shares with the intention of selling those shares comes to an equal interest there. Woo.
I'll buy one share. I'll buy a stock. I don't know. The only discussion-based podcast all about the greatest show of all time. We record in the Non-Productive Studios at 328 or 728 Chauncey Street in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn. Subscribe to the show wherever you get your podcasts, and if you're on iTunes, give us a 5-star rating and leave a positive review. There's a flub.
One of those two.
Because we'll read them right on the air.
Yeah.
Our home base is non-productive.com/honeymooners. And also like our Honeymooners podcast Facebook page. And follow us on Twitter. And if you want to leave us a voicemail, call the number 240-442-2635. Leave a voicemail, and if it's up to snuff, we'll play it on the show.
Yeah.
And you can email us at
bangzoom1956@gmail.
What's going on, Lou?
Joe, number 71. We have a 71 here. Alex Karras. I think a lot of everybody knows who Alex Karras is. Okay, played with the Lions. 50,
Punched a horse.
Yeah, punched a horse as Mongo.
Also was father in Webster.
Adopted Webster. I think he adopted. And
yeah, we think so.
Yeah, he played with the Lions. 58 through 70. He was suspended for the 63 season because he owned like a bar and there was gambling going on. And
oh, really?
Yeah, like this was like pre-Joe Namath stuff. But yeah, so that would happen in 60. But he was also a professional wrestler. 4-time Pro Bowler, 9-time first or second team All-Pro. So
wow,
great career.
He played in 58.
58.
Wow,
yeah, 58 to 70.
He must have started because he wasn't like because in Blazing Saddles that was 74.
Yeah.
So he wasn't he wasn't an old guy by any means.
No.
He probably must have been just because I think he was retired. Right, he's done with football.
Done with football. It's 1970.
And then he started going into wrestling.
No, he was actually a wrestler before that. He was a wrestler during his career.
Really?
Early. He was even going to skip football just to be going to skip football.
Skip the football.
And be a wrestler. He was
Oh, wow.
Actually, in a decent movie. Well, I guess it's decent. With Alan Alda. It's called Paper Lion. I don't know if you ever seen that.
No,
It's
I love
actually
Alan
based.
Alda.
Yeah, well, it's actually based. Oh, he was an awful football player. He's trying to play quarterback. He's actually George Plimpton wrote that book Paper Lion, and they made it into a movie with Alan Alda.
And Alan Alda was playing a football player.
No, he was playing George Plimpton, who was writing this piece, going through the tryout camp of the Detroit Lions.
Oh,
so it's interesting.
Wow.
It's actually interesting.
Oh,
and
Paper
there's also,
Lion?
Paper Lion. There's also a documentary with Plimpton for the same thing, but they made a movie, and Karras is in the movie.
Oh, okay.
So it's called Paper Lion. You get
Nice.
on.
Yeah, Alex Karras. Very good.
So that's Alex Karras. Enough
That's
Alex
a
Karras.
good.
We got a lot. We got a lot.
We got a lot of stuff
got
to
a
do
lot of
today,
stuff
so
today.
we might as well get to it. First of all, we should mention our T-shirts are in.
Yeah.
The Honeymooners podcast T-shirts. You've probably seen it on the on our Facebook. As we speak, we're getting the page set up so people can order them, and we'll ship them out.
Yep.
But it looks like we're going to do $20 shipped to your house, everything included, $20, one-time fee, done.
Yeah. And if the guy asks for a tip, you just say, your hand is very dirty.
Your hand is very dirty. Your hand is very dirty. So hopefully by the time this comes out, it'll all be laid out.
Yeah.
And we want to get these shirts out because you guys are awesome, and we totally appreciate it. We know that you guys are just really supportive, and we really appreciate it.
It was just a logistics thing. We're trying to get through that.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that's
absolutely.
basically all it is. The
Absolutely.
shirts are there. They're printed. You saw Joe modeling them.
Yes.
I admit I got the particular build for this garment, for this particular garment. But
these guys are just
Oh,
they're
dude,
just-
the
our
comments-
regulars.
the
they're-
comments were
They're
hysterical.
just so great. They're so clever. They don't just put out they don't just like say a line.
Yeah,
They-
like a line,
They
yeah,
say a line with a meaning to it, or tweak it a bit, or
to fit the
just,
situation.
Oh, it's just
Great.
you guys
Yeah,
are great.
the
You
lines
really
are
are
great. The lines are
funny.
great.
Always funny. So, all right, we got a lot of stuff we got to do. We are going to start off with an older bit, but we did one a couple of episodes ago, and of course I have to look for it. And here we go. It's a bit we haven't done in a while, but here we go.
The Honeymooners podcast presents Whatever Happened To. The boys go deep into their shallow minds and try to imagine what would have happened to certain situations in the show if the episode had a to be continued or a part 2. Yeah, I know. Joe and Louie need real jobs. And now here's Whatever Happened To.
All right,
Yes,
thank you,
whatever happened to
Joe
him.
Fernandez.
Great Joe
Thank you.
Fernandez.
The great comedian Joe Fernandez with an S. Look him up. He's hilarious. Good friend too. Okay, so our Whatever Happened To. Now this is something that I think every Honeymooners fan has mentioned. I think every group has mentioned it, so we're not breaking any grounds here.
No.
But we just wanted to bring it up. And it's from A Dog's Life.
Dog's Life. Yeah.
And it's the end where Ralph goes to give the mutt back, and you got some kisser.
Got some kisser there.
Got some kisser there, and it really does show the soft side of the Ralph Cramden, and it's a wonderful scene. And then of course he goes in there, my dog. You're gonna put that my dog, and he comes out with 3 dogs. And Alice is like, "What are you doing with my dog?" And you see the new ones, and he leaves.
And he leaves. One with like 2 on a leash and 1 in his arms.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Apparently, 1 was too much to have an apartment. There's no backyard.
Yeah,
but 3 is
three's
okay.
fine.
Yeah, 3 is all right as long as it doesn't go into the audience.
Hey, Mr. Garrity will take one.
Yes, but of course the
Dusty out in that hall.
The whatever happened to is whatever happened to the dogs.
Exactly. I mean, it's not easy getting rid of dogs in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn, because everybody's in the same situation you are.
Yeah,
a little apartment.
Right. And let's face it, back in the day, maybe when me and Louie were kids, when somebody, when a parent said, listen, we can't have this dog, I'm going to go bring him in the country. My friend used to have a great joke. He goes, yeah, when he says we're bringing him to the country, it means we got on the turnpike, got to exit 6, and open the door and be like, goodbye.
There you go.
And which is terrible.
Awful.
But what are they doing, Bensonhurst, Brooklyn?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Nobody's taking these dogs.
Nobody's taking these dogs. Mrs. Manicotti ain't going to take the dog.
It's actually one of them sad ending ones. I mean, you're a dog lover. I'm a dog lover.
Yes.
And most of our people out there are dog lovers.
Of course.
We hate seeing that, like in the pound. And
and of
what's
course.
going to happen? Then he comes, they're going to be destroyed. And you're like, no. You're like, you're holding your face.
Yeah,
like,
people
no.
lose their minds.
Yeah.
Agreed. I understand why.
Yeah.
Even in a sitcom.
Yeah, in a sitcom.
In an imaginary world, people are like, what?
Yeah. Now, I believe Gleason was a dog lover.
I don't
I think
know.
He had dogs. He always had like a small dog with him. Down he was in Florida, I believe maybe somebody out there knows more than me. I guess you can write in.
I'm sure there's one or two.
Yeah, it is really. Oh, God.
But yeah, of course, it's whatever happened to the dogs, and we know everybody's disgusting.
We don't even know what happened to Lulu. Never mind these 3.
Yeah, exactly. I know there's dogs everywhere now. Whatever happened to Lulu?
Norton went to sleep. That was it. Trixie
Yeah,
went
that
and bought
was
her
it.
eggs. Norton was asleep.
At midnight, like we talked about last week, right?
week.
She's going around at midnight looking for eggs.
Yeah.
But so that's our little whatever happened to from A Dog's Life with the 3 dogs. Yeah, but to get the ball rolling here. All right. Our second thing of the show is there's no title for it. There's no bit for it. There's nothing. It's just one of Norton's great speeches. And ironically, this was something I wanted to do. And ironically, Louis was, not ironically, but coincidentally, Louis was, his intro was one of Norton's speeches.
Because we don't talk about what we're doing. It's like our show
we get here and then we go, all right, listen, this is what I want to do, and you're going to do that.
Right. It just happened to be that Joe was going to pick out my opening line of the corporation. Norton explaining a corporation.
Yeah. But my thing was one of Norton's great speeches, and Louis did one of Norton's other great speeches.
Where he's being very intelligent,
eloquent, very, very
regal,
regal, all of those things,
all those
exactly, all those things that Ed Norton you would never think he does,
but he does more than we realize.
More than we realize,
yeah,
exactly. But this is from Dial J.
Dial J
for janitor.
I mean, we don't need that part.
Yeah, just Dial J, of course.
Good enough.
And it's when Ralph decides he wants to be janitor, along with keeping his job, and Norton decides to give him the speech, and it's a great speech.
Wait a minute, Ralph. Well, I think your wife speaks words of wisdom. I think that at a time like this, you should just stop and give serious consideration to this before you assume these grave responsibilities. Now, do you realize all the long hours entailed in this job? Long hours that normally would be devoted to Alice and to your other friends and to recreational activities? True, there will be some financial reward or remuneraries. But if you realize that money is a mere nothing compared to the sacrifices you're going to make to this here job as janitor.
This here job.
Now, considering all of this, you still want to be janitor?
I certainly do.
Okay. Fix my pipes.
And Ralph throws in that Oliver Hardy line. I certainly do.
Oh, what
But what a great speech.
Oh, great speech.
The innumeraries.
Innumeraries.
Do you even know what he's supposed to say?
Innumeraries. Innumeraries, I believe the word is.
Innumeraries?
Innumeraries, yeah. And I don't even know if it fits in there.
Do you know what a numerary is?
Off the top of my head.
I mean,
no.
it sounds like like numerical.
Like something, I don't know, some outward thing that would benefit you in some way. I don't know. I have no idea. I never looked up innumeraries.
Numeraries.
Like I said, I don't even know if he's saying it right.
Yeah, I don't even think he's saying it right either.
I think the word is innumeraries.
Innumeraries.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna have to look that up and see what it is. It's got to be something to do with
Financial
finances.
something, like some kind of financial gain.
Something like that. Yeah, absolutely.
Like chattels or something.
What's a chattel? But what a great speech.
Oh, great.
Ed Norton.
Eloquent.
You know, the Art Carney. You know, and it's actually something probably Art Carney would have actually said.
Yeah.
You know, because he was a kind of a. You know, he was a fancy guy.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
was, yeah.
fancy. Well, you know what I mean by fancy. He wasn't a recluse by any means.
No.
He was a big drinker.
Yes.
But he wasn't like this crazy, hood guy.
No.
No.
Yeah,
he wasn't a Ken Lynch.
No.
And we'll get to that later.
Get that later. We'll hold on to that. We don't want to go off on a Ken Lynch tangent right now. That'll take an hour of our show.
We'll have to split this up into 2 episodes.
Part 1, part 2.
I do love it. And there's a couple more that he does.
Yep.
And they're just so great because they're out of left field.
Yeah, Joe, there's a lot more than we realize when he speaks using words that you wouldn't think.
Yes. Ed Norton would say.
Ed Norton thespian.
Well, it's kind of like their video, but it wasn't with Ed Norton. It was with Harry at the pool.
Oh, the pool room. Yeah.
What is it? What do we call it? When he was
like pontificating
about the examples
of like why can't get new members.
Right. I forgot what the video was called, but it's just great.
But they do pontificate. Those we covered that in that Harry episode. Those Brooklyn guys did pontificate like in the Damon Runyon type way. And they did pontificate. It just didn't sound right because you're saying with that accent, so it just sometimes doesn't sound like we say like he's trying to sound like William F. Buckley saying it and Ed Norton saying it. It could be saying the same thing. It's just not going to sound the same.
Like they say, you could take somebody from Alabama and have him say the same thing as somebody from Great Britain.
Yeah.
I don't care what the guy from Great Britain, I don't care what the guy from Alabama says, he's going to sound dopier.
Yeah,
it's just that Southern accent.
So
this is right in the middle.
It's in the middle.
Like literally in the middle and verbally in the middle of regal, British, and hillbilly from like from the he's right in the middle there
from Appalachia or something. Bensonhurst.
They just because you know what they were regular. They were regular guys for that time.
They were,
and
they're very typical.
They weren't total mooks.
No, not at all.
Not
at all.
Dummies.
Not at all. Because you get street smart.
Yes,
you do get street smart. That happens.
And Norton would always, and I think he was that first character that would be like Dopey, but then would have that moment of brilliance.
And
he would do that, and you see that in so many sitcoms. Yep. Coach, Woody.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many.
Yep.
That with the dumb neighbor or whatever, where all of a sudden, and all of a sudden they're like, wait a minute, they just came up with something that solved the whole thing. So. All from Ed Norton.
Remember, you were wrong last night.
Yeah.
So
exactly. Remember last night you were wrong. Yeah, exactly. Like
he was like
Ed Norton was the voice of reason at some times.
Well, he was level-headed.
Yeah, that's true.
Compared with Ralph, who's
anything but level-headed.
From level-headed, and you have Norton, who is actually level-headed.
Right. Little dopey, but
level-headed. Didn't fly off the handle ever.
No.
So.
Do we ever see him get mad in the original 39? I think the one time when he threw him out.
Yeah.
With the, McGillicuddy. With the deciding vote.
Mm-hmm.
But he really didn't. He just was like, and he turned around and he almost very regal, like, almost like I'll let it get up and walk out.
Yeah, be that way. And that's just be that way, and I'll just move on.
Yeah, exactly. Ed Norton, the great Ed Norton, of course. Yeah. Okay, so where are we going now? This is great. Okay, we're we're gonna rehash something that we did last week,
Yeah.
last episode, but we have a different take on it. Obviously, it's from Brother Ralph, one of my favorites. And last week's episode was called Spaghetti, Lima Beans, mashed potatoes, and hot dogs. And this is we're gonna use the same clip, and we probably won't play the whole thing, but we're gonna get into an observation. Wait a minute, is this a Louis observation?
Yeah, it is.
This is a Louis observations. I apologize.
So we're gonna play the song.
Here we go. I recognize this song.
Yeah.
And now, from the observation deck overlooking the Johnson Building at 328 Chauncey Street, the Honeymooners podcast presents Louis' Observations.
Joey Image.
That's my pal Joey Image. All right. I am looking forward to this observation. All right, here we go. Okay. Brother Ralph. Alice comes home.
Yep.
And here we go.
Oh, that feels good. What are we having for supper, Ralph?
Oh, I made some spaghetti, lima beans, mashed potatoes, and hot dogs.
Oh, no,
weeks
Ralph,
later.
not hot
No,
dogs
what?
again.
What do you mean? No, not hot dogs again.
Nothing, Ralph, except this is only the third time in a week that we've had them.
Are you complaining, Alice? Is that what you're doing, complaining?
Make cracks?
Make cracks?
I suppose you'd like to have a nice, big, thick steak.
Well, now that you mention it, I would like a nice big thick steak.
How do you expect me to get it on the money you give me to run this house?
Oh, never mind, Ralph, forget it.
I don't want to forget it. I don't want to forget it. Sure, it's easy for you to come home, crack, make criticisms about the food. Sure. But I've been slaving over a hot stove all day.
All right, Ralph, I'm sorry. Let's not argue.
Okay.
All right, that's
all we need right there.
Was one thing when me and Joe do this show. Like I said, it's not planned out.
Right. I mean, we have an idea.
We have an
We
idea
know
what
where
it's
we're
like.
going. We don't know where it's going to end up
We don't
going.
even talk to each other during the week. So what happens is when you do stuff like this, and it's basically we're ad-libbing a lot.
Correct.
And, right, Archie, because it's a very loosely written show. That after the show's over, we always say to each other, "Oh my God, I should have said this at that time," and I didn't. So that's why we're going back, because we had the observation. That was the same scene with the observation last week with Alice's changing of the clothes. Like, why did you have to change clothes? And we went on with that.
And then we did the whole thing about the switching, the playing of the switch.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
where
we did the
we
role reversal
the
thing.
role
Yes,
reversal thing,
yes.
how it was different than in a more of a regular role reversal,
Yeah.
like Odd Couple kind of thing.
We went through it. It seemed pretty good with the
Yes.
with the clothing and Ralph wearing his bus driver's outfit.
Yes.
You know, he's not even working. But yeah, anyway. But the observation this week is we were going over the famous menu of what is it? Spaghetti, lima beans, mashed potatoes,
and hot dogs. Right.
And one of our listeners, Kevin, says when he's cooking something, they ask him what he's cooking. That's his answer.
Oh, is that
he
what
just
he
says?
said?
That's his standard answer, no matter what he's cooking. So anyway,
they're all mentally ill. They're all mentally
so
ill.
that's good though. That's our audience. So me, I'm a cook. So
you enjoy.
I enjoy cooking. Yeah. So here's the deal. Ralph says he's slaving over a hot stove all day. Spaghetti, 8 minutes. Lima beans, open a can. Mashed potatoes, another 10 minutes. Hot dogs, the water boils, throw them in, take them. What are you slaving?
The
whole
four more simplest
things.
things. They're not even. It's not even like eggs where you have to peel them. Or anything.
It's just like total cooking time and 15 minutes.
And I'm not even a chef.
Yeah.
And I can handle that.
Joe can handle that.
I don't like cooking at all.
Yeah, I love cooking. So that's I was like, this whole thing takes 15 minutes. That's something you put together when you don't have anything to eat.
Right, exactly.
You're like, that's not the meal. You're not planning that as your meal. It would be like roast beef and mashed potatoes.
Yeah,
and
the peas and carrots. Right.
That's the planned meal.
That's a planned meal.
Yeah,
that roast beef's got to cook.
You got to cook. You got to
to
brown the roast beef. You got to put it in the oven. You got to make your gravy.
Right.
The whole thing. But that was the observation. I was like, wait a minute. This thing takes 15 minutes. What are you slaving?
And maybe that was in it as a subtle joke. Maybe.
Could have been.
For the writers.
Yeah, right.
Because think about it. The joke is the spaghetti, lima beans, the four idiotic things that you would never...
Unrelated food groups.
Yeah, which is brilliant, by the way.
Phenomenal.
so funny to put that
Phenomenal.
together. And then for him to very subtly say, slave over a stove
Slaving
all day.
over a hot stove all day.
With four things that do not take
any time at all.
And in fact, you can have them going at the same time,
You can
and you have it all done in 8 minutes.
Really. You're all done. 4 burners going, boom, 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 done. 8 minutes.
I love it. I absolutely love it. It's just a great observation.
It's one of those things. You're going to see more and more of this. It's going to be like a new bit that what things we forgot.
Oh, absolutely, without a doubt.
Because we say to each other all the time, like, Joe, I should have said this at that time.
And why can't we go back?
Yeah.
Which goes back to what Ira said. You guys will never ever run out of material.
Yeah.
And I think he's
That's
right.
about the things we forget to say. We have shows.
Unbelievable.
All right. So that was the observation.
This one we want to get to because we're having fun with it. We're not going to do it every week.
No.
But we're looking for, before we even start doing this, because then we're just going to have fun with it, but we're looking for a title.
Yeah.
We're looking for a title. If anybody comes up with a good title, please email us on the Facebook page, whatever. But the great Ken Lynch. The great Ken Lynch. I mean, you know, I think I still, here we go.
Cramden? I don't know anything. Police department, Mr. Cramden. I don't know nothing. Now, look, you're in a bad spot. You know that? I'm going to tell you just what I told your pal down at the pool room. Your safety and your life is in danger if you don't give us a description.
I didn't see anything.
These fellas are killers. They shot the night watchman.
I don't know anything.
You don't know anything, huh? All right, I'm going to give you a break. I'm leaving a policeman downstairs to look after you overnight. But if you don't tell us what you know by morning, you're on your own. If you're not a witness, you're not entitled to police protection. And thanks for nothing.
45 seconds.
45 seconds.
That is it. 45 seconds on screen.
On screen, that's great.
And absolutely brilliant.
One of the top 45 seconds in the history of film.
So we thought, all right, again, we're going to go with a little Ken Lynch.
Yeah. So here's the thing before we get into it, Joe. We love doing it. And this all came about by Joe saying, what if he played a Latin lover? And then I came in, Ken Lynch as Carlos Sanchez. It just came by because of Joe saying, what if he played a Latin lover? Not thinking of, and it just clicked in our heads. And a skit is born.
A skit is born.
And we love it. And we've been getting positive feedback on it, too, from people who are loving it. They're giving us, like, how about Ken Lynch is this guy and that guy? I just tell everybody, calm down, calm down. We're going to get to all these people because there's a ton of people.
Be calm and cool.
Cool, calm and cool.
And cool.
Hey there.
Hey there, Ken Lynch.
Ken Lynch, hey there.
So we thought we're going to try it again and do Ken Lynch as the great Dr. Folsom. And I mean, and Dr. Folsom, another guy who's on screen not too long. We discussed about him being, you know, we think he's a doctor in real life.
Now, what I'm just thinking, what we forgot right now is that we should have put in Dr. Folsom as our one and done guy. And then went into Ken Lynch.
That's a great
But that's okay.
idea.
Well, let's save that. We'll save that for
That's actually a great way to do
the
bit.
Ken Lynch thing.
Play
the one and play it. What do we call it? The player of the week. The one and done player of the week
with Bruce Martin doing that voice.
With Bruce Martin doing the voice, and then go right into Ken Lynch as that guy.
Oh, that's brilliant.
So good. Here's another skit is born today.
Yeah, that's how we'll do the Ken Lynch thing. That is great. And what is that? Is that which one is that?
Oh,
is that a matter of record?
Yeah, because that's when she leaves him, right?
It is a matter of record, right?
Throws a steak at him.
Yeah, right. She throws a steak at him at the end.
Yeah, that's how we should do this.
Yes,
because it's just it's a natural segue.
Yes,
because we're going to do Ken Lynch as these characters. And
Correct.
most likely it's going to be as a one and done guy.
Yes.
Or you know, but we could also do like, you know, Ken Lynch playing like a Freddie Muller part or something like, which is okay. That's fine too.
Right. Yep, exactly.
But I think it's funnier as the one and done guys because they just disappear.
Yes.
They're there and then they're gone.
Yes, exactly. We could. I have Folsom. We could play a
we
little
can play-
Folsom.
play some Folsom.
Right?
And she forgives you. That's probably done now. Alice?
Why would she knock?
Yes, sir?
Yeah.
I'm Dr. Folsom. I'm with the Department of Health. Do any children live in this apartment?
No, just my wife and myself.
There's an epidemic of measles in this building. The Manicotti boy has them, the Garrity boy, and Mrs. Bennett's son. Apparently, it's still spreading.
Manicotti, Bennett's the guy.
There goes my stickball team.
Well, there's no children live here.
I'm just checking.
It's all right. What are you looking at?
What are you looking
Would you mind opening your mouth, please? Uh-huh. Did you ever have the measles?
No.
Well, you got them now.
That's impossible!
Ralph's gonna get the measles, go break out a...
Shut up!
What was he going to say?
Yeah, like, really?
I don't know.
Measles? He's the one that plays with the kids. I don't play with them. How could I catch the measles?
Very simple. You probably got them from him.
From 10 feet away. Open your mouth.
Yes.
Well, you're both in the same boat. Just a minute, madam. You live here?
Wait a minute. She doesn't understand. That's just my wife. She's been away for 3 weeks.
Understand what?
There's an epidemic of measles. Your husband and this gentleman are infected. Now, you're very fortunate that you've been away. If you want to avoid measles, I suggest you stay away until the infection has subsided. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. That's it.
Good afternoon.
That's it. That's just how it ends. Good afternoon.
Yes.
You're on your own.
Yeah.
It's on your own until your little spots disappear.
You're in the same boat.
Yeah.
Imagine Ken Lynch.
Yeah, Ken Lynch coming in. Hi, this is Dr. Folsom from the health department.
From the health department.
Any kids live in this building?
No. It's just me and my wife. There's an epidemic of measles.
The measles going on in this building.
Yeah, crazy amount of measles.
Crazy stuff going on here. Well, yeah, I'm not the one. Who plays it? He plays with the kids. You, open your mouth. All right.
Have you ever had the measles?
No.
You got them now,
pal. Oh, whoa, lady.
Well, lady,
Wait,
thanks for nothing.
What the butt? Who's this broad? That's my wife.
That's my wife. She's been away for 3
away,
weeks. Well, good for you, lady. Good for you, because these two mopes, they got the measles.
Got the measles. There's this epidemic. It could turn into a pandemic. If it were 2020, forget about it.
The Bennett boy, the other little kid, that
Garrity
little
kid.
spoiled kid over there. They all got
it. Garrity, Bennett, Mrs. Yeah, well, who's it? Mrs. Bennett's kid. That little brat. I'm glad he got him.
They're gonna grow up to be criminals anyway.
That's right. I'll get him in. I'll get him when I'm playing a detective.
Oh God, that's great.
The many faces.
Many faces of Ken Lynch. I guess that might be.
We have to call it that.
I think we have to call it that.
something,
The
yeah.
many faces of Ken Lynch.
Ken Lynch.
Very, very good.
And I suggest you stay away until this infection has subsided, which means when it's gotten done and out of here. Now, I'm not going to do anything else for you. I'm just going to leave. You know? No penicillin, no nothing.
Yeah. Do you want any advice? Not giving you any. Gotta go.
I gotta go.
I gotta go golf. Gotta go golf with Mr. Marshall.
Mr. Marshall with Silver Oaks. Him and that other jerk, Douglas.
Him and that stumbling, bumbling moron, Douglas
guy.
I gotta go play with him, her, she, him.
All of them.
Oh God! I think that's what we got to call it. The many faces.
The many faces of
Ken Lynch. Yeah,
Ken Lynch.
That's great. Well, thanks for nothing.
One thing good about him, Joe, he's like so easy to imitate.
Oh yeah,
he's great. He's so easy.
Even if we don't sound like them, they know what we're doing.
They know what we're doing. It's
exactly.
like it's not our voices. Like,
right. Exactly.
Somebody
exactly.
Something else. He's got like that, just that typical gravelly.
Yeah,
an easy voice.
Grit.
Yeah, gritty, gravelly voice. Just easy to imitate.
Yeah, because it's nothing specific.
No.
But it's just tough guy voice.
Yeah, no, he's not.
That's all it is.
Sound like George
tough
Plimpton.
guy voice.
He's like, he's just got that tough guy voice.
Tough guy voice.
Yeah, that anybody could do.
I love it.
Even us.
Even two mopes like us. All right. The last thing we want to do today is from Here Comes the Bride.
Oh, Here Comes the Bride. Yeah,
Okay?
great.
And this part of it is right before Ralph comes home, when he gets the idea to have Agnes and Stanley get together. And when Stanley walks in, they instantly fall back in love. But we have, I guess it's like an observation.
Yeah, Joe. Yeah, this is basically Joe's observation. We were discussing it before. And
Yeah,
Joe,
we were talking about Agnes.
Yeah.
And we always say Agnes, she did a great job.
She did a great job.
Yeah, whining and
Yeah,
complaining.
really, she looked like that kind of one you just want to punch in the face, like one of them whiny women. Like
yeah. Apparently, he's doing Ken Lynch right now. Folks.
That wasn't me. That was Ken. I should have said it this way. Yeah, one of them whiny women just want to punch in the face.
One of those broads want to give him a shot right to the jaw. But
hey, sister,
sister. But here is Agnes, and this is the scene. And I'll tell you what we'll do.
Come in.
Stanley! Agnes, sweetheart.
Agnes, sweetheart.
I knew this would happen if you just saw each other.
Oh, Stanley,
Did you?
I'm so happy. I never should have left you, not even for a minute. Can you ever forgive me?
Forgive you? It was all my fault, darling one. I should
Darling
never have
one.
talked the way I did, sweetheart. I never should have listened to Ralph.
Well, that's all past now, sweet face. We're together again, and that's what counts.
Stanley, what was that you just said about listening to Ralph?
I never should have listened to him, Alice. The other night at the bachelor party, he was telling me I should lay the law down about moving in with Agnes's mother and father, and that I should let Agnes know right away that I was king of the castle and boss of the family.
How dare he interfere like that?
Oh, I knew it couldn't be Stanley's fault. It's all your husband's fault, Alice.
Oh, just wait until he gets home.
No, he's a beast.
All right, and then Ralph comes in. And Ralph is like all confident.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
like, hey, you know, and then he does
Stanley.
the thing with the thumb and
Yeah.
all that. But here's my one little observation about Agnes. Agnes says, I knew it couldn't have been Stanley's fault. It was all Ralph's fault. Like, wait a minute. 5 minutes ago, Stanley was a beast.
You walked out of him on your wedding night.
Exactly. But now you knew it wasn't Stanley's fault because you found out Ralph did it.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. It was Stanley's fault.
Stanley's fault.
Stanley did not have to listen to Ralph.
No.
Ralph didn't have a gun to his back.
Or he just could have said, "Oh, I'm sorry, Agnes. I got these things from Ralph."
Yeah,
That's all.
exactly.
Stopped it right.
Right, exactly. Right when she left.
Yeah.
But Ralph didn't force him to.
No.
Stanley was being a jerk.
Yeah.
And he was being a jerk because Stanley wanted to be a jerk.
Yeah, well, because that's who he is. He's a mouse.
Yeah, he's
Stanley's
a mouse. Yeah, you can't trust him.
I don't know. And Agnes found the perfect guy for herself.
Perfect guy. But now the continuation of this
there we go.
is
Yeah, Joe.
when he comes in and Ralph's like, "Hey, well," and Louis makes the great observation where he goes, "He's so confident."
Yeah, he's like, this stupid plan is gonna work.
Well, it's going to work to where he's not going to get ratted out.
Yeah, but like you said, now if the dinner thing came off and they were actually sitting down eating their roast beef, peas and carrots,
whatever, and all that part of the plan.
Part of the plan. If the conversation came up during this, don't you think?
Yeah,
Stanley would have said.
Of course.
Something?
What are you going to pull a Bill Davis thing? Like, oh, Stanley, don't talk about business.
Yeah, don't talk about business.
No, he's going to mention listen, you know what, Ralph? It didn't work. I'm not the king of the castle kind of guy. And it all would have blew up in his face.
Yeah.
Like, how did How did Ralph not figure out that this is all going to end badly?
And it's because it's an awful. But even Alice says, "Oh, that's so silly." He goes, "Get them together. That's okay."
Right.
Which is okay, but it was gonna. It's gotta come up.
It's gonna fall. It's crumbling down. This thing is going to end badly.
Badly, especially when you got a person like Agnes. Now you know she's gonna be just spilling her guts out.
And Stanley, the mouse,
yes, dear, yes, dear. He'll be like, yes, dear, in her, yes, sweetheart face, and all that, whatever he calls her, darling one, yes, darling one,
sweetheart
yes,
face.
darling one.
But it's just great how this thing came tumbling down. obviously, but how does Ralph not know that this is going to end badly?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, when he was with the hat, when he goes, let's go down there and find out what happened to him. No. Let's not do that. Let's invite him to the apartment.
Yeah, like he's not going to say the same thing that you said.
Go to bed.
Go to bed. But Ralph, you said
go to bed. Go to bed.
Great line.
Oh,
just
God.
the delivery of that line. Sometimes, Joe, we always say it's not the line, it's the delivery.
It's the delivery.
And that's there's a couple of lines that don't get laughs, like, I will not go on tonight. Great line.
Right.
How can you do this to me? 2 lines in that scene from the Rachel scene that don't get laughs. But the delivery is phenomenal. So it just happens here, too, with this scene.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just delivery of the line.
If you read it, you wouldn't laugh.
You wouldn't laugh. You wouldn't know what the
But
heck.
watching him
Just
deliver
watching
it.
him do it.
Yes.
Go to bed.
But what go to bed.
When you get it. Like two phenomenal.
Anybody who's a DEFCON 3 just knows.
It's got to be
go
get it. It's got to be your favorite.
You
It's got to
have
be
to
like
know.
in whatever heck your favorite is, your top 10, 100, whatever it is.
Yeah,
it's in there.
A thing that he's doing, a mumble or whatever it is. But everybody knows.
Everybody.
Go in there and get it. The thumb thing. If I just go to you and say the thumb thing, you know
I
exactly what I'm talking
about.
about.
Yeah, I know what exactly you're talking about.
You should get it.
I'm not going to master that way.
It's so great.
So anyway, that's a great scene.
Absolutely.
And we just figured we're just talking about it when Joe brought it up, when put it by me. You're right. Like, what made him think? And he walked in so confident.
I know.
I would have
love
been out
that.
there like, oh my God, you walked in sweating. He's always sweating anyway. But
Yeah. I love when Louis said that. He goes, he comes in so confident. It's like, how do you not know that this is all going to fall apart?
Really,
in front of your very eyes.
I guess the roast beef didn't cut it. I don't know. Now Alice was slaving over a hot stove. That's slaving over.
Absolutely. All right. Let's not finish the show without a staple from the show.
Yeah.
And that is.
And now, Tom, who is our first guest, please? Our first guest, ready to leap the first hurdle on his way to the $99,000 answer, is our
courier from Parsippany, New Jersey, in Morris County, Joe Conti. Yay, Joe Conti.
All right.
Hope you miss it.
On here?
All right. Sorry. Just threw that in.
Last minute kind of thing. Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
All right, Joe.
What are we doing today?
What do we got? Let's see what we have here. Of course, I have nothing prepared. I only had 2 weeks to do this. And with nothing to do absolutely all day long. How about, let me see.
I am good for doing
whatever
you want to do.
All right, I got a lot of rip pages in front of me.
Yes.
Let's see. How about this one? This is basically the name's the same, and we've done this one before. Tommy. Give me the 4 Tommies.
Ooh,
there's
4.
4 Tommies, and tell me what they did or what episode it was from.
Okay. Tommy Manicotti,
Yes.
obviously, from the Matter of Record, right? Tommy Mullins from the Christmas episode.
Yep.
2 more?
Yeah.
Tommy Mullins, Tommy Manicotti.
It was also from Trapped.
Does that count when he with the water pistol?
Yeah.
It's the same kid, though,
Yeah, same
right?
kid, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so is that the third one?
No, that's him. That's the 2 Tommy Monicottis. He's basically mentioned in here.
Right.
But he's actually...
And then he's Johnny Bennett in the other one.
The other one, but I'm saying, but he as Tommy, he actually appears in Trapped as Tommy Manicotti.
Right, but doesn't he also appear in? No, because he's Johnny Bennett.
He's Johnny Bennett.
Right.
He makes one appearance as Tommy Manicotti.
And one appearance as Tommy as Johnny Bennett. Right.
That's Trapped. He's from Trapped. And there's 2 more.
There's 2 more. Tommy. I know, and I know you guys who are listening are probably like they're screaming
at whatever heck they're listening on. Me, it would be like a transistor radio.
Tommy, let me see. A pal of mine. Oh my God, I'm drawing a blank.
On hints?
Tommy.
On hints?
Give me a hint.
I'll give you one hint for the other one.
Or yeah. That's wait a minute. That's from $99,000 answer. How come I'm drawing a blank here? Wait a minute. I can't believe I'm drawing.
He's the announcer. Herb. Tom, tell him who our next.
Oh, that's right, Tom. Tom, tell him it's Freddie Muller.
Oh, yeah. And the other one.
Oh
let me
my
see
God.
Here. Funny Money. What did he do in Funny Money?
It's not Ziggy. It's not Boss. It's the paper boss. Is Mr. Gunther Tommy?
No, he's Mr. Gunther.
Apparently, Mr. Gunther got out of donuts.
Yeah.
Went into the
counterfeiting business.
counterfeiting business.
Hey, boss, this is a lot better than donuts.
Oh, he got arrested.
Yeah.
Yes, Tommy. Tommy, Irish name.
Yes. Well, what is it in that show?
Yeah, I know that was. He got arrested for bringing your cleaners. Tommy Doyle.
There you
There
go.
we go.
Hey, oh man,
God.
struggle to that. There you
I
go.
can't
Tommy
believe it.
Doyle. You
Wow.
got it though.
Oh,
yeah.
That was just
that
pretty
was-
pathetic. My goodness. All right. You know what we didn't do today?
What?
We didn't mention our wonderful sponsor.
Our sponsor.
Yeah,
Oh,
we forgot
that's
to
right.
mention
We
our
forgot. Well,
sponsor.
we'll do it right now.
Yeah, well, absolutely. First of all, that's who we thank. Our great sponsor, Jeff Kingfish Levinsky, SilkCityHotSauce.com.
Yeah.
Go to Silk City Hot Sauce, right? And when you go on the website, you go and you pick out your favorite hot sauce. I like the Taco Fiesta. Louis likes
Badass
Jew. and-
Aztec Attack, Smoking.
Right?
All good.
All good,
All
right? Phenomenal. And when you go in to pay for it, there's a little coupon code, a little thing in the corner, and you put RX. You type the letters R and X in it, and then when they tally up your money, you get 15% off of your order.
15% percentage.
15% percentage of zero is zero. And you get a free bottle of cherry sriracha.
Yes.
Absolutely. So don't forget that. And who else can we thank? All of you guys. All of you guys and gals who listen every single episode. Email us, comment on our Facebook page, and some of you special pals like Kevin and Bibbs and Ira and all you maniacs. You're all out of your mind. Who else can we thank? The great Facebook group, the Honeymooners Raccoon Lodge, with Joy and Brother Norton.
Yeah.
All right? And don't forget to check out if you're interested. And I love the quote of the one guy, I think it was Kevin, or no, Mark, who downloaded my CD or listened to my audio. And he said, the Joe Conti on the podcast is nothing like the Joe Conti in stand-up. So if that doesn't make you go, But if you want,
this out.
it's my 1 hour. It's 10 years old, but I actually listened to it one day, and I couldn't believe I actually thought it wasn't half bad. Wasn't half good, but it's my 1 hour comedy DVD CD. It's called Happiness. You can download it anywhere you get music or comedy if you want to support me, or you could just find it and just listen to it for free. And if you enjoy it, let me know. I appreciate nice things to say about me. And if you're going to critique it, I don't want to hear it.
Yep.
I think enough bad things about myself. I don't need you guys to pile on, all right?
No dog pile on the rabbits.
Well, that's it, folks. Episode number 71.
71.
In
Yeah.
the books. So, for me, Joe Conti, and my pal Louis Fats, we say we'll see you next time.
E pluribus raccoonum nido.
Good
Thank
night.
you. Good night.
We'll have to do this again real soon.
How about tomorrow night?
This has been a non-productive media presentation. Executive producer Frank Hablawi. This program and many others like it on the Non-Productive Network is distributed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives license. Please share it, but ask before trying to change it or sell it. For more information, visit Non-Productive.com.
Testing, hot outbound car, 1, 2, 3, 4. You on the air?
The Honeymooners Podcast, the only podcast that is all about the greatest show of all time. With the stars, Joe Conti and Louis Fatts.
Welcome, fellow raccoons and raccoonets. What's happening, all you hurricanes,